the button.
We are okay. Now we're live.
Hey.
All
It's only
right.
the third time we've done this.
Oh my god. Why am I getting text message?
What a time to get one.
Anyway, yeah, honestly. All right. I'm honestly, I'm surprised this worked. I might as well just make up a backup recording as well in case something happens in this stream, because this is gonna be a stream, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, we should also probably just be in hell for the preamble.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Live from a basement near you.
Are we terrible
yeah.
people for bringing so many people to hell?
Can't be as bad as Gendo.
How fitting, the hell of Evangelion. Yeah, we've never done like a scheduled stream before. I was not entirely sure if this would work or not. Thank God technology can be simple sometimes.
Sometimes it works as intended.
Sometimes it can be a pain in the ass. How's everyone doing today?
Living, dying.
Basically just woke up.
Yeah, kind of same.
Well, I woke up like over an hour ago, but you know how it is. You just lay in bed and wish for death. Sweet release from this mortal coil.
I went out and got lunch and then came back, and now I'm here. We're ready. We're ready to have a fun stream. You'll notice that we are streaming earlier, and there are a couple reasons for that. One, we have Steven here today, and
hey, that's me.
If we were streaming at our regular time, Steven would die of exhaustion because he's 5 hours ahead of me in Britain.
Yeah, it's gonna be it would be even more of a nightmare.
Oh yeah, and plus this video is the video we're going to be watching today. If you couldn't already tell, we've talked about this at length already on our Discord, but this is going to be a long video. Hopefully the stream doesn't end up being super long. We actually went ahead and took some notes on what we're going to be talking about with this video today for once. So hopefully that will expedite the process, to say the least.
Say that, but I reckon it'll still be ridiculously long.
Yeah, probably.
We tried our best to make it less long.
We're trying our best here. Oh yeah, and thanks for coming on, Steve. Thanks for coming on to help us, because we need. I always worry about spreading misinformation, so it'll be good to have you here to help check us, because you're probably the most knowledgeable person I know on the production of Evangelion.
Yeah, I just spent a year of my life kind of just living that, reading documents and making a source doc that had 300 different.
Didn't you? Okay, so I guess for anyone who isn't familiar, Steven here, our good friend Steven, made a 3-hour-long video going over the entirety of Hideaki Anno's career.
Wasn't it like 3:15? I think it was even longer.
I think so. Yeah. Didn't you also import stuff from Japan and have it translated?
Yes. I imported the Kari Kano Blu-ray booklet, which fans had heard about because Japanese Wikipedia references it, but they hadn't seen it, so they hadn't actually seen the full things. They just heard like the paraphrasings of what Japanese Wiki had said. They used that to kind of make their argument about why Anno didn't technically leave Kari Kano, and that's all kind of a big mess because the booklet has a lot of interviews that go into a lot of depth about what actually happened. So I ended up doing a crowdfunder, and I funded all. I think there were 5 or 6 interviews in the booklet, so they're all up now, so people can just find them, and I can link them pretty easy.
Nice. So yeah, hopefully, that should put the whole thing about Hideaki Anno leaving halfway through Kari Kano. That should put that whole thing to rest, right? And that's not gonna.
You think so?
That's not gonna be something people will still say.
I predicted it right before I even got it translated. I remember I was writing up the script, and I had predicted because I looked at the dates, and I had this big brain moment. Was like, well, this looks like they ran out of manga. And then I looked back through the transcript and tried to figure out when the manga would be coming out, like what week schedule it would have, and seeing how it aligned with the television show. And the rough estimate I got was like, yeah, they should basically run out of manga about now, like towards like the last episode or 2. And I was correct.
I guess Oh, is it okay? Is it all right? Is it kind of pretentious to quote retweet yourself? I'm just gonna quote retweet ourselves and say in all caps, live now.
I think it should be fine.
We are alive now.
All right. I guess obligatory real quick. Chat. How is the stream audio? Does everyone sound good?
Do we sound
are we good before we get into this? You got obligatory ask. I'm going to assume that no one's saying anything means we're good.
I do have a lot of anime books. It is true. They get like thrown around. I don't know what to do with them. Some of them pile up onto my tablet.
Like your drawing tablet?
Yeah. Because it just keeps it up a little higher. So like under my drawing tablet usually is Hideaki Anno exhibition booklet, another gallery book on Hayao Miyazaki. There's another book under it, which is an art book for Mononoke, and then there's some books about Japanese art and modern war, and also then just the whole Nausicaa manga.
All right, so let's get out of hell here and see what we're going to be looking at today. So
from hell to hell, eh?
For those of you who don't know, what we're watching today, is we're going to be oh, that's the wrong. I am picking up the wrong things in OBS. Where is the thing that I want in OBS? There it is. Okay. We're going to be watching Codex entries. The End of Evangelion is not a happy ending. And for those of you who can't tell, this video is exactly 3 hours long, or as YouTube says, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, because it trims off a bit for some reason. But this is going to be a what we call a gauntlet stream today. Because as you can imagine, we disagree with this video pretty adamantly, to say the least. And while the video is 3 hours long, they will repeat themselves a lot throughout the video, but there's also just going to be there's a lot to go through in terms of the claims that are made and need to be debunked as well. So there's going to be like a lot of discussion about a lot of things. You know, we're not just going to be talking about Evangelion. We're going to talk a little bit about Love and Pop. We're going to talk a little bit about of course, Gainax, Hideaki Anno, and all that. And we're also going to talk a little bit about even a little known anime that I think many people have since forgotten, but neither us nor Codex entry. I think their name is Ruby. I should probably double check that. Where the hell is their?
I saw in the comments a lot of them were saying
I think
Ruby,
they address her as Ruby, so we're going to go with that.
Okay.
It'd be horribly embarrassing. We just get their name wrong. But there's a specific, we remember Stella C3 Boo. They remember Stella C3 Boo. No. And we'll get to that when we get to that in about 7.5 hours. So
are we going through the full intro?
I don't know here really. So again, we're going to be like skipping around a lot because one, I don't want this to be like a substitute for the video. That's obviously not it.
There is a part in the intro that's probably worth just the sort of basic notes of speeding through.
So we also
do have a lot of pre-ramble of sort of philosophy that are going in, and some things that are going to come up quite a lot that they may reference later in a
So we have like a whole ass document. We also have a wonderful, incredibly long source document compiled by Steve here that we'll be going through.
I also have my own document from the other day of just like quotes that I have offhand, which I have to find somewhere in here, or I know that will be relevant. Some of them are definitely the document already, but I've got them myself just up so they're ready, opposed to trying to find them again.
Yeah. So I guess without further delay, let's see here. So is there anything? I don't think we took anything until like the first minute. I think this first minute is just So
I guess now we.
No. The first minute is just talking about video, like bringing up videos, showing a montage of videos that say the end of Evangelion is a happy ending. One of which comes from.
I didn't even know people were going with that. And why are they a bit shoot?
Oh, I know why. Because this is a video right here is from Studio Airsats. So the full video, I guess, couldn't go up on YouTube, so they just had to like mirror it to BitChute.
Okay.
You're on BitChute, aren't you, Steve?
I don't know.
Well, because Gil and I, we found like a channel that at
Yeah.
least was uploading your videos onto BitChute.
Yeah, I think
so.
what happened is many years ago I set one up as a backup just in case everything got copyright claimed.
Oh, so it's just like
it has
automatically
like an auto upload, and I just
okay.
haven't looked at it for 6 years, and I guess it stopped working, then started working again.
See, I thought it was because you were racist.
No, the funny thing is, I once got a quote. Oh god, there is a story. This is how I know, because this is, when I first figured out about BitChute, I was like, oh, it's peer-to-peer, so it probably won't die.
Right.
You won't have to pay for the server costs. That was my thought of it, so that's why I probably use it as backup. Then one day I got a comment on it, and I was looking at it, and it was like someone who'd been like, someone saying something. It was kind of interesting. It was a very nice comment. It was kind of like, oh yeah, at one point I interviewed for Miyazaki, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. So this person's like, what, like was it like a European animator or something? I've talked to him about stuff. It didn't go well, but it was an interesting conversation. It was like, I like your video. And then I looked through, I clicked on their profile. I was like, oh, I wonder what they kind of do. And then I looked through the profile, and it's all just anti-Semitic remarks.
God damn.
And that's the day I knew, like, oh, this is that kind of site.
The duality of man.
Yeah, it was like, well, that was a surprisingly nice comment from a bigot, but
why I even made these videos in the first place.
All right, so yeah, this is just going to be
weird
a lot of videos talking about specifically 2, or maybe it looks like 2 videos. Anyway, so first minute in.
Disagree with that.
All right. I'm also, so for sanity's sake, let me also just put up some subtitles here for everyone, and then also because this video is kind of like, their narration is not like laser fast. We're just going to put it on 1.5 times speed.
If it's too quick, we'll lower it down, I guess.
We'll lower it down, yeah.
For the intros, we're just getting to the ramble, so we might as well.
All right, so I guess right off the bat, we have a take at 1 minute and 1 second.
Here we go.
What happens when an artist is justifiably furious with their audience and is not only allowed, but rewarded for expressing that in their art?
All right, so right off the bat, we kind of hit the first snag 1 minute in, and this is going to be an integral snag for the rest of the video, so we might as well address it now, at least in some capacity, because
I think the Twitter thing I just linked, I think that was the right one. I think I just let me just double check. Did I link the right one? Yeah, I think we should just go through that thread maybe on screen just to sort of give this context. The Twitter from Ehoba.
Yeah, let me see here.
I feel like this would be good just to have on screen just to show people, because I feel like this fundamentally is kind of like the crux of the argument.
Yeah, let me zoom in, make it a little bit easier to read.
Sure. I can read it out if you want.
All right.
Or can I do should I do both of them? Or
let's do, okay, so for context, for people who are a little bit confused about this, did I move the goddamn TV? Okay, I moved the entire goddamn TV folder.
I thought TV was there. And rebuff.
So for clarity here, the argument this video is going to be making, a key point, I guess, for their argument that the End of Evangelion is not a happy ending, is that Hideaki Anno and Gainax at large did not want to make this movie, and in fact were angry at fans for demanding a movie to clarify the ending of the TV series. That's going to be a key point for this video in support of their argument. So, and now Steve, of course, our source master here.
Because there's
I'll read Nobi for you.
Okay, you're right. You can read Nobi. I've got to say, because after we do this one, I'll have another one to bring up, because I feel like we should probably I'll set up a couple things. Just because, some of the base parts here are a little bit. Anyway, you start with Nobi, and we'll get to the rest later.
When I finished the NGE in the TV series, I worried and got angry. I thought maybe you intentionally put poison in the show.
Not poison. I just thought people needed to eat that kind of thing.
People, including yourself?
Including myself.
All right. Scroll down.
Plus, they would get angry with any type of dish, so it's better to make them as angry as possible. Half-assed anger is no good, and I don't want sympathy. It's so easy to buy sympathy. I don't want to choose that way. Anger is much better than sympathy.
Did you do the same thing with End of Eva?
No, I didn't. Even having such feelings towards the I didn't even have such feelings towards the summer film. I'd like to make the audience smile and say it's delicious. And now the film's core is totally unrelated with such things. I think you can't understand that feeling.
So yeah, that's kind of So right off the bat, we have Hideaki on here saying that, you know, like when he was finishing the TV series, obviously he was, you know, understandably pissed off, as anyone working in TV anime in general would be, especially Hideaki Anno, given a prior and repetitive experiences with it between Nadia, Evangelion, and then Karikano.
Yes, I would also like to say, just to put out, he was already kind of bitter at the beginning of the series.
Yeah.
As to quote here from Love and Pop document, as an anime creator, Arno felt a sense of stagnation in their field. Insiders tend to break the situation. He too tried to change the situation through a destruction. That attempt succeeded to some extent. They're talking about Evangelion, the television show.
Right.
He's coming into that series with a form of kind of bitterness, which is targeted towards a specific kind of otaku feeling, but not necessarily them as a whole, more so like an otaku critiquing otaku, especially around escapism and just being really tired of everything he's seen in the last, I guess, 10 years of the industry.
Right, because again, well,
coming off Nadia too.
It's interesting, and I had a long ass rant about this. I can pull up a Twitter thread that I saw a take on Twitter. My brain kind of broke. A funny ass video from Patrick Galbraith, by the way.
Oh, yeah, he's got his classic Goku outfit.
Akihabara is famous for computers and computer games, especially of the Bishoujo game variety.
I don't know what the context of this is, but I would love to have Patrick Galbraith on the podcast. Just putting that out there.
He's a character.
But so I had a long ass thread where my brain kind of broke and I just typed up a bunch of stuff, but I don't think that Evangelion as a whole is a critique of otaku as a whole. I think it's important to keep in mind the sort of social context of Japan in 1995, because there were a few minor events in 1995 that were kind of important on a small scale. There was another financial crash. There was a massive earthquake in the Hanshin region. And then there was one of the worst terrorist attacks in Japan. I think probably the worst mass death in Japanese history up until the Kyoani fire.
Yeah, I think that usually is considered that. And that happened during the production.
Yeah, that happened during...
I think it was before the television series went live, but it was the production starts in like 92. So like they're in the middle of making it during when that happens.
But so as you can see though, there's like a lot of stuff going on in the news in Japan at the time, and it's like, oh man, the world really fucking sucks, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you could say that Evangelion was definitely aware of cult stuff, because the series is about cults. So like the idea of was definitely on the tongues of the people making the series, even if they were
the Jewish mysticism, Kabbalist imagery.
It's basically about a cult trying to make the apocalypse, right? They're trying to
It's Sele is
the background.
Sele is the Illuminati.
Yeah.
But it's important to keep that in mind, because like the idea is like with Evangelion is like, yeah, the world may suck. The world in the case of Evangelion may have literally ended once and then again. But still you shouldn't reject the world and live inside of fantasy. That's kind of the core thesis, at least for me, for Evangelion.
Sure. I feel like it's a not uncommon one for like a lot of anime creators as well. You tend to hear that sort of perspective a lot. I think it's fairly like common in the industry.
So that's going to be like a writing theme. So yeah, he was like understandably like upset coming off Nadia and the production snafu that was Nadia. Then watch Steven's video for a full tell all on that.
I'm sure I went into that. Yeah.
The Evangelion starts production. What do you say? 92?
I think it varies days, but like that's obviously early, like part like when they start thinking things out. But like I guess anime production might be like 94 at the beginning.
Yeah, when they actually went
into like proper production, so
break. Yeah, they start like shovels hit the ground. They start digging and making the actual animation.
Yeah, because there's like 6 months for the first 2 episodes is usually what it's said, and then they're like, oh, okay, we're gonna be worried. We're worried now.
There's a lot of coordination going on here. They're kind of, and Ruby here is gonna kind of overlook a lot of key aspects of Evangelion's production, which is one, Evangelion had a really, really notable production committee behind it. It had a mix of King Records, Sega was on there.
King Records was Maina, Sega.
Kadokawa, I hear their name in the fucking thing.
Was around. Depending on the situation, Toei was with the movies. There might be a couple of people on there, maybe Dentsu.
It's actually a little bit unclear whether or not Toei or Toho distributed the movie, because I was looking this up, and Wikipedia says Toei.
I'm pretty sure it's Toei, but then when it comes to rebuilds, especially the last one, it's both of them.
So yeah, just things to keep in mind here. But the production aspect of Evangelion is going to be kind of ignored throughout this video. But okay,
One
so
other factor, I think the final thing I'll say before we play it, they are kind of falling into an auteurism trap, which is effectively what I felt my video by the end of it almost became about, unintentionally so.
Right, which
Because
is
they
why
say Arno. Yeah, I mean, okay, that bit there when I blow up, right here, see this bit? Yeah, this bit right here. This is me reflecting on this idea of like, we have fallen into the trap. This is the trap of being like an audience. Like, you become, the show will become whatever you want. That's it. That's the end, right?
Yep.
That's just it.
I think
you can
the
fall
other day I
so
was
deep
saying
into it.
Hideaki Anno is like Jesus Christ, where he's just like an empty vessel for you to insert your own views into.
Yeah, and also then it becomes like it either becomes a reflection, or you just become very I guess you start drinking the Kool-Aid and you just become like very interested in the merch side of it in terms of like,
yeah.
okay, well this character survived at least, or this thing happened, and this happened. But did this happen? But then Arno's reflection of what he is and isn't is all over the place in a series that had so many different voices in it. And we'll get to that in a bit more detail later, because we have a lot of Mitsuo Iso's pre-production document has been translated now. So we have a lot of good ideas about what the series used to look like.
I will pull that up because we will be referencing that later as well. It's that document of Mitsuo Iso. One, why did he save all of? Okay, so well, no, we'll get to that when we get to that, I guess. But I will just pull it up for the time being, just to have it in our back pocket, because we're already like 20 minutes into the stream. We're only a minute into the video.
Oh no, it's already happening.
Oh no.
This is the setup. We need to set up a couple of things, because we'll probably go back to these.
Right. So I guess I'll let it play next time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, wait, I'm being told my audience will put me in the Iron Lung submarine if I talk about Homestuck. The End of Evangelion is a 1997 animated film made by Studio Gainax airing, being written and animated.
Okay, again, stop. Can we just stop for 1 second? I'm going to be a little pay. Sorry, this is a little pay. Production IG.
Uh-huh. Oh,
It was produced by Production IG.
So let me pull up the
Production IG.
Let me pull up this Red Cross book that they're going to be talking about for a while.
Sure, and I also have my other Surrogates in response interview.
Again, for context, another key source for their argument is going to be this the End of Evangelion pamphlet, which is a pamphlet that was sold alongside your ticket for the End of Evangelion back in the summer of 1997. And there's a key thing to note here, because they're going to focus a lot on the interviews. But if we go here to the credits page at the very end, let's go to this full-size image.
Production IG.
And there's something to note here. There are 2 animation studios here listed for animation production. We have Production IG and Gainax. And what you'll notice is Production IG is listed first. Yeah. So it's important to note Gainax was not a big studio at the time of Evangelion. They could not have made this feature film on their own. They needed to rely on the boys at IG.
So yeah, what effectively happens is all the, you're going to get people from Gainax who work, they're freelancers, the people they usually work with are going to be there, and they might be in the studio of IG, or they might be still at their studio, but they're going to be working, IG is kind of like where a lot of it's happening. Happening at both of them. But yeah, IG is like the main studio. And also on the production committee.
All right, so yeah, let's just again another point to make. Gainax is not solely responsible for the End of Evangelion. A lot of people who worked on it were IG staff.
A television show that was set off by Arno to be improv between many different parties, including about 5 different writers who will also be somewhat included in this movie, even if they are not credited.
Which is why we'll then
at least
go
2 or 3
through
of them will be
insane document later on.
1997 animated film made by Studio Gainax and directed by Kazuya Tsuramaki and Hideaki Anno. The film itself.
Stop. Okay, I'm sorry. Masayuki.
Yes.
It's so the unit directors are Tsuramaki did part 1, Masayuki did part 2, Anno is the overall director. Masayuki did the part where they're going to spend most of the video talking about.
Yes. So again, I guess for anyone who hasn't seen the End of Evangelion, hey, guess what? I can pull up now. For your viewing displeasure. I have a shitty oh Lord in heaven. I don't know what's going.
Me.
I have a shitty VHS rip of the movie. Wait. Oh,
Let's fucking go.
And manipulating OBS is going to be the death of me. I swear to God. Let me.
Have you got it up as like a separate video file or something? Oh, did you close it?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a bad move.
What?
Oh, it's up. It is open. I couldn't see it in the thing.
Yeah. No. Okay, this is gonna be very.
Okay, I can see it on the
I'm
screen.
running
Can I
two
see it?
streams at once right now, chat. I'm having to stream to this
4D
Discord call and then also to you all. But I have this scuffed ass
That's our copyright
VHS rip of the End of Evangelion. Thankfully, it's hard subbed. Hopefully, the good people at Kara will not get angry at us.
I think
for
if we
this.
just use it selectively. I mean, if you know the time codes, that we can use that to our
right. Yeah, Kara and
I've already broke my rule. I need to shut up now. Let's let them play. I'm just being silly right now.
All right. Yeah. Oh,
Let
God.
her cook. Let her cook.
Yeah, I'll let her cook.
Let's let the chef in the
The film
kitchen.
itself began production while the original series was still airing, being written and animated concurrent to an
Wait.
overwhelming flood of backlash and
Okay,
praise
so they
from
get
fans.
that, right?
Right.
They just said it was being made during the because they say something slightly different.
This is going to be a lot of stuff that's going to be okay. So again, there's going to be a lot of stuff they're going to like repeat later, and I think will make more sense to go into depth later.
When it gets more
Critics
relevant.
alike for the TV series' contentious original ending. Made up of 2 episodes, numbered 25' and 26', respectively, The End of Evangelion serves as both a distinct alternate original finale. That was the Evangelion and 26'.
Okay, chat. No, we need to address this real quick too.
Oh well, shit. Oh, God,
so when you guys talk about the episodes for the End of Evangelion, it's I'm gonna type it out in chat. 25 like this, and 26 like this. Nope, that's the wrong one. All right, now do you guys say 25 apostrophe, 26 apostrophe, or 25 prime, 26 prime? I've always said 25 prime, 26 prime because in mathematics, the way you denote a derivative is with the asterisk, and that's when you.
I assume the prime would make. I assume that what the prime is supposed to mean, right? We're looking at the documents usually is that they're trying to say that these are close. Well, I mean, it's kind of branding, but they're kind of like saying this is what we would have liked to do. With the
right. Well, again, it's like
prime, right? Like original.
It's a derivative. So you have like the function, you have your mathematical function, and then you have the rate of change for that mathematical function. Also, Hideaki Anno just likes weird. They like weird symbolism. That's why.
Yeah, they like weird naming conventions, like 3.333 recurring or
death true and then
plus.
death true squared.
Yes. Yeah, we got little funny ones like that.
The Japanese title for 3.0 plus 1.0 has a music like repeating symbol. Yeah, so never heard of the apostrophe prime, so I saw apostrophe. Okay.
26 apostrophe, respectively.
Cool,
but this is going to be plot synopsis, or maybe.
When do we get to the mailing bit?
Reaction toward distinct alternate ending to Neon Genesis Evangelion's story, and a response to the fandom's enraged reaction towards the series' original finale. That response being the entirety of Gainax telling you to go the fuck to therapy.
Again, so again, a lot of these claims are just going to be like, we're going to have to repeat ourselves because it's like, 1, it's not Gainax, 2, they weren't angry, and 3, it's like the point is not really to go to therapy, really.
Yeah, I mean, especially the 2000s. I don't know if you would willingly say to somebody in Japan about that, because when I was reading documents about when Ritual was being made, they were a lot of the documents I read on like the Japanese, like the Asian studies, like stuff was saying that like it was pretty like not a thing you brought up, and I guess in America it's probably not dramatically different, but Japan had a very like you don't really say that.
The End of Evangelion is a movie which could be
so this video I feel like is generally pretty well done, like as a video essay. They they do the whole like trying to bring back things back in, tie it all together, all that kind of stuff.
Right, yeah.
Which I think is well done. I think the main problem outside of like what we're going to actually be talking about just as a general thing is the framing of all of this and how just like fucking like negative and spiteful it comes off as.
You could say it's maybe like a foundation built on sand.
Yeah, well again, it's based on a very warped perception of the movie, why the movie was made, and the attitudes of the people making the movie. And,
again, people might not have been angry either. The problem here, I always feel like this I was going to bring this up later, but I'll bring it now. Like my philosophy when I think about making a video about someone is that I do not want to become that armchair psychologist. And you might fail at this, but like I try to be like, I don't know these people. And even when you spent a year, and it became very, very blunt to me, especially towards that ending, I felt with the honor bit. It almost feels a bit like a fear, because I'm like, I spend a year like looking into these interviews and all this stuff. I feel like I know them less now than I did at the beginning, because I literally don't know these people. Like, I'm literally just reading press reports for like a year. Like, I can get an idea of some things, but like, I don't know these people. I know nothing about them, and it's probably not my place to be like, saying they felt this way and that, unless I can like retort.
Especially because Hideaki Anno is like a very private person. I mean, there are some creators. I guess my guy, my boy, my personal creator that I have like a deeply parasocial relationship with, to be like Mamoru Oshii. But Mamoru Oshii, well, he does interviews. He also just like writes books and has blogs and stuff where he just kind of says things completely unfiltered. He had a blog at one point. He's a bit of a
provocateur as well.
Yeah. Well, he literally had a blog called "Pissing Off Half the World."
Yeah, he has that kind of philosophy about him, it seems.
Yeah, he's very self-aware. If there were ever an anime, because Hideaki Anno doesn't really hate otaku. Miyazaki says that he hates otaku, but that's so funny to think about.
I mean, it's like, there's pot calling the kettle black, but I think
Mamoru Oshii, I could see just saying he hates otaku just to piss people off.
Yeah, I mean, one of the quotes I liked using in my video, I think he said something like, these otaku, they see whatever they want to see. Like, I think he said that after he saw End of Eva at the cinema. He said something along those lines.
This guy understand that
talking about it in the bathroom.
Yeah, I guess you're so just to get this off in case and just to make it clear, they are trans, by the way. So I guess guy is a gender neutral term, but still, just to make that quickly clear as well. I think it's like she, they, something along those lines.
Be meaningfully summed up with the question, but you got what you wanted, right? Oh, what's that? You didn't like that the original ending didn't have any robot fights in it? Well, here you go.
I mean,
that's a weird complaint, by the way. I don't know if anyone was ever upset that the original ending didn't have any robot fights, because there are many episodes of the TV series that do not have robot fights.
I think maybe someone was. Maybe someone would have preferred that to be like a big.
Maybe, yeah.
If you look at, when we look at the document, right? Originally, it looks like they were going to do like 12 angels versus probably both maybe 3 pilots or 2 pilots, and some wacky stuff was going to happen.
Well, because because we've been rewatching the original TV broadcast version of Evangelion in our Discord server, and what I remembered about watching the first episode is, if I was watching this in 1995, if I saw this as it aired, I would not watch anymore, because you watch that first episode and there's no robot fight. It builds up to a robot fight and then it just ends, and I would be like, fuck this, I'm not watching any more of that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a lot of people were like that.
But yeah, I don't know. That'd be a weird complaint. I get maybe some people complain about that, but
arguably the most well-animated robot fight ever put to
celluloid. There's a little bit of a fight, isn't there?
Not like
they do the the
Night
Ultraman bit.
Some explicit spike.
There's like a little bit, but
like a little tiny bit.
Yeah, a little saison, if you will.
But I think it comes back a bit more in the second episode.
So there's going to be, here we go, a claim at 3 minutes. I have noted down here.
We're already making this back. Yeah,
okay, El Mao. From beginning to end, we are treated to a cavalcade of misery that feels as cruel as it is spiteful.
So that's the kind of claim I want to address here, because we see in anime movies like this before. Anime movies like this, I think that the obvious comparison that for this movie is that this movie is, in a way, the Evangelion version of Ideon Be Invoked, Space Runaway Ideon Be Invoked, the movie. Because, and much like Ideon, so you have the first movie for Ideon, which is just a recap of the TV show, and then the second movie for Ideon, which then closes off the TV show because it kind of ends in media res, various production reasons, yada yada yada. Has a very bleak ending, very similar to the End of Evangelion, where everyone, it's basically, you have your crew on the ship, and the ship gets invaded, everyone dies, and we cap it off with a nice happy song at the end.
I mean, if I had the time code, I'd say we'd go to my video, because this reminds me of the Sadamoto quote, which I think is my End of Eva section. It's probably would be hard to find. It'll be an End of Eva, it'll be blue screen, Devil Man picture. Can you see it?
Is that it?
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
Look at that.
We might want to go back a bit.
Yeah.
Said it.
So from I guess I'll just quote it.
From Sadamoto, the character designer, also one of the founding members of Gainax, who also did the manga, and the manga technically released first, but he was obviously involved in the production in a fair couple of ways. Being the character designer, he made sure that Shinji actually became a boy. That was one of his decisions. But yeah, he was writing the manga alongside the show, and he
Yeah.
started before the show went to broadcast, even though they were both working at the same time.
Yeah,
Looking
so
at the same storyboards, but
it might not be an exaggeration to say that if you add Ideon and Devilman together and divide by 2, you get Evangelion, which for anyone who's seen either Ideon or Devilman, well, the ending is very insanely reminiscent of Devilman.
And you see this picture here. This is kind of the beach. This clip here. This is the last comic panel of the both of them in the comic. This is a very apt comparison to End of Eva, that they're both being on the beach, both being in a messed up situation.
Again, and it's kind of that's kind of like the irony of like, because there's going to be a point later in Ruby's video where she talks about how like you need to pull from influences outside of anime, and then arguably the two biggest influences on the End of Evangelion are Ideon be invoked and Devilman, which I guess Devilman is also technically a manga, but
you could also argue it would be Tokusatsu like Ultraman.
There's also
Ultraman,
Tokusatsu.
I feel tonally, Ultraman as a series is actually quite similar to Evangelion in that, like, because it's an episodic format, but several of the episodes of Ultraman tend to take a very strong stylistic difference and go into quite bleak or like very sad or like kind of dark areas for a moment, even though the next episode could be quite comedic.
So yeah, that's kind of like their view of this, and I'm not sure if they've seen Ideon, if they're aware of Ideon, but that's kind
Maybe
of.
Not. I don't think a lot of people have seen it, if I'm honest, because it's not.
There's a funny quote actually from Tsurumaki where he's talking about. Let me see if I could find it. He's talking about like wanting to show that anime fans that like anime can have like sad endings or something.
Oh, I can get it. I have it up actually here. I was going to bring it up a bit later when they brought up Tsurumaki's quote, but we can bring it up.
Okay, we can come to that when we come to that, I guess.
Yeah, I've got it.
The End of Eva is
why that.
Also, End of Eva is also inspired by like, other sci-fi stories, like
of course,
the General Zapped an Angel.
There's definitely
one in specific, which we'll get into when we get into it. What was it? But yeah, so I guess there's also a question of I'm seeing people in chat saying End of Eva is like a bittersweet ending. It's hopeful. So on the face of it, obviously it's not like a happy. It's not the End of Evangelion isn't like a feel good. It's not Iyashike really. You know, it's not like a movie you relax to. But I do think that like its message is still fundamentally hopeful, and that's kind of like it's a comedy in the Greek sense of the word, really, is what I would say.
There is a quote also from Arno, I believe, where he said that like towards the end of the 90s, because of a lot of the stuff that happened in Japan, and also just like I guess there's a level of sort of Cold War paranoia still in the air. He's kind of saying like it felt like during the 90s for a lot of people in Japan that we were coming towards the end of the world. Like there was this feeling of like an inevitable end coming into, especially with Y2K.
I wish we knew someone who was like more familiar with Japanese apocalypticism, but I just can't.
Damn. Maybe they would be like.
That would be a cool guy to talk to.
Yeah.
that'd be a cool guy if he was like, you know, that was part of his like PhD.
Yeah. I mean, hypothetically, they might be fighting hogs right now. So.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of like. So I think what's my next timestamp then? So we have 4:15.
That is, though, are more complex than most realize. Which, of course, is what we're here to talk about today. Why is the End of Evangelion like this? No matter your opinion on the film's intent or final message, I think we can all agree that The End of Evangelion is a uniquely intense film. And while there might be more disturbing...
Oh, this also... I want to ask you this right now, Steve. Yeah? Do you know why Hideaki Anno never directed any music videos?
He did.
He did?
I think he did. Didn't he do the music video for One Last Kiss?
Maybe. Did he?
I'm pretty sure he directed it because there's an interview with the was it what's the name? Itachi? What's the name again? I've lost it now. The artist of One Last Kiss, Utada, right?
Utada, yeah.
Yeah. They had an interview on Instagram a couple of years back, and they have a conversation about directing it during COVID and how it went, because it's like
I see. So
he was also directing it from Japan, and she lives in LA.
She might have went back to Japan, did they, when they did it? But they had to do it. They did it in some way together. They figured out, and then there was an editor in the conversation too. But yeah, this was done with Arno. I believe it is supposed to.
This kind of feels very Love and Pop-esque. Oh, no! Don't play the music.
Camcorder. Yeah, you can fuck yourself.
Great
track, though. Great track.
Everyone in the
amusement park, they walk around. You know, it does have a very Love and Pop kind of situation. That
everyone in the late 90s loved their Japanese camcorders. Spike Lee, David Lynch.
They kept it quite lo-fi, so it's like a lot of home video stuff. But then the editor and Arno went through it all, I believe.
Specifically animation though, because like again, such like weird. Specifically in terms of like his editing, like I look at like the opening for the just the TV show of Evangelion, and it's like, man, this guy should really just do music videos.
Oh yeah, she filmed in London. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so they've been in London.
Oh, is that why it's so fucking gray?
Is in LA.
Honestly, it probably was if I have to assume, it's probably a time thing, because he might have done some other bits and pieces. I know he did a bit for Kamen Rider, didn't he? Didn't he do like he might have been for one of the trailers. I think he edited or directed one of the little trailer bits with the sting of the music.
I feel like these narcissistic induced outlooks of belittling artists taking inspiration only from anime has its roots in hating childish consumerist media in general. Yeah, but I also feel like no one is really...
I think a lot of them don't actually know other Japanese media, so they can't actually be the judge of that.
Yeah, well, again, I feel like it'd be very hard pressed to find an otaku in Japan who's like main thing, like they really just only consume anime, because
yeah, I mean, if you look at Arno is a train otaku too. He loves trains. You can see that in his wife's manga. Like I mean, you see it in his work too. There's trains everywhere, right? But he loves trains. He loves trains.
But like, because you know, there's obviously manga, video games, tokusatsu, just science fiction media in general. Yep. I'm sure anyone who's read Suihebe,
to other sci-fi works,
anyone who's like read Suihebe, or like a lot of visual novels just make esoteric references to
Japanese
like all sorts of like
too. I think
philosophy.
Japanese wrestling is a really big one that most people are completely ignorant
That's a big
of,
thing on
the foundation of most shonen, like battle shonen stuff.
Yeah, otaku have a very eclectic interests. It's not just
you got to think
anime
about
only.
The top 10 interests in otaku during the 80s, I believe, or something like. It's like you're gonna have like models and trains, war.
Yeah,
bikes,
they're like making stuff.
Might be one of them. Idols. And then
someone should it'd be interesting to
things.
hear what the history of Dungeons and Dragons in Japan, like tabletop
really
games in general.
One.
Yeah,
there's a lot of history about that, because wizardry is very big in Japan, and some of the fantasy stuff like Dungeons and Dragons. But there's like a lot of the computer stuff is a big factor in pretty much the foundation of most RPGs in Japan that came out in the last 20 years. Like the people behind them will all reference things like wizardry, Ultima, and other bits and pieces.
This feels like nerd shit. Well, yeah. Well, but, I mean, how many nerds do you know that are only ever interested in one thing? It usually tends to be pretty varied.
Yeah, but there's also movies and sci-fi stuff. The thing is, these conventions too. Daikon is Daikon. That's
the famous Daikon was a science fiction convention.
A lot of those anime festivals, they derive from sci-fi conventions in Japan.
Yep, the history of anime and manga is inextricably linked with like science fiction media in general.
Also, comic
television.
I feel remiss that like most of the people in the manga scene, the Japanese scene, and also the anime scene, there are two artists that they all know, right? They all know Mobius and they all know Sid Mead. That's just like that just goes. If you're in the 80s in Japan, you know Mobius. You know who Mobius is. If you're a manga artist, you're probably inspired by him. You probably admire Mobius. And if you're in anime, you've probably seen Sid Mead's like art book for Blade Runner.
So otaku is just Japanese word for nerd.
Yes,
it's
a bit more complicated than that.
Yeah,
it's more complicated than that.
Because the word has like a weird definition about.
They're analogous, but it's like they have different histories and different. That's a whole thing. That's a whole other stream. Let's continue the video.
We can't get into that right now. I think I mentioned it slightly in my video.
Quite the same legacy as EOE. No other animated movie can claim to be but they did.
I derailed us. I'm sorry.
A big part of the point. In my last Evangelion video, which you should definitely check out but is not required viewing, I briefly argued that the End of Evangelion is less of a movie and more of a middle finger exploding through your TV to tell you, personally, to eat shit and grow up. Perhaps.
So the thing about this take is it's been around for a long fucking time.
It's been around for a long time. Also, I'd like to point out originally that they said
Sage's original video.
This was Gynax telling you to go the fuck to therapy, but now it's just middle finger, grow up. I don't know if that's the point of therapy, to be honest.
I think growing up in itself is maybe a little bit of an immature way of thinking about life.
Right. As we've seen with Fooly Cooly later on. But then that's basically the thesis statement for the video. The End of Evangelion is less of a movie and more of a middle finger exploding through your TV to tell you personally to eat shit and grow up. And I don't think the movie is that hateful of its audience. And if it was, it probably wouldn't have made it. if Princess Mononoke didn't come out in 1997, it probably would have been the highest earning anime film of the year. Probably one of the highest films of the year in general.
Absolutely would have been the highest. I don't think any. Well, actually, I think Pokemon came out that year too. Actually, so maybe not. Pokemon did massive numbers in Japan and America. So, but it definitely up there though. Definitely up there.
Yeah.
The
okay,
one
no,
thing
that
I'd
was 98. Pokemon movie was 98. So
I feel like, oh, was it? Oh, so maybe I can't remember what else came out. Maybe a Conan film came out, but the interpretation. I mean, the thing with Eva, and Arno even says this, right? Like the end of Eva is kind of like a puzzle box. You can kind of interpret in a lot of different ways, and we can all like sort of debate about like what should be the way of reading. I think you can read in a lot of ways, and that's kind of what's interesting about it. But does this reading work when End of Eva is now one of the most critically acclaimed and fan appreciated works in the franchise?
Yeah, it's like if it was
all of anime.
If it was that spiteful of its audience, I think people would have been able to recognize that a lot more. And if people were angry at the end of the TV ending, people would have been livid at this movie if that were the case.
I mean, there were definitely probably people who were angry, but I just feel like, does it really matter when like a whole generation of people have grown up with it and now that's just like what it is?
Exactly, yeah.
So like you have fans who would now probably maybe put their middle finger up to the rebuilds and be like, the rebuilds isn't real Eva or something like that. You might have, and then you've got younger people who might be just into the rebuilds and who aren't really as familiar with the prior stuff. Like you've got a lot of different fan groups there.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, a lot of people took issue with that. Not harassment or anything, mind you. It was all quite civil. I do somehow have one of the best people badge of here to dunk.
Okay, this is just...
have no doubt we could split some mimosas and bond over our here to something of personal value minds from person. The End of Eva were to say that because, as those of you who are aware of my relationship with Eva might guess, I am one such person. The end, if I were to say that, because bad or even wrong, it was not to imply that anyone who found something of great personal.
Okay, here we go. This is an important point to keep in mind in your head.
Let's drop this disclaimer right now. The point of this video is not to imply that anyone who found something of great personal value in the End of Evangelion are ignorant, bad, or even wrong to do so. Again, I'd be lobbing N2 mines from glass houses if I were to say that, because, as those of you who are aware of my relationship with Eva might guess, I am one such person. The End of Evangelion is one of my favorite works of art, ever, and I can safely say that it has had a major impact on my life. For the better, mostly. And I know I'm not alone in that. Trust me, I learned it firsthand.
So again, if you, their point is not to dunk on you if you got something out of this movie, but it kind of feels like it is when we get into like, they're like, if you are someone who like identified with Shinji in a certain kind of way, or even identified with Gendo, as we'll see, in a certain kind of way, they're gonna kind of a little bit insinuate that you may have you may be due for some self-reflection, essentially, is how I think they put it. But yeah. I think Kaiser goes into where the term otaku came from in his video, Otaku no Video, and the history of otaku. Yeah, I think Eiji Otsuka, who is a character that will come up later.
A critique.
Yeah, he talks about it in the Moe Manifesto.
It usually came from fan conventions. Self-proclaimed term, which wasn't particularly positive, but was taken by those sort of early fans in that community, who were then berated by people like Eiji and. Yeah, again, not time to go for it, to be honest, but it's a cultural movement. It's a cultural movement, yeah.
Right, yeah.
And not only through years of internet arguments, drunken convention debates, and goddamn TikTok, but also through my own comment section. And I want to be respectful towards that. This is also, in part, agree with me. Why this video is so goddamn long. I'm trying to be fair to all involved, including the people who might disagree with me, and the artwork we're...
So again, I'm trying to be fair to all involved, including the people who might disagree with me. Again, keep that. You can't hear me tapping my head right. I don't know if that's coming through, but keep that in mind.
If I was to give, I'll say this now, just because I don't want it to seem good. The benefit of the doubt could be that they just weren't very effective. They weren't very successful at that method that they were hoping they were able to do. They could have just failed completely.
They could have, yeah. So yeah, just let's then I think my next one is 7 minutes 50 seconds.
Keep going a bit, yeah. We got to speed up a little.
Because I'm certain it will demonetize this video on the spot, and I need.
Oh yeah, so blanket warning, I guess. Also, this goes for the stream as well. Content warning for anyone. If you're familiar with Evangelion, you're probably already like aware of this anyway. But just to get that out there in case anyone's watching this VOD later.
Full list on screen right now. Content warning. Ultimately, the End of Evangelion is not only about the story of the narrative contained within its frame, but also the story happening just outside of that frame. The story of why this film even needed to exist in the first place. And let me tell you, a lot of people were less than thrilled about the reason they needed to make this, and they weren't shy about making it known.
Okay. So again, so let's just review what you said here. The End of Evangelion is not only a story about the narrative contained within its frame, but also the story happening just outside the frame. There's a meta narrative going on essentially. The story of why this film even needed to exist in the first place. And let me tell you, a lot of people were less than thrilled about the reason they needed to make this, and they weren't shy about making it known. I know what they're referring to, and we'll get into it later. They're talking about one person who, of course, is a very important person, but they're going to then extrapolate that to the rest of the people making the movie. And also, there are quotes from that person around the same time of them saying the basically exact opposite thing.
I will also say our production IG was very happy to make this because there's a joke that flies around with Arno that like they used the money that they got off the production here to let Oshi keep making films.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, that's
What
a
did
joke
Oshi
that
do
used to fly
after
around
this?
because they're on the production committee, right? So they get some
Right.
benefits from when End of Eva sells, and they would throw that money at apparently Oshi. Well, that's the joke that went around. And Oshi kept doing it.
Would y'all be interested in looking through Ruby's Google Doc of sources? It seems pretty.
Oh yeah.
thorough
So
to
I
the
guess
point.
There's 18 of them, isn't there? Sources?
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
18
so
sources.
we do
We've
have
gone
sources
through them
listed.
already for our notes, but we will
I
go through
already
them as
know
they
them all
kinda,
because it's like
yeah.
burned into my brain, right? So like most of these sources are ones I'm already familiar with.
So about 18 sources
we'll address
here.
them as they come up, kind of thing.
Yeah, there are about 18 sources here
Because I don't think
across
most of these
3
sources are
hours.
necessarily wrong. I feel like they're ones I probably have in my own document, but
Right.
there are just more. There's more context.
Yeah.
And sometimes you might have to expand a little bit.
A key point to note here is the reason we have Death of the Author is because of people like Hideaki Anno who just contradict themselves. Their mind changes on like a day-to-day basis even.
Sure, and I feel like you're going to get, when you're doing press, you will say things and your mind may change. And there's a saying in with historians, and this is what I'll bring up about Tsurumaki in a bit, because this is kind of important. It's sometimes not good to use accounts from people who are quite emotional or quite angry, or like they have some sort of like, there's like a sort of conflict of interest in what they're talking about at the time, because usually their accounts aren't very reliable because they come more from the heated perspective, and maybe later they might have something else, but like this is usually a point that a lot of historians take into account, that you have to kind of like be a bit wary of those.
There's a degree of unreliability. Yeah, well, and again, it's as weird as maybe to think about it, this is historical research in a lot of ways. You know, this is coming up on 30 years ago even, and we're having to like piece this together based on like all these different sources, because it's not like, I mean, it would have been cool if we just had someone with a camera going around during the production of the entire thing.
And of course, people change, and people's opinions of things change over time. And people change. So like their perspective on these things may change, what they remember may change. So like there's a lot of factors involved. Yeah.
Consequently, we now get to see some of the most talented people who have ever lived, giving it their all to use the height of an art.
Okay, so sorry, can we just? I think the scene they just showed was for people from IG as well. So I don't know. Well, some of that was. I think some of that was Honda, but that robot scene is predominantly people who don't work at Gainax.
Right. Well,
that might actually be Honda that bit, but like most of that scene is Iso, who is a IG staffer.
And we'll get into this because there's actually some interesting information about this and how it relates to Iso in this insane document that we'll talk about when we get to that.
We'll get to
some
it later.
Of the most talented people who have ever lived, giving it their all to use the height of an art form that they mastered to call you out as a person.
Okay, yeah. So again,
ever lived, give shy about making it known. Consequently, we now get to see some of the most talented people who have ever lived, giving it their all to use the height of an art form that they've mastered to call you out as a person. Joyously cathartic for them, miserably personal for you and me.
Okay, again, they're calling you out, the audience, as a person, and this is supposedly something joyously cathartic for them and miserably personal for you and me.
Again, I mean, I know a lot of people make these sort of statements, and I'm kind of whatever on them, but I do feel like, again, this is where, personally for me, I feel like this is like, I wouldn't want to get too into this because it becomes armchair psychology to assume how someone feels about doing something.
Again, yeah. I mean, it would be kind of silly to say that, at least for Anno, given that he has gone on the record to say this, that this isn't also like a personal film for him.
Yeah, I mean, there might be some personal. Again, it's always really hard to, you know, that point of like where personal relationship is and where it isn't. Some of it is branding. Some of it's going to be like there might be some truth in it, but also like you cannot, as an audience, really pick apart which bits are like strictly
Right.
based on Anno's life and which bits are based on other people who work.
Right, unless we had like a full-on book going almost like frame by frame, line by line, talking about
it's
how
just uncouth though, because people who do works like this usually don't do that kind of thing for
Right.
obvious reasons. Because they I don't think they want to give people the feeling that their interpretations are not valid, just in like a more broad sense about how they interpret different things in the film.
I think that's also a matter of
Lynch
they probably also didn't think anyone would care about this.
Yeah, and even if they remember, right? Because when you're working on a production, it's usually pretty full on, and like it's hard to remember why you even did something sometimes.
Oh yeah, there's a funny quote, again, we'll pull it up later, of them watching the TV show for Evangelion years down the line, and Anno like turns to the producer for the show and goes,
the producer of the whole thing, who got
and he's like,
records involved.
He's like, wow, Anno's like, wow, this show is really interesting. I never realized that before. And it's like, my brother in Christ, you were heading the program.
That 10 years plus of sort of distance.
Yeah. Let's continue.
Because, in case I haven't made it clear yet, the end of Evangelion is not a happy ending.
Okay, so yeah, again, title drop.
We said the thing.
Sure. Which it's interesting that they're arguing this, because the way that the titles they're referencing, no one can see this on stream. Let me scroll down a little bit. They're evoking the and again I keep dragging the wrong images. OBS, please. Yeah. So they're evoking the rebuild title scheme here, where it has like a statement and then not inserted. The point of this, at least as the way I've always interpreted this is like in like the rebuilds, the way they're named, is that it can be read both ways, essentially. You know, it's like because like what are the rebuild type? One of them is like you cannot redo. Alone. Yeah, you are not alone, but then you can also read it as like you are alone. You can redo stuff along those. There's a dual meaning here. So it's kind of like weird for that to be their thesis statement. Although they do try to argue that it's like way down the line that it's a happy ending, but
So this quote here looks to be from the manga, I'm guessing, right? I don't have it on hand because I gave it back to my friend. I borrowed all of the volumes a while ago, but I'm assuming volume 1 would be the manga they're bringing the quote from, I'm guessing.
Okay.
Because what quote's this? I can't remember what the context of why they're bringing this quote up was. What was it?
So there's going to be some quotes here. I don't really think these quotes are particularly relevant. This is the vibe mood stuff. Yeah, okay. All right.
This is you.
Now, this is the start of the section that I'm going to call fan fiction for how the movie was made. All right. This is going to be, this is really where we're going to start digging our heels in and being like, okay, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong.
For context, why some of this may happen is that End of Eva, its production, there's actually some stuff out there for it, but it's not as well documented as, say, the original television show. And, you know, even when you see, we looked at it before, it's almost comical, right? The Nippon television version just kind of skips the entire End of Eva period when they were talking about Anna's life.
Yeah.
They just kind of like spruce past it.
And this is also going to skip the fact that death and rebirth exists. It doesn't really come up that much. In April,
and that they were supposed to be part of the same film. And if we're going to get into the context of it, the movie recap was already in production by the end of the show. They do mention that. I don't know if they. So that bit was in production. We know a month after the final episode, right, in April, that they are already thinking about. They already have confirming. Yeah, we're going to do an OVA redo the last 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Also, there is another quote I think I have around, which Ehoba posted recently, which is Arno reminiscing on that, saying like, if he was a smart man, he would have just ended the series at episode 24, apologized, and then waited for the OVA to like do an OVA for the 24.
Who was saying that?
25 and 20. Arno. I think I've got it around. He basically said that, yeah, if I was a smart man, I would have stopped at 24, apologized to people publicly, and then we would have just done the finale as an OVA.
That would kind of suck because I really love the 25 and 26.
Yeah, I think he's kind of being a bit jovial with it, but I think he means at the time like that would have probably ended better for him. What he was a ride.
But so yeah, we're gonna ignore they will ignore that death and rebirth exists, and it's weird to do that because Death and Rebirth is a very important movie. There's a few things that need to be considered here. One is they were essentially made to be a double feature. So Death and Rebirth
and made to be the same film, I think would be I guess. I mean, I don't know.
There's and then like with a bit of an intermission in the middle. So
yeah, there'll probably be an intermission, but it'd be like a very long Akira Kurosawa.
It was like a 3.5 hour, not 3.5, 2.5 hour long movie. Very fucking long.
Sorry, I'll just get this up. This is the quote, by the way. I'll just put it in the a little link here. This basically,
Okay, yeah, I'll just pull it up on stream.
this is if you
if I was clever, not an idiot, and had mature thinking, I could have skipped episodes 25 and 26 of Evangelion and left them to the home videos. In that case, all I had to do was just have been to apologize to many people, which he would later do because the end of Evangelion ended up being delayed, so he then had to apologize publicly anyway because of production
in February
issues.
of 1997.
Right. So but let's go through the fan fiction part.
I'll let them
Person
go. I'll
watching
let
this
them,
video
I'll let them
right
cook.
now. Hi, it's so nice to meet you in person. I sure hope we made them cute enough, because like it or not, for our purposes, this little sweetie pie is the character that I, the person creating the piece of media you're watching right now, wants you to project onto. While you, the viewer, are precious and unique, audience surrogates are a dime a dozen. That's not to devalue them.
This is not particularly.
Of course, without them, we wouldn't have a variety of art like.
Audience surrogates can exist in literally any form.
Sure.
I don't like this idea that audience surrogates are like empty vessels to just self-insert yourself into, because
I don't think Shinji is particularly empty, considering there's kind of a lot of, depending on the version as well, there's kind of a lot of baggage.
It can be very context dependent on like what the story is. So
there is a saying, I'm sure it must be my source document originally, but like, there were some people who say that Shinji almost is a reflection of what they'd call the third wave of otaku. Like he was the kind of character that a lot of the third wave of otaku men were, which then relates to other quotes about how Gainax were a bunch of weak, insecure men with bad family relationships.
Yeah. I guess they do kind of not say that, because they bring up like Disco Elysium to
goddamn
Star Wars, yeah.
And, of course, Evangelion.
All
Stories
right.
featuring leading characters who all clearly have way more personality than a proper blank slate every man would have, which is why our little friend here just so happens to be the most passionate Kosoku fan on the planet. Still be the character you're designed them for you to project onto. So, with that established, here's a situation for you, my new favorite fictional character. Imagine, if you will, that you have just finished pouring your heart and soul into
It does also kind of think about the funny thing about Shinji being designed to project yourself onto, and then it's like there's that funny video of Anno talking about how Rei and Asuka were designed for like different appeals. You know, you have like the upbeat girl with long hair, the cool girl with like short hair, and then he says like all we were really missing was a curvy girl, and I'm like, what do you think Masato was?
They're missing the glasses girl too.
The glasses girl,
came
of course.
that came with the mixed media mix.
There we go.
They
Yeah.
decided they realized that they were like, glasses girl time.
Making the most earnest piece of art you can possibly
Or I guess Mari.
imagine
You could
yourself
consider Mari later.
making as you currently
Yeah.
are. We'll say the art is
There
I
are
don't
many
know,
third girls.
Inanimate.
Yes.
To pick one art form completely at random.
All right.
An anime you made alongside dozens of your friends, peers, proteges, co-workers, and so on. It was a story with a lot of ups and downs, to be sure, both inside the narrative and outside. However, you were careful to not pull any punches, so you're prepared for a strong response. Not
Yeah.
to mention that,
Yeah,
boy,
you
was
say
the
that,
production
yeah.
of that finale a mess. You're still kind of recovering, to be honest. Hard not to get burnt out after all of that, which is why you will actually end up taking a long break after this on the insistent advice of your longtime friend and mentor, Hayao Miyazaki.
For context,
Allegedly
by the
about
way, the
6
long
months.
break that they're talking about was about 6 months, so probably running from like
allegedly 6 months. I think
allegedly
I think
6 months.
I think Miyazaki, because this is what Miyazaki does, right? I know from making videos. Miyazaki tends to take a 6 months break after every film, give or take. Though
Yeah.
I don't know if Arno took a full 6 months, but like I think that was just his opinion, was you should go take a break and rest.
Were we watching that NHK documentary about the production of Evangelion together, or was that Mumi and I? That was Mumi and I. Oh, were we? Okay, because that is very funny framing in terms of the narrative they set up in like NHK fashion of being like Anno had nowhere to turn to, so he turned to his friend and mentor, Hayao Miyazaki, and then Toshio Suzuki stepped in and he's like, you need to, you get back on the horse. And they gave him that pep talk or whatever, and I'm just like, no, that probably didn't happen.
Yeah,
it probably didn't happen the way NHK is telling me anyway.
So from what I understand, because I know these productions quite well.
Yes.
This is what, from my understanding, this is what happened. Miyazaki was quite aware of what happened in the television show. He knew that the ending got quite messy, so he called up Arno to check if he was all right. A couple years later, Arno had stated that he was talking to Suzuki here and there about what he could do in terms of money and financing and stuff. He was asking for opinions because he realized that a lot of the people he worked with kind of got fucked over by Gainax, and he was kind of thinking about how could I you know, like, how could I run a production? How could I do this? I think he's kind of like, this is the start of the thinking points that kind of begin to turn and become Kara eventually. He's kind of thinking about, like, you know, Gynax,
Good luck
kind of
on
not
your
going
exams,
great. A lot of my
Derby.
friends are getting fucked over.
Sorry. I just want to say good luck on your exams, Derby.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess like this narrative, the way this arc is always framed is very funny to me, especially if you've seen the NHK documentary or go watch the NHK documentary. It's on Retro Crush if you have a subscription to that. It's very funny.
Around,
the tone is very, very funny to why it's how like saccharine it is.
However, you remain confident that what it lacks in bombast, it will more than make up for with sincere compassion and empathy. Frankly, that's probably why you made the series in the first place.
Yeah.
Maybe on some level you think this.
Well,
would
I mean, he
help
made
you
it
in
because
your
of
own
bitterness. Actually, I mean, he did kind of say that.
days as
A little bit
depressed
bitter.
teenage otaku.
And also money. Money is always a big factor in these
Money's
things.
a factor, though. I just don't think they really believed it would be as big as it was. I feel like it was kind of like a, man, fuck the anime industry right now. No one makes new shows anymore. And he talks to that producer like, I'll greenlight anything you want to make. And he's like, fuck yeah, let's do it. Fuck otaku.
God bless King Records.
Yeah, and then they got King Records on board, and Sega, and a couple others, and they did the production way, and they may have popularized a very bad way of making money for studios for the rest of the time.
Yeah, because there was the production committee model wasn't really that popular until Evangelion, right?
Well, so what happened, right, is production committees were usually commonly used for movies in Japan, and had been since about the 70s. And some bigger anime movies had also used them. Say, for example, Nausicaa, that's a production committee. Akira, that is a production committee. But when the crash happened in 1991, a lot of the context of how you would make TV anime had to change, because usually the money was fronted by like either like the broadcaster. So this is usually where the era of like you've got to worry about your it would be like a financer and merchandise, and it will be the broadcaster. Usually those two parties are like joined together, because then it's the adverts, right? And it's the broadcaster. So then you need to have good sales and good ratings. But they were afraid after the crash that these things were like quite uncertain about what could hit and what couldn't. So that's when the production committee method was slowly brought into anime. From, I think the first one to do it was Captain Tyler as a TV show. So that's 91. So you start seeing them start to move towards this process, because the idea is safety. You get multiple different parties in because it's a safer way to get the funds together without losing them. Because I think they were more worried that like a TV show, you know, like, well, what if it like, was bust? We could lose a lot of money there. And when it comes to like merch, because, you know, a lot of times, say, for example, mecha shows, like they're funded predominantly off like maybe it would be the TV station, but it's mainly off like one like maker of the toys, like Bandai.
Yeah.
Or like one like a company like that. Or like if you go back to even Lupin, I think it was a jewelry company or something silly like that. And then it's like a candy company for Astro Boy, right? Including the broadcaster. But yeah, so now you've got multiple people doing that, which again, safety, but the money you get out of it is terrible. And the Gynax book makes that more than aware that even though their deal with King Records was shit, it was a terrible deal. Fucking money, because Eva was Eva, right? So like the studio made a lot of money, but not everyone else did. Right. That's why Arno feels really bad, because he's made some money because he's the director and he has some connection to the IP rights, but no one else in the production who fucking killed themselves to do it is making any money. They've all got fucked.
And one must imagine is a little scary too, but it takes a lot out of you. And one must imagine is a little scary too, but you're proud of it. Especially in light of all of the letters you've been receiving from teens telling you how your work made all the difference in teaching them to like themselves. They really do keep piling up. Lots of people are telling you that you are solely responsible for their newfound sense of self-worth.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of fan mail.
So that's
maybe. Again, we don't know though, because I don't think fan mail has actually been talked about publicly in terms of, there might be some positive ones out, definitely. We can assume that. I don't know if there's like a mailbox at Gynax or if a lot of it came from their website. Again, important thing to context. Gynax had a website and a forum where people would post, and that was very important. There was a giant forum called S Gynax, doesn't exist anymore, where tons and tons of people were talking about Evangelion and Evangelion mysteries and everything about it, and it was huge.
Shit, was that even going to be archived? It's probably too old, right? That website probably isn't even caught by like the Internet Archive. It's probably too old.
You can't even get it. No, I can't get it.
Damn,
I've only seen a couple of strings of it. I've only seen like a couple screen grabs, but it doesn't exist anymore. You can't find archives of it, basically.
That sucks.
Because I had to try and find some images for my video. I remember. Yeah, it was very difficult.
But yeah, so the idea here is you the audience surrogate character made this show, and you put a lot of passion, hard work into it, and then you know, you're glad that it's over, and you're starting to get a little bit of fan mail, basically.
But the nice pile is getting kind of small compared to the pile next to it, isn't it?
So now here comes the weird framing where they're now going to say that there was far more hate mail than fan mail, basically, which we have.
Yeah, the situation we don't really know. We really don't know the ratio because we weren't there.
Yeah.
And again, this is the point where like this is something I try to get away from, which is like I know these are supposed to be jokes, but like I do not want to give people the impression that like Arno was sent pipe bombs, bomb threats, or like anthrax in the mail, like literally to the studio, because it would be very irresponsible for me to say that because there's no evidence to my recollection and knowledge that anything like that ever happened.
No. Again, well, it's entirely possible
he's about that online.
We're creators, and we obviously put stuff out into the world, and we get a lot of positive feedback to it. We also occasionally get negative feedback as well, and to a certain extent, that negative feedback stings more and sticks with you more than the positive feedback, even though it's from a very small percentage of it. So that's also entirely possible that like Anno was just, basically like, bummed out by a vocal minority of people who really didn't like it.
Yeah, and I think later on we might get
again, that's a possibility. I can't say that for sure though.
He has a reflection where he feels like he didn't do good. Like sometimes at the beginning, I think he's defending it because he's defending the staff. But in later things like a Schizoid Evangelion interview booklet or Paranormal, these all came out like 98. Arno said something along the lines of like, I thought it was a failure after I rewatched it. Like at first I was like, when I was doing it, when he's like, I guess half awake or whatever and not sleeping, and he's like just manic. He's like, yeah, this is great. But then he watched it back and was like, oh, actually, it's kind of shit.
That's also understandable because you don't want to throw everyone else under the bus, even if you're not satisfied.
Yeah, because that's the whole point. I think it's a lot of the times when he's talking about it, he's kind of like being like, well, the rest of the staff tried so hard. It wasn't like we weren't being lazy. We were doing like a really, and again, they didn't get paid well. They got paid shit.
That's like a thing like across the board, like with any sort of creative work. If you're like the head of the project, if you're the director of like a TV show or a movie in any form, you don't want to publicly badmouth that movie because then you're also just kind of
badmouthing the staff.
Yeah, you're badmouthing.
He wasn't badmouthing like the finale. He was badmouthing himself when he said this to context. He wasn't just. He was like, right. When I looked at my edited version of it back, I thought it was no good. Yeah, it's not like saying any of that. He's saying, what I did was bad.
It's like he's calling Surrogates a fucking idiot.
Yeah, he's not saying anything like that.
Right.
Doesn't help that this newfangled. How's this pronounced? Internet.
Again, I'm sorry, but the internet was mainstream in Japan by now.
Yeah,
the internet was absolutely mainstream in Japan.
Hideaki Anno is a fucking like he would have like known what the internet was. Probably would have been very familiar.
Yes, because they set up the forums.
Yeah,
they set up the Gainax forums that became. You know why they did that? Because Sailor Moon's forums were incredibly popular in 1992. So they saw that and did the Gainax forums in response.
Anno is what we call a gamer as well, from what I understand. I believe now.
I don't know. I don't think he's actually a big guy into games. Tsurumaki's a gamer.
Okay,
but I think Anno knows games. I don't think he plays a lot of them.
There's that bit in Otaku no Video. Is that Hideaki Anno playing that strip quiz game that Gainax made?
I don't. I mean, he might have done it on the video, but he doesn't really play it himself. He wouldn't have probably been doing
right. But he may be that one sitting there. I don't want to pull it up on stream because I might show something that will be
I don't
bad.
know if it was him doing it. Maybe just for the video because it'd be funny, right, to get Arno to be
right.
Does that.
But you don't see his face either. You just see like the back of his head. I actually have. Let me check my tweets. I actually have.
And Oscar's the gamer too, as well as we know, because she plays both a DS, a Saturn, and a Wonder Swan throughout the series.
Here we go. I think I can show this on stream.
You might be
so the idea here is this is Hideaki Anno here.
I mean, I think this is all just for the video.
Right.
Yeah, that'd be Cybertech thing.
I don't think he's Anno.
It might just be someone else in the staff.
It might be.
Because his ears don't look long enough, if I'm honest.
Yeah. But that's always been like the rumor, basically.
It could be somebody else in the staff, to be fair. But I mean, he's definitely a talker. Like, Anno watches Sentai every Sunday.
Yeah,
this is even like mentioned in his wife's book because it's mentioned during the End of Eva production by some interview. But in his wife's book, they say they get up every Sunday at 9 a.m. I think it is when Sentai's playing, and they watch it.
Oh, that's so wholesome.
Yeah,
that thing is.
At least, I mean, that's how they present it.
Right.
So much easier to send these kinds of messages. Like you ain't even got to buy a stamp for this shit anymore. You are breaking new ground with what might be the first true online anime backlash. The future of harassment is now. On a related note, wow, those letters are really mad, like really mad, and they hate you personally.
Okay, can we? Sorry, I'm going to just point out one more just to give one clarification. The bigness of the backlash came after Eiji Otsuka wrote his his article about it
Yeah,
in
do we have that article?
a newspaper, Asahi
is that-
Shimbun.
Is that in your sources? Do you have that?
It will be.
Okay.
Try and write. Is it Eiji Otsuka? I think it's his name, isn't it? If you've typed Eiji in, you should be able to find. It'll be in the Eva section, the original Eva TV section. So it'll be towards the end.
Otsuka
So if you go
doesn't
to the
come up.
yeah, you can just click the Ava button and it'll come
Okay,
up.
and
And then if you go
then-
down to you could probably see his name probably come up at some point. But is his letter that brought it up? But it'll be towards the end of that section. I know I talked about it in the video. Oh, you went too far. You went 9.2.0.
I was trying to like search his name up.
I think it's Eiji Otsuka. But
I guess if I just go here and then scroll up.
Yeah. So it should be in there somewhere. At least in my video, you could get the video up and just go towards the end of that section before, because it's in the. It will be in before the animation and before the sort of diatribe there, and you'll see
there he
it
is.
where I'll
There's
get
our
up
boy.
around here. Yeah, just before that moment there with the yeah, there you go, Eiji Otsuka.
Never have
So it's source 102.
Source 102. Here we are.
So this is probably a translation on Ava Geeks, I'm guessing, of something. Oh yeah, it's from that website, isn't it? It's from
the forums.
Yeah, because that website's dead now. You might be able to find a link to it. But this is an interview I believe the producer did back in 2006 for a newspaper thing. It was Eiji Otsuka's interview on So he says yes. So here you go. This is when it really blew up.
But when commentator Eiji Otsuka's here we go. Ono never clearly spoke about the final 2 episodes and why they were made the way they came out. Bitter disputes broke out on online bulletin boards, with some critical of the producers for failing to provide a clear-cut ending to the story, and others who praised the finish for being typically Evangelion-like. But when commentator Eiji Otsuka sent a letter to Yomiuri Shimbun complaining about the end of the Evangelion series, the debate went nationwide.
That's when it got big, yeah.
The debate erupted over the ending went way beyond our calculations. Gainax Sato chuckles. Ono probably knew what was going on. He realized that media other than anime had taken notice of Evangelion. So yeah, that's kind of like the big, which I don't know if that letter has been translated or anything along those lines. It's probably on like it's probably like archived in Japanese somewhere. So maybe
definitely you could probably find the issue somewhere on maybe
and then if I can find it, I'll leave like a source thing here for that. But yeah, the point is this debate blew up in like it was being talked about online, but it became a topic of nationwide like discussion because of Eiji Otsuka.
Yeah, there's quotes usually around there when people interview on it. They usually say like, people are talking about Evangelion in bars. They're kind of saying like it went beyond the circle of which otaku would usually be.
We should probably talk about who Eiji Otsuka is real quick. Eiji Otsuka is a cool guy.
Commentator, writer, and he's also the person I believe who had a big part in the otaku discourse by
yes, he is he is an otaku and then also a like critical one of the first and foremost otaku theorists, and it's somewhat disappointing because we don't really have a ton of his stuff translated into English.
Yeah, he's a big deal in Japan, but yeah, most of it's hard. Like again, you see like history of otaku and stuff like that he's made.
Yeah, but we only have one thing from him translated into English, which is a little bit disappointing because he's very important, especially when you get into later thinkers like Hiroki Azuma, who was basically building directly off Otsuka.
Were they not?
Yeah. And then he's also, if any of you are familiar with like the manga MPD Psycho or Kurosagi Corpse Delivery
he has
Service.
Written his own works. So he's both a critical theorist and also a creator in his own right.
I got this at Barnes & Noble before I even knew who Eiji Otsuka was.
It's a cool cover.
It's a cool cover. And then he was also, a big in terms of like the lolicon boom of the 80s. Very important guy, very influential guy. So he writes this letter, and that's when it kind of blows up to become a topic of nationwide conversation.
If I remember right, 10% ratings on the last episode. So like that's when Ava really starts. Like it's like 10-11%, something like that's usually reported. I think New York Times reported that when they were talking to Arno once.
For context, I think Freerin, which is like the big topic right now, Freerin is like somewhere in like the 4 to 7%
That's pretty good
range.
For an anime at that time period,
it's
because
really
again,
good.
Nowadays,
really
TV ratings aren't as important as they used to be. But like back in the 90s, there are no alternatives, right? So like for a mecha show to get 10% is kind of fucking insane.
Yeah. Again, that prime time slot, that 7 p.m. time
it's like
slot,
7 p.m., 6 p.m. time, depending
on
fucking
wonders.
Yeah, I mean,
They
it
are
didn't, I
quite
think it was kind of swandered, like kind of ishy at the beginning. It kind of starts picking up in the second half, kind of goes up and down a bit. It starts to get quite popular, yeah.
consistent that only a real tool would ever make anything like that. I mean, it
Again,
clearly came from
Auteur,
the
I think
mind
they're
of a
saying is
decided
like a
that
bit
they will
like,
just find you
again,
and
you're
go,
falling
"Really
into the
just
trap there when you start talking about auteurism.
Yeah.
Actually, forget that. It's been decided that they will just find you and go, definitely reasonable. Hard to communicate with an audience that is, by definition, just double in size. Man, who would have guessed that it'd be so hard to communicate with an audience that is, by definition, bad at communication?
I think they're talking about otaku here. And otaku are not, by definition, bad at communication. I don't know where this is coming from. I think it's coming from, like,
To be
again...
fair, Arno does believe this.
Arno does believe
I can get the
this.
quote up right now, but like at least I think he's kind of relating to himself, though. I mean, I might as well bring this
Right.
up
Well, I think
now
that's
anyway.
largely Arno, like, talking about himself, his own personal experiences.
Yeah.
But...
He's reflecting his otaku through his own lens. But this is kind of an important one for later, just to kind of give a perspective of where Arno is. Where where's there's a couple of different quotes here. So let's have a look. What would be the first one?
Well, I know like otaku was originally coined to like because it's like art, house, like your house, where it's like it's commenting on the fact that you're like into something to the detriment of like your social skills because you just stay at home kind of thing. Like,
Yeah,
I know
not
that's,
all
like,
of them necessarily have
originally
bad
coined.
social skills because they do socialize together, but like I think there's
Yeah.
obviously there's a sort of stereotype with that. Like Arno, I think also believes he's not he may go up and down that. Like I said, his perspective was after Eva, there was a time. This is from his wife's manga, by the way. He did an interview in the back. After Eva, there was a time when I wanted to stop being an otaku. I was sick of the stagnation of the anime industry and fans, and I was filled with self-hatred back then. I was desperate. And a little later in this thing, he starts giving a commentary of what he believes the otaku characteristics are, which I assume he's kind of relating somewhat to himself or maybe friends.
Yeah, to a certain extent, does feel like
he's saying poor communication skills is the first thing he brings up. And
yeah,
them own a certain distance towards others. Our identity is supported by a store of information and knowledge. We're very obsessive, self-righteous, cliquey, self-probationist.
Which that's certainly a commonality, but I don't think that it almost kind of feels like our image of like of like nerds in the West is like that of the Big Bang Theory, and it's like that's not really not really how.
Obviously, what we're talking about is a stereotype, and it's one that Arno at least believes in some part. There's a kernel of truth to it. But obviously, it cannot tar every feather the same way.
Arno thinks all otakus are autistic. We'll actually get into that, Mr. Banks. We'll talk about that. I know what quote you're talking about, and I know exactly where it comes from because it's in the video, and we'll talk about that when we get to it tomorrow.
And it gets a bit more complicated as well because of Japanese
24-hour
situations too.
Also,
I'll try and find this other quote. You keep going on.
Or do any interviews without getting
Was
asked
that
if you're going
Luffy?
to fix the ending. And like,
Maybe.
yeah, okay, the ending wasn't flawless, but that's honestly kind of an insulting question. You and your peers worked very hard under some incredibly tight deadlines and restrictions, but were able to put together something beautifully unique within.
Again, you were being asked if they're going to fix the ending. They had already announced they were going to fix the ending. The end. They announced this. I can pull this up on Wikipedia actually.
Well, they announced it a month afterwards, I believe, officially, right? But they're going to do the OVA, but the movie is already in production during the show.
Right. So
from which I do have the link to, which is from a. That is from a.
So here we go.
From a 1998 document, I believe.
See, I really don't like this section of the video because this is like purely conjecture and speculation on their part to like paint everything going forward.
Yeah.
But like the only source they provide, I think, in this whole section is like Miyazaki telling them to take a break.
Yeah.
Well, there's some other things here that are going to be misconstrued, but again, but it is worth pointing out. On April 26th, 1996, about a month after the final episode of the series was aired, the magazine Monthly Shonen Ace announced a remake of the final 2 episodes and a feature-length film would be produced. And we have this
the
source here.
That I have is called The Phantom New Theatrical Version of Evangelion That Never Came to Be, which is I believe it is a document from somebody. I couldn't find it.
So you can go check this on Wikipedia yourself.
It's from in a website called Bunshin Japan article, and it was written by a theorist of Evangelion and other people who's talking about the time.
Can you drop that link in chat? So can I don't know, like in the Discord chat, so I can pull it up?
Oh, okay, yeah, I can get you. This is a translation of it.
Part of their 18 sources, yes. This is.
It might. I don't know if it's the same one they've got. It might be. Maybe they got the Japanese version of it, but this is a translation of it. It's the same thing. But again, more than one people have brought this up. I'm sure like many places have brought this up. But this article
so they were
has some
already
interesting points in it.
It's not like Anno was just like, the ending was perfect, I don't need to remake it. They were already like being like, yeah, we should probably go back and fix some things, which they do actually with the director's cut.
Yes,
yeah.
There's also a bit in this article here that says, I would rather have a minus 100 points ending than a 5-point ending, which is where he's saying he knows it was going to be controversial.
Well, yeah,
so
it's
Arno was saying like specifically he went harder on the ending production-wise because he wanted it to be like dramatic. He didn't want it to just kind of be middling.
Yeah. Which a personal opinion here. I honestly wish more TV shows ended like how Evangelion ends. To be honest,
I respect it. I mean, maybe when I was younger, I probably wouldn't have gotten it. But now, I'm a man. I think I
respect the cojones that it takes to do something like that.
And I think it's pretty clear. I mean, if you kind of get what they're trying to say, I feel like they kind of repeat themselves quite a lot in those 2 episodes about like what they're trying to do. So I don't know if it's like totally vague. Maybe just in a more existential way, it's vague. It's like what's real, what's not.
Again.
I enjoyed the ending when I first watched it, and I didn't even know End of Eva was a thing.
Oh yeah. Just aesthetically.
Like
Just aesthetically, especially like the marker, like crayon drawn stuff. I love that so much. It's so fucking cool looking.
Yeah, I like that stuff too. I mean, it says here in the article that Arno was actually considering to like I said before, he was a smart man. He was considering just stopping the broadcast at episode 24. Like he was really considering that as an option during that time, but he decided against it.
You can tell they didn't do research, and even if they did, they probably got from the video that says, I think they did do research. I think the problem with this video is not necessarily that they didn't do research. I think it's twofold in that it's like they fitted the research to fit the narrative as opposed to forming a narrative around the research.
Right.
And they didn't do enough research, or they at least like didn't expand on, because they in the video later on they will contradict their own statements with more research, but they don't go back and like fix anything necessarily.
The thing is they get one Surumaki interview, right? But they don't get there's actually not that many in English that you could find, but like you can actually get them all together fairly. It's not that difficult to get all Surumaki's interviews together, and there's even wikis, right, that have like archives of a lot of these interviews, so you can find some of them without too much difficulty. And I've gotten a lot of them just for the Mofuli Kuli research as well, but you can find ones all over. And I've got my other Surumaki quote if we need it, if that's coming up, but I'll wait for it to
if everyone started doing that, it would just be another trope. Yeah, that's fair. I guess the uniqueness of the ending of Evangelion, not the end, the end of the TV series is
I mean, I don't think a lot of people would take the risk usually to do something like that.
It's just that purely to the artistic interpretation of the ending. That's kind of the thing. If they were just talking about this from the lens of like this is their interpretation,
I don't have a problem with that because
that's perfectly fine.
You can interpret End of Eva in a lot of different ways, and I don't feel like any of that's technically wrong. It is easier though when you use the text to support your thesis.
Like there'd be stuff I would disagree with, where I'd be like, because like we'll talk about it later when we actually get into End of Eva. There's stuff I disagree with, like how they interpret certain scenes.
Sure.
But like I wouldn't have a problem with them and taking away the middle finger thing. Like if that's how you interpret the work,
that's perfectly
fine.
Yeah,
you can interpret it as like there is like a bitter element to it.
There's
it's Arno specifically.
But like the problem is like this video is very much kind of geared toward like this is the intent. I'm supporting my interpretation by trying to codify my interpretation by giving you this information through their intent and like arguing what the author was trying to say.
What I would also say is that authors are kind of suck sometimes as well. Like if you've ever seen like fucking Ridley Scott, talk about Blade Runner, I just need him to shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Like just stop talking about it. Like
that's what makes David Lynch so nice is that he doesn't say anything. And from what I understand, I remember reading somewhere like a random Japanese blog post. They said they read in an interview at the time that Anno was a worshipper, a disciple of David Lynch, and like was very influenced by Twin Peaks when making Evangelion.
I believe he actually contradicts that in an interview and says he wasn't, because I swear I went through an interview and someone brought up David Lynch and he was like, I've seen maybe a film or two, but I'm not like a big follower. I swear he said that.
No. I know what you're talking about.
Someone else on the cast.
Someone else said that they didn't think Anno was a big David Lynch guy.
I think
I know exactly what you're talking about though.
There is an interview about that, I swear,
I think that may have been Okada.
Yeah,
saying
maybe
that.
Okada said something about being.
I think actually no, because
Lynch is,
I think
again,
it's
like,
on Ava
Twin
Geeks. Hold
Peaks is
on,
very popular.
Ava
You could
Geeks.
probably find it, but I don't know if it matters too much.
No, but I do. Well, no, because I need to know because he needs to
Okay,
like
go
the same.
for it.
David, listen, all right. Hideaki Anno is just like me. He likes the same things I do.
Well, it
Sure.
wouldn't be
But
like
who-
too much of a stretch because like
Okay, but like the
Twin
Queen
Peaks-
liked Twin Peaks as well. The
Did she
literal
really?
Queen in England. There's a story from the composer about how Paul McCartney got snubbed
It's
on
Yamada.
her birthday because he was going to play her a private performance in 1992 for her birthday, and she said, "Sorry, Paul, Twin Peaks is on. I've got to go to watch it right now, so we're going to have to cancel the whole show thing."
well, it had a nice popularity in Japan too because like that's a big
Yeah,
thing with like
it's a
Silent
massive show
Hill.
everywhere.
Yeah, like it
was
would
a
have been
huge
like
show.
19 around
Oh, yeah.
time it aired. Like it blew up, and then it was inspiration on like
Absolutely.
Silent Hill. It was inspiration on JoJo's Part 4.
Paranoid agent.
I love this question.
Paranoid agent definitely has some Twin Peaks in it.
Mhm.
On whether Anno and Yamaga are fans of David Lynch and whether Anno is the Kurt Cobain of anime.
Oh my God,
this
that's
is
so
so
cringe.
90s.
That's
As
so
far as
terrible.
Mr. Anno
Such an
committing
awful-
suicide or anything like that, I'm not really sure how to say this, but while sometimes he might seem very emotional, when you get to know him, he doesn't come off like that at all. As far as David Lynch is concerned, I don't like David Lynch, but on the other hand, he's not someone I'm a huge fan of either. As far as Anno, there have been people who have called Evangelion the anime equivalent of Twin Peaks. It's people like me. But I don't know. I just always thought that would be an interesting connection.
The mystery was definitely the defining factor on both their popularities.
Oh yeah. Oh,
especially in
definitely.
Japan.
The mystery, the romance, all of it. Again, it's like the amalgamation of all these things is what make them so special.
In the art form you all love so much.
So,
and when you tell them, actually, we think the ending's great, they respond with headlines like, "Denial isn't just a river in Egypt."
I don't know what that's.
So you know the interview this comes from, don't you? Because
we'll take a look. Yeah, so it's in their source document. Is it? But it's not numbered. It's numbered here.
It's the one we've
it comes
looked
up
at
later.
before.
It does come up later.
yeah.
Because they're blocking out some stuff here intentionally.
Yes, they're going to bring it back later, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going to bring this back later on. So I guess we'll bring it up when they bring it up.
Too bad
Nothing-
interview, right? It's the interview where Arna goes too bad in
Anime
English.
Expo. Yeah.
Yes, this was
But reasonable,
fairly
well-articulated
recent
critiques.
after the
Of
broadcast.
course. Also, wow, they are making a lot of NSFW art of these traumatized teenagers, and basically all of it reduces them down to submissive toys, which
I mean,
feels
Gainax is
kinda
just as guilty.
weird, since one of the big
I don't think
Everybody-
Hideaki Anno really. I don't know if Hideaki Anno has much of a problem with this, to be completely honest. Given that
I think he's fairly neutral. I mean, again, like you can see Kara has a fan guideline, which I do have if we want to use it, but it's not Japanese. But you know, they basically said that it's okay as long as you're not making money from it in terms of
yeah.
Patreon or a YouTube
It's
channel.
that's a common thing with these sorts of. Is like they're just kind of they're almost ambivalent towards it. There's an interview with Yo-Yo Shinari, I think, for Little Witch Academia, where he was asked like,
he's also used to be on Gainax. He's been on the show. He animated on Ava.
yeah, and someone asked him like, well, what do you think about like shipping these characters, Akko and Diana, or Akko and the guy whose name I can't remember because I don't care about that character, and he's like, I don't know, do whatever you want. It exists in your head, basically, which is a common theme with these sorts of
doujin
things.
culture of comiquettes and stuff being very
It's
important
like,
to just the culture of this.
Now you can argue that these sorts of I guess in this case it's Dakimakura pillows reduces them down to sex objects, but I think an important point to note is in a big part of Beautiful Fighting Girl, written by Tamaki Saito, is that you can have these multiple versions of characters coexisting in your head. You can have like these sorts of like traumatized and vulnerable and characters that you just want to like hug and help. Like an Evangelion, but then they can also just be like these like sort of like sex objects in your mind as well, and it's not really it doesn't result in any sort of cognitive dissonance. They coexist naturally because the idea is
that's kind of the media mix premise, is it not? Because again, there are Gainax stripping games that they released fully. There are nude calendars officially released. By
nude
Gainax,
calendars.
so,
I mean,
like,
there's a lot of like just official. There's a lot of like just official stuff in general that does not have these characters traumatized. What they'll be talking about later, way at the end of the video, is they're going to talk about the Girlfriend of Steel 2 manga.
Yeah, which I've read. I know, I've actually read Angelic Days, so I know that one. Yeah.
You like Angelic Days? They don't really like Angelic.
I actually did.
It's
So like,
it's
it depends
nice.
on bits and pieces. I found it better than the game. I'll put it that way. I put it in my top 10.
I would go with the
Spin-offs.
interpretation. I think like End of Eva does kind of, lampshade the Dojin kind of scene and kind of says like, oh, it's kind of fucked up. People are jerking off over fucking Asuka or whatever.
Maybe
In like its first, like I wouldn't say it's
you
like
can interpret it that way, definitely.
Yeah, I think
there's
you
a lot of
definitely
ways
read
to
it
do
that way.
I don't
scene.
think I don't think it's like a condemnation necessarily as much as just like kind of, yeah, this is
I
kind
mean,
of fucked
maybe
up.
they think it's weird that they're jerking off on toys, because I think that's
Well,
kind
yeah.
of, because again, like maybe that's, I've always kind of read like if they were doing it in a tongue-in-cheek way, she's like not moving like a toy would be, like the dolls that they're buying that are very popular. I don't know.
I mean, to a certain extent, again, it's but then to project that
Certainly could be a
onto like
critique.
the people who made the show, is weird
You
to
can
do that. Like again, you can
certainly
read it
interpret
that way.
right? I just don't know
but I
if any of
don't-
them have ever like
yeah.
said anything on it that would like.
Yeah, I don't know.
incorporate
Like,
that
I
sort of
could
reading.
see why they may feel that way, just because it's like you made something and that can be a weird sort of like parasocial result of that sort of thing. This thing you made is now being consumed by other people in that way. That could be weird, but again, we don't have anything to go off of, so it just remains as that could be weird for them, or it could not be.
Well, this kind of ties into the Light Space Man commented where he's like, video essayists feel this need to narrativize their videos, even though the truth is productions are messy and that not that calculated most of the time. I know because I do it myself.
Oh yeah,
I definitely think like this is like a very guilty of this, because like again, they're trying to form their research to fit this narrative that they are building.
I do have some empathy in it, just because like I've done the Arno video, right? And I feel that like there's probably parts of that video where I am narratizing by the default of when you make a documentary, and this is even what Arno says, right? As soon as you start editing the documentary, it ceases to be reality. It becomes fiction.
Right, yeah.
Because you inherently, even if you try not to, you are inherently bringing some kind of way of turning this into a story. Like you are turning it into, you're editing it, you're chopping it, you're bringing up specific clips that you think would work here.
Yeah, it's no longer just the unbiased truth. It's like
if I may fillet you for a moment, Steve, that's kind of what I've always admired about your content, is you're able to take all these like disparate sources and like weave them into like some sort of like narrative.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing is that I don't usually start writing until I finish researching.
Right. Oh yeah. Oh, I've been in the. We've all been.
I might have like a rough outline, but sometimes it will change because if the research contradicts it, you have to change it.
Much like making Evangelion, it's jazz,
Yeah, it
as
will
much as
become
you try to prepare,
interpretive and it will move.
Yeah,
but I mean, I feel like it's sometimes hard not to do a little bit narratizing, but I do feel you have to be very common of the dangers of narratizing.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But it is sometimes almost unavoidable that you might end up doing it in some way.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I think like
you almost need to do it to a certain extent in order to make the information digestible.
Yeah, because you have to make it like a narrative.
You need to be clear
right?
about that, I think. Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of doing research, right? Is like being able to have
a story appearing
idea,
in your head.
Yeah, and have it like having that kind of story evolve with the research, because like you set out with like one idea in mind, and then like you're able to ingest more information, and then that is able to kind of form a better idea and a better understanding of what you're talking about as you're kind of talking about it. Like it shouldn't be you watch something, took away something, and is like, okay, I'm going to research it, and everything just completely confirms the interpretation.
The thing about research too is it's always incomplete and changing. Say for example, when I made my video, I remember someone actually mentioned this to me, I think on Twitter. They were like, with Nadia, after I had finished the Nadia section, because obviously I did the whole video in sections. After I had finished Nadia sections, 2 more interviews came out that added more context to stuff.
Like
that
they
means
came
that
out.
Actually, there is
like they came out while you were like
someone translated them on like AVs or whatever.
Okay.
So they came out after I'd finished editing that section, and I was not aware of them because I wasn't researching that part anymore. But like they came out, so they were available, and people were like, well, why didn't you mention this? I was like, oh yeah, because I literally finished that section. But like that means that there is, that part is like slightly incomplete to the actual research that is out there. Like there's a bit more context you can add by reading those sources. But I think I did put in the document in the extra section.
Similar thing happened to me when making that Angel's Egg video I did years ago, where while working on it, and I was doing some research simultaneously, and that's when I learned about the whole thing between like Mamoru Oshii and his daughter, and how he kind of like just left his family like during all of that. And again, it's weird to like speculate, being like, oh, did he put that into the work at all? Is that kind of like reflected in it? And I think to a certain extent it may be. And certainly I then later found an interview in English on ANN with Amano. And he basically then says like, I know like Oshii was having like family troubles at the time. He wasn't seeing his daughter, and I feel like he may have put that into the movie
Yeah,
to a certain
I think
extent.
that's a fair speculation for someone who knows him at the time.
Yes, exactly.
definitely.
Yeah, someone who has worked with him.
It might not be true, but it's
may not
like
be
a
true.
speculation
Yeah.
that you have to like accept and be like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
But again, that's kind of one of those things. Because when I found that information out while researching the Angel's Egg video, I was like, well, fuck. Now I feel like I have a new video here because no one has talked about that. That's like something I only found out about it because it's like a brief mention on JP Wiki for.
I mean, generally for me, again, it's like somewhere I don't like to touch because I feel like getting into the personal life of someone
it gets
you
a
don't know
little
is
bit too
muddy.
personal. That's fair. Yeah.
Because you're likely to like maybe start narratizing in ways which is like you're kind of like you're pressing a little too hard on it, being like,
right,
well, if he was having trouble, then this must be this and this must be this.
And to a certain extent, it's like it really you got to just take from the horse's mouth.
Man.
And to be fair, Ochi has talked about like his like troubled relationship with his family.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's not
now,
true. It's just that you don't know how, in what way it's troubled. Is always
right. Yeah. So you really only have to go with what people tell you, and it's like
you can kind of like say like this is a factor, but obviously like when you start touching into it, you are getting you become a bit like the gossip rag.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like it's fine to narratize your own like perspective, right? Like
this,
right, of course.
If this is just them
as long as
saying
you
this,
kind of like say like, hey, maybe that's possible. Yeah, like I think that's fairly harmless. Just kind of like say it in passing.
Yeah, it's like you can say like, oh, this resonated with me, and then like when I did the research, like, oh yeah, Oshi had problems with like his daughter. I have problems with my daughter, or whatever.
I think that's completely reasonable.
Yeah, I agree with Coca Jazz here. Coca Jazz says, I think it's difficult to bring production details into an Eva analysis. It's generally better to focus on the actual meat of the series and save the extra stuff for a more of an interesting history vid. That's I think that's our takeaway too. And to be fair to Ruby here, they do say that they don't really like to go into the production aspects of stuff. They've made other videos. They've talked a lot about like pathologic and stuff. And this sort of like production angle really isn't their forte by their own admission.
Which is fair, because I don't think it's for everyone.
Oh yeah,
and sometimes you physically can't do anything about it, right? Like
it's it's a different kind of skill set because instead of doing like media analysis, it's more so like historical research, and those are
and sometimes
beasts.
What can really help your research is having a context of other stuff that has happening at the same time, if it be other studios or other just like contextually what is going on in the country at this moment or what's going in the industry at this point. These all can give you a bit more like way of reading it in a more nuanced way.
Yeah. But let's continue.
Have rich and nuanced inner lives of their own that need to be approached with patience. Someone graffitied outside of your office. The graffiti called you, personally, a
graffiti this?
Nobody in particular. All right, so I had to look into this. I had to look into this when I made my part of the video because I was like, is there any meat to this graffiti thing?
Yeah.
And I guess they got graffitied, but like most of it's just like random graffiti. I don't think it actually has anything to do with Eva. Like it says, Repo Man on the side there, which is a series. It's a manga series. So I think it's just whoever did it. Like I don't.
Thanks for saying it like
that. There's nothing on the side of the building about Evangelion. Like there's nothing here. So I don't know if this is just a random. Because I don't know if anyone's ever lived there. I used to live on a hillside in a university town for a bit when I was at uni, right? And when we got there, our place had just been graffitied, like the front door. Yeah. When we moved it had graffiti and piss on it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this could have been done by the staff. This could have been done just by some like kids, just some delinquents, if you will. And they maybe they tagged like other buildings. Around.
It says shit, sex, and other stupid things. I don't know
it's something related to Evangelion.
Specifically about Gainax.
And again, if we're talking about like otaku being like neurodivergent, having trouble communicating, this is a bold move, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, maybe they have, but again, it's really hard to interpret the reasons why someone does something like that,
right?
Because you'll never find out.
That pile is tripled in size, by the way. You can't even tell which ones are good
again.
Like
we don't actually know exactly how many.
Again, this is fan fiction. This is like a weird narrativizing thing with very tenuous evidence.
Do is tell a story with cool robots where you could try and reassure some emotionally disconnected otaku.
I'm scared about having Childish Gambino playing.
Like yourself,
you can skip through this if you want.
I guess, because
telling you that you were not only wrong for.
It's funny because they talk about the video probably not being monetized, and I gotta respect some of their music choices here. They've got like a Blackwing AMV in the middle here.
I mean, that's cool.
Who the fuck knows what Blackwing is except for me and like 3 other people?
I mean, it definitely means it's unmonetizable. So
but we'll talk about it in terms of like the content, which obviously it's hard to monetize Evangelion content because the series can be very, let's say not advertiser friendly, but also then you have like this music playing. It's probably not helping.
Yeah, you
saying
got to be
that,
careful on what
but
music you show.
you have actively
What's my next
damaged their
note
lives
anyway?
by
We're
having the
17 minutes
gall
in.
to prioritize that statement over what
Where are we at now?
they want first and foremost. Lore, big robot battles, and
This bit?
tits.
Okay.
Which, on the one hand, you get. You too
Yeah,
are a fan of
course.
lore, robot battles,
Yes.
and tits. After all, those
Sure.
are all some truly A+ things to love.
What are they looking at? What am I
But
looking at in this
on the
picture?
other
Melons.
hand,
Oh,
what
okay.
do they want?
Again, my note here is they basically insinuate that people were upset at Anno because he put themes in his work instead of focusing on the lore of the world, the big robot battles, and the sexy girls. Never mind the fact that all those things, again, they say all those things are in Evangelion, but also Gunbuster, which again, Gunbuster has very prevalent themes and stuff, and
which
kind
I
of
think I have somewhere, which is the where he says he relates the anime industry. This is 1998, the French interview, where he said, like, you know, the anime industry is akin to like the porn industry, that like there's a sort of habit in the industry that it knows that it's like marketing to a certain way, and it's making certain kind of work for a certain reason, because that's how. And even his consideration on Gunbuster is like, you know, if you want to get something funded, and I think he even said this about Ares, like you probably want it something to do with like robots, maybe space, and like girls. Like that's how you, that's what you put out if you want to get something funded.
Which,
like,
you know, on saying that the anime industry is like the porn industry may sound like somewhat derogatory, but he's, from what I see, he's speaking very candidly. In a matter of
fact way.
Just like, I don't know, it's kind of similar.
If you know about Arno, he there's a pornography film he saw that apparently he said cured his depression, quote, at that time, or made him feel a lot better, which also inspired Love and Pop.
Interesting.
Yes.
I'm gonna be real. This
so
like,
I don't actually think he has a derogatory sense about it.
This take about like the audience just wanted mecha fights and big boobs just feels like an extension of like this is a story. This is one of the rare mecha about the characters.
Right.
Where
But
it's
again,
like this idea that like there was never a mecha show that focused on these themes before.
I'm sure people wanted these things, but again, I feel the mystery element is what a lot of people were kind of annoyed about, it seems, because when you watch those episodes, there's a couple bits of things that like aren't really explained about, like Adam, what is Lilith, like what's going on here, what is the third impact, what is this reality, is this fantasy, what's going on right now? There's a lot of little bits and pieces. What happens to Rei? Why do these people die? Like there's a lot of just questions. Which is why,
because and Saito talks about this in Beautiful Fighting Girl, is that the response to Evangelion, you know, the people who were upset, they weren't just like sending hate mail, they also made doujinshi, basically constructing their own endings and being like, well, this is like, these are the answers that I would have wanted, this is what I would have preferred the series to be at the end, and a lot of them are obviously are more straightforward than the abstract mindscape stuff that we got.
Yeah, and I think all that is like built into the show, right? Because like you're kind of supposed to be looking at it from, again, you know, Shinji's perspective, where it's like he doesn't know any of this stuff, and like
so you specifically kept away from him.
Right, you're left in the dark, and so you're confused about it, just like Shinji is confused about it. And this is directly kind of there's a direct response to this in Rebuild, where like now everybody kind of knows the answers. So in Rebuild, they immediately are just like. Yeah, in Rebuild, they're just like immediately just like, oh yeah, Shinji, this is why you're doing it. They're wanting to come here. They're fighting. They're trying to get, like it's immediately kind of just a reaction to that, like how everyone knows now.
Yeah, and actually they did this in the manga first. So like Sadamoto's manga also has those scenes where, but it's slightly different framing. It's the part where Kaji has the gun to his head with Misato. That's when she brings Shinji in to look at the thing, and they explain the like context of that. But they're kind of the manga is also generally a bit more blunt about all these things in general.
A little bit more streamlined.
But again, Evangelion's not new in this regard in terms of like having like these heady themes, and then also, you know, the cute girls, the cool robots, and lore. This has all been done before.
Gundam.
Yeah, there's Gundam.
Gundam
isn't the term the term is sugar with the medicine, is it not?
Yeah. Like, it's not, otaku would not, I can't imagine otaku being angry at themes in and of themselves. They may disagree with some of the themes of like certain works, of course.
Sure, and maybe they disagree with some of the things that Evangelion was saying towards the end too. Some, but again, it's not monolith. So there's definitely different reasons.
Yeah, but it's like, that's not, again, I'd be hard pressed to think that like the response to the end, the last two episodes was, where are the cute girls or the big robot battle, or like, again, it seems mostly to be built around, again, similar to Twin Peaks. What the fuck?
I'm sure that some of them would have loved more robot action than people just sitting in chairs. I'm sure that there's definitely a contingent of people who I would have preferred to see the 12 angels fighting on the moon.
Well, sure. Statistically speaking, with the however many fucking millions of people that were watching the show,
I don't think that's unreasonable.
You're right, but
yeah, I don't know. This idea just kind of seems like I didn't watch like Zambot 3, like any of Tomino's work, like that he originally got big for, because like all of those are about the same kind of thing. Like, why am I fighting when people fucking hate me for trying to protect them?
And postmodern literature was very big in Japan in the 90s, so this isn't like it wasn't like, and stuff that like Ava was doing towards the episode and were kind of similar to like a lot of Broadway, like kind of like theater shows that were on at the time as well.
Mm-hmm.
So they are kind of reflecting on like what contemporary was about.
Yeah, like
which again, you wouldn't understand if you didn't live in Japan.
If Gundam and Macross became like two of the biggest fucking franchises out of the 80s, and like those don't really, I mean, those are kind of what influenced Evangelion and its approach. I don't think the problem is like there's not enough mecha
Akira too as well. Akira is also very, very bluntly about its themes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So again,
but yeah, like it's kind of conjecture to say like exactly what fans were annoyed about what.
What set them off exactly? It's kind of like, again,
I'm sure there's multiple things, right? I'm sure there was many different things.
Story was done. What, were the first 15 fights simply not enough? There were no more things left to battle. Kaoru was the last angel. Even a child could infer what happened.
He wasn't, but okay.
But sorry, that's worth this shit.
He's not technically.
No,
I guess Adam would be, or the Lilin.
I guess Adam would be. Again,
aren't humans supposed to be the last angel?
Yeah, well, I guess technically, the Lilin. The Lilin are the child of Lilith. So Lilith, Adam were still left. You know, you got Lilin. That's why they went to create the third impact. Yeah, I mean, there's that definitely. Technically, you could have had 12 on the moon as well. If we were going on that original premise, there would have been 12 more angels on the moon or something, in the core of the moon or whatever.
Were they supposed to be like new angels that were just supposed to be kind of the same designs?
I think the reason they didn't use them is they didn't have the designs. So I'm assuming they're supposed to be new.
I read that and I thought it was saying like they were gonna take the 12 angels from the series and bring them back. Yeah.
I mean, if they were going hard on that, they might have. If they had to do that way, they might have had to do that. But I guess they just, again, it wouldn't have worked out.
This is the joy of discussing the production of Evangelion. Being like, well, they think they were planning to do this, but then they ended up doing that. It's like a fucking mess.
They change a lot of stuff all the time, so I don't know if it's like we've got any stock in it. I mean, I feel like the replicant units are basically like the replacement for the angels anyway.
Yeah,
because they have wings and shit, and like, you know, they're weird looking. They don't look like the other mechas.
I think they're just speaking in a general sense that the audience wants a story and not psychoanalysis. Sure, but again, it's like,
yeah, some of them might.
Yeah, but
again that's what he said. You left otaku at the door. I think one of the interviews said, like, you know, you seem to have accidentally or you've intentionally left the otaku out with this one at the end here. He's like, yeah, I guess I kind of have.
Because you told the people who are now fucking up your life that they could learn to love.
Yeah, it's that otaku/nerds love when the genre fiction gets weirder the most, and Anna would have known that at some level. Again, I guess I don't think
I remember reading somewhere.
I believe 2001 was
here. I believe audiences really don't know what they want.
Yeah.
At least, but from what I understand, 2001 was a fairly popular movie among otaku, and that's like
maybe a specific type of otaku, maybe not the third gen, who are like much younger.
Again, I guess
older heads.
I guess because I guess we are talking about like we're talking about like, oh, these people must not have seen Ideon. These people must not have seen Zambot 3. It's entirely likely they hadn't because they were born in 1980.
Yeah,
and they were like 14, 15 when the show was coming out.
Either had fans who were going from the ages of 12 to like 20 plus
across all age groups. And as we'll didn't you tell me that children saw the End of Evangelion?
Yes, because it's a G-rated film. You can see Ihoba links some of them being like, what was the white stuff on Shinji's hand? I don't get it. There's like one of the responses, and there's a lot of he had like a little link to responses to the TV show and End of Eva, like just like these general responses.
Let me see if I can actually and for anyone who's like a source on Evangelion being rated G, I have it. I have the source.
The poster, because there were only 2 ratings back then. It was 17, R17 and G, and then the third rating, which I think became 13, came in several years later. You can look this up on the Japanese rating board.
Well, no, because I saw that it was rated in 2020 and was still rated G.
Oh, was it rated G then? I thought it changed to 12 or the 13 rating.
No,
Is it still
which
G?
is
Maybe they didn't change it.
which is kind of insane to think about. I think this is it. This is what I wanted.
There's actually a reference that there's kind of like something similar happened in England, which is Watership Down has a U rating. And if you know Watership Down, it's kind of fucked up.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
so
I
yeah.
watched it, though.
But it's to this day, it's still a U in England in its broadcasting because it was rated back in the 70s and re-rated several times. It's still a U, even though it's
So
like
for context
fucking
here,
hardcore.
this is the examination date, 2020. So October
There you go,
29th,
G rating.
2020. This is
So that
the
was the last
movie.
time that would
For
be
anyone
Blu-ray, I'm
wondering why it
guessing.
doesn't say why it looks weird, the Japanese name of the movie is The End of
Shinsakai, whatever.
Neon Genesis Evangelion
Evangelion.
Theatrical Edition, Death
Yeah.
True Squared /Air / My Heart to
There you
You.
Yep, there you go,
Rated
that's
G.
The triple threat, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and G's for everyone.
Why though?
Well, that's how you get the most money, right? I think that was generally the argument made. That, like,
That's
it's not a porno
insane
and
to
it's
think
not
about.
I believe they were trying to probably making the argument, right? Well, you know, this is 7 p.m. The target audience is middle school, or was originally kind of like middle
Yeah.
school kids. A lot of young kids are going to want to see it. We want to have the biggest audience expectation, and there's only 2 ratings, and it'd be really unfair to just make it a 17 plus.
Right, because then you're
situation.
gonna cripple your audience. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Let's rate
it's
G
going to make it
and
much
then
harder to make your profit.
yeah. Really, it's a matter of parents beware. Again, I guess I'm not the biggest fan of like ratings like this in general. Especially when
the
they're
ratings in England and America are much stricter. I believe in England it's a 15.
Oh yeah. Much stricter in
And England
and
can be quite strict with that because, like, you know, Gremlins in England's a 15, and I think it was a PG in America.
Oh yeah.
Probably because it saw the response it got in America and upped the rating because of it.
Wasn't Princess Mononoke PG when it was released in the US by Disney?
It might have been PG. I think it's still PG. My version here. I don't think it's changed. I think it's still PG. In England, at least, and probably in the States still, yeah.
PG-13.
Disney can do anything, right? Disney can work a magic there. It can just be like,
yeah, I guess they can. Yeah, somehow the Hunchback was
Disney
rated
can
G.
just make them say whatever they want.
Themselves. If they just
Because they understand what the
try
target demographic is
accept
supposed to
that
be.
person for who they are, cherish them unconditionally, and take care of them. On a
Yeah,
routine basis,
Okay.
people are wishing for your death on a routine basis for that. Now, with that established, please
Okay.
tell me,
Yep.
what would you do?
Wow,
After all
hookers
of
and
that,
blow.
I mean, what would I do? Well, I've grown up with the internet. I'm used to this sort of thing. I would shrug it off personally.
I'd probably take a long break away from the internet and stay with my family and support networks.
That's always a good thing. Yeah.
That would probably be the better move, and I think that's kind of what seems to be what Arno was going for. Arno has also made comments about the time that he thought that the internet. He said this maybe after some reflection, or maybe he'll have to like calm down a bit, because obviously it's going to feel terrible to get like basically lambasted. And again, he'd got death threats, and it's horrible, right? You know, it's horrible to be on the other side of people like, you know, saying stuff about you that you think is untrue and nasty. But he said, you know, that the internet is kind of like a bathroom stall, and like the graffiti is, you know, like the people's responses are basically just like graffiti, like they're just bullshitting out their ass, right? It's the kind of stuff they wouldn't say to you in person.
Yeah,
Or
personally,
most
I'd
people
just
wouldn't be able
shitpost
to.
and have fun with it, but that's just me.
Yeah, but like you know, people are different, right? People, how they respond to these things is going to be different,
Yeah.
and I think that's fine. And I
That's
don't know,
why
like,
it's like it's a weird thing where it's like, what would you do? It's like, well, there's like infinite amount of different answers for this, and they could all apply to Hideaki Anno just as much as anyone else.
I think you've got to also take in consideration it's a production committee, right? So it's not really just on Arno. So you have Sega, you have probably Katakawa, right, and King Records, who are looking at this. They're looking at the 2-3 million Laserdisc sales, the 5 million manga sales at this time, the merchandise sales, and they're going, well, we have to do more, and also the 10% ratings on TV. There is no way they're thinking like, well, we have to do more. So Arno's position as director is then responsible for the franchise, right? So his position here could be like, he could have made the decision, I suppose, to like walk away. He could have done that, I guess, maybe at some way. Maybe his contract says he can't. I don't know. He could have made that decision, but then someone else would have had to make it.
Right.
And maybe some people who are still left on the production. So he'd be leaving everyone else in the team basically up shit creek, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
what would you do? Do you think you'd accept the barbs with a quiet dignity in order to give love and self-acceptance one more go, as you acquiesce to their demands in the desperate hope that maybe, this time, what you're trying to say will stick to these clearly troubled people? and in the process give the quiet satisfaction to those harassing you that they were right and you knew the ending was battle? Or do you think maybe, just fucking maybe, you might decide to take the character you originally created to show your audience how they can move from self-loathing to self-acceptance, and instead make them stand over the comatose body of the only girl in the series to ever have a crush on
Okay,
her?
we're gonna have to skip a little bit. This is gonna get not sick.
yeah,
I guess it probably doesn't.
They don't show
Okay,
anything.
fair.
Do this. Aren't you tired of being nice?
Again, that's what's really funny. Okay, so this is why we need to talk about death and rebirth. This is not the opening scene to the end. This is the opening scene to the end of Evangelion. This was in Death and Rebirth. This is the opening scene
had to come out in Death
to
and
Rebirth.
Already, yeah.
Death and Rebirth came out months before the end of Evangelion.
Yeah, in the
People
spring.
would have known that this scene was in the movie well before the end of Evangelion came out.
Yes, because it already came out, that 25-minute section of that episode. But then the credits, they would have seen that credits though, which I think is also like, I mean, it's like Arno does it again, isn't it? Because if you watched like the first hour or whatever as like as a recap, and it's kind of like you've seen different perspectives and stuff. It's all quite avant-garde, and then it's like, oh, here's the bit I wanted to see, and then it just ends there, and you're like,
finally, and then it ends, and we'll get in.
And it just ends. It's like that's the ending.
You're gonna fuck shit up.
And the fan response to that is
Yeah,
going to be very, very important in a way that they will not acknowledge, that Ruby here will not acknowledge and kind of misconstrue.
Don't you just want to go ape shit?
Blah, blah, blah.
1996's anime
Oh
Here we
my
go.
God.
Evangelion creator and future End of Evangelion.
Here we go. Here's the
co-director
interview bit,
Hideki
right?
Anno
So
reportedly
in a
responded-
second, what might be good is you could just play the end of my Eva section because that has all the quotes, which kind of might add a bit more context to this. Let's let them read it out.
At the end of the Eva portion?
Or come into the end of it. It's just yeah. So when we get into the grey space, just a bit before this, after a little bit longer, a little bit further, a little bit, just keep going back. If I start doing a bit further back, bit further back. Yeah, so a bit further back. Yeah, so it's a whole sequence, and this is the sequence where I give every one of the responses Arno gives. Where does it begin?
Right here.
All right.
Is that the beginning?
So on Evangelion's last two episodes, which upset many fans.
Yes, this is probably the same quote.
Evangelion's last two episodes, which upset many fans.
I have no problem with them. If there's a problem,
This is the same
it's with
quote
you
from
guys.
June 1996.
Too bad.
Yes,
Actually,
in
the TV
English.
version ends beautifully.
But
Internally
these are
and
all different
externally.
interviews.
It's falling into place beautifully. The
But they
episode
start changing
25 and
tone.
26 that aired on TV were a direct reflection of how I was feeling at that point in time. So I'm very happy with them. I don't regret it. I hear there's many straightforward verbal attacks online. On the other hand, this last episode recorded the highest viewership of Evangelion, and the viewers who do not usually watch anime said, Evangelion is amazing. My current mood? I'm very tired. Those who criticize the show are either negatively biased or immature, narrow-minded internet fans. Evangelion is my life. I have put everything I know into this work. This is my entire life, my life itself. I'm just sorry to hear people say that it's a lazy episode. I can't help but laugh. There are staff members who have overworked it, but none of them have been lazy. Again, those people might get pissed at me if I say these things, but I feel sad for those who can't feel it. I'm reworking episode 25 and 26. That will be sold on Laserdisc and video next year, but as far as episode 26 goes, that will be a complete revision, so that it will be more visual. I'll do it again by deconstructing the original plan. Yes, I cut them off. When I saw episode 25 after first putting it
Here we go.
together, I thought, I'm a genius. However, when I re-edited it and rewatched it afterwards, I was crushed. It was no good after all. I was embarrassed by the lack of my ability. In the process of making Evangelion, I found out what kind of person I am. I acknowledge I am a fool.
There you go.
There we go. So there's
a
kind
lot
of a
of nuance.
variety here. He's kind of saying everything. He contradicts himself multiple times, or it's like, oh, that's fine. I don't, if they don't like it, that's a problem with you guys. Too bad. Too. Fuck you too. I honestly think that the last two episodes are pretty great to watch them later. I'm not like happy with them.
Yeah, like there's a variety of perspectives there, and I think some of it has to come from the press that he's not going to badmouth his team's hard work.
Yeah.
So usually his positions on it being negative tend to be about his percentage on the work. Like
yeah.
Because he's incapable.
By this point, yeah, I think we talked about this on when we were just going through this. Ano's a very media savvy guy. He knows what to say in interviews.
Yeah, and Tsurumaki is not. Let's just put that out there because they're probably going to bring that up in a moment.
Yeah,
Tsurumaki has no, or by this point, probably not that much experience talking to the press.
Right.
No problem with them. If there's a problem, it's all
yeah. So this is the same quote. See.
Too bad.
Okay,
But
but
if you only use that, you don't get the whole context.
Smart enough to recognize this by now. This isn't the story of a fictional character. This is the story of Evangelion's creator.
Because at the same time, he literally announces in that same period of time in June, which is when the interview comes, he's literally announcing we're going to redo it.
Yeah.
And his team at Studio Gainax.
Which thank God they didn't. Understandably, going back and doing 21 through 24, fair enough. Just touch some things up.
I think most of that was done during the movie production because a lot of that I think ends up in the deaf film and then they just put it back in the show.
They just it's weird. How they fucking splice things around.
I admit.
Yeah, some bits don't get back.
All right, so here we have a bunch of sources. Okay, wait. Let's listen to what they say here. Let's
Studio Gainax. Told somewhat hyperbolically, I admit, but not inaccurately.
So that bit there is from the one on the left is from the booklet, isn't it?
Yes, this is from the so this part here on the left is from the Red Cross booklet, and this part this is Anime Expo in 1996.
What's
number 3 here?
What's number 4?
Number 4 is an email from the End of Evangelion.
Oh, is it just from End of? Oh, come on! You know there's a fake. You can't be using that as a source.
This is from the NHK documentary, and then this is from an ANN article.
Yeah.
So
an ANN article? That's not good. That's not an actual source then. What are they referencing?
This is just them referencing Miyazaki telling Anno to take a break.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is actually a real source. I don't know if that's the correct area, but yeah, okay.
This became okay. So at the culmination of this trend, the final episode, the beast that shouted love at the heart of the world, had taken a novel approach in that the story continued only with the inner world of Shinji Ikari. Although this fulfilled the basic theme, the drama of the Eva characters and explanations of the various settings were left unresolved. Also, it's not really just within the world. Anyway,
don't worry about that.
This became a major issue as the final episode of the TV series could be considered incomplete. The voice of the fans grew stronger as they demanded a proper ending to the drama, explanations of the mysteries, and even a new story. Thus, it was decided to remake the last 2 episodes. Keep in mind, by the way, the decision to remake the last 2 episodes was separate from the decision to make a movie, and then they
were already making the movie.
Yeah, they were kind of just merged together. What's important to note here
is Tatsunoko. So Tatsunoko does the production of the movie, who were also part of the series.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second half, or I guess beyond parts, like, episode 25, 26, End of Evangelion, those parts are done in-house at Production IG.
So what I want to note here, though, is that the way that they're framing this is that the reason that an Evangelion movie was made was because of the demand by the fans. Which is kind of true, but it's not. Because Evangelion was a very, very popular series.
Mm-hmm.
If you make a very popular TV anime, you're going to get a movie tie-in in some capacity. That's why
even Nadia gets one, even if Gainax isn't really part of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you asked me this the other day. You're like, can you name like a popular fucking anime from the 80s or 90s that didn't get a movie? And I thought about it, I'm like, what the fuck?
You probably
there aren't really. Like, again, so think about Gundam.
The media mix would be like, you need to do this to keep making money with your thing. And it's a production committee. So the production committee would be dedicated to the fact that you need to do this.
Cross, hat labor. Like, yeah, there's so, like, had Anno and Gainax just been like, we're not going to make this movie at all, they would have just had someone else
make it to Production IG, and then someone at Production IG.
Yeah, and like an Evangelion movie would have existed. Like, Anno did not need to be around for an Evangelion movie to exist.
Yeah, unless that's in his contract or something.
And these movies do not exist to basically, just because the fans want them. It's in part that, but it's also because they make a lot of money. In part because the fans want them. But it's not because
they definitely say this. It has been said that obviously fan demand is a factor, and we see that a lot mentioned. Of course, if you're going to be, this pamphlet is for fans, you're probably going to tell them that. So that you do have to take into account who is the audience for this pamphlet,
right? And who made and who made this pamphlet is also going to be a question that we're going to need to answer later.
Totally, I believe.
But like a good example of this is everyone who loves Gurren Lagann loves the ending of Gurren Lagann. There are still 2 Gurren Lagann movies the second of which then not remakes the ending, but punches the ending up and makes it even more insane, more bombastic, more.
Yeah,
that isn't to say that they were unsatisfied with the original TV ending. It's because that's what you do. You make a successful TV anime, you make a movie.
This is the media mix method.
Yeah.
I think maybe this is lost on some people with the American mindset, but like the media mix method would be that this doesn't negate the timeline of the prior one, but it's just something to add on to the media ecosphere.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's the whole thing with like.
Yeah.
Again, Conqueror Shambhala. The term that we're using here is called Gekijoban. I'll put the vocabulary word in chat. Gekijoban. Which basically literally just translates to franchise film. And you see that a lot.
Dragon Ball has 1,000 of them.
Yeah, they are literally. It's literally in the title of a lot of these movies. I believe
Sakura has at least 2.
The Demon Slayer movie, Mugen Train, is literally like Kimetsu no Yaiba, Gekijoban, whatever. It's like they're in the title.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty common.
Isn't a locked door. It's a middle finger from one of the most talented storytellers of our lifetimes.
They're repeating themselves.
Directly.
Yeah, they do that a little bit.
The audience, and it's well deserved. This is
well
the meta.
I don't know. Well deserved. Again, what?
Like this is the most popular, one of the most popular fucking like properties in that time period.
It's conjecture. Like I don't really know if I have much to say about their opinion of it being well deserved or not, because
it's
just their perspective, I guess.
Right.
But I mean, you can say it's like you're talking about a lot of fucking people.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think they like it mostly nowadays. So
yeah, it's a very highly regarded movie. I don't.
When we said about lore, women, and robot battles, is that not all the stuff that's also in this film?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Has one of the best robot battles in any anime movie.
Yeah, with a great animation from both Honda and Iso. One of the possibly the best robot animation fights we've ever seen in terms of weight and level and sort of brutality.
Yeah.
Has even more tits than the original.
Of course, it's a movie now.
Yeah. And granted, the context of that nudity may not necessarily be the most titillating. I guess that kind of depends on.
I guess it's on the person, yeah.
On your prerogative, yeah.
Are you saying that a giant ray titty monster is not on your list of things you wanted to see?
I mean, if you were into like Erogoro, you might like it, right? Which isn't uncommon in the industry.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing. Is like things that we may not necessarily perceive as erotic can also just very much still be erotic in the mind of otaku. That's
I don't even know if it's supposed to be erotic inherently. I don't know if this is more like a sort of almost like a religious element where like a lot of the religious elements tend to be naked people, right? Back to
you could also, but I think somewhat like
you could
again in terms of like the response people can have, it could also be like, oh, this is a very erotic movie.
Yeah, I can totally see that. I mean, it has a lot of that in it. Absolutely, a lot of it's kind of there, right?
To quote Mamoru Oshii, Grave of the Fireflies is a tale of incest.
Yeah, I mean that's what the author of the novella said.
That's also what he said. That's also what the author who
so the author agrees.
But yeah,
that's the author. The story of the production,
which is
the
interesting.
Staff, the audience, and everything happening outside this film's narrative that's still connected to it. I'd like to take a second right now to make clear that I'm not usually one to delve too deep into production or artist intent when analyzing things.
Fair enough.
By all means, deep dive my other videos to double check if you like, but I think you'll find I'm usually someone who prefers to let the author remain dead, and I am not a fan
maybe in this video that would have been a better idea.
I think learning that stuff can be interesting and insightful, but it's also
can we just pause for 2 seconds
because
I feel like some people don't. Because people hear the word auteur theory, and I don't really know if they understand how, even in the film industry, it's very contentious theory that's often, like debunked. And in the anime industry, it makes no sense. Because you don't really make films that way. And the auteurness that we know in anime was strictly created by Suzuki, who is a fan of French film criticism.
Right, yeah.
He took it from French criticism and created a thing. There is a quote around going Honda released recently that literally said like he was trying to turn Oshii into the next Miyazaki. He was trying to turn him into another auteur. That was literally his intent with Angel's Egg, was to turn Oshii into the second Miyazaki.
Toshio Suzuki is a very smart man in terms of marketing. He knows how to promote a movie.
He knows how to do it once. He could do it with Miyazaki. He failed every other time.
Yeah.
Failed. I mean, failed. Not as not succeeded as high. From a marketing perspective, none of his other attempts at this at Ghibli.
I guess he wasn't really involved with Anno's reputation as much.
No, I mean he definitely sort of bolstered it, but obviously
Right,
Arno has
yeah.
his own ways of doing that. I think Arno and
Yeah.
kind of is smart enough to realize what he's doing.
Yeah. But yeah, that's. I mean, Moroshi literally says the idea about tourism in anime was a myth created by Toshio Suzuki.
Yes, and he knows that because Toshio Suzuki approached him and go, "I'm going to turn you into the next Auteur." So he already knows, like, yeah, I think you're bollocks, but you know, if you're going to fund me, so I'll go with it, I guess.
Want to make you a big star, baby? Gonna put you up on the big screen.
Yeah, how'd that go with Angel's Egg? How'd that happen? What happened there?
Is irrelevant. As we'll see, however, understanding the context of when and how this movie was made will be uniquely vital to understanding just what the hell happened here.
It can be, but again, when you get the details slightly off, and you're just repainting the same kind of conversations otaku in America have been having since the mid-2000s.
Right.
You would like to believe this because it reads with how they read the movie, I guess.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and again, if that's the reading you want, go ahead. But
you
again,
just don't need Anno to make that reading.
Yeah, you don't need Anno to make that.
Because you could just simply say, like, the film feels, bitter and
of this movie's production
can be read as a critique. You don't need it.
A small but vital part of the End of Evangelion story, both thematically and literally. We are talking about a movie which has its own
Again, what the
creation
credits they're showing on the screen right now are the credits for Death and Rebirth.
Yeah, well, this happens also in the middle of the End of Evangelion.
Yeah, it's in both of them, but it should be the same credits, is it not?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
And
because again, these movies were double featured. It went Death, Rebirth, End of Evangelion.
Did it not add 26 to these credits?
These are the middle credits because 26's credits are at the end, are they?
No. The movie just ends. The credits for 25 and 26 are in the middle of the end.
Did they add more to it? I can't remember because it's been a while since I've seen Death and Rebirth. Maybe they added 26 later on. I don't know if the credits are different in them. I can't remember because maybe those credits that were created by AG. I honestly don't remember, but they're the same credits will be in Death and Rebirth, even though they look a bit more fancy, I guess.
And that openness.
I don't know why they're saying it's like breaking the fourth wall. I can see why you'd think the movie is breaking the fourth wall because a lot of people think this is taking place in the real world. This is very clearly
they're showing
not
the audience,
real world,
I guess,
though.
so you could say there is a reflection of like reality there.
I guess, yeah, but it's also like this is still not reality.
No. But I
this
feel like
this is not what Tokyo looks like.
You could make the argument, I guess, but again, that's be up to the interpretation part of it, isn't it?
Right.
With all this
my view is that this is not reality.
Yeah, but I imagine like I don't know what the cinema people are supposed to be outside of a reference to them, is it? Because what they say in the subtitles.
Otherwise known as the episode.
Okay, now this I just have in my notes here. I just have in my notes long ass nostalgia critic plot synopsis.
We probably don't need to watch this because we'll be here forever.
We don't. But let's go to the.
Is there any points we need to?
Just bring up the argument scene.
Oh, okay.
We've been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes, by the way, everyone.
Oh my god.
And we're like 30 minutes into this video.
We're not doing good on the time, so we probably should.
I just want to look at the argument scene because it is
sure.
kind of indicative of
you can make your point.
Actually attracted to Shinji voice and rightfully calls out anger in his eyes. Masato tells him to get over it. Asuka then grabs the mic.
All right, so let's also
anger issues. Shinji watches Masato.
Actually, just go back a little bit more. Actually, just go to the beginning of this bit because
will they bring this up again later? So
this is actually the Lynch like this isn't like focused on here. They talk about it a bit more than the other stuff, but this is like the linchpin of their entire reading of the movie.
Yeah, is that well here we'll play it.
The instrumentality in order to discover what it is Shinji truly wishes for. Thus begins the real end of Evangelion, as we discover that Shinji's heart is a tar pit. I usually try to keep these summaries as spry as I can, but we're going to need to slow down a bit because damn near every frame movie.
No, we're just gonna keep talking over. Keep talking over. It's fine. We're fine.
What is happening here?
Okay.
Freudian mom shit, abandonment-related anger issues. Shinji watches Masato enjoy herself with a person she's actually attracted to. All the other women talk about how sex is hollow, but that it's nice to be wanted. So true, bestie. When Shinji voices disgust at this with anger in his eyes, Masato tells him to get over it. Asuka then grabs the mic and rightfully calls out Shinji.
Get over it. Masato tells him to get. That's an interesting way to characterize that. It's not super inaccurate in a literal sense, but again, it goes into the framing of how they are painting this entire video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Probably pull that scene up actually because I have the movie here.
Is this Death Rebirth and End of Eva, or is it just?
Just End of Eva. This is just the End of Eva on VHS.
An hour 30.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess one point that's I don't know if it's brought up here. But it seems to be
here,
the
and
fact
then I'll
that like isn't this
for people on
Shinji's
stream who can't see it
guilt-laden
yet.
subconscious, right?
So that's what I was saying. This is like the linchpin of their thing, because we'll get into a bit more with the Asuka thing, because I feel like they lean into that a bit more with the summary of the scene. But here is just like, this is kind of just pointing out like how they are they're summarizing in a way. I think they're supposed to be doing it with like their personality, which is fine to a degree.
Sure, that's what they're doing, right?
But
all three of these girls, I would believe Shinji himself personally probably feels responsible for their deaths, right? Or I don't know if Asuka's technically supposed to be dead. She's brutalized, but Raid 2 is dead because of him. He probably blames himself for Misato's death.
Even though I wouldn't blame him for that, because she was sacrificing her life to save his.
Yeah, but I imagine he himself probably sees it as
but that's how
obviously. Even if it's not true, I think that he feels that way. And
Absolutely.
Asuka, he has obviously immense guilt for the terrible things he did.
Let's go back to the video, I guess.
Yeah. And maybe he also feels responsible for Asuka being
Ruby kind
of
frames this scene between they frame where the fuck did I put the goddamn there?
But these characters are all effectively either brutalized or dead at this point in the actual story.
Yeah. They frame this scene as like NTR for Shinji, which we'll dive into that more later. But
would
that's
that be
obvious.
Reflection, though? I mean, because this is after Misato kisses him and says we're going to have sex, right? So is this a reflection to his subconscious of that uncomfort with that idea?
Right. Well, because like Shinji does not want to have sex with Misato.
No,
that needs to be said.
Uncomfortable thought, I believe.
Yeah. I guess we just might as well just dive it. So we're talking about. So
yeah. I mean, that's how I interpret it.
The problem with this video is like it is taking End of Eva in its own like bubble in a vacuum, and it's completely ignoring the fact that one, Shinji already knew that Misato and Kaji were fucking. Like,
Kaji brings it up in episode 8.
Yeah, and he like is totally fine with it. He's just like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're shocked, I think, because I don't think they knew Kaji and him.
Everyone else is shocked.
Oh, is he the only one who's not shocked?
Yeah, Shinji is just like, okay, whatever.
I guess it's like whatever to Shinji, because it's like, yeah, okay, I guess they had a relationship once.
Yeah.
I don't think people are shocked because they had sex. I think it's just they're shocked they didn't know they had a relationship, like such a personal relationship, or at least the kids did.
Well, no,
because she's obviously shocked because she's.
I think it's more. Yeah, I think it's more like because he's just like, oh, does Misato still toss and turn in bed? And everyone's
this is the scene, isn't it?
So So I mean,
what's the reactions we've got?
I mean, Kaji basically outright says to Shinji that through implication that him and Misato had a sexual relationship at one point.
Yes, and everyone else is Shinji's the only one who has a normal response. Everyone else is like, oh.
Asuka is like, oh my.
Yeah, she's like, oh my god, Kaji fucked him, and then like they're looking at her horrified. Because they're like, shit, she's fucking Kaji. Like they're having the reaction that they're projecting on the Shinji.
I'm assuming they're jealous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Shinji's
obviously Misato's like, I can't believe you just said that in front of
Shinji's completely unfazed because he doesn't think of Misato. Like Asuka thinks of Kaji in that way.
Figure to him, right?
Yeah, right. Asuka wants to fuck Kaji, obviously.
Yeah, of course. So that's why she's shocked.
Right.
And the other boys obviously want to have, they're attracted to Misato. They make it quite clear that they are.
And then, I mean, at one point later on, Misato literally propositions Shinji.
To be fair to Arno has once said this. I mean, this is intentionality. He said that this was not supposed to be a proposition for sex. I think this is supposed to be a proposition for comfort.
It really doesn't come across that way.
I mean, when I watched it last, I didn't really get the sex thing for myself, but I think she's supposed to be like, I'm going to hold your hand. Like, it's supposed to be, I think, a comforting thing. I don't think she actually wants
I've always
I guess you can interpret it that way if you want.
Because like this is after Kaji's dead.
So... I don't think she's probably in the fucking mood, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
No, but like they've established that she kind of uses sex as like a coping mechanism. Like that's the thing is like, right? Like, oh, these are two adults that are just using each other's body to lick their wounds. Like she doesn't have Kaji to have that escape with, so she knows Shinji is suffering.
I always feel like in Evangelion, because I know they've mentioned this in the rebuilds, is that like the idea of touching hands in the original series is very like taboo, and I feel like this is her trying to like give an olive branch to Shinji maybe in some way, maybe to comfort him, but he's obviously like, no, don't touch me.
But still, I mean, Shinji's very like averse to physical contact.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be touched because of that sort of like failure of him.
This is not
which is obviously created by him having. I mean, maybe that's worth. His mother disappeared when he was 4, so that's
Yeah.
like a hugely traumatic experience for someone who has no comfort. And then his father abandoned him at the age of 4.
Yeah,
His
I've read
aunt who
like
has no
some things where
personal
it's like,
relationship with him.
as a parent, you're supposed to like, maintain
Yeah.
physical contact with your kid because that's very
and
important to
comfort.
their development.
So like he's kind of been like mentally a little bit like that's going to affect him for the rest of his life.
They don't
But
show this, but in the movie, when
Mm.
he sees like the mom come pick up the $2 that like in this scene, basically,
Mm.
that mom is Misato. It's not his mom.
Yeah, he doesn't know his mom. He doesn't even know her face.
Yeah,
So I guess Misato's the only thing
he
he's
just
got.
views Misato as a parental guardian figure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like this is like him being like, it's not him being disgusted in this incel way of like, how dare she have sex and enjoy herself
with him and
another
not
man.
with this
I think he's
Chad and
deeply
not me,
comforted
a
with
true
intimacy.
gentleman. No, it's like I don't want to think of Misato in that way.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, oh, Misato does these things, huh? Like it's just kind of like, that's
Yeah.
gross.
Yeah, you could
It's like
argue he's deeply uncomfortable with all intimacy. I guess
Yeah,
you
well,
could
yeah,
say,
because
he's at
again,
that age and his
how would
damage.
your parents are having sex? Do you really want to know much about it or see that?
Not really,
No,
no. Can't say it.
not at all. I don't want to know what porn my parents look at. I mean, they certainly look at
Like,
porn, but I
guess
don't want to know
I
what
don't
it
know if I'm
is.
super disgusted, but I don't want to like know about it. I don't
Yeah,
wanna
it's
hear
like I'm
about
not
it
going to
personally.
be like,
I
oh,
don't wanna
gross,
be
you get your,
there.
but I'm going to be like, I don't want to. That's not the relationship we
I don't
have.
want to see it,
want,
obviously.
Yeah.
That's
Misato
fairly
tells him
reasonable.
to get over it. Asuka then grabs the mic and rightfully calls out Shinji for thinking he knows anything about her when he's so clear.
So the reading of this scene, the reading of, let me pull back up. Where's OBS? The
let,
reading.
I'd say let her finish just so
Yeah,
we get
yeah, let her
context.
cook because we're
All right.
At least for the Asuka.
This happens atop a
Yeah,
series
go
of
for
shots
it.
which segment Asuka's body into the parts that Shinji finds the most important. Can you guess what those are? Shinji pushes back by saying Asuka never explained anything to him. Rei comes into question if he even tried to understand in the first place. Then, the
I think he
bombshell.
tried.
Asuka knows what he did, and she dares him to do it again, right here, while she watches. And Shinji responds by asking why they aren't being nice to him and complaining about the friend zone.
I mean, that's an
Not
interesting
exaggerating.
response, if I'm honest, from Asuka, right?
I am nice to you.
You're lying! I can see through your fake smiles! You're never honest with me! You'd rather keep everything vague!
Shinji begs everyone to not ignore him.
So what needs to be said here is they're interpreting this scene as these characters are literally telling this to Shinji and not these are projections of Shinji's mind of how he perceives these people.
I mean,
and they're
very out of
basically
character
it's like
for Rei to be saying those things to him.
yeah, it's like self-critical of it's like him being self-critical and having a mental breakdown, and it's manifesting in his friends, basically the women in his life shitting all over him. These are not
I
like how
contextualize this because like when I initially watched this, I'm initially just like, this is just completely fucking wrong. Like, how the fuck do you even miss this?
Yeah.
And so I went and rewatched it, and I can understand why they came away with that a bit better after a rewatch. Like, if you want to pull up End of Eva a bit, like we could show them because they don't show it in here. They show like the theater lights and stuff, and like the studio stuff.
Yeah, it's it's kind of stage play moment, isn't it?
Yeah, like which that's just like Anna's way of breaking down like the fourth wall in a way, right? Like it's
the reality is closed.
Yeah, so you see like the studio lights and stuff like that, which
and the lighting is very Ultraman.
Which that was what happened in the End of
4.0
Evangelion TV series, the TV series.
Yeah.
When they're in Instrumentality.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, yeah, you got that. He sees Misato having sex with Kaji, which is another thing that is shown to him in the TV series version of Instrumentality. He is on the train, which again is also another thing. Like this is them kind of confronting themselves. So on a visual language perspective, I can see why they would think like, oh, this is Instrumentality. You pointed out when we were watching it because like I was like trying to because like I still didn't agree with it. I'm like I could see why they thought that, but I still didn't like. I was like, this is not Instrumentality, like because we haven't gone into Instrumentality. This is him. Yeah. This is Rei and Yui asking Shinji what is that he wants, and him kind of searching his soul.
He's absorbed
Right.
himself into the Eva unit, so he's became one with the unit, and now he's in that same dimension again from episode 16.
Yeah, well, because we see a similar thing with the Angels when they mind fuck Asuka or like any character.
Yeah, I mentioned it before. That it's kind of like similar to Deep Space Nine, if the chat knows this, where like in Deep Space Nine, when they talk to higher beings, they talk through their memories basically because they have no form.
Yeah, this is literally okay. This is literally what is the episode with the shadow.
That would be 16, isn't it?
Yeah, this is literally episode 16, where he is in his own mind. Asuka, Misato, and Rei are all projections of like different parts of himself, and they kind of they come back to this later on. They kind of talk about it before this scene, where Yui's telling him that Rei is a part of your heart, essentially.
Yeah.
And then they come back to it later on when Shinji asks Rei and Kaoru, like, who do y'all represent in my heart? And they're telling him, we represent I love you. We represent the hope for connecting to people. And so with that context, it makes sense why Rei is arguing with him, because she represents the hope to connect with people despite like his
maybe there's regret in there too, because it's like, well, if Asuka is mutilated on the ground, how could I ever connect with her? Like, should I have tried harder? Like the idea that like I would never see her again, and I'll never see Rei 2 again, and I'll never see Misato again.
We have to contextualize. This is literally after he's watched Rei 2 is died in the series.
Yeah, episode 23.
Yeah, episode
24
22 or
he had
23.
To kill Kaoru.
I think it's 22 actually.
Oh, it might be, because maybe the next episode,
I think so,
it's Rei 3, isn't it, in the hospital?
Right.
He had to watch Misato like essentially die. Like he
the blood on the hands. He's pretty sure. You know, I think he's reasonably understood that.
And he
not
sees the brutalized corpse of
Unit
2,
which
so
is like
he's assumed the worst at that point, I imagine.
So he's literally like, this is the point where he's basically giving up. He's like, everyone that he cared about is now dead. So he's essentially trying to search for meaning. Like, why is he still, why would he still try to connect with people when they're fucking dead? Like, why? This is him having a inner conflict. Like, Asuka's representing like the fear of rejection in a way.
She's the most harsh on him. Maybe because he wants her to be harsh on him. Maybe because he's got that, like, he did fucked up things, and he kind of wants in some level to be like beat the fuck up.
Yeah, he wants to be punished. He wants
to be terrible, because it's like, I did terrible things, and I'll never be able to, she knows about them, which is the worst thing I could possibly have imagined.
Well, that's literally what Misato is telling him. Like, oh, you're doing these things because you want to punish yourself. You're doing the things that you feel like are going to hurt you the most.
Yeah, self-destructive.
So him seeing Asuka in this way is literally him admonishing himself for doing the thing he did at the beginning of the movie, where he,
he wants an awfully hot coffee pot to be smashed on his face.
This is not Asuka. This, like, Asuka does know at the end because of Instrumentality. This is not
everyone
Asuka.
knows, which pretty awkward. Everyone.
I never read this scene as like these characters literally just being mean to Shinji, because that's so out of character for them.
I assume the idea is to take it to the furthest conclusion, because if a TV show, like, technically it's like, well, you've got all your friends and family around you, they're clapping for you. It's like, but what if you don't have friends or families? Or what if you fucked up all those relationships? Like, what then?
Yeah,
it's nice if you've got those things, but what if you don't have them? What if you've done terrible things? What if you regret things? What if you have guilt? What if you're traumatized in such a way where you don't feel like you can actually connect with people anymore?
And again, this is tying back into the end of the end of the TV series, where they're talking about like, oh, this is the Asuka in your mind, or like, this is how I perceive.
Yeah.
These are the people how they perceive you.
Yeah, it's literally the same thing.
And that's not
me.
This
is, and we like you pointed out, like, the whole like LCL drip thing. Like, this is literally just him becoming one with the Ava, going through his own mind space thing as
he's like part of consciousness or something.
It makes me because it's like, well, how do you get someone to completely give up on the world and their individuality? Well, you play into all their anxieties, and everyone they know hates them for the exact same reasons they hate them.
That they fear
they hate themselves, and like that they are afraid of other people perceiving them as.
It's extended stuff, but the manga actually goes into a bit more stuff, which is kind of interesting, because it brings up some of the ideas of like, well, okay, well, what was Shinji's life actually like with his aunt? And it's pretty bad, because remember how Japan is, right? His mother is dead. His dad abandoned him. Everyone is fucking bad-mouthing him behind his back. Yeah. And his relationship with his aunt isn't very good. She's only taken him over as an obligation. So he's kind of treated like a wrong one. And he kind of distances himself from people intentionally.
Yeah.
Because of that. So like
yeah.
you got to think that's kind of the context of what she's living, which is he doesn't have a strong relationship with his aunt. He has no parental figures. His actual dad abandoned him, and everyone knows that. Because why else is he with his aunt? His dad still works.
It's funny because she actually talks about how much Shinji fucking hates himself and like wants to hurt himself in this video, and it's like all the characters what they're saying here is reflective of Shinji and like how he sees Asuka's like opinion of him. Like, oh, she's gonna fucking reject me. This is why it ties into the end of the scene where he's like strangling Asuka because he's like, this is what he sees Asuka.
Yeah.
Again, there are like the puzzle of Evangelion is that you can interpret things in many different ways.
Yeah.
So that's kind of you could kind of like find 5 different ways of interpreting.
Now there's an incongruity here because we as audience members are able to process that that's not Asuka, that's not Rei, that's not Misato. But for Shinji, that's who they are. He can't process that difference. He doesn't know.
Yeah, he's literally having a psychological break. Like
he's not in a good place.
Right.
So this is him literally thinking like, oh, they do hate me for the reasons that I was scared about the entire time.
Because if he had any sort of like reasonable brain about him, he'd be like, well, wait, isn't Masato and Rei too? Aren't they dead?
This is putting someone who's like at their worst, their lowest point in a room by themselves and like forced to like converse with themselves essentially.
Yeah, and all their insecurities
while they hate themselves. Yeah,
which
like
I guess is a fear of many people, right? Is that they feel like the insecurities they have and stuff will be proven by the people they love.
And so that is like the tragedy of this with like the human instrumentality thing is like they're putting a 14-year-old boy in this position to have the agency to fucking like decide if they want to do this or not, who's been put in a state by the people around him that he's like super fucking unstable, and it's not necessarily all their faults, right? Like it is the matter
he's a
of
compromised creature. I mean, he's obviously made some decisions that are not great, as we can we all don't think any of us are going to defend Shinji's somewhat questionable actions.
No,
but they are kind of a product of his
of course not. No,
a lot of them, and they are pretty fucked up.
He's a fucked up, flawed person, like basically everyone else in the show.
He made some questionable decisions in the series too. I mean, personally, I wouldn't be like going into someone else's house at random like he did with Rei twice. I thought that was a bit weird. He could have shoved that under the door. I don't know why he decided to go in, especially considering what happened the first time. Then he goes back in again later.
Yeah.
Like, okay. Or like try to kiss Asuka in a sleep.
Right. Yeah.
Obviously, he doesn't really understand boundaries there.
Which is understandable because he's a 14-year-old boy who's probably never had like.
I mean, I understand why. But
he's never had like probably like a proper like male figure in his life. Well, the proper male figure in his life ends up becoming Kaji, which that's not the best. Yeah, and Kaji is also not a good person or role model.
No. But again, it's interesting because I know they mentioned some of this. Because some of the original series is very like antiquated sometimes with the relationships. The manga
a little bit,
does add some stuff in it, which is kind of interesting with the Kaji Misato relationship because they introduce this complete different factor of like why Kaji does the things he does. Because it's like, why does he really? Because he knows he's gonna die. It's like, why are you risking your life for this thing? Like, what reason do you have to do this? And why were you like? What was really your relationship with Misato? Because I think the idea, like, oh, you remind me of a father, is like very like, really, is that it? That's really okay. It's a bit. What you just tell that to him? How is he supposed to take that?
To me almost feels like Kaji to me almost feels like the dark version of Kamina in Gurren Lagann, where it's like
Kamina.
Because like if Kamina did some of the stuff that Kaji does
Shinji
in Evangelion,
Simone,
a little bit, yeah.
Or is he like Shinji?
Oh, I guess that would be how you put, given the sequence of events, yeah. But yeah, that's like it's understandable for like for Shinji to not understand the boundaries of don't kiss a girl while she's asleep like that.
He's young, obviously,
but he's like a 14-year-old boy. Yeah,
and I don't think Asuka really understands boundaries either.
Right now, does that apply to the opening scene of the End of Evangelion? No, and he knows that's fucked up.
No. I mean, I'm just talking like more that Asuka was like trying to strip in front of Kaji to be like, "Fuck me," just like, I'm a woman, like take me. And he's like, okay.
It's worth noting that like there's at least like a theory about the series that like they kind of intentionally are keeping them like kind of unstable in a way that makes them need or what's the term I'm looking for? Reliant on like nerve and like their because they're
Yes.
wanting to manipulate them into
I mean,
creating. Because
Nerves doesn't have a therapy department, which I think is a joke Arno once made about, like, that was just not the kind of joke we're making, because maybe they should have a therapy, but they don't.
and I mean, it makes sense because like Shinji's been put in this position thanks to Yui that he is going to have to decide whether or
Yes,
not human
he's
instrumentality
a
comes a thing or not. But
he's a lab rat.
Nerve wants, sorry, not Nerve, but Seele specifically
Yeah.
and Gendo want human instrumentality to be a thing. So how are they going to do that when they can't tell Shinji what they want and how to go about
They
it?
manipulate him, basically. They take his insecurities, which is that his father, and they dangle it in front of him, basically.
Exact-
They're like, you hate your father, but you also kind of want something there, don't you? And we're kind of gonna, you want his approval, and how
Right.
can you
So
get that?
that's the tragedy here that people kind of don't talk about is this is a kid that's like literally at his lowest point where he's giving up. That's why he's like everyone should just die.
Yeah.
He is not making the conscious decision to kill everybody. Like this video
Well,
actually is trying to
it wasn't his decision to be crucified and forced to do instrumentality. That was not his decision at all. He did not start
Yeah.
instrumentality. It was the
He
units that did that.
he
They made
is
that happen.
he's just at his lowest point and he's just like rejecting like he's like I don't know why I'm still alive. I don't know why anyone's
Yeah.
alive. This is fucking pointless. So Ray as the god being is like, "Oh, well I know about human instrumentality. I think that would benefit him, so let's make the world into human instrumentality." He doesn't know
Yeah.
anything about the human
Of
instrumentality
course he
project.
doesn't.
How would he make the conscious
I
decision
mean,
to put everyone into this human
if it
instrumentality
wasn't
world?
Shinji, they would have used Asuka. I think that's the implication in some other the media that, like, if Shinji didn't appear, they would have probably just used the remains of Asuka to do instrumentality.
Right.
That would have been
Like
the idea.
it's just like the video because the video is like trying to paint like Shinji caused the end of the world, and it's like no, Shinji did not. This is something that was set into motion by
Yeah,
Nerve and
there was no
Seele.
stopping that, I'm afraid.
They put him in this position where he is
He's
literally
a lab rat.
yeah, he's just like in himself, and he's just like I can give it up. That's the whole point of
Yeah,
Kamsutra Todd.
he's strictly a catalyst. That's all.
Yeah, Kamsutra Todd is playing because he has given up. This is him giving up, and so Ray is trying to just like, oh well, you've given up on this world, so let's just do human instrumentality because Ray knows human instrumentality.
Yeah.
But Shinji doesn't. So there's not a conscious decision being made to be like, if he wanted to kill everybody and that was his conscious decision, just why would
he
they
could
human
physically
instrumentality?
perceive it? Because again, he's like a human, and this is the human instrumentality is like so much beyond the human comprehension, I would imagine, right? Because it goes beyond like three-dimensional beings or whatever, because it's creating matter out of nothing. So it is like so beyond. It's magic, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or it seems that way.
Well, we can kind of talk about that a little bit because it kind of ties into the reference that we kind of hinted to later.
We'll get to that later, yeah, I guess.
But yeah, if we want to go ahead and play the rest of this bit.
Yeah, let's speed up.
Yeah. That they're a long ass rat.
Shinji tells Asuka he wants to be useful while begging Asuka to help him, saying she's the only one who can. Asuka, rightly, points out that's a goddamn lie. That he would take anyone or anything that could help him. That he's only running to her because he's terrified of everyone else. That he doesn't care about her in the slightest outside of what she can do for him.
He does care.
That he only wants her at
all.
all
I digress.
because he's terrified of everyone else and hates himself.
I do love that face, though. The pathetic face. There you go. There we go.
Yeah.
Shinji responds by throwing a violent temper tantrum, once again demanding the kind of help he's only ever failed to offer.
They kind of, and this kind of feels dishonest in terms of how they frame this scene, because they deliberately seem to ignore what instigates Shinji's outburst here. So let me pull up the scene for you. So they're arguing. Asuka's being like physically intimidating to him, like
he's running away.
Yeah. And then she shoves him into this pot of boiling hot coffee.
Yeah.
And then she has
initiated the physical content first. And mind you, like that doesn't justify what he does, but mind you also...
I mean, none of this is happening, right? This is all a figment of his imagination. Like, this
that's also true, but they use this to frame Shinji as an abuser, and Asuka just as someone who's been abused, when the reality is everyone is an abuser and everyone is abused in this context, because it's like...
Yeah, I mean, Shinji is abused, right? Factually, he is abused. Like, he's abandoned, he's been fucked over.
He's abused by Asuka.
He's abused by Asuka.
It's this cycle of violence.
That's the thing, like
it's a very messy position.
we just taking the scene in a vacuum and then saying that this is literally happening, which is not.
He's also a
Yeah.
child soldier. Like, I don't know if we want to ignore that. Like, he's a forced child soldier into the context.
But like Asuka is an abuser to Shinji. Like throughout the entire series, she's physically and like she's berated him verbally. She's physically abusive. Yeah,
she kicks him when he's down when they're dancing and all that. And
this is not something to be ignored in this scene, which we are ignoring because we're just taking this scene in a vacuum out of context of the series.
It's a psychological.
It's a breakdown scene. Yeah.
This is literally the Hedgehog's dilemma.
Yeah.
Like Shinji and Asuka are literally the Hedgehog's dilemma. They are trying to get closer to one another because they have feelings for one another, but they cannot because they keep hurting each other. And as they try to get closer, they continue to hurt each other because they lash out at each other. They are literally the Hedgehog's dilemma.
Yeah. I guess this is the cornered animal kind of situation of the Hedgehog.
Well, yeah, and again, what does Shinji say here? He literally says, "Don't kill me." He's pleading for his life essentially, and then Asuka says pathetic, and then we get the choking scene. And well, then this is important for the
and then the music starts, which is
for the final scene. Yeah.
This is him rejecting somebody like in his mind. This is him rejecting Asuka. Like this is him rejecting trying to connect to people. Like he's given up.
And again, notice how like non-responsive Asuka is.
Yeah, I don't think.
I mean, yeah. Again, there's like a lot of ways you can interpret it. I don't know if I'm on their interpretation because I think it doesn't really align with what we know in the text. But
but still, again, it's the point is though is like one, Asuka. Well, this figment of Asuka that is Shinji's imagination.
Obviously, it's not real Asuka.
Initiated violence against Shinji first, and that is what leads us to this point. And that kind of gets ignored in this video. And it feels.
And I think at some part again, Shinji wanted her to do that because again, it's subconscious.
Again, they also ignored in the scene prior to this, like when Asuka's like she's talking about how Asuka knows that she jerked off, and she challenged him to do it again, and he's just like, "Why don't you be nice to me?" That completely cuts the line that he's responding to, where she says, if I can't have you to myself, I don't want you. And so he's responding to that line specifically, where he's like, well, why don't you try being nice to me if you want me then?
Yeah.
Like,
here,
I think I guess, in an unreasonable situation, maybe it is a salient thing to say, I guess. In the context, it's like, I mean, I could understand why you wouldn't want to be nice to him now if this was the real Asuka.
Well, yeah, but like
here,
this is him.
Yes,
like they just completely ignored the fucking context of what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
You think of me as food? What an interesting translation.
I guess it's not wrong. It's maybe a little literal, but
yeah. So yeah. So that's kind of the thing.
You can be kind to me. Yeah.
Again. It's a very complicated scene, and they're leaving out certain things that kind of really don't jive with their reading overall.
Yeah,
and it kind of just comes across like deliberately omitting things that disagree with your point.
Damage. You just want someone to try and comfort him and tell things are going to be okay, even if he can't really accept that, or he's going to struggle to accept that.
While destroying responds.
Yeah, sure. Like
icon that she is, simply responds.
No.
To which
that's such a weird way to frame, because it's like she's been abusive to him the entire series.
Yeah,
like it's just played off for comedy, so okay, but that's part of his character. Like that's something that's acknowledged in the series. It's not just like fucking like Love Hina or something where they're just punching him into the fucking sky and it's just like not actually, I guess, codified, where it's like he's not really being thrust into the fucking orbit. Like, this is actually happening. She's actually being abusive to him. Like, yeah, it's framed in a way that's often, comedic, but, it is not comedic to him. Like, he's trying to get closer to somebody who is, abusive to him.
Yeah, and I guess that's the cycle he's understands because it's the same with his father.
Yeah. And then, just,
yeah, and I mean, I think this is the first time Shinji's actually responded to it. In that, you could probably read it, he has inaction in response to Asuka's violence during the series, and then in the movie, this is the final. This is the point where he actually does something with intent. not healthy intent, but he's not in a healthy place, definitely.
Oh, here's something weird.
World. After exploring for a bit, we eventually land on overlaid shots of different audiences watching End of Evangelion, Death and Rebirth in the theaters before.
Yeah, so they understand it's Rebirth. They understand that it's Death and Rebirth.
I think this movie might have.
They say different audiences. This is the same audience. If you look, it's
yeah, actually, I guess it's just a lot of people because it was crammed.
Including on some uncanny defends his choice, specifically world of reality, letters, emails, and
okay, here we go.
Now empty theater. We then get rapid but undistorted shots of letters, emails, and forum posts of fan responses for good and ill, before blood ejects from Ray.
So what's important to note here about those fan responses is that these are not fan responses to the end of the TV series. These are fan responses to Death and Rebirth. And we know that because they've been translated and they Ava Geek says as much. They were written in reaction to Death and Rebirth and not the ending of the series.
Yeah, you can see that they mention Death and Rebirth. And
they mention Rebirth quite frequently. What a great production of Rebirth. Is Gynax, Rebirth and Rebirth. When I saw this movie.
Yeah. So that, and again, because of the date on it as well. Look at the date. It's March 17th, and that's
So these are all
March 15th, I believe.
Death and Rebirth came out on March 17th. So this is like the day of.
So it kind of hurts your point of like this movie was made in response to people's like knee-jerk reaction to TV series when the evidence you're using is from the movie, like the initial movie.
This is the fan response to Death and Rebirth.
They're all fake as well. These are all
they're all fake
real responses.
And a lot of them
are they all fake? I think just
yes,
the
every single one
are
of them.
fake. Are they all
I
fake?
think they're all fake.
I feel that they're all fake. I think
because it had to do with legal reasons. Because otherwise,
I'm pretty sure they had to redo them all.
Sure.
Yeah, it was popular at the time and it's popular now. I thought everything in the letters, if you write the real thing, it causes a lot of trouble. The person who wrote abusive slander stuff is actually a really old friend of mine. He wrote it really well. It seemed like something that could be real.
Yeah, I feel like it was all just recreated. Just because it gives this a certain kind of aesthetic too. Because I feel like even if you get beyond that point, right? If you want it to be on the screen, you want it to look a certain way. You want to shoot it a certain way.
Right, yeah.
So you want it to feel a certain way. Like some of these early letters, like these look like kids' letters, right?
Yeah.
Or supposed to be quite young because of the response, like the kind of paper.
I need to know where I can get this, by the way.
I assume these are supposed to be for like middle school kids or something. These
I need to know where I can get the cat knows various things notebook paper.
That's very cute. Yeah, it'd be nice to get that.
That's I need that.
But also, like, where could you if you wanted that to be in the shot and you all you got was like a scrolling piece of paper, then this is actually like it's more interesting looking, I guess you could say.
And it's also important to note. I counted. There are about 10 different messages in general.
Same things.
Yeah, there are about 10 different messages in general. 7 of them are positive, 3 of them are negative. And there's an interesting, again, I guess our reading for the inclusion of these is that, let me pull the movie back up.
The scene context is quite important, I would say. Because
they are after like this live action
end of Instrumentality.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, about that, are they? Because it's just after they're showing the real world, or what they say is the real world, right? So
the real world is at the end of your dream. And this does feel like a meta moment where it's like, this is the end of the dream, basically. It's like these sorts of fan
we've also
responses.
seen the cinema, right? Just a second before this is all the cinema shots. Like, so we get to see the real crew and the nice plushes, the plushes of Asuka and Rey in the audience.
Kind of can't see them in this VHS rip, but they're Asuka and Rey plushes here.
To the hair.
And then Asuka plushes right here.
It is worth noting that like it feels like dream imagery and dreams are kind of a reoccurring motif with like proto Gynax and Gynax stuff.
This is a very dreamy sequence.
Yeah, and you have like Daikon 4, which is kind of like the first Gynax, quote unquote proto Gynax, in the same way Nazca's production. Like it is all about like you have the lyrics of like it's either real, it's a dream, and then like the ending song is literally just hold on tight to your dreams.
I mean, if I were to think about something for a second in terms of like with Twin Peaks, right? At some point, Bob Iger forced the crew to reveal the quote killer.
Yep.
And that was a bad move.
That was a bad move.
It was a very bad move, and it hurt the scene. And they didn't know what to do afterwards. And they had to like beg Lynch to come back at some point and like rewrite where they're going. But Ava never holds the card at the audience. I think it knows specifically, like you say, you give them enough, but not enough. You don't need to spell it out 100%.
Right? Yeah.
This is this. This is this. This is the ancient race. This is it gives you enough and gives you more food to like theorize on. That's what they're doing here.
Yeah,
See,
I
I
guess
was-
my point would be like with the dream thing is like he
Yeah, I think the dreams are
kind
part of that.
he's kind of using that as a way of like the industry, right? Like
Yeah.
I guess like
Well,
it's a dream
Anno
job
here-
in a sense, but like
Anno, in
you
making
could-
this movie, is quote unquote living the dream. He's made a very successful mecha series and is making this movie that is being seen by
But also,
all these
to
people.
pull it back a second, I think it's the team because we're talking
Right.
about Setsukawa involvement,
course.
or this would be Masayuki this section, Tsurumaki, Anno, Higuchi, and maybe even Yamaga because Yamaga.
yeah, that's why I said proto
they were-
Gynax
yeah.
and tried to
Yeah,
avoid
yeah,
saying
all
Right.
these
proto
people were
specifically.
probably somewhat involved in the original drafts, which are on the internet, and I got links to them. Some of the original.
It feels like they're
a lot of
but it
things
feels very
changed from the original leaked drafts and the final version.
It feels very like Otaku on top of the world, like the end of Otaku no Video almost. But it's like
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big victory. I mean, in terms of like what Gainax are. I mean, they made I mean, that's just what was it, 1.8 billion yen at the cinema for a song like this? That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and then the text on screen says, "Does it feel good?" And it's like,
yeah, and Anno has
and if you're making this movie, does it feel good to make this movie?
No, it feels painful because the production is really tight.
Yeah, it's like
very tiring.
Are these people worth making this movie for? Almost, it's kind of like the thing. It's like,
yeah, why are we doing this? I think is a question of a lot of artists. Like, why do we do this? Why do we?
Well, like,
put
okay,
through this suffering?
so he says this in interviews where like he's saying like, does it feel good because you have these like this audience, you have this recognition
Yeah, he
from
says
these
something
random
like, no, doesn't
people. But like in the interview, he says like directly that he
All I want
didn't
is
really
one girl.
feel anything. Yeah, he just wants one girl to fucking like he didn't
He
feel
wants
anything
one
from the
connection,
fucking
one real connection,
Yeah.
opposed to the one of like superficial fans who think they know him.
yeah, and it's like, and this is it. This is the fruit of your labor, essentially. This is where it all goes. And it's like, is this what you expected when you entered the anime industry? Probably not. When you dreamed of success, is this what success would have felt like? Probably
I
not.
think a lot
That's
of
how
people
I always
generally
read
feel
this
that
anyway.
success feels more hollow than they expected.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of how I always read this whole segment.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be like when they say the real world, I imagine that's supposed to be kind of meta because obviously this is the real audience, right?
Yeah.
There is a level of like, again, I think it also leads back into the story though, because instrumentality breaks convention of worlds.
right.
Recorded shots of letters, emails, and forum posts of fan responses for good and ill. Before blood ejects from Ray's we were being to, individuality is no longer.
But yeah, that's when it ends, right? So that's the point where it's like, yeah, no, I don't want that.
Until he realized was again capable of emotional growth.
Yeah, it's like
Again.
he didn't choose instrumentality, but when
Yeah,
he
and
was
he-
given it as an option, he's like, I don't like this.
Yeah, this isn't.
He holds hands. Again, this is important.
Yeah,
Shinji doesn't want to hold hands for the series. This is the first time he holds someone's hand. in
Yeah.
the
Get your
series
shit
properly.
together, you fool.
It's
Go make some
like
human
metaphor for
Don't be
connections,
happy
right?
anywhere so
Holding
long as
hands.
you do your best to make it so.
They do it in
You know,
rebuilds as well,
all
but
that
even
stuff we
blunter.
talked about in the other ending. And Shinji's all like, but I might still screw it up. Okay. This causes third impact to disimpact as Shinji returns to the real world without any actual humans. It's also revealed that all of this was done so Yui could eat her a while.
Yeah, I mean, they are humans,
Here
so
we
we see them. But yeah, but then yeah, he does see her first, right? They both get end up on the shore. He sees her, and then
just a few hours ago were committing a class
and then
A
this is the
felony over
real
her body.
Osaka where that
Something
happens.
he only stops
Right.
doing when she finally relents and gives him the act of affection that he demanded earlier.
Again, that's a very this almost I think we talked about this. It reminds me of and they'll frame something else later on in a very cynical kind of way. But it reminds me we watched a video on City Lights. City Lights, for anyone who doesn't know, is a Charlie Chaplin movie where Charlie Chaplin is playing his classic tramp character, and he meets this blind woman. And who needs this surgery to basically cure her blindness. He ends up, despite his poverty, raising the money to cure her blindness. And when she can finally see him with her actual eyes, she then falls in love with him. Now the video.
So the context is she initially is just like, oh, this is just some beggar or whatever. Like when he like comes up to her, and she kind of just treats him coldly, but she's able to like. She uses the senses that she had when she was blind and realizes, oh, this is the same guy who helped me, and just
Yeah.
was surprised that like he looks the way he does, as she realizes she was judging him by his looks.
It's
Now-
like a good Samaritan
Now, the
story,
reading
right? Or
this
like a
video
good
has
book
is that
like
this is like a transactional thing, is that she falls in love with Charlie Chaplin because he did something nice for her.
So is it like, is you saying this is a reflection of what Shinji said? Be nice to me. Are you saying that's?
Well, so in
Yeah.
this video, she is saying,
No, I'm sorry.
that-
I mean, the story, the lady.
No. So in
Chaplin
City
lady.
Lights, City Lights is almost like, well, no, she no. The point is that it doesn't matter that he's like a beggar or tramp or whatever. Is like
Sure. It's but he was
It's like-
nice
like-
to her too. Like he actually treated her with respect.
yeah.
right. Like
It
she
wasn't
sees
just that
who he was
yeah,
underneath.
That's
or
what
whatever, but
Shinji's asking for, right? Shinji's asking for like, could you treat me a bit nicer? Could you treat me with like, can you stop beating me
Yeah.
up?
But she's reading
Yeah.
that as like, this is like
I
him
don't.
demanding as like a transactional thing.
I feel he's kind of shocked though. I mean, at least in the reading I always have. I mean, again, interpretation here. I always kind of got the idea that he was quite shocked that she did this. That's why. He starts
Well,
crying.
again, what is the last point of contact that like what when he was choking her? What led to that? Well, it was Asuka shoving him.
Yeah, well, I
He
guess
thinks
fake
that Asuka
yeah.
is going
So,
to
I don't
hurt him
know.
again.
I don't know what
Yeah,
Asuka's really thinking, the real one, in terms of like, I guess she's like, oh, this is different.
The thing about this scene is like people would
Yeah.
perceive it much differently if the roles were reversed.
Yes.
Like
Sure.
if Shinji had abused Asuka through the TV series, and then all this stuff happens, and then fucking Shinji washes up on the beach when Asuka was there,
Yeah.
and she sees him and just starts choking him because she's afraid he's gonna start abusing her and victimizing her again.
Yeah, it's like a cycle of violence. It's a compromised creature show of people who
Right.
are ugly, and I mean Shinji's probably
Yeah.
at this point maybe a bit more ugly, I guess. But yeah, it's the context of this world.
But the
it's very bitter.
takeaway here, the
But
important
that's the
thing,
thing, like people would read this
Yeah.
completely fucking. But here it's being read as like an aggressive thing. Like we're not reading it as him.
Yeah, he releases
try-
the aggression. You can see the nerves, like out of his thumbs there, right? You see his tendons loosen. It's very
Her reaction is meant to be like a reflection of like her having gained greater understanding
maybe
because of human
she-
instrumentality.
I guess so. I mean, you could probably argue that she kind of now understands Shinji in a more, I guess, total way, maybe.
yeah. But yeah, it's like you said, Mumi. The kind of the important takeaway from this scene is that Shinji stops choking Asuka. Note that we do not see Shinji start to choke Asuka in this scene. Where
No,
we
you see
him,
see her. The important thing is they end up on the shore together. They're fairly separated. He sees her through the corner of his eye, right?
then we cut away, and then he's choking her.
And then you see him on top of her. So you don't see
Where
the point what happened
whereas
before
here
then.
we see him start to choke her. So this is Shinji giving up, and then we finally get to the end here, and then this is Shinji basically deciding not to give up. I guess you could say that the choking is like symbolic of running away to an extent.
Yeah, it's hard to say like the reason he's choking her is again like it's 1,000 different fan theories of like what
Well,
the
sure,
actual
but that's like
perceived
my reading of it. This is
reason
why,
might be,
but
for
like this
sure.
is like why I don't like their reading of this scene.
Yeah, I've always heard like it's not important that he started choking her. It's important that he finally stops choking. her.
Yeah, and it really depends on like I mean if this this is like Devilman. So like if this be Devilman, what comes next is never really specified, and what that means, and
Right.
if even Oscars can survive or not. These are all things that we will never know.
Right.
What happens?
He's also
Is this world going to crumble? Are they going to rebuild? Like,
She is
is
right.
Oscar never going to talk to him again for reasonable reasons? Like, you just don't know, and you're never going to know.
Lots to unpack here, and I have no doubt that some of you will take issue with how I frame certain things.
Yes.
But one thing I should make clear
Sorry,
before we go
at least they
any further
understand.
is that I am actually the world's strongest Shinji defender. I think the vast
I'm not
majority
sure
of the
about
hate
that.
he receives
I'm not sure about that.
is kind of
I guess-
pain
Are you
Maybe
the
in the
world's
TV show, not
strongest
in the-
Gendo
obviously not in the
defender,
movie.
though?
overblown in the main series. He's a little shit,
Yeah, see, the
sure,
main series,
but he's
there you go.
ultimately just a self-loathing teenager. Someone who clearly is
I-
not
I
yet
see
skilled
no
or adept
difference.
at navigating
Yeah.
social interactions, but
Well, he's not
There's
just a self-loathing
different-
teenager. He's also a self-loathing teenager that has severe
issues.
abandonment issues, is in a horrifying
Yeah.
situation, living in
He's
the
a child
post-apocalypse,
soldier.
and now carries the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Feels very guilty for he probably feels guilt for the death of Rei 2, for having to kill Kaoru, for
Yeah.
the response Misato giving him being pretty cold and not very nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
he's
everyone
literally inundated
remembers
on a
that.
daily basis with fucking apocalypse imagery and
Yeah.
like reports of
mean,
fucking people dying all over the
And
world
he
over a war
wants
of
to leave
resources.
because his father has betrayed his trust and made him almost kill his other friend Toji, but he can't leave because he feels even more guilt for the possibility of more people dying because he's not part of the TV either.
And again, what's important to note is that
way.
I think the way like the episode 24 ended in my memory is Shinji killing Kaoru and just cuts to credits.
Yes.
No, there's a scene after that where Misato basically like tries and fails horribly to like comfort him by basically
she
saying
gets
that
the might makes right
speech
about if you had the will you would survive, which is like oh Jesus Christ, Misato.
And then the episode abruptly ends with Shinji just saying, "That's cold, Misato." Basically saying that's a horrible thing to say.
Yeah, it's not nice.
Yeah.
It's not a good comfort for sure.
Right. And then that's the state of mind that Shinji is in at the start of the movie.
Yeah, and also knowing that like Asuka is, not in a good state either, and he can't even turn to her, and Misato has left him with nothing, I guess. I guess he tried to turn to her in that moment, and she didn't give him anything back. Ray does not understand him anymore. So Ray 2's gone, right? So like this Ray 3 doesn't know him, he has no connection there. He's got nowhere to turn, I guess, would be his like desperation.
And he feels no incentive to try and get to know Ray 3 because he now knows there's like 1,000 of them. Like,
he's not the same person, right? It's like he knows Ray 2. Ray 3 is a ghost to him.
They are, if you will, Ray-placeable.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Also,
where the fuck we got?
Anything truly
Did we miss the thing about
in the
Tsurumaki, or is that like was that later?
What do you mean? What?
That comes up later.
Oh, yeah,
later. Okay.
Yeah,
that's later.
He breaks down a lot, but also the kid has the entire pressure of an older failed generation weighing down on him with the survival of the world at stake. You are not.
Yeah, I mean that's the same for in the movie, I guess.
That's the same thing in the movie.
In the end of Evangelion, however,
yeah, again, like it doesn't mean his actions are justified. Like obviously Shinji made terrible decisions in the movie, and that's kind of what he's dealing with.
He does everything wrong. He only acts with
We're literally just now saying the same things that people say about Shinji in the TV series.
Yeah. We are literally just saying,
he sucks.
This is how people, and it's like, these things are all true, and they all do characterize. These all characterize Shinji in the main series as well. They're just being brought more up to the surface in the movie. Because the movie's obviously much darker.
It more extreme. I mean, you could argue if you like that or not. I mean, I definitely think that people who probably don't want to see that, which is fair. I mean, it's always another version, I guess, in that situation.
Yeah.
Even the original script, right, where like it's he goes home and does the deed and doesn't do it in the room where she is, which may give people a different interpretation of the events if that had happened in the film instead.
Yeah. Again, it's all about that sort of duality that exists within people. Again, in very Twin Peaks fashion, it's like. There's always that sort of undercurrent of darkness in these characters in this world, and then it finally ends up bubbling up to the surface like a basalt flow, and then it that's what the movie is.
And the only
it's pretty messed up in general, right? Is the movie of compromised creatures and bad situations,
especially the women in his life. In other words,
who are basically dead.
Again, though, I have no doubt there are people who take issue with how.
I want to address this now. Who, other than Asuka, he does hurt Asuka. How does he hurt Misato and Ray exactly?
I don't really know.
I mean, I think I wrote down a note where it was like, this is kind of where you need like a PE, right? You need a point evidence explain, like in text. Like I don't need any outside source, but like, what are we talking about when we talk about these things? Like, what?
Yeah, if anything, Misato hurts Shinji, especially again at the end of episode 24.
Encourages him to be a child soldier because she is the reason he stays around. So she is in some ways manipulating him, intentionally or not, because she doesn't know the full reasons. But when she does, I think she kind of realizes, oh, I've done terrible things in this context. Now I know what human instrumentality is. And
then Misato's arc in the movie is basically her putting Shinji in the goddamn robot, not to go out and fight, but basically to protect him because he cannot be safe here. And Misato, instead of putting Shinji in harm's way, she gives up her own life to basically protect him.
Now, getting back to the manga, there was a point I wanted to make about so the reason Kaiji does the thing he does in the manga is that he feels incredibly guilty for killing basically his orphaned family and brother, because he was brought up by, I guess, during the apocalypse, the second impact, he and a bunch of other orphans basically tried to live in a base, and they were brought up by military men, and he was caught while trying to steal rations, and they were like, you can tell us where the other children are, or we'll blow your brains out. And he told them, and he basically meant that they all died, and he survived. And he has that guilt complex for the rest of his life. Misato, on the other hand, has the guilt complex of her father dying for him, even though she didn't like her father. He chose her to survive. So they both have this kind of position where they are holding the guilt on their back their entire life, and as well as like being survivors of, basically the apocalypse or a natural disaster, as you could say, right?
I mean, I was gonna say this is literally her reconciling what her father did, because she's literally doing the same thing.
Yeah,
that's
she's
what I'm
literally
saying.
doing the same.
Kaji also did the same thing in that, like, the reason he didn't like Dark is that he wanted to set these things up, I guess. And he's had that final conversation with Shinji and the final conversation with Naruto. He's setting them up to save the children, I think, is what he's doing, because he couldn't save his friends.
Right.
That's if you interpret the manga to be canon in that world, or like that's how they characterize those events in the manga to try and give why Kaji's doing those things. But it's saying you can look at the same that Masai's doing the same thing. She sees that she's done not great things. She's not a great parent or guardian.
Yeah.
She's said bad things. She realizes that she also hacks in, right? I think she finds out what the instrumentality part. She realizes that she's like basically enabled something terrible to happen effectively, and that the only thing she can do.
Love.
Yeah, the only thing she can do is save Shinji and hope he makes the right decision.
This is the tough love that she Ruby here is kind of talking about when she's talking about that. The fucking tough love does not come from that scene where he's like in the train with Rei, Asuka, and Misato. That is not these people. This is the tough love where Misato is finally talking to him like without filter of like worrying about hurting him. She's like, I am dying. I am going to be dead. I'm not going to be able to be there to protect you anymore. This is what you need to know. This is what you need. Like, you need to, like, this is her tough love moment.
Yeah.
Like, this is her actually fulfilling the role of being a guardian that she needed to
literally
do.
You're not perfect. People find later what they did wrong and beg forgiveness. She's
kind of talking about herself, I think, in this situation, but she's also switching up at the end when she realizes, like, I need to talk to Shinji like a person and not like a child.
Right.
And the only way she seems to think that she can do that is romantically, I guess, which I'm sure that's
how she learned to like connect with men, right? That's why I've always read the scene of her like, this is all I can do for you in the fucking TV series, is her propositioning him in a way, because that's how she learned, because she doesn't have like that fucking paternal kind of thing. Like, she literally only learned to connect with men through like Kaji, essentially, where she's like,
she had a trouble upbringing. I mean, it could. I mean, I could take it could well be just she's trying to comfort him in some way.
Yeah.
By touching him, but again, Shinji is like, no.
Where does Shinji Ikari Raising Project figure in? I guess we'll talk about that when we get to more of the media mix stuff later on.
Yeah. I mean, again, they're all like
the multiple realities.
So I feel like some of them are interesting to bring up because I think they just expand on like these ideas, but I don't know if they really are canon per se, but they're all just different realities. So you can take it as you will.
Yeah, so I don't really think he really only hurts Asuka in this movie. And even then, the whole idea is that they're hurting each other. That's the whole Hedgehog's dilemma thing.
I mean, again, I feel like it's like the damage I'm assuming he has is that like he blames himself for Rei's death. He's going to blame himself for Asuka being mutilated by the things, and also what he did earlier. And I guess he's going to blame himself for Masato's because he sees himself as the reason she did that, even though it was her decision. She made the decision to do this.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I don't really believe that Shinji intentionally caused any violence on her. In fact, she caused violence on him, if anything, if you really want to get into the situation of she has the power in the relationship.
Right. Well, yeah, because again, Misato's like 28 and Shinji's 14.
Yeah, and she made him pilot the thing and she made him stay around. And even if she said you've got a choice, she kind of was like leaning him into doing what she wanted to.
No doubt there are people who take issue with how I frame some of these events. The Evangelion fandom wiki, for one, which is onto some bullshit.
So I guess let's read this real quick. Nonetheless, the fact that she's chosen to lay by Shinji's side at her own initiative and chosen to react to him with open affection instead of aggression and hostility like she has done many times before symbolizes at least the beginning of her growth. Because Asuka is now able to accept herself, she is now able to accept him as well. Instead of pushing him and other people away out of fear of intimacy and rejection, much like Shinji, unable to accept himself, ran away from people in order to avoid pain inherent to human connections. Not only does this make Shinji stop, it's basically what we just said.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty basic reading. Like, you can read it that way if you want. I don't know. Like, obviously, that's not, again, it's up to interpretation, right? We don't really know, but like, you could kind of read it that way, I guess, if you want to.
I would read it that way because, like, that whole scene is like Shinji.
It makes sense.
Shinji pushing Asuka away physically, much like Asuka did to him the
Yes.
rest of the series. And so that's
And
like
then
her moment of like,
she's, I guess you could say it's an olive branch or whatever. She is, you know, she is doing that. I mean, again, these scenes, from what I understand, were not actually in the script. I think they came a little bit later.
yeah, I just
Yeah.
read it as like she
Yeah.
like one, she has like the greater understanding of like instrumentality in some
Yeah.
capacity, and
she
two,
does-
like she
I
recognizes
assume she does, yeah.
Shinji is doing what she had been doing and is
Yeah, she's on the other side of
understanding
it,
of
I
what
guess.
yeah, she's understanding of what kind of place it's coming from and is like choosing to reach out to him through understanding and like
Yeah.
kindness rather than like physical
I mean,
fucking
then
abuse.
she says, doesn't she say, disgusting or bad feeling afterwards, though? So, like, there is a kind of like contrast in these events. Because it's, what is it? What does she say technically Japanese? I mean, it's basically bad feeling in the translation, I think Gil was saying.
Kimochi waui, yeah.
Yeah, because it's, you know, it's some extension of kimoi.
There's there's a lot of
Waui
fucking
being
like
bad.
nuance to that because like Kimochi
Yeah.
waui like could be like, you know, a sensation that you felt like after a roller coaster, right? Like she could
Yeah.
just be saying like, oh fuck, this was
I feel
fucked up.
disgusting. Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, I think she is talking about the situation that he did to her.
Well, it's interesting because that actually comes
but
up in a
obviously-
cutscene.
Yeah.
From at least from like
Yeah.
a metatextual perspective, it obviously bookends
Yeah.
the opening scene where like this is her response to him jerking off over
Sure.
it, right?
And I
Like,
believe
that's
it was it's the voice actor's decision because it was her decision. Asuka would say in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that this comes up in a cut scene that was, I guess, partially scripted. Is that
Yeah.
it's Asuka waking up from her catatonic state. She feels
Yeah.
nauseated, puts her hand over her mouth, and says, "I feel sick." Again, kimochi warui.
Yeah.
The medication has run out. I don't care anymore. So it's an interesting sort. If that scene was still in the movie, that'd be an interesting, almost.
It would be like an interesting mix of these situations.
Yeah.
It could be a callback to this.
But it's not. So, but still, it's an interesting like little thing to know.
There's a lot of interesting side things with Evangelion. I think that's what kind of brings it in, especially.
But it is weird here though that they're shitting on Shinji for the same reasons that people shit on Shinji in the TV show.
You are not built different. Also, apologies to the
Yeah, I guess they're just forming it on
He
these like
sucks
things
ass
that he has done
everything
terrible things in
wrong.
this movie
He only
as,
acts with
as their
consideration towards
basis of
himself,
being more
and the
justified
only use
to
he has
show
for
him.
everyone around him are his tools
But I guess
to
it
enable
does kind of
his
ignore
happiness.
the broader context, I suppose. But
Yeah.
you can also say those things that Shinji did are terrible. So like, you know, I can kind of see. But yeah, I guess with the are we talking about the further context though? Because obviously that applies for all the characters. That there is beyond beyond that day, right? The story goes beyond that.
The rest of his life. Limbs missing.
Again, like this quote here is something I myself specifically went away from talking about because I don't think it's appropriate for me to be talking
feels
about
too personal, and I don't.
I wouldn't personally feel comfortable about it because I don't know what parts of that character end up in what in his, because again I don't, and I feel like it's impersonal for me to talk about it like I know.
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah.
Because again, it's armchair psychology.
Right.
This is the stuff I would like to avoid usually.
In many ways, whether or not my reading is
Like I
true,
don't
will
mind bringing up
inevitably
his dad
come back
if
to the
Arno
question
brings
of,
him up, but
was
like
this
I wouldn't
intended to
really
be the
infer
original
too much into
ending?
it.
You let the end of that play without addressing it, but she's like admonishing Shinji for using people as tools.
What does she mean by that?
She's basically saying that Shinji only because like that whole scene where Shinji is like, you know, criticizing and like shitting on himself essentially for having done what he did or whatever. She's saying that she's taking that now as like codified in the series where that Shinji is literally just using people around him as tools. There is a nuance there where it's like that could, like, in a way that could be true that he is using people for like these connections, but that doesn't.
Well, he's also being used.
Right, but that
It goes
also
both
like
ways.
that's how you, that's like on a base instinctual level, that's how we form relationships, right? Like you set off of her to form a relationship because you want something from the other person. It does start out as transactional in like a very like,
what does Shinji
lizard
want though, I
brain
guess is really the question. Like what does he use these people for? Because I don't really understand what they think Shinji is doing in this situation. Like what is he looking for from these people?
Right.
Judging from like the scene that they're talking about specifically is like he's like, oh, anyone will do, you just want someone to be there for you, anybody would do, like it's not just
What,
us
to like cry on his shoulder, or does he want a hug? Like I don't know, I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess this is like his insecurity, but like I just don't feel like anyone would do for Shinji because he seems very selective. He seems very like specific about who he's gonna like let in, or if he can let them in. He almost lets Rei in, but then she like blows up. So
well,
you can
again,
almost see
I
that.
think
You can
that's, like,
almost see
Shinji-
that as like why he pilots the Eva in the first place is that he does it for the attention and admiration of his father. He literally says that at one point, like after like Gendo congratulates him, the next
overall.
scene
I think the
is
first time I think he is. There is a level of like he feels bad for the girl.
Well,
too,
yeah.
like,
Well, there's
he
also a
doesn't know.
selfless aspect to it as well. I don't
But
want
of
this.
course, yeah. The father
this injured
is obviously the real
girl.
thing there. He likes
Yeah.
when people tell him he's doing a good job. He likes being like given some kind of
Right,
pat on the
validation.
head.
Yeah.
Which is, again, it's kind of fucked up because it's like, yeah, this is a kid. He wants some admiration in the life without any, and you're making him fucking pilot a military machine, which is like fucked up way of getting it. I don't.
But here they say something weird.
It's rooted there, I think.
Not this part.
In many ways, whether or not my reading is true will inevitably come back to the question of, was this intended to be the original ending of Evangelion?
Again, yes, some of this is going to be wrong.
Not really. I feel like you could still have this reading and not really care about like.
No, sorry, I mean what they just said there. The if it's intended, because I know where they're going with this.
Right.
As a series.
Yeah, sorry,
a claim I have heard about this movie since the day it first found me and continues to haunt me.
Is the End of Evangelion movie the true ending?
Okay, can we stop for a second? Because Arno literally says this, though. Literally, in one of the quotes I just showed us earlier, Arno literally just said, like, yes, this is supposed to be kind of like closer to the original. It's not exactly it, because we can get the ISO document in a second, but like these are like ideas that are around, and they are even referenced in episode 25 and 26, including Misato dying and Kasaragi ending up in the Red Pool. So like these ideas are already being formed in some way. And a lot of those ideas we can see through those other ISO stuff we'll get into in a moment.
Now,
like,
well, I guess we'll bring this up when
25 and 26
I'll
were
let them keep
results of them
going.
running out of time, rather than running out of budget, which is a common myth.
No, wrong. Why did you put that in the video? Why did you put someone saying budget into the video? You know that's not true. You have to know.
Well, they're saying rather than running out of budget, which is a common myth, to be fair. But
okay, okay, I'm jumping the gun. Sorry, I hear that so many times. It's fucking gun in my head.
They suddenly became so abstract with use of very simple art styles and heavy recycling of already existing animation from earlier episodes.
It is the intended ending. They weren't able to do it originally because they ran. Case
these are Reddit comments. I don't care about Reddit.
That's a problem.
Sure, yeah, I mean, I've read it doesn't matter.
Someone who's trying to analyze this.
Yeah, I don't think you should be listening to them.
Especially as
You
someone
should be
who's
listening
trying
to
to
the
argue
sources.
secretly wants to fight you in a Denny's parking lot. If this were the intended ending, that would mean the End of Eva can't exactly be a response to the last two episodes of the series.
Some of it can be, some of it might not be.
Right.
This is where it gets into conjecture, right?
After all, if this movie's concept predates the end of TV, it can't
Some of it
really
does.
respond to something that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, some of what happens in this movie does, in fact, and we know this for a few reasons. Again, one, this movie, like they announced that they were going to remake the last two episodes and make a movie 1 month after the final episode aired. We know that for a fact. And by that time, if they're announcing that they're going to be making a movie, they're probably already like putting in like a production committee together, figuring
We also
out
have to assume here, and this is something they're going to bring up, and I think they have no real basis for what they're saying. It gets a bit funky. But all right, so let's look at the production for a second, a little bit deeper. So episode 13 is done by Production IG already, and is a idea from Iso directly. So he came up with the entire idea for this episode, and I think he wrote it, and he did some animation on it. Iso also does animation on episode 19. Iso seems to be really involved in a lot of these like random ideas.
Yes, he's very involved.
It's entirely possible that at some point Production IG was supposed to help with some of these last two episodes, but then they realized you just don't have enough time to do that. So maybe like Production IG had already started like boarding out these episodes properly, or thinking about how this was going to be, especially with just like the basic stuff of the base gets invaded and then Asuka is going to fight some people.
Yeah.
So you know these two things are going to happen, and that IG seems to be, at least Iso is somewhat involved in these because he brings it up.
Yeah, because we can see here.
Iso's document, which is based on some of the original like conceptions of what these plots are, but a lot of these plots do change a lot over time.
Yeah.
And also means that the end of TV.
But again,
really
episode
is
25 does reference two things that happen in End of Eva, as like obviously already been decided.
Yeah, it references the death of Misato and Ritsuko's clothes in the LCL.
Yes. And they die exactly the same ways as they do in the movie.
Yes.
Ritsuko, it's actually Ritsuko with a bullet hole in her.
Yeah, she's in the pool, right? Just like in the show,
original vision,
in the
which
movie.
in turn can be largely discarded. If it wasn't the original ending, however, then that casts these death threats and fan reactions in a very
well. These are obviously like these aren't even responses to the end of the TV series, as we've already discussed. These are responses to the movie, to Death and Rebirth.
Contextually, if we go back to Gunbuster again, Gunbuster had the same thing where like the original conception of Gunbuster was Okada or the Ota King, and then it passed through Yamaga, who was going to be then the writer, and it went to pass through Arno again, that changed the story a bit, and then it passed through someone else. So like there are like different levels of separation between the conception of the idea when it gets to this point, when it gets to this point. So things are just, this is just how Gainax is, and a lot of studios are like, things are always changing and evolving. And especially with Gainax, that was always kind of the feel of it, and why they always had production problems, I think, to some degree, is that they were willing to like finagle a bit more.
Retro Anime Mike says Eva was always a slideshow and it's brilliant for it. Look at Ray swimming in Magma Diver. I always like to think of like there's an episode, I want to say it's like episode 7, where there's just a long panning shot of a bunch of urinals.
Yeah.
Like Evangelion has brilliant applications of very limited animation.
And again, if you go back to Tsurumaki, in his Eva 1.1 interview for the complete record collection, Tsurumaki literally says, we created a method in Eva which was supposed to secure resources by doing very particular kinds of cuts and edits, including lots of still and stoicism in terms of how it cuts and how they don't move and how we like would cut between them to try and save on like animation resources.
Yeah.
And this was an intentional decision that starts with Nadia even.
Yeah, I mean, Evangelion is a series that shows that you don't need like a ton of Sakuga constantly. It can be very limited, and what you make that work by having very interesting shot composition.
Yeah, or you could look at episode 14 as probably the beginning of the really pushing that to the limit, where like the Ray kind of introspection. But a lot of that is like very abstract imagery, but probably doesn't take a lot of frames.
Different light. So, was the end of Evangelion going to be the original intended ending?
Partially.
Well, yeah.
Yes and no.
Duh. You can literally see unfinished animation for the mass-produced Eva fight in the episode previews that aired with episode 24.
Yes, director's
and
cut.
Hideaki
Yeah,
Anno
right to say.
So this is something that we need to know. Remember when we talked about earlier how like they find stuff in their research later on and go back and go back. They don't really go back, but they then correct themselves later on in the video. They later realize that those episode previews are from the director's cut, which were
they're about to say it right now. This is the point, I'm pretty sure. About they're going to be like,
no, they say it. I think they say it like quite a bit later.
They say it towards the end of this section.
Let's see. Let's just let them play it out. Let them cook.
That episode 25 apostrophe was always the original plan.
So like Arno's basically saying in this one interview here that basically like, yeah, these parts of the story were kind of written at some point, and they are going to come back to it. And we know from the Ito documents that that's partially
true.
Yeah,
I guess let's address these real quick. So
yeah.
Despite not being a main staff member or even an employee of Gainax,
like
Mitsuo throughout the production was just sending Anno a bunch of memos. If I remember correctly, I was often sending around 20 or more faxes in a single day, which is hilarious.
I think it's because Iso is he's a wonderful animator, but also I think they wanted him to do more cuts. So I assume they're sending him stuff because of like, hey, what if you animated this? What if you did this? And of course, he also wrote one of the episodes, so he kind of got more.
And then
more.
he was submitting a lot of ideas, like
and they're taking it. There was like a lot of that going on. There was a lot of
but what's
ideas
important to note is there is one in particular.
Some of these ideas do end up in the rebuilds, by the way. Like some of these ideas were not thrown away; they came back later.
Oh yeah. Let me see if I could find the exact memo that he drew up. It's in this section.
Yeah, there's a memo which relates to. I assume we were talking about the Osaka fights the unwinnable battle one.
Yeah, where is it? It's.
You might have just passed it.
This is it? Here we go.
Yeah, so this should be episode 25, but it's 24 because they move the original 24 is supposed to be episode 21. So that's why it says 24.
So old nerve schemes have to have Gendo reinstated. Asuka said she'll buy some time and rushes out. No chance to stop her. All personnel move into action simultaneously. Shinji and Masato escape the besieged area. Fuyutsuki and others head underground for old HQ's computers. Asuka's hiding in the lake, about to run out of power. She can't wait any longer. She faces the self-defense forces lying in wait and charges. Okay, important thing to note. So in the context of the movie, it's like Sele forces the UN, and originally it's
Japanese Defense Force or something like that, don't they say? Japanese Special. They give it like a JSSF, I think they call it in here a couple times.
Yeah. So it's like the Japanese Special Self-Defense Force. Yeah, JSSDF.
Someone's attacking the base, basically.
Yes, some outside military organization. All out attack continues. Here's where we show off the most Sakuga.
So this is where Iso is involved. That's why they're
and they have like a weird thing about the armor on Unit 2 that wasn't in the movie, but so things start off pretty bad. When she charges the JSSDF, her sync ratio is at 52%, but strangely it goes up. it's at 220% by the end. So she's fully synced up now. Again,
just
like the fight in the movie. All right. Before long, roll. Yeah. Okay, she advances slowly towards the crag, pushed back. From atop the mountain, two people, Misato and Shinji, look behind them. Okay, so from inside Old HQ, Fuyutsuki and company successfully forced they're being artillery shelled. So they managed to stop that, and that protects Asuka because her armor is taking a beating. Eva with the armor, still with armor left, going strong. It lifts its face to look at Shinji. And then right after, there's a huge explosion. So again, it follows a very similar sort of structure to the fight in End of Evangelion, where she's fighting not against soldiers, but against these mass production units that are being sent by Sele / the UN, because I think they're the same thing. I don't really remember.
Something like that.
I mean, she does fight. She does fight
military machines, yeah.
She also does that too, yeah.
She fights helicopters and battleships and stuff, it does happen.
So all that's going on. And it seems like she's won the day, basically. You know, it seems like, she's actually managed to defeat them.
Which could be the Angels, or what became the units, which I think originally was supposed to be the Angels.
There's a huge explosion. Now, obviously, in the movie, it's not a huge explosion. It's the lance of Longinus coming from off screen and hitting her in the head. But that's
so
like it's a very similar structure. And again, this was planned for episode 24, meaning that this was early enough in production that they had this idea well before the movie was being made, and they presumably then bring it back for the movie. So there are ideas in this movie.
Doing what they're saying, effectively. It's like these things were planned in some ways.
Yeah.
Some parts of them, definitely.
We had ideas that we wanted to use, and we decided to put them in the movie.
Yeah, like including the base getting attacked by military soldiers. That's definitely, these two things are definitely concretely things they wanted to do.
Yeah.
Stuff with Gendo making Instrumentality. I mean, their version gets a bit more like the rebuilds, where like he like fuses with them and he gets like weird powers, I think, and then the angels come down and then he dies.
Yeah.
It's like, it's supposed to be more
weird stuff. Kaoru turns into a cat in one episode. It's fucking bizarre.
Yeah, he was originally a cat. It's a reference to a tokusatsu, if I believe so. I think it might be Kamen Rider, about a cat that had powers or something. But yeah, so they eventually turned him from a cat into just a boy.
Give me 1 minute. I gotta use the bathroom. Honestly, we've been running for about 3.5 hours, so I'm gonna take a quick piss.
Sai's taking a break, and we get to entertain everybody without the video.
Wait. Oh shit, he can only play it. Fuck.
Start spinning plates.
Wait a minute. Then maybe I'll look at what have I got my quotes here. Have I got something else we were going to talk about? What was something that's going to come up soon? Let's have a look what I've got. Anything relevant to bring up? I can't read fast enough.
Where can I read up on the production history of Eva? Eva Geeks probably.
I don't know. You look for my document, I guess. It's like 300 sources. There's a lot of Evangelion stuff in there, and from the rebuild to the thing, which will reference stuff.
I was just wondering about the video and whether their statements were a bit questionable. A bit is a bit of an understatement.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these, again, some of these, maybe it's like old facts die hard.
Yeah.
Like there are sometimes people will bring up some of these things.
Yeah.
And like, well, it's like it's a common knowledge kind of situation where people are like, well, everyone knows this, but like it's not really.
I feel like honestly, I feel like your video and especially this document is a good starting point for research now, where it's like, okay.
Because they're like specific, but I mean, a lot of those interviews, some of them you can't find now because a lot of them are web archives, so it's useful in that way. And some of them will not be on the. I think Ava Wiki has a bunch of interview quotes you could probably look through as well that are like by year. But my document has stuff that they don't have.
Both
definitely.
versions of episode 26 were always meant to be like that. Wait, so the plan was always to have episode 26 descend into an abstract dreamscape, but one shows a timeline where Shinji is loved even without piloting the Eva, while the other
kind of happens in the movie still, though.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what they're trying to like say. There's an inconsistency here. That seems to be true.
That feels like a pretty sharp difference on its own. Both.
I mean, can we pause for just 1 second?
Yeah.
So like the original ending for the series, way back, if we look at that document again, it's like that's not what happens. There's like a fight. I think they go into Instrumentality, but there's like a fight with 12 angels, and it happens in the moon, and the Gendo dies, and like so there's like a bit more of a normal ending, like originally planned, I guess, or at least in the original document, which that stuff is kind of referencing. But at some point, they decided against that when the series started changing its vibe towards the second half. So like, yeah, it depends what we mean by originally, always, because I think things were always changing.
We'll come back to that in a moment.
It's again talking about the original plan for Evangelion is like, it's like predicting the weather.
We're way past that. Yeah, we're way past that,
Start with the
and
parts
like
I'm
obviously
sure
things were
we'll
changing
agree
so much.
It is
It would be more accurate to say the original plans.
Yeah, of
that
course,
this was
because the
originally intended
plans
to be part of
change
Neon Genesis Evangelion's
in an improv style.
part. If I had to guess based on everything I've read and the contents of the film itself, the original plan for End of TV
If I had to guess,
yes, this is a problem. You shouldn't be guessing. You could just be looking at different things,
probably did
including.
look deeply similar to the End of Eva. Or rather, it had the same general shape as End of Eva. Nerve Raid,
I mean,
Final
in
Eva
some
fight
parts,
starring Asuka,
not wrong.
Third Impact, Instrumentality, video essays on why this character is problematic, dip into an alternate reality, tie off with a final emotional revelation, capstone with one of the most iconic shots in all of anime after being told to get your shit together, and being given a hand by those closest to you. Similar shape, but very different details. The originally intended ending was undoubtedly going to show
You say that about
many of the
every
same
ending
events
of Evangelion.
Yeah. They're the endings of Evangelion.
we saw leading
Yes,
up
the
to
many endings.
Instrumentality. And my guess is that everything we see play
What do
out
I
in
have
episode
next to my
25
notes?
apostrophe was probably more or less what they had
Oh
in
gosh, we don't
mind.
have anything for another
The original version of episode
5
25
minutes here.
before time made it impossible. I think that not only because of those previews in episode 24,
Yeah,
but also because that just makes sense. Show what sparks Instrumentality. As is, the End of TV's greatest flaw is the fact that it just kind of jumps over the whole of Instrumentality. Because
Yeah, we can probably just skip to your next note.
Yeah, it's just gonna be recap.
And place
Have you got like a
would have
quote on
simply
whether the
revived.
next being like?
End of discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Toji thing, you gotta be all careful with the Toji thing as well, because in the manga Toji does die, but in the TV version, yeah, it was I think TV thing made that decision. But then in later versions when they don't have the TV, Toji survives. So like rebuilds, Toji survives and becomes a doctor, and then in other versions of the story, including like different media mixes, Toji survives again. Toji survives. Toji doesn't survive. It's like there's kind of like it goes back and forth. But Toji kind of became quite important, I feel, and I think they just decided that like maybe it's good to keep him around. Just because the TV made that decision doesn't mean it's a decision that they kept to, obviously. Because again, rebuilds not even close to dying. He stays.
Right. Yeah.
End of
So like these are
discussion.
decisions that go up and
Additionally,
down.
There's the things that couldn't have been in the original ending.
Yeah, in the manga he does
because
die.
they flatly could not have existed yet.
But that happens years and years after the End of Eva.
Which objectively couldn't have been intended. It could go on sold at Japanese screenings of End of Eva and translated to the original English.
This part is really
Here's
just
we get to the
kind of-
Surrogates thing.
All right, so we're getting close to the Suramaki quote. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go. All right, let me get my quote up.
Sorry, but this is incredible. We're voice acting this bit. For full authenticity, please imagine you're reading this interview inside of a Japanese movie theater in 1998 as you wait to watch the End of Evangelion for the
Came out in 97.
So,
Yeah.
Neon Genesis Evangelion. It's finally complete. Why did you decide to conclude the series in the form of a movie?
Yes, it's finally over. Honestly, I think it would have been best to simply end it with a TV series. Frankly speaking, I feel that everything after that was a bit of unnecessary work. Although, I guess normally one should feel happy about having their work made into a movie.
Do you feel that the time you were able to put into the project showed up in the degree of completion of the finished work?
I wonder... I mean, we certainly had enough time, but the psychological uplift I felt during the TV series just wouldn't come back to me. I'm sorry to sound so retrogressive, but it's just that the feeling of tension during the TV series...
That's a weird... I gotta think about this. Retrogressive feels like a very weird translation.
Yeah, I assume they mean he's being...
I know what he's saying, but I'm like, why
nostalgic?
did they decide to use that word?
was probably the best of my life.
Yeah, I think he's being nostalgic. I think they really mean.
Yeah.
It felt really good toward the end, after finishing the work for episode 16, and especially from episode 20 onward. Of course, physically,
He's
I was
saying he's
dead
a
tired,
workaholic,
but
and
my
that he
mind was
felt
still
like that
sharp
razor
as ever.
edge of Overlord.
I felt that I was
But then
utilizing my
after that
natural
point,
abilities to their maximum
it sounds like he was just like burnt out.
Yeah.
But like, okay, so let's get into this thing here. This is why I'm saying it's not the best to use Surumaki as a complete guide here, because as said in the document Love and Pop, so there's a little thread here. There's a quote here that eventually says, during the Love and Pop thing, that like insiders suffered from the negative effects of the Gainax. They mean Surumaki thought of quitting Gainax, and Masayuki, the other director of Part 2, thought he should be distancing himself from Arno during the Death and Rebirth. He was an editor on that as well, I believe. He was connected quite closely to it, definitely. So they were working overtime for this stuff, and I think they were feeling the impacts. They were not feeling any of the positive sides of it. You can go down because I think the first bit is about stagnation, but it's basically saying that these people, the reason that like Surumaki might say that is because he obviously wasn't having a good time, and that he was feeling literally about quitting the studio.
Yeah,
because it was like, again, like someone like the producer once said that he thought the deadline on Death and Rebirth was even worse than the show. which is why they had to add the extension, which is to say, like, it was not great. Like, they didn't feel like they had enough time, and it was obviously doing a lot more things with much higher scale towards
right,
the end.
and you have to work with you're working much closely with production IG and all that.
Yeah, like, and I feel like they're saying that, like, yeah, sure, he might have been feeling like the wire at the end of a television show, but then he had to keep working. They didn't get to stop working, right? He had to keep going.
Man, did Surumaki work on any movies prior? That's a good.
No, I don't think so, because
Like,
he came in around 1990.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe outside of Gynex, but like in Gynex, it was like he did the OVA updated mini episodes of Gunbuster, Nadia, from Nadia into Ava movies, into Fulikuli.
Yeah, it looks like he had some episode director credits on Gunbuster, but nothing.
No, this is
like anything on the scale of having
shorts. That's the DVD shorts, or the Laserdisc shorts. So in the 90s, they made more shorts. They made 4 and 5 shorts.
Look at that. Right.
So he didn't work on Gunbuster. He worked on the little shorts.
Okay.
So he did 2 of the little shorts, which were released in a much later version of Gunbuster.
Yeah. But it doesn't really seem to be anything on the scale of a feature-length movie.
No, he was an episode director, key animator, moved his way up to number 2, assistant director, or in End of Eva and Rebirth and all that. I actually don't know if he's part of Rebirth or not, was he? Because Rebirth is like Sasakawa and I think Masayuki, but maybe he was working on some of the... He did, obviously, his section, which is episode 25.
Yeah. But the point is, I mean, it's understandable because it would have been a much larger scale production than having to manage a TV show.
It's going to be difficult, right? Even though you do all that work, then you have to do more, and you're like, fuck, I thought we already finished. Jesus Christ, and you got to keep going. And again, like he's not getting any benefits from this. He's not like Arno. It's not his IP.
Yeah.
Like, Arno's going to feel some benefits.
And again, he doesn't seem particularly resentful of the fans here.
No, I think that the thing with Surumaki here is, again, I don't think he's media trained either, because I think this is like literally one of the first interviews he's ever done. So
doesn't he literally say that there weren't like any feelings of bitterness in the production of End of Eva?
That's what I'm going to get up now, which is the 2001 interview he did, where people were asking him, "Did you feel that this was like a spite attack against the fans?"
Right.
And he said, "It wasn't a bitterness towards the fans. A lot of people think anime should always have happy endings, but that's not always the case. We wanted to educate fans that anime could have bitter endings."
Which is very funny to think about, given like a lot of anime.
Yeah, this was Otakon in 2001, so in America, right?
Here we are. Yeah,
it's first American convention, just after Fulukuli came out.
Okay, here we go. Otakon fans still wanted to learn about Evangelion's mysteries and motives. Surumaki said that he was surprised that Shinji was understood so well by North American Evangelion fans, and admitted that Shinji was modeled after the director Hideaki
Again, this
Anno.
is his perspective. I will say that this is his Arno that's Surumaki's take of it. I think Arno tends to be a little bit more close to the chest on that one about who's who.
Coy.
Yeah, he's a bit more coy. These characters are all kind of parts of people he knows, I guess.
Yeah. Shinji gets summoned by his father to ride a robot, and Anno was summoned by Gynax to make a big animation show after he had problems with Nadia and the Mysterious Seas. Kind of a weird, again, not really what actually happened. Again, kind of speaks to like how unreliable even creators can be in terms of like how these events transpire.
I think is he still talking about Ava there? This might be because of they might be... I'm trying to figure out the. Is he trying?
I think he
to
might be talking about the fact that like
Nadia the movie, but because he didn't like Arno like kind of bounced off that, and then at this time he didn't. I guess maybe that's what
some fans think that the extreme violence in the End of Evangelion was inspired by fans' disapproval of Anno, but Surumaki said that was not the case. It wasn't a bitterness towards fans. A lot of people think that anime should always have happy endings, but that's not always the case. We wanted to educate the fans that anime can have bitter endings too.
I feel bitter is an appropriate way to describe it.
Yeah.
I think that's a key takeaway. Is
it's definitely
it's not inspired by people's disapproval of Anno. Really, if anything, I would say again, it's inspired by fucking Devilman and Space Runaway Idion's Be Invoked.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like
you can kind of see that. It's very obvious. I mean, it's the beachside scene. That's exactly what Devilman does.
And it's like
Devilman, the fucking assault on Nerve is literally just Be Invoked, where everyone is fucking dying.
Yeah, and you could say that's about Devilman too, because everyone in Devilman kind of transforms from a shonen kind of action series into like the apocalypse, and everyone starts dying, and it gets really fucked up. It really quite like rapidly, because you go through 3+ volumes of just like yeah, okay, it's nice little monster of the week stuff. Then suddenly, like, the apocalypse happens, and then everyone, and then in the last volume, it's just like, what the fuck? Everything just fucks over out of nowhere.
I don't think that Shinji is partially based on off Ano can be totally written off though. Like even if that's just Suramaki's perspective,
you could totally like
someone...
read it that way. I don't think it's like invalid. I just want to say that like that's obviously Suramaki's perspective. He's not talking as like as a concrete one there. There's definitely factors of that. It just depends how far you want to go into that reading and how useful it is.
Being invoked is so much more uplifting in its final scene, though. I mean, literally, in a literal sense, uplifting, yeah, especially with that song, which I won't spoil for anyone.
I mean, it's still bitter.
It's still bitter because everyone died, but
like they don't come back.
Right, but they get to begin anew in like a different form.
I guess that people can relate to that or not, because what does that mean to someone else? Like, what does it mean to be a new form?
Right.
But yeah, I think the highlight of saying that this is Suramaki's perspective is basically saying this is not concrete. This is like someone else's interpretation.
It's more just his insight into the situation, because Suraki is just one person, and
so like
a different reading, and maybe Masayuki would give a different reading, and
citing it as like
gives a thing about his dick.
So it's like it's more of like a cautionary thing of like, don't cite this necessarily as a source that is saying that this is definitely what Shinji is, because there's not.
Okay, so the reason I brought this up is do you know the classic interview that Suramaki gave when he said the religious iconography doesn't mean anything?
Right.
Yeah.
And it's like he's just wrong because he doesn't realize that the book was given by Oshi, and that like there's a lot of like the Jewish mysticism, Lilith, and stuff like that. There's obviously a context to that stuff. I mean, like maybe the crosses are just more like tokusatsu, because obviously that's like Ultraman, but the other stuff, like I feel like there's definitely some stuff in there that kind of like reads as intentional or like has some connection to the lore in a way. So like I don't feel like I think that Suraki's perspective is he just isn't really big into the religious iconography, and he pushed for that not to be used as much in the rebuilds.
They're ascending, and also I think tonally music imagery in Be Invoked is very positive. See, I think this is a highlight of like the contrast. Well, it's more like a contrast between like Evangelion in like a literal sense is not as downer of an ending as Ideon in a literal sense.
Yes.
But the tone, I guess like the general tone of it, Ideon seems much more uplifting, even though it's literally just about embracing like death, essentially. Like, I
think Counting Down to Bop, I think that's a pretty fun bop to listen. I don't think it's actually that depressing of a song. I think it sounds just catchy.
Kamsus or Todd?
Yeah, I think that's
I thought you were talking about the song Be Invoked, which we're deliberately not mentioning the song for Be Invoked for people who have not seen the movie, because then that song comes on.
For Be Invoked.
Yeah,
for this 40-year-old plus movie.
I don't know how many people that are really interested in watching Be Invoked have.
That's
not
also
you're gonna have to watch the series first, obviously. So
yeah.
I don't know if you're gonna be watching it.
But that's not Evangelion.
Yeah, I think we get stuck in the weeds a bit, but yeah, that's what just
other money to watch. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, again, like this is what I'm saying when you're not media trained, because you probably shouldn't be telling your audience that like actually this movie's kind of like.
And what they're going to say here is that this booklet was distributed by Gainax in order to directly communicate to the fans that they were pissed off that they had to make this movie, which is not true.
Again, that doesn't see what Suramaki is saying though, because I feel like that would be like a bad decision.
Not what Suramaki is saying, but also Gainax did not put together or distribute this pamphlet.
It would be the movie, distributor of the film stuff.
Yeah, which was either Toei or Toho. I don't remember which.
Pretty sure it's Toei.
It's one of those two, though. And they would have put this pamphlet together, and they would have been the ones who were distributing it, not Gainax themselves. Gainax was
whoever's interviewing them. It's not going to be a Gainax member. It's probably going to be someone from the, I guess, production kind of side of things, isn't it? It's going to be a random interviewer for Toei's sort of like press group or whatever.
And yeah, again, this is them kind of retrofitting this interview, because the interview doesn't say anything about them resenting anybody for having to make. I mean, it does say like he was like, "Oh, I felt more creatively fulfilled at the end of the TV series,"
which is fair.
But I don't. That's, I mean, they kind of address that where they're saying like, "Oh, the creators like the ending, sure," but like you're now retrofitting this quote that's kind of open to like somewhat be tangentially related to your thesis. And are now like shoving it in there.
At this point, I think Arno, if we take the quote from the sort of like his interview booklet, the Schizo Evangelion booklet, then Arno is actually contradicting what Suramaki's saying, because Arno's saying like, "Oh, it was a failure," and then Suramaki's saying, "Actually, no, I prefer this." So you're getting two different like perspectives on the series if you take this time period, the quotes they have said during this sort of area of time.
I'm trying to think. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so. And then, they're also taking that bit from where the fuck did I put the goddamn pamphlet at? I have too many tabs open now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, like, why are we not asking Masayuki, the person who made
Here we
the
go.
side of the movie that we're talking about right now?
Oh
Because
yeah.
Masayuki very rarely does interviews. Like, he's got some, I think, in the complete collection. I think
But
there's
they're also
actually an
basing it
interview, a
off
bonus interview in
this excerpt here,
fully book about him.
where they say,
yeah, they kind of give like a rundown.
They say something along the lines of like the clamoring of fans for the resolution to like the mysteries of the show.
Yeah, they're prepping you up, right? They're supposed to be like hyping you up a bit.
Yeah, this was decided to remake the last 2 episodes. Keep in mind though, and I think what's important to note is that even if the original episodes 25 and 26 were completely normal, it's some really insane, awesome angel fight, everything goes off, it's insane, it's awesome, it's the greatest,
it's like really cool, and then Gendo's dick explodes and then he's like, I'm actually and it's like, whoa,
there still almost certainly would have been a movie made in some capacity.
We already know it was in production, right? The recap movie at least would be in production.
There would have at least been a recap movie like we have seen with other they would have basically probably made like the Do You Remember Love of Evangelion.
Yes. Or they might, again, they could have also done another franchise movie where it was a completely non-canon extra thing that happens. That could have
totally happened. Like a side story, like what happened with Nadia. Yeah.
Yeah, you could have done all sorts of things. I mean, you got to think of like what Escaflowne got a movie that was kind of tangentially a retelling, but not in the 2000s.
Everyone on Earth loves the ending to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. There's still a movie for Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
There's 2 movies.
There are 2 movies for Brotherhood?
Yes, I'm pretty sure there's 2, is there not?
I know that. I thought it was just the Shining Star. Oh, no, Shambhala is for 03.
Oh, we did what, Brotherhood?
Yeah, we're talking about Brotherhood.
Like 2 different movies, are there not?
Well, yeah,
just movies in the franchise, but both by Bones.
Yeah, there's Star of Milos, which is the Brotherhood movie, and then Conquer Shambhala.
I mean, Conquer Shambhala is a direct sequel to the events of 2003, and then Shining Star of Milos was basically like a side story to put something for Brotherhood into theaters because Brotherhood was very fucking successful. That's just something that you do.
Best animators in it, don't you? You want your Bones animators like really showing off their best hand.
Again, so it's not that like the ending was incomplete that this movie was made. It may be that like the ending was incomplete that the movie turned out the way it did, but they would have made a movie anyway.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if Honor rejected it, there would be something else that came out.
There are 2 movies for 03.
Maybe there is.
Are there?
There's
maybe there's only one theatrical.
Maybe there's like
I know there's like live action OVAs.
Yeah, there's like a live action film. There's only 2 animated ones. But yeah, so these movies just get made anyway. It has nothing to do with like the quality or incompleteness of the original series.
I think it has a lot to do with money. It's a production committee. That's what it's for.
Be the ending they wanted for the series.
Like, are we going to say like, oh, people are unsatisfied with the ending, so Sega made 5 games or something?
The last 2 episodes of Neon Genesis Evangelion. By the way,
he directed a lot of episodes.
Shout out to Masayuki
he directed, and again, you forgot to like, go back. Who else is that there? Masayuki? Did you forget to mention Masayuki again?
Shout out to Masayuki.
Go down, see the scroll.
They say shout out to Masayuki.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Masayuki? Who's that? You've not mentioned them once.
While I think this interview with the director that Gainax literally sold alongside the movie itself says...
And they did not sell this alongside the movie themselves. This was either Toei or Toho.
It was a pamphlet would have been given out during
because if I go to Wikipedia...
So you would have not got this with the movie, I don't believe.
Distributed by Toei, but if I go to that rating site again, wherever the fuck
it might be because Toho will do it now, because Toho and Toei are part of the rebuild.
That might be it.
So if there's been a later re-release of the film, Toho might have been involved, and Toei.
That could be it. That would make sense.
Because there have been releases since.
And again, this book the Red Cross book is not made just for this interview to be put in front of people and have them be like, oh my God, they didn't want to make this movie. Like the Red Cross book was to answer questions that people had from
it had lots of lore shit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like that's where basically like the beginning of like Ava Geeks and shit came from, is this Red Cross book, because people were like asking questions after the TV series, like what the fuck was this, where did this come from?
I mean, they made a whole game about it after all, like, Evangelion 2 bigs up, but it spent 10 hours talking to Hano and talking to all the Gainax people and looking for like documents and be like, oh, we're going to tell you all the secrets. Not really.
It's like if you're making the manga, if you're making video games,
this is what that was the intention behind the Red Cross book, not like telling people that we didn't want to make this movie.
No, they wanted to make money. That's why there's 2 movies in the end, right? That's why the production committee was happy in the end, because they got 2 movies that both made a lot of money.
Yeah,
or
they made a lot of
franchise
money.
film,
More
which
about
is double they
Gainax's
expected
outlook
to
on
make.
film.
It's actually kind of funny that we say, oh, they made a lot of money. And then I look at the box office on Wikipedia, it says $19 million. Which for anime,
yeah, the
is, an
box office
anime film
is
is
that
fucking
adjusted?
insane, especially, no, it's
I
not
mean,
adjusted.
It's 1 point. One of them made something. Was it like 1.8? The other one made 2 point something, wasn't it?
2 point,
billion
okay,
yen,
End of
that's just on
Evangelion
the-
made 2.47 billion.
This is a lot of money in the time period, though, because
Yes,
anime
it
movies
is.
didn't used to make money. It was only after the fact of, all right, so like the biggest anime movie before Mononoke was Whisper of the Heart, 3 billion yen.
Wow. I mean,
So like you've got to consider how much the leap had been that Mononoke created, and then Pokemon the same like afterwards. Before then, for an anime movie to make 2 billion yen is a big fucking deal at the
Yeah.
cinema alone. That's a big fucking deal.
Yeah, even the TV series, like it was the best-selling TV series of all time for like 20
Yeah, I don't even
years,
know if we
and
have a
then
hard number on Evangelion, because last I checked, because from like 98, it was like 3-4 million laser discs is what they were saying. Something like that. They were saying like
so-
7 million laser discs.
there's
Which
there's a
God knows what it is now.
no, it's more. It was the best-selling anime with just the DVD, Blu-ray, and Laserdiscs for like 20 years,
So it
and
should be,
then
I
it
guess,
got
at that
it,
point.
it did get surpassed, but then it took the spot again when the Blu-ray came out.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it doesn't
there's
surprise. Those
this-
numbers are insane.
Those are the sales numbers.
here's a
Here's
a good way to put it that I think will communicate this to a lot of people.
We've got
Yes.
to have money.
And we're copyright strike.
Oh no, that was
Yeah,
only 3
yeah,
seconds.
3
It's fine.
seconds were good. But yeah, like you got to just consider, like, I mean, the idea of the rebuilds themselves is like a no-brainer, is it not?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
why wouldn't you make, like, even if End of Eva is done, like, why wouldn't you just keep going? The only reason is like anxiety, because
Yeah.
that's, you know, when Arno was originally trying to get other people to make G Ava, as he called it, like people just didn't want to touch it because they were probably afraid of a backlash, right? They were like, well, we're not the people who made the series, we're afraid to
At the time
do
than
that.
even
Yeah.
the greatest poets of Greece ever could. I don't want to get too
Mhm.
caught up in the production side of this. Any
We're a
more
bit too
so
late
than
now,
I
isn't it?
already am.
Uh,
After all, the ways in which these two endings thematically conflict is so much more notable. Why focus so much on the production when we could actually start talking about the goddamn movie? So fine, let's talk about
Alright.
the biggest reason this couldn't possibly be the original ending. The objective fact that the end of Evangelion is
God, okay.
itself a response to the response to the end of TV.
Do they mean with the response to the
again,
response that they're talking about death and
if
rebirth?
this
or
is your
not?
reading, that's fine. I don't like them being like, this is the objective fact. And it has the same energy as that 3-hour, 4-hour long Twin Peaks Everything Explained video.
Yeah, you don't know. That's always the
No.
Let's talk about the
It's
most
a fine
controversial
interpretation to
aspect
have
of
a
this movie.
4-hour
The
video if you
second
really want to get into it, but it doesn't mean it's
most
true.
controversial and the third most controversial and contentious aspect of this movie, Jesus Christ, the death threats. What could probably be better defined as the harassment?
Again, these are in response to Death and Rebirth, the movie that had come out a few
Yes.
months prior.
And some of it is contentious. Again, like the graffiti, God knows what that happened. We don't know when
Yeah,
that happened.
we don't know.
None,
Yeah,
of,
the
it's,
co-
none of it's like guy next die, is it? Or Ava sucks, is it? It's
Yeah,
all
it's
completely
like
irrelevant.
sex,
The
repoulement.
emails are a response to Death and Rebirth. For
Unless
all we know, the
unless
graffiti is just like
Ikari-
random.
Is
Yeah.
Ikari supposed to be in relation to Shinji?
We don't know.
Or just
Ikari
completely
Rape
irrelevant?
Man?
I don't know. Is that just something else? Like, Rape Man's a manga,
She.
isn't it? And die, poop. Like, yeah, I don't know. What's that in reflection to?
Hey, Coach, go.
Hi Ari.
Anyway,
Yeah,
let's
some
let
of these
them
like
keep
some of these are
talking,
negative,
because,
but yeah, these are in response to the movie by and
There's a
large.
lot of insufferable shit here that you wouldn't want to find in your inbox, but only a couple actual threats. However, it
Well, yeah.
seems like everyone
I don't even know if any of them are actual like.
I think one of them's a threat, and I think that's it, isn't it?
Let me see.
Just the
Let's-
die.
we can
Honor,
read
die, whatever
them.
it's called.
We can read them. We have the technology.
Yeah, we have it here. It's lucky that the
I
fans
think it's
are
it's literally
dedicated.
just
Yes,
Ano.
just
Okay.
Ono does it.
Kill you.
Yeah, that's what it says, right?
And that's it.
Yeah, because you got Arno's name, then it's next to it. Was that like Kudus or something? No, I can't remember.
A lot of, and then the rest of these are like, oh my god, what are you doing right now?
Yeah, they're all a bit like, wow, what wacky sacky.
Yeah.
What
It's
the
it's
hell?
either wow, I really appreciated how abstract and weird that got, or you're getting lost in the sauce, my dog.
Yeah, which is fair. I think that's fair to leave people messages that go like that. If you, I don't think that's like abusive.
But again, yeah, all these are translated on Ava Geeks. You can read them. They're
Everyone settled
yeah.
on referring to these as the death threats in End of Eva, and I'm not going to bother trying to fight that tide. As many have been quick to point out when discussing the scene where these death threats show up, we actually see a lot of letters. Many harassing or even threatening, but many more
Well, not many actually. On the
and
actual
wishing them luck.
film.
No, they're not praising the original ending. They're praising Death and Rebirth.
Yeah,
they're like, wow, Death and Rebirth was such a cool movie.
Yeah, none of them. I don't
This is
think any of them
deeply
mentioned the
important
original.
and worth noting, but shouldn't be taken to imply.
It says Rebirth right there.
Yeah, it says Rebirth right there.
Yeah. This is deeply important and worth noting, but
What a great production of Rebirth. Even many days after I saw the movie, I still can't stop thinking about it.
Did they not think to re-record the audio after they edited this bit?
Yeah, it's like...
Because now they are literally like, yeah, I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, you just made something incredible. I mean, it's too awesome. Why did you have to stop part way? That's in reference to Death and Rebirth.
Like,
I can't
why
wait till
did
summer.
You stop at the that was a really big cliffhanger. We've already I've got to wait again. I have to pay another ticket price. It's going to be a really stuffed audience too.
Taken to imply that things didn't get bad. Rather, they're both here because each encompasses different parts of the response to the end of TV.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. Again, not the end of TV.
And Rebirth.
I have no way of knowing how much harassment the studio received.
So if that was the case, you probably shouldn't have done the pipe bomb.
The whole fan fiction thing here.
I don't
if
really
you didn't
think that
know,
was a responsible thing to do. If I'm honest.
Yeah.
Neither, for that matter, do you.
Yeah, but like the absence of evidence does not mean that you are correct.
Yeah. We're not
you
the
cannot
ones
go like,
making the
well, you can't
claims here.
disprove I'm wrong, so then I am correct.
Right. It's like
that's not how it works.
Again, I've given like possible theories that I have in terms of like how much like harassment. Maybe it was a lot. Maybe it wasn't. We don't know. Maybe they got like maybe it was, a lot of it was online, and that's what Anna focused on, and it was like a very vocal minority. We've seen that happen in the past.
I've seen an interview where Arno talks about physical mail, but again, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But I don't know I've ever seen it myself.
Yeah.
He does. I mean, he does talk about the forum posts.
He did absolutely talk about forum posts and emails or whatever, and people on the internet, and how that even in the ones I showed, right? He said they were like no good internet dwellers or something.
Yeah.
He's definitely made mention to that.
However, I do know 3 things. 1, watching Hideaki Anno talk about reading forum threads of people discussing the best way they could kill him makes me want to cry. 2, Anno.
I don't know. I watched this interview. It seems like he's kind of like reflecting on. He's saying with almost like a half smile on his face, and he's kind of like.
I mean, it's a long time ago in his life, right? I think
yeah.
He's probably moved on. It was 20 years ago.
It reminds me almost of in Only Yesterday, how there's that scene where Taiko as a kid, like her father like hits her, and that's like the only time he ever does that. And then when Taiko is recounting that as an adult in the movie, she's saying it while smiling. When it's like, that's fucked up and stuff, but like, yeah, past a certain point, you can almost like look back on her with like a sort of like nostalgic lens and like laugh at it.
I mean,
I guess lucky for her, I suppose, that she feels that way. But yeah, I
right.
guess
Well, yeah, again, but it's like
he does talk about in the same interview about like thinking about like self-harm, right? Like,
yeah, he said he wanted to kill himself and stuff. Yeah, he said that a couple of places that he's mentioned.
Right. Well, he said I didn't want. You know, the only thing that stopped him was that he like he didn't want to feel pain or anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, so I think the difference in like interpretation.
I'm actually not going to bring up that booklet because I don't think I'm allowed to do that on YouTube.
I think the difference in interpretation here is like she is taking it as a response to the ire he is facing, and
yeah,
I would almost take it as like a response to the fact that like people didn't seem to understand what he was trying to convey to them. Where he's just like, no one's gonna understand me, kind of thing. Like, what I can't convey myself or whatever.
He says
like
that kind of thing in his interviews, and you can kind of see him kind of get frustrated with that again in this documentary when he's talking about the rebuild, because he asked the crew about his ending, and they're like, don't get it, not clear enough. And he's like, oh, I tried to make it clear this time. He's obviously there's a frustration and sort of like a bit of like, oh really.
Well, it's the same with Shin Godzilla. Like he had to like bring someone else in to like help him talk about it or to like, direct people, because he didn't feel like he was conveying himself properly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also the original script was from someone else as well. So even though it doesn't say that, but yeah, his original like rough script was by the guy from Production IG.
Anno would go on to quit directing television anime almost immediately after this, and 3.
Well, he went straight back into Karikano after this.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, after that he did. Yeah, I get. Well, I mean,
and again, that wasn't. And Karikano was not like it wasn't like him being upset with the fans. It wasn't him being upset with the creator of Karikano. It seemed to be mostly 2 things. production committee suck. And I
TV
think it was,
Tokyo is difficult as well. It sounds.
yeah, he didn't like working within like the confines of TV regulations.
Which again, completely fair, especially because like it's obviously been like he's made 3 TV shows and all of them have been a nightmare in some way.
All of them
Yeah,
have
it
been a
didn't really seem
waking
like he
nightmare.
had much interest in doing TV outside of like the fact that it was like a way for them to grow.
Yeah,
as, like, a
it
studio.
means. I mean, after that, you can if you can make movies, then like movies in the way that Arno were doing it, that's where the real money is.
Yeah, they seemed
absolutely,
pretty
yeah.
content with doing
They're
like
risk as well,
Gunbuster and
but-
stuff. And then when
3,
they stopped doing
fact that-
TV, they went back to OVAs.
These
Yeah.
2 things, the praise and
I mean,
the
Clara
harassment,
hasn't. I
appear
don't think
adjacent
actually
to
made
each
a
other,
proper
and often lead to
TV
people
show.
just
I think it's made
dismissing
a
the death threats
short
as being
TV show.
overblown.
But that's about it.
Because they weren't actual threats. And I promise this is a thing on the fucking wiki. Why is this person
Only one of the
only
emails can be
to
considered hate mail and was criticizing Death and
criticizing
Rebirth.
Death and Rebirth.
Not the end of the
TV
TV
show.
implying that not using the original
And
letters somehow
2
proves they
possible.
didn't get many?
No,
What the fuck?
that-
Wait, what?
That's not what they're saying though.
What?
Wait, what?
I think that
Wiki,
they read
why
that
is
wrong.
this person implying that not using the original letters somehow proves they didn't get many? What the fuck?
I
No,
don't.
that's
that-
not what they're saying.
That's not what they're
Is
saying.
this like they just accidentally highlighted the wrong thing? Because this has absolutely nothing to do with what they're saying.
Yeah, only one of the emails can be considered hate mail and
I
was
don't know.
criticizing Death and Rebirth, not the end of the TV series at all. And only 2 possible instances that could be considered a death threat was the graffiti
in the video. They're
on the
strictly
wall
just talking about
outside
End
of-
of Eva. That most of the stuff in there does not
Yeah.
retain to being actually death threats, which
Yeah,
is true.
this citation is literally just talking about like
Yeah.
only one thing is like.
I think that,
threatening
the thing
Ano.
down
I'll
here,
kill you. Out of the
but
15 letters, only. Well,
But she's using it as a citation for how people are saying that it's not actually real
Yeah.
because people wrote it, but that's not what's even.
well, again, what
we
I think
said
they're like
here.
trying to like it almost seems like they should have highlighted the second bit where it says this puts the smoking gun argument on very shaky ground, as this sentence isn't used as a this is why I'm taking revenge on you people message or anything about those lines. Moreover, Ano has revealed that the letters shown were actually written by a friend of his, as he cannot use the actual letters for legal reasons. Yeah, that's not what this is saying.
yeah, I feel
I
like
mean-
this is bringing context. That's all.
I guess like the smoking gun thing on shaky ground, like yeah, that's what she's referring to, but she's not highlighting that, which is fucking weird.
I don't know why.
In fact, she's highlighting the part that actually like kind of makes her argument invalid in a way.
Yeah.
Because she's
Yeah, I
right
don't
now
know.
she's saying the death threats are what were the impetus for making the movie, but this
did
is
she-
saying those death threats did not exist until after half the movie was already made.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Death and
did
Rebirth.
she write this in a script and then perform it and then realize in editing that actually what she thought it said is not what it says?
That's very possible.
And then she didn't remove it from the script.
Yeah. Go back and record
Just because,
or
like,
something.
I feel like you can make the argument. So Arno got hate mail. That's true. You don't have to disregard that.
Yeah.
You're just saying that the stuff in the movie is not real hate mail, and that most of it isn't actually hate mail. So it's
Yeah.
not like him giving death threats on the screen to be like, "See what you did? See what you made me do?" Like he's not doing that. Like that
Yeah.
doesn't make any sense.
Look what you made me do. Look what
See,
you
like
made me
that's not what Arno's doing. None of us really know how much death threats we know. There's obviously it was quite a lot.
Yeah.
It was very controversial. There's obviously a lot of people talking and not being happy. How many death threats they got? There's obviously a whole forum full of them, and probably
Again, and
escalating
having
full
this
of
a
them.
topic, having the ending becoming a topic of national conversation because of the Agioska letter.
Yeah,
When
Like
when
that-
did that happen?
that would be after the
Um,
television show, so that would be pretty close. I don't know if we have an exact date on it, but it would definitely be just
I'm
as it was
curious.
ending.
I'm curious if
Must be in
that
that week.
happened after the movie was announced a month later, or if it happened
I
before.
feel it happened during like just a week after because it was relevant to the newspaper, right? So it would be, if it's a
Yeah, it
newspaper, you
doesn't-
have to keep things relevant to the week that the newspaper is released. So it must be like this would have been released in a week ago. Maybe it's in the TV section of the newspaper or whatever. So it must be relevant to when it happened. So it must be just after the television show by a week or so. Would be my interpretation of it because that's just how this would work in a newspaper. You wouldn't be
It's also
talking about it
weird.
otherwise.
Right, that'd be what I would guess.
Hit the theater. This
So-
is a weird
so it
statement
had
to
to
say.
be
But,
during that period of time when the film it just came out.
yeah.
Because it would be if it came out like a month ago, then why would you be talking about it? Because like it wouldn't have gained that popularity until the letter existed.
Yeah,
Or
that's
gave
not
that,
until YouTube where you start talking about things that came out 40 years ago.
Yeah. But yeah, just in a newspaper, it wouldn't make much sense to have a column that wasn't about something relevant.
I love because this is from Mainichi Daily News, and I love this because like there's some weird
Could have been
stuff
the
in
same
here.
day,
Like it
honestly, or
says
could be the day after.
there are some
Yeah,
weird
it's Daily
things in
News.
here. It says something along like I literally just saw it where the not long after the TV series ended in '96, the movie hit theaters, and it's like, no, it was like over a year.
Well, they might be talking about the rebroadcast.
Maybe. But until Evangelion, anime had ignored concepts such as having an ordinary person piloting such an elaborate and powerful machine as the Eva.
What?
They just interject here. What?
This must be the newspaper, right? Who just doesn't fucking know.
Yeah, this must be whoever's writing this news article.
Editorializing.
Yeah.
Do you think this is what stemmed the, unlike other mecha, this one's about the characters?
Oh no!
I've actually heard. I've actually heard someone I know actually told me that apparently they're old enough to be around the forum when this happened, and in their recollection, this one's not about the mecha, was actually a psyop by mecha fans to try and convince people who weren't into mecha to actually watch mecha.
Interesting.
That's what he recollects at the time, because he says this happened like probably early 2000s.
That's kind of funny.
But like, it was kind of like, yeah, you say that because like most people would think these are toy commercials, because all their experience in the American sphere will be about like the ones that got over in the 70s or 80s.
That's
or, like,
interesting.
Of them, right? Or Power Rangers. So like you got to like set it up by like, no, this one isn't about mechas, it's about people. And that's
I don't know. I don't really know what they're going on about here with this.
No shit, they
made this themselves. I think they're trying to imply that this is saying that they weren't getting abused, but that's not what it's about.
Yeah.
Writing in words into their multi-million-dollar mecha movie. More to the matter at hand, I posted on my anime list forums back in 2006, as well as countless other anime forums back in the day, which shall remain nameless. And just
Maybe geeks.
trust me on this. You didn't have to work hard to get these kinds of messages from otakus. What am I talking about? You don't have to work hard to get this kind of shit now.
Sure,
Am I really? In 2024.
This is a weird. Okay, because like the 90s were different, right?
Right.
Like people would post their own fucking names and shit. There wasn't this like idea of being doxxed. Like that definitely came about in the 2000s, where people were like afraid of their IP address getting leaked. That wasn't so much of a thing with the 90s internet. So this is like a weird, like equivalency thing.
People are making these. Well, people are like throwing death threats on the internet because it's anonymous. Is that not the point Arno made in some of the interviews as well? That like it's a bathroom stall because like these people don't think they're gonna get consequences for sending these things.
I mean, this isn't like a point of like, oh no, people definitely did not send death threats, because obviously that one person
I
sent,
absolutely
like, a
believe they would have. That's just how the internet works.
This is just like a weird argument where you're like
I don't know what they're
projecting
trying.
a decade later, like online experience to like the early internet where less people were on there.
We're talking about the Japanese internet too, which is different.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the American internet or whatever.
Yeah.
This is a different experience entirely.
It would be interesting to know what like the fan response in the US was around that time, though.
I don't know.
Thank you, Google. Thank you, Google, for doing one good thing and having these old Usenet posts to look back on. It's a very good resource.
Was interesting. I mean, I think some people probably were given the same stuff, right? Because if you look at the like the interview where Arno says "too bad" is an American one, so these people understand that the ending was divisive, or that they even in America that there's obviously something there with the ending that they're a bit like, oh, what just happened?
But anyway.
Argument going to be required.
Again, I'm not against like, okay, Anno received like a lot of hate online.
Sure, I
death
don't
threats.
think it's untrue, but we just don't know the parameters of it.
Yeah, I don't know if he was receiving more hate than praise, if it was a vocal minority.
Obviously, there was a lot of debate, at least. At the very least, there was a lot of debate, because that's what the newspaper has basically made, a lot of people debating about this idea.
Is April Fool's a thing in Japan? I don't think so. Maybe? I don't know.
No.
Maybe now.
By anyone.
There's one wild episode of The View.
Hostile mass formed out of the unrestrained human id and capital H hate. Like, you know that.
Okay.
We all know that. We all watched Bo Burnham in lockdown.
No, I did not. I did not.
Look,
I never
the point
would.
stands that neither of us have hard numbers
Personally.
for just how bad it got. What we do know is that it got bad enough that they made this movie.
No, because that's not why the movie was made.
The movie would have been made. Yeah, the original movie would have been made regardless.
Yeah.
The OVA was then the thing about that, which happens a month after the broadcast.
Like, it's not. Yeah, no. The movie existing in and of itself is not evidence of the amount of hate that Anno and Gainax at large were receiving.
Seeing that Arno has also stated in some of the interviews I've shown that like there was a theory at the time that maybe I should just stop the broadcast at 24 and then do an OVA for the final two. So this idea's already been floating around. This idea that like, hey, maybe I should stop because I don't think we can actually do the original ending. So maybe we should just stop the broadcast now and we'll finish it later. So like this idea's already been floating around that like we want to do a bigger ending.
How many of these letters I even mention Anno by name?
Probably not a lot of them.
Let me see here.
I mean, his name's big in the credits. Like you can see, it's like his name
Okay.
pops up at the beginning of the OP, so people probably know his name from that and the press.
Please keep working on Eva a lot more. Thank you so much for everything. That's such a that's
so
a
hateful, man. So hateful.
Thanks to Mr. Anno and all the staff for helping liberate our hearts and souls, and for all these feelings. Yeah. And then also, you know, die. Ikari Repum. I don't. This is there. Are they talking about the manga? I really have no idea what this one's about.
I don't know.
Well, this is
was it? Wait, no. Oh, was this a reference to? Wait, do they just mean that like Akari Shinji he's a sexual assaulter because of what happens in the movie?
Oh, that might.
Is that what they actually meant? Oh, so
this is in response to Death and Rebirth, and we know the opening scene of the End of Evangelion is in Death and Rebirth, so maybe, yeah.
Oh, so maybe these are actually, at least that one piece of graffiti may actually be in reference to
the opening scene. That's possible.
I mean, everything else doesn't. It's hard to say because again, Breakman is actually just a manga. So
it's also just a manga. Yeah, it's also the name of a band.
Yeah, so God knows, right? I can't say.
One of its directors was put on pseudo-mandated sabbatical by Hayao, I love my protege more than my son, Miyazaki.
Again, this is a very distasteful thing to say.
This is just distasteful, yeah. There are quite a few more distasteful things we'll get into later.
He thinks this movie is straight up unnecessary. A movie which includes several recreations of the harassment they received as part of a rapidly strobing series of images that plays while the women of the movie...
His personal perspective is that
this is also not when these letters come up in the movie.
Unambiguous they received as part of a rapidly strobing series of images that plays while the women of the movie call the audience surrogate character and the audience a horrible little shit.
This is not the context.
That happens. You've mixed
so
up
again, let me pull the movie back up. Let me pull the movie back up for everyone who forgot or wasn't here.
Yeah, that's the hopeful section. It's the section where Akari, Kaoru, and Rei are like, "Yeah, I'm love. I don't want to do the human instrumentality project." Actually, it's that period, right?
Yeah.
And then that's when it's like, okay, we'll stop it.
Yeah, so here's the context.
Yeah, so it's like, here's the reality.
And then, it doesn't appear, it's not like...
It's not during that period, no.
What she's talking about happens at the beginning,
she's mixed them up.
Before the live action sequence.
Yeah, she's mixing these up a bit.
Yeah, it's not this part.
It's not during this part.
And what she's talking about, where she's saying like the cast is calling them little shits or whatever, that is not what's happening here.
No,
this is like just random like women just like saying things like I just think we're friends, or like just rejecting people.
Yeah
like, I assume it's supposed to be a reflection of like social interaction, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's
that
like
it all makes sense now.
Down.
The End of Evangelion is a breakup movie. It's the Taylor Swift album of anime.
Oh my god.
Is Anno like the Taylor Swift for
well, this is literally look what you made me do.
Yeah.
Well, this is literally like a breaking down of like everything that like. So this is like because you have like the fucking like train signals, like the fucking like danger kind of shit.
Yeah.
This is like a breaking down of everything that's like hurting people in a way, like the barriers we put up around ourselves and like the caution, like all that shit. That is like going away into the instrumentality, and this is just like this weird fucking like.
Yeah. But the point is, the letters do not appear in this sequence here.
It does not appear in that sequence, and that sequence is not the cast calling you out. It's just random people.
Smile from the end of the TV show?
I believe so, yeah.
So like they're scratching it, right? So it's like almost, again, we're getting a little bit more.
Anna was definitely trying to say something directly to the audience, but what that is probably more that people react to things in general. Well, it's not even like it's not saying anything. It's just like people generally just being like, "I don't. Oh, sorry, I've got plans next weekend," or like.
Yeah, it's audio of women turning down advances, presumably from men.
Right.
Probably.
Which again feels like an idea he was just toying with in general, because then that's again like a big part of Love and Pop, which he would make shortly after this.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean,
calling you out.
Again, it depends, like because again, this is a Masayuki sequence, and
right
in the writing room, and who decided to make these decisions, because there's another editor, there's also the editor,
right?
And, I can't really say how far that goes into Arno specifically.
Right. The people who would go through it frame by frame that Gainax is responsible for everything immediately before killing everyone in the most upsetting way possible.
Funny thing is, like no one knew that was a Gainax thing until the Blu-rays came out.
No one knew what?
Because no one knew this was a
Oh, what,
Gynax
the
thing until the
text?
Blu-rays came out. Yeah, because like it was just low
Yeah.
quality. you
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
really
look
tell.
at that.
you
Yeah,
wouldn't be able to see it on CRT very well, would you?
yeah, you wouldn't be able to.
So even
be
if you
very
went by frame
difficult.
by frame, it ain't gonna fucking.
Not on a CRT, you probably wouldn't be able to read it very
Right.
well.
Thing immediately before killing everyone in the most upsetting way possible, I think.
The thing is, this
they
is English as well. You have
they
to
aren't
understand that the
happy
people at
about how
Gynax
fans
don't
react.
speak English.
That's what really
Yeah.
matters here.
So they're
How
just
bad the
using
press
whatever they
brought
can
the
get.
exact volume and veracity of the
Well, this
threats
is
they
like
received, how
taking that
petty the
scene from
critiques,
I
precisely
think it
how
was
toxic
Charlotte,
the fan base got,
where he goes
and
and
so
like is
on.
assassinating people, and one of them is like Michael Jackson's Wikipedia page and saying like this is some kind of like really deep reference to like assassinating Michael Jackson or something. Like people
Yeah,
just put like random English shit in anime all the
yeah,
time
because
because they don't speak.
they don't read it, so they just shove whatever they can get. Wikipedia's an easy one,
All right, I
right?
don't have
Because
anything for the
it
next
does
few
just one.
minutes. It
should
looks
not happen
like.
again. And
Oh, God,
our
yeah.
free-frame team. I'm getting. I have had enough. I'm getting needlessly. I'm mad at people's
Oh,
anime
okay, they're
opinions
getting
again.
annoyed
I am
about
adult
the
themselves.
letter
I'm
thing
so angry
again.
about that wiki article. I'm getting heated. I'm mad at people's anime opinions again. I am an adult. I am getting frustrated. I am getting needlessly upset. I am recognizing this in
Okay.
myself and disengaging.
Well, I mean,
I am getting calm. I am getting.
You might want to
relaxed.
read it
I
again,
am
but
getting
you know,
HIMARS.
it's
I
a
am
wiki. You can
re-engaging.
edit it.
I have had enough.
You can edit it, you know.
To me, it's self-evident that there's a fair amount of
It's
frustration
creatively
and
edit,
bitterness
like
towards
creative
the audience here,
communes or whatever.
in both the movie at large, and especially in every single frame of the live-action footage. I'm not going to say that's the only emotion going on in them, of course, but it's certainly one of them, and a pretty major and unignorable one. Even the positive letters showing up here, like, knowing they're there can, in theory, take the edge off the intensity of all of this a bit.
That's
However,
this is not what the letters come
pause
up.
the movie to read them,
This is a different
it
part.
will get drowned out
Did
into
they
a fog
cut
of just
this together this
everything
way?
happening.
It looks
I don't
like
know.
it.
I think they've made it longer than it was in the original, so it's looping probably.
It's like again. Let's. I guess. Chat. Let's take a look at the sequence live. Seizure warning.
While we're watching this,
let's see if we
you guys
can.
have a set reading of the films individually. It's sort of hard to center oneself in this discussion because I'm not sure what your thematic readings of the film are.
My thematic reading of the film is I view it as almost like the two sides of the same coin between it and the TV ending, because I think the TV ending is basically don't give up on the world because there's so much good in it, and then the End of Evangelion, the movie, is like, you know, despite all these bad things in the world, don't give up on it. I think that they're very similar in that sense.
Okay, yeah, they literally just like edited the notes
Yeah.
into that movie, unless they got some weird
I don't know.
abridged version or something.
I mean, I think I gave some interpretations of when I made the Arno video. I can't remember, but yeah, I mean, I do take it as it's a constant sort of position of. I mean, you know, story-wise, obviously, it's Shinji overcoming that horrible situation to, I guess, in some ways save the day. But that only becomes more interesting because Shinji's kind of in that state. Like, I feel like the whole point of having Shinji in a dire state means that, like, because if Shinji was a regular neurotypical boy, I imagine his response would be like, "Oh no, I'm good. I don't want that. That sounds weird." So then the movie would just end. So like, the only way you can have like a drama surrounded by this is to have someone who is compromised and broken fall into this situation. If it was like Carmina, right, this wouldn't be a very interesting movie.
Yeah.
Whereas if I were there, I'd be like, oh yeah, cool, isekai, let's go. I want to take me to the world of Mushoku Tensei.
Yeah, I don't view this as really much different from the TV. Like,
I
if
think
I had
they
my
are
own
the same ending, but in I mean I look it through the media mix lens, and that like I think every one of them is a different fork in the road.
Yeah.
And that
Like-
they all effectively end up in the same place.
if I had my own conjecture or whatever, like I would, it feels like in a way like Ano, just judging from like interviews and stuff, like just again, this is just my own fucking reading of it, but
Sure.
like the TV series, he kind of was happy with it because it would just strip away like all the unnecessary elements and was like just talking about the themes he wanted to get across about escapism and shit.
Yeah,
And
it's
then as
very
he went
low
back,
cost.
he was kind of like, oh, this isn't really, I don't know, I'm kind of a fool, right? Like this isn't really getting across what I thought it was initially.
It's, I guess,
And
not as
so
clear, and also it doesn't have as much maybe explanations as people would have liked.
yeah, so like then the End of Eva is like kind of more literal one where it's like not as like optim I don't want to say optimistic, but it's not as like idealistic, I guess, where like end of
Yeah.
like the TV series doesn't really address like the negative kind of side of the series. It's just all optimism.
Yeah, I think some of that could be that like the TV standards are a bit on their ass too. They got the limitations of when
Yeah,
they're
yeah, you
releasing
can't
it, where the
show
movie
what
doesn't have
they
that.
show in the End of Evangelion on TV.
Because I
Where
mean, during the time, right, this is subversion, right? In that like you can release a movie and it can do anything. So
I
it's
don't
like
know if you
could
could
be
show
really
like these like flashing things on TV.
No, you can't.
Once.
Not after the Pokemon event.
Yeah.
yeah, where like End of Eva is like almost like grounding that idealism in more of like a concrete way. Because like I know a lot of people like criticisms of the TV series and like outside of this kind of context is like it doesn't really have an answer for anything. It's just kind of
Right.
like this is bad, so we'll do better and take that first step, which I think is just more reflective of where Ano kind of was in his life at the time.
Yeah, I think
Where
it's really hard to have an answer for such a complicated socio-economic question.
yeah,
I would
exactly.
feel
Like I would
I feel like
expect an answer.
yeah,
Yeah.
I feel like a television show is not the place to get that answer. I
Yeah,
feel like
well, it's
there's
like,
no
I
way
don't
a
know. I like the
television
more
show can
idea that
really
like there is an answer, but
fix
you
that.
need to find out what that answer is for yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
and I
like
think maybe that's what they're going with.
so End of Eva kind of feels as more like the grounded, like instead of a super idealistic version, it's like even like shows you like the worst kind of parts. So it's like even through this sort of like really shitty circumstances, like you can still have this same kind of like outlook. You can still take that away. And so it's like idealism even in the face of like extreme adversity, right? Um and then I think again this is kind of addressed with rebuilds because like it's like kind of him rejecting what he kind of saw in himself out of the TV series and the like End of Eva and kind of thinking like I need to kind of not rebuild but obviously
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
not rebuild but like almost like capture or like I can't think of the fucking word I'm thinking of.
I feel it's a very much a more community one. I mean, there's that one reading I think by Stefan Stevens, whatever his name is. Should know something about it. When he sort of talks about End of Eva in the context of neoliberalism and individualism in that context there of how that's set up, and that when Arno later talks about it, I believe in the fireside chat, that kind of like reflection of, I think that was during that time, or it might be one of the other sort of more modern interviews where he talks about how he felt like he was very selfish when he was younger, and that he like being now a company owner, he feels like more the responsibility for other people instead of thinking just what he wants. And I think the community side of the rebuild is much more there, but it's a very collective, like not only in story but character. Like, it's a very collective kind of.
There's a very interesting
in, like,
juxtaposition in terms of how Tokyo 3 is presented as being very like empty and kind of harsh and alienating versus the warm, comfy countryside. It was directed by the ghost of Isao Takahata, wasn't it?
Have nothing.
Yeah, rebuild to me, the ending is like him kind of finding his own answer and then like presenting that as an answer.
Yeah, and they touch hands. You know, you don't see that really in I guess it's a different context, but you know, he actually does touch hands with a real person. He's not like a figment of the human instrumentality. Like they run into the distance of, I guess, an optimistic future.
Do you guys read Odyssey in Space as saying fans shouldn't engage with fiction as if it was reality? In my reading, this is important for Eva as it references Odyssey a lot. I guess I'm more in line with I like
what are we talking about?
Odyssey in Space. I don't know what that is.
Well, yeah, what are we talking about? Because I feel like if we're going off of like
Space
books,
Odyssey. A Space Odyssey. I understand. Okay.
A Space Odyssey. Oh, okay.
I don't know if I have that reading of 2001, honestly. I would say, like, my view in terms of like fiction and reality, I like how I do like how Saito puts it, is that like
the pure fantasy, right?
Yeah, well, like it's like in the mind of Otaku, like fiction and reality are like structurally the same in terms of ways in that like Otaku engage with reality as almost like another sort of fiction, and they can move between these, they don't combine these different sorts of fictions. They move between them and engage with each of them on their own terms, which is why you can.
I kind of find the danger that people are talking about seems to be a fantasy that goes back to the 70s, because this just sounds like the D&D shit from like the panicking 70s.
Oh yeah, like the classic Mazes and Monsters Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah, it just feels like this idea that like people can't understand the difference between reality and fantasy seems like kind of ludicrous to me.
When it's Otaku, if anything, I think, as Saito basically argues, is that Otaku understand the difference between fiction and reality very, very well, and that's how they're able to navigate these so adeptly. That's why they're able to have like, you know, this image of Rei and Asuka as these like deep, you know, traumatized, very complicated characters, but then also as these sorts of sex objects, merchandising, stuff like that, and then also be able to, you know, just engage with real women and interact with real women as, you know, just ordinary people, essentially. They're able to like they don't get blended together. They're able to basically navigate between them fluidly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like most people who don't fit into society's conventions very much understand the crushing reality of what that means, especially if you're not neurotypical. You are very, very aware of what that is like. It is something that you were never not reminded of. So the idea of like, well, the fantasy, usually it's just maybe for a lot of people, I think it's them just trying to fucking get away from that shit, right? For
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's a respite, but they can't live in it, obviously, because it's not practical. I think most people can't.
That's kind of the thing. That's why I'm always like wary of like critiques of escapism that then also don't address what people are escaping from in the first place.
Yeah, like, dude, it's like shit sucks. It's like sometimes you need some time away, you know?
Yeah. Let's continue.
Like, you're watching the same footage I am. Does watching this with the knowledge that some of the letters in there are positive make you feel better? Because I can't say it does for me. Just because
I mean, in the context of when it's shown, it's like it's like the end of the dream, so it kind of does. Like, I guess the answer is, does it feel good? Yeah. Does it feel really good or not?
How much backlash they actually got relative to any major story drawing to a conclusion in the past century. These images, this scene, and the other fan-centered scenes are, to me, clearly an attempt to capture how the response felt to the people on the other side.
Well, again, it wasn't part of the
person,
sequence.
Especially. Oh, also, guess what I learned while editing this?
This
episode
here we go.
Preview that so many people loved to End of Eva wasn't the original plan.
So again, they learned this while editing and then didn't decide to go back and re-record.
Is actually
it's again, we could trim down on the length here.
So this is about to get really nerdy and specific, but I'm going to try and break this down as clean.
Yeah, but they're also a bit wrong here.
The episode this preview comes from, episode 24, actually has two cuts. The first cut was the original cut, which aired on TV Tokyo on March 13th, 1996.
But the first version of the home release is the version we're talking about. The first home release is the director's cut.
Death and Rebirth, a compilation movie that summarized the main story beats while reanimating several key scenes.
But this movie does not have those
as
previews in
new
it.
expository ones, such as the emergence of Adam. When it came time for the series DVD release, Gainax.
No, Laserdisc. Laserdisc is where we first saw this.
Yeah.
Such as
not DVD, Laserdisc.
Yeah, again, let's where the fuck is Ava Geeks at?
I looked it up. I had to look it up. It's 1998. The first release of it is the director's cut because it's the year after the movie had came out. So the first release you get on home release for the Laserdisc. It took a long time for the Laserdisc to come out and VHSs. Those first versions were the director's versions.
And
later on, you got the broadcast version. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Because then there was like the DVD versions are slightly different as well. I think they had I think there's like, you know, obviously they rebranded everything, but yeah, I think that the versions you're going to see, you know,
time for the series
they
DVD
exist,
release,
I believe,
Gainax
from
opted
pretty much
to
the beginning.
effectively carve out the new scenes added in Death and Rebirth and edit them into episodes 21 through 24 of the series itself. These would become the director's cuts. And these are the cuts of episode 21 through 24 that you almost certainly watched on the Platinum Collection, on torrent sites, on Netflix, or wherever else you saw it. And, to be clear, that is for the best. They are, by and large, it turns out, isn't the episode preview that showed up in the original cut of episode 24. This is what the original cut aired as the episode preview, and would you
Yes,
look
because
at that,
that's for the original episode.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But, and again, there are things here that we can see in. I don't know if we may have already skipped past it, but you do see. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you go. There's that one, and also the dead ones.
There's one for Masato as well somewhere.
Yeah, so these are all from the animatic, basically.
I don't know why you were allowed to air this on TV. This is horrible flashing.
Yeah, because it's before the Pokemon.
Oh, no,
again, like So the context here of what they're trying to prove as a gotcha kind of falls apart when you think that this footage they're showing, which is by ISO, is in 4:3, which is not the movie's resolution.
Yeah.
Which means that it was either made for
the
early version of the
original
TV
version of
series, like he was drawing this after his
25.
episode came out in episode
This is
13.
a
So he started drawing some key animation for this stuff.
End of Eva
Now it's hard to say. It's hard to say because we've got the actual angels in there. So like not the angels, the units. So like it's hard to tell whether production of that happened or this footage comes from the OVA version. Like when they were making it as an OVA, or when they established they were going to do an OVA. Whenever they figured that out, right? This version of it came before they turned it into a movie and changed the aspect ratio.
Evangelion storyboard.
Regardless,
This
it's kind of just
preview
like a moot
wasn't
point.
released
'cause it's
until
just
Yes,
like-
it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so,
just like, we already
Only
have
production footage.
we have interviews that confirm that movies were in production during the TV series.
Yeah. And yeah,
you've
whenever
seen
this happened, if it happened during the TV production, or some of it happened during the TV production, or if some of it happened just slightly afterwards when they were still OVAs, not movies. Yeah.
Released
So
until
what?
after
yeah.
the End of Evangelion had already entered and exited theaters. Why was this change made? Who knows? Maybe it was meant to be a tasteful ad for the End of Evangelion. Maybe it was spite because people were so upset about using this.
Hindsight was probably changed because of that Pokemon episode, which caused seizures. Unlikely, given that this would have been for a home media release, which has different regulations.
Storyboard look last time. It could be anyone's guess. Either way, though, the core takeaway is the same.
Oh, there we go. There's
Yeah,
there's Masato,
so
basically the same
obviously
pose.
F references that I'm pretty sure even in the actual episode that are like, yeah, the things in End of Eva were set up.
Yeah.
The same.
At least some of
them.
them.
The End of Evangelion is part of the intended ending, but was never meant to be the intended ending.
Yeah, but what
does that
intentionality
mean?
just doesn't matter. I just don't think that because this is
What
the
do you
trap you
again?
fall into.
There
when
is no the intended ending because the ending
there
was
are
changed.
ideas,
Yeah,
all over, but they change because this is not a project with one person. This is a project with at least 5 or 6 different writers. Most of them will not be credited with the movie, but they
the
probably were
ending
involved
is
at some
like
point.
is the way it is because
Including
they hadn't really decided on an ending. They had like a lot of ideas they were working with. And those ideas that they didn't end up using ended up being reincorporated into the movie, at least some of them.
Yeah, I mean, some of them end up in Rebuild later on as well.
Yeah.
Other failed ones. But like, I believe there is an interview somewhere where, don't they say, or Anna, I think, says something like, we didn't put the real idea for the ending in the pitch because we knew they'd never approve it.
Right.
So the thing with Arno, and he's done this a couple of times, is like, if you give it to them late, they can't reject it because it has to go to television.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the mentality of Gainax, is where they get in trouble. Because like, yeah, I mean, if you give things to people extra late, then like, well, something has to go to broadcast, right?
Yeah.
You don't have time to change it.
We also skipped a point where it's like, again, I guess a good way to think of this also in terms of and it doesn't really make sense to say that the End of Evangelion was made to like spite fans is, and I think you brought this up, Steve, is why on earth would any company on the production committee let them make a movie that was designed to piss people off? Especially like piss them off more if like everyone was so angry.
This isn't Kara.
They're too skittish.
Yeah.
Where they're like their own production committee all working on rebuilds. This is
Gainax, I don't think even is part of the production committee. So like they don't really have much word on it.
Yeah.
I don't think they're on the correct. I don't know. I don't think they're there. I think it's like production IG, Toei.
Yeah, it's
Gainax might be on there, but I can't remember.
Even going back to
Kakawa.
like Iso's involvement, like why would Iso
Sega.
be fucking vindictive about the response?
Yeah.
What was it matter to him?
Gainax?
If anything for him, it's like, oh, cool, I get to put some more ideas that I had in.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he was pretty. He made all the sound effects. You know, like, he was like the guy thinking about the sound effects in that scene too. He did them at his desk.
Huh.
So like all the breaking and crunch. So he was quite involved.
Yeah, they make this weird argument about like, oh, this is how the director felt. Then how did I don't know if that's coming later.
Yeah, that comes later.
So again, like section A, that's Tsurumaki, right? So like the director of that, you know, the unit director, the person who's on the ground is going to be Tsurumaki. If it's side 2, it's like Masayuki. You haven't mentioned Masayuki once.
Yeah.
Does Masayuki think about any of this? I don't know.
But they
really
make
do
this
interviews that much.
point where it's like, if this is how the director felt, think of like how the people, like the key animators felt. It's like, well, they just probably just I can't imagine that they would have like ill feelings about it because now they're just drawing more Evangelion units as opposed to whatever they were going to draw next.
I mean, they get paid, I guess, but it's probably not very well. Maybe they have ill feelings about the schedule being bad.
Yeah, they might have ill
keep
feelings
going.
about the fucking schedule and shit, but it doesn't necessarily make a difference like what they're drawing. You know what I mean? Like this idea that
Yeah.
they would be resentful the fact they had to draw more Eva stuff. Like I get it from like the directorial perspective because it's like it's a matter of like crunch and production stuff. So you're not going to be working on your next project and like starting from scratch. You have to like kind of go through this whole thing again with the same project. But like the people that are just drawing and shit, like that's just their job. Like
Yeah.
I don't know how the production IG. I imagine they were just kind of just doing it, right? Because the studio chose to take it on. They already worked on one episode. They were there. They were available. They took their staff that were on it and they used them. And then there's some Garlic staff in there too.
The End of Evangelion was always intended to be its own, separate, and second ending to Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Again, I feel like this is a misinterpretation of the media mix.
Yeah.
I feel like they're getting lost in the source a bit because they just don't understand that like
it's not a different. It's a different ending, but it's not a separate ending.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
They all splinter off. Every ending splinters off.
But now that we at last have all of that established, let's
The problem is, unlike the Kimber thing, you don't actually have any real knowledge about when those cuts were actually made.
Right.
We could assume that some of that could have been done during the production, could have been done after production. Doesn't make a difference.
Yeah,
we know it's planned.
In the End of Eva, so the two are happening concurrently. Fucking no, it doesn't, and I can prove.
Oh yeah, here they're going to make an argument that like they argue that the end of the TV series and that the end of Evangelion are not the same thing because you cannot physically edit them together. Now, for those, now personally, I'm of the view that like, it's the end of Evangelion and the end of the TV series are again two sides of the same coin. Yeah. Now, the way you construct two sides of the same coin is that you're not stitching the two sides of the coin together side by side. It's that they're two views of the exact same object. They're looking at it at the same thing through different lenses, essentially. That isn't to say that you can then like stick them together and literally stitch them. I think if you were to edit the end of Evangelion and the end of the TV series together, you would almost need to like put one on top of the other in the editing. Not put the scenes together, but like overlay them and like mix them together into a weird.
I mean, you could just argue that they're different universes.
Yeah,
because you've got the manga ending, you've got the rebuild ending, you've got the TV show ending, you've got the End of Eva ending, you've got the ending of the Girlfriend of Steel, Girlfriend of Steel 2. Like you've got the ending of Evangelion 2. There are like 18 endings of Girlfriend.
Raising Project, all these different endings. The endings of the
Shinji endings.
So I think this section is coming from like the people who are subscribed to like the concurrency of Evangelion cut or whatever, where it's like putting where they're like, oh, you can literally put the episode 25 and 26 during the instrumentality sequence of 26 Prime, and it just all fits together or whatever. Like I think this is a direct response to that.
Yeah, I think that's like a niche.
I feel like that's just like a weird like straw man though of what the point is in terms of like the argument that they fit together. Again, I think I described it as if I could pull the end of Evangelion out of my screen and flip it over, it would be the end of the TV series. Like I could flip like the image over, it would be the end of the TV series playing at the same time.
You also got to take into consideration that like the death, rebirth, and then End of Eva. That's all like one entire self-contained thing.
It is, yeah.
You don't even the TV show can be like over here, and you can watch the TV show, but like you can kind of just watch Death, Rebirth all together with End of Eva, and that's just like the story.
And you can also just read the manga on its own as well. That's the whole media mix thing.
Yeah, exactly. So that you can separate them completely.
But they all complement each other as well, and they all like kind of build. You can enjoy them separately and simultaneously. They're not mutually exclusive in that regard. It's a weird sort of I guess it's a false binary in this context of like they either need to like literally be able to be stitched together into like an actual proper movie, or they just don't fit together.
I feel like this is missing the whole point even established in the canon, because episode 26 has the endless summer universe where like I guess it's hypothetical that the Evangelion project never happened, and it's just like a comedy drama kind of thing, right?
So this whole thing is them
slice of life thing.
So I think they like start getting into like how they're like different readings entirely, because again, the linchpin of like their reading of the End of Evangelion is like that scene in which Shinji is like arguing with himself, is the characters telling him
Right.
these things, and this is like codified as just a law in the world or whatever, that Asuka
So
now knows this and thinks this, and Misato hates you or whatever the fuck.
does she think that then? I mean, in that binary, then is it like this is the good Shinji, this is the bad Shinji? So if Shinji was a good person, this is how this would end. If Shinji was a bad person, that's how this would end.
Essentially, like her argument is that they changed Shinji's character for End of Eva because they were pissed off at the fans, and so the audience self-insert character is now a piece of shit incel who is being put through the ringer.
I mean, he's 14. I don't know
to...
if that really like. I think it's a bit. It's like, should he be fucking? I don't know. It's like...
Well, again, but that's still like what they're saying essentially.
Yeah,
and it's like,
I guess. My confusion with that reading would I don't know. I don't know how you really prove this now, but it feels to me like just anecdotally that like End of Eva is a more popular ending than this TV series is just in general.
It feels that way. I mean, I don't
That
know.
like it just in generally feels that way, that like End of Eva is a more popular ending. So it feels like this idea doesn't really. How does that seems to be in contradiction to the reality? That generally it seems that even End of Eva seems more popular.
so yeah, it's just a weird thing in terms of like where do you fit this on the timeline? I guess
Again, I just don't think the timeline is linear. I think it's the instrumentality seems to be like beyond reality.
Does not seem to be any extra space or time to speak of for something on the scale of 2 extra.
Again, this is the problem here. Time is not relevant because time doesn't exist.
Now they will talk about a
instrumentality.
cut scene later that I have a pretty good idea of where that scene fits into the movie, where it was cut from.
Okay, we'll get into that.
And
You know what, I need
that'll-
to actually put some food on downstairs because I'm realizing how fucking late it is, and I probably should eat something.
Yeah.
So you keep going, and I'll be back when I have that.
All right.
On all of this shit, and most importantly, third, the actual thematic substance of these 2 endings could not be more disconnected and opposed to one another. So staking them together like this just adds nothing and makes no logical sense. It actually makes everything worse. For whatever flaws they might individually
Again,
have.
I don't really think that like stitching them together is really
Both
like what
End
the
of
like
Evangelion
idea should
and
be.
End of TV do tell complete.
Yeah, it's not
largely
necessarily the stitching.
self-contained
So I guess like their argument here now is like they're just like tonally and like thematically incompatible, even though the End of Eva directly references the end of the TV series as if to say like this is kind of where you're supposed to be, right? Like that group shot in End of Eva is basically just alluding to the TV series ending.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that's the same kind of message you're supposed to take from this at this point.
One of those endings is happy. The other, well, we're currently on page 33 of this script. What is gained by
And we're like 4.5, almost 5 hours into this stream.
shoving a
God
separate
help
ending
us.
smack in the middle of this one? Is that what we really wanted to see from Evangelion's finale? To see Shinji realizing he is capable of self-love and happiness immediately before...
Yeah.
I mean, apparently a lot of people want to see that because that's a lot of people's favorite movie.
You know what? Here's an olive branch. You really want to melt the End of TV and End of Eva into the same timeline?
Yeah, just skip this part.
Yeah, none of this is stuff that I just already don't agree with, nor do I think it's particularly substantial to.
I believe it confidently that reason we need to make us including care of yourself.
Is very niche.
I'm going to certainly check out it up. Both of Evangelion shares a lot of themes, ideas, and
no, if you're
storytelling
interested in
choices
this,
with the End of TV.
download the concurrency of Evangelion. It's a fan cut, which is interesting.
Yeah,
they talk about a deleted scene that fan cut back in 2013 had that deleted scene in it.
Yeah, and they talk about finding it, and it's like you didn't find it; it was always available.
We'll get to that point though.
Yeah.
And shares a lot of themes, ideas, and storytelling choices with the End of TV. Because while they each have very distinct messages, those messages are ultimately adjacent to each other. The key difference, however, is that one of these endings was written as a thought experiment to help the writer, and those like him. The other is being made by someone who was consumed in these feelings at the time of writing, and, like our protagonist, is now lashing out.
I don't. Again, no. But then we get a Blackwing AMV. Rep everyone go rep Blackwing. Blackwing. Wait, no, it's not. What the fuck is the?
Fake. fucking Blackwing fan.
Fake Blackwing fan.
Can't even remember the
can't
name.
remember the name of the No Moon, right? And, well, it's not as good as the first album, which is just Is Doomed. I also like the album cover more. Cool artist. Not really a band. It's one guy. And you listen to Have a Nice Life. It's Dan Barrett, who's one of the guys in Have a Nice Life. He has an electronica side project that he started after watching Drive and was like, I want to make music like that.
Yeah, we don't need to watch the AMV though.
Yeah, we don't need to watch the AMV. I don't think we'd be copyright claimed by the Flenser, but yeah, we don't need to watch it.
Don't need to risk it even.
Don't need to risk it. What do I have for my next point?
1
hour and 12 minutes. What is this? So wait, what happens in these next 6 minutes? Oh, they just talk about like some movie I don't care about.
See, okay, no, to put a pin in this, because they make a big point about how people misinterpret the famous quote from No Exit, right? Of hell is other people, and kind of go into, which I think is like fair. Like, I don't know, this isn't the criticism, but they talk about how people misinterpret it and take the quote out of context and kind of are admonishing people in a way because they are not doing their due diligence to understand the work. I think this kind of comes up a bit when we talk about there's a Evangelion trivia time thing later on where they're talking about a potential reference to another novel.
Yeah, we'll
put a pin in this. Put a pin in this.
I'm waiting 10 minutes for my food to be done, so I'll be here while I'm waiting.
All right. So yeah, we'll just put a pin in it and skip to. You got 1 hour and 12 minutes is my next timestamp.
Because they are too dependent on the judgment of other people, but that does not at all.
When I saw that, I lost the will to live. Threw myself in front of a train.
No.
Through. I didn't.
So this is stuff they've already mentioned before. I think they're kind of repeating because it's from the
Not
same
in any small,
NHK.
not in some negative self-talk or a singular failure to take care of yourself. No. What I'm asking you right now is much more intense.
Okay.
Than that.
Are we going camping?
When self-loathing becomes your whole identity. When the idea that you are a worthless, useless human being becomes what you consider to be the single most objective fact about yourself.
Damn, that sounds a lot like depression. That sounds like severe, like really bad depression.
Trauma. Yeah, it's depression, trauma.
As it turns
out, it can be self-destruction.
Is quite a few things. Most of them affecting the people around you more.
Yeah, it can affect you and the people around you. I mean, I don't know if you want to
is all too eager to show us all of them in gruesome, unflinching detail. So let's start with this.
All right.
What is Shinji's goal? And what was his mistake? Well, his goal from beginning to end remains the same. Find someone who can help him. As for the mistake, let's just push aside the obvious for a moment. That can be easy to get caught up in, and we will not be ignoring it. But ultimately, we're not talking about the individual actions he takes or...
Okay, so I have a note here. They say that Shinji's goal is to find someone who can help him. If you just take everything in Eva at face value, I can see how you would have that impression. The problem is that you would have to take Eva at completely face value. It's pretty clear that Shinji's goal is to eventually figure out some way to come to terms with himself and coexisting with others. Again, Shinji, my point is like Shinji basically needs to make that decision for himself, which is why at the end of the movie, he does make the decision to leave Instrumentality and accept the trauma that comes with other people.
Yeah, I think it's the idea of being passive versus active.
Yeah, it's not someone else who pulls him out of Instrumentality.
To be able to fix all his problems for him, but he probably knows in some part that's just not going to happen.
Right, yeah.
So he probably wouldn't let that person in.
Because ultimately, no one really helps Shinji. Shinji helps himself. He's the one who decides to leave.
The kind of helps him, I guess you could see, is Kaoru, and Kaoru then also betrays him. So Kaoru is the only person who's kind of like, I think that's why he has that intimate thing with Kaoru in a way. Is that like this is the one person who's being nice to him, is trying to support him, and listen to him
in
and stuff.
The End of Evangelion.
Until he
We're
betrays
talking
him.
mentally and emotionally. What is it that brings Shinji Ikari to this point.
I feel like this is a
accept
bit
that
of
this
an abstract question, though, isn't it? Because he's a 14-year-old boy with a lot of trauma and damage. Like, I don't know if he has like one goal in particular. I don't even know if he wants to know exactly what he
distinct
wants. I think he
conclusion
would
to
like
the
to
original
feel
series,
okay.
an ending of Evangelion, if you will, then that means that everything we're seeing here takes place shortly after the events of episode 21 through 24. Which means that all of this is coming off the tail end of not just murdering Kaoru, but of Shinji being forced to limply stand by as Masato emotionally shatters, witnessing whichever ungodly verb you want to use to describe what happened to Asuka, and then watching Rei actually fucking die to
Almost
save his
halfway
life
there
before learning what she
Mhm,
always
living on a prayer.
was. And then watching her die even more. Shinji then immediately used the life she saved as a weapon to kill the only person who's ever shown him unconditional affection. Shinji has a lot of good reasons to hate himself going into the end of Evangelion, just as he did in the end of TV. But, in another sense, as the end of TV itself was quick to point out, he really doesn't have a good reason, actually. Like,
Okay, stop. So
let's
this
all
kind
boo the
of, kind of, I don't know. This feels to me a bit. Okay, are they joking about this when they say boo the neurodivergent thing? Because it's
No. So their
I don't know
point
how I'm
is
supposed to read
basically
that.
that Shinji has no logical reason in the end of the TV series to hate himself because he hasn't really done that much, which is reprehensible. Whereas in the end of
killed the person
Evangelion,
he
Shinji
loved.
does have a reason to think he's an awful person because of the opening scene.
I mean, if you just take away all the trauma he has and all the like sort of you know problems with his parents and that relationship and possibly bullying and social problems he has and
having to
his,
again
him feeling that he's
kill a friend of
responsible for the death
yours,
Rei
almost
and having to actively
basically
kill Kaoru.
and not only Kaoru but also almost kill Toji and basically just maim him, and he leaves the show
Yeah,
anyway.
and then being forced to be stuck with this relationship with his father where he hates him, but he kind of wants his thing. But then as the further the story goes in, I don't know if he actually still does. I think that animosity grows more bitter, especially after the Toji thing.
neurodivergent 14-year-old orphan for not being able to process the rapid-fire traumas of all of his loved ones dropping like flies around him. How dare he handle that with anything but poise and grace? Until that moment, this kid isn't
but like
really
again,
it's just
again, is that the line? Is that the line too far?
I mean, it's a fucked up thing, but like, if we're trying to understand the context of which creates Shinji's situation to try and understand this,
but it's almost makes you think of like
out the window as soon as something he does is reprehensible.
I almost think about it in the context of like something like Vinland Saga season 2, where like Vinland Saga season 1, Thorfinn does all these horrible things for far less justified reasons than Shinji. You know, he has a lot of blood on his hands essentially, and then season 2 is about rehabilitating and how you can come back from that.
I mean, you could argue Misato has to have the same conversation with herself, does she not?
So again, it's like what becomes a bridge too far essentially here.
I guess it depends if you believe in rehabilitation or if you feel Shinji is like beyond that point or not. And I assume, I mean, I can only assume that their position is that Shinji is beyond rehabilitation at this point to them.
Maybe, yeah.
That kind of is part of the reading, I think, later on.
That they believe that there is no coming back from what Shinji's done.
Not necessarily that they say it's like an impossible amount of work or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe in reality, like this wouldn't be something that's possible to fix for Shinji just because of the situations that he has been brought up with, unfortunately, and has no support networks to go forward. But I don't know.
So it seems that basically the opening scene in their mind is to show that Shinji, and by extension the audience, because remember Shinji is the audience surrogate, is irredeemable. Essentially, that seems to be the idea.
Is that a good message to give people from Anu's perspective?
No,
if
because
he wants to get people out of the fantasy,
because then it's like, well, doesn't that also contradict the whole thing of like it being him, Anu, and Gainax telling fans to go to therapy? They seem to be very muddied on whether or not the End of Evangelion is an uplifting movie where about people can change, and you know, it's like, you know, it's obviously like bleak and fucked up, but it ultimately is like a hopeful message of like we can improve,
deal with the fucked up things he's done,
or is it
if Asuka will ever forgive him, or whatever?
Yeah, or is it as they basically are arguing now that, you know, Shinji and by extension like the audience is like irredeemable?
I think that's the beauty of interpretation, is to leave that up to the audience to figure out.
Right.
Because I feel like giving someone a concrete answer would be just like the thing in Twin Peaks where you just
but they're making both arguments essentially at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it could turn into Gurren Lagann, right? Where like
Right.
eventually, even though if you were kind of the hero, you end up getting jailed, like in part 2 of Gurren Lagann, right? Where it was like, and the people turn against you.
Right to hate himself or fear
could have
others in
happened.
the way that he does. He is, however, deeply, deeply traumatized. And that
Yeah.
colors everything. This is an irrational response to irrational cruelty. This right here is both the ultimate tension of Shinji as a character, as well as the tension between the end of TV and the end of Eva. It's all about how Shinji responds to the trauma of everything we see, not just in these penultimate episodes, but over the course of his entire life.
Or is
Yeah,
it? Or
this is
maybe they're
usually
arguing it's
missing.
like a cautionary tale, and like the idea of the end of Evangelion is don't be like this guy. You're being like this guy.
Maybe?
Stop being like this guy.
It seems
But
it does
is that
seem
not-
like that is their reading because like they're
I guess you realize.
likening how people like they're almost saying like the same thing that people talk about with like Walter White, where it's like how do people still like these
Right.
characters or think they're the good guy?
Well,
You can't think they're the good guy like
but
Walter White and Shinji.
The
It's
whole
like,
reason that I mean, I guess it's a tangent, but the whole reason you choose someone like what's his face, Bryan Cranston to play that character is because he's very likable.
Yeah.
And that's like he's very affable as an actor.
Yeah.
And that like that was the reason he was chosen, because Vince Gilligan worked with him on Twilight, not Twilight.
No, Twilight. X-Files.
Yeah, X-Files, and he played the Nazi, and he was like, "How do you make he made the Nazi character likable?" Is what he was thinking. He's like, "How do you do that?"
I wasn't a Nazi. He was like a guy who had like a weird headache. He was basically a man at his wit's end.
Yeah, something wrong with him or something. I don't remember the
but
thing about it.
But still,
yeah,
it's like, which is like, sure, yeah, you shouldn't be like Shinji. It's understandable why Shinji is the way he is, though. And my interpretation of the ending is that there is a way for Shinji to get better, essentially.
I don't know. I don't even know if I agree with like this idea that you shouldn't be like Shinji. It's like, well, what should you not be like? Like,
right.
Shinji's gone through like
I mean, you should be a sex pest, right? I guess if you only define Shinji by him being a sex pest, then that would be
then
you shouldn't do that.
I mean, you can totally read it as like Shinji's gone through incomprehensible horrors, the likes of which you cannot have experienced in your current life because it's just we're not facing some existential threat with giant fucking aliens.
If you were like Shinji in the way that like you have bad family relationships and you're kind of weak and you don't socialize very well, what do you take from that? Don't be that. If that's your interpretation, like how do you not be that if that's what you are?
But it's like, yeah, you can read like I feel like you can take the fact that he is like a flawed character, right? He is capable of doing things that are, not good.
Yes, compromised creature.
Very compromised, but still strive to take the steps to like have the best outcome for their life, right? Like, is that not something that you can strive to be like? Like, I don't know why you have to be not like Shinji in every single way. Like, there's a nuance in taking the what do you call it? I'm blanking on the word. The virtues of like somebody who is a flawed individual and striving to encapsulate those same virtues without having to be like, oh, I want to be like this, like I want to be flawed like them. I want to have the same kind of, fucked up, like jerk off over a comatose. Like you don't have to like strive or want to be like them in that capacity while still admiring the things that they do that are good or virtuous.
Well, it's like again, it's almost like it's showing you this is the lowest point someone like Shinji could possibly reach, and yet he can still be saved essentially.
He's not Gendo yet. I would believe he's the alternative because Gendo and Shinji,
I almost even take like 4.0 as like even like Gendo can potentially be like redeemed.
I guess maybe in some. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously he's still failed, but at least I guess in that situation, it's like, oh, I got to be with Yui for a second at least.
Right.
I got to see her again one more time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Even Gendo is still like a tragic character in a lot of ways.
Well, like 4.0, he like 4.0, he actually finally like takes the father role and like helps Yui relieve the burden from Shinji of having to like sacrifice himself to achieve his goal, right? Like
Yeah.
he takes the fucking
Yeah.
bullet for him. So in
Yeah.
that way, yeah, he is redeemed in that way. Like it's not that he's redeemed in like all of his like
No,
bad
Right.
actions are
he
absolved.
does a lot of bad actions. Yeah.
It's not My Name Is Earl.
Yeah, he can't get his karma book out and be like, "Well, sorry I did that to you, Oscar, but could I do like your laundry or something?"
Sorry, I fucked up
no
your
one-
mom and put her in a robot.
All right,
Could
so
I like I don't know, wash
here-
a car, or maybe there's like some sort of misadventure you need me to do?
So here they basically say,
one could, would, or should.
Could you make a My Name Is Gendo?
And the world he finds himself in.
My
In the
name
other,
Gendo.
he's decided he can't help anyone, and that no one could, would, or should help him.
this kind of ignores like the final 5 to 10 minutes that is like the catharsis of the movie, where let me pull the movie up again. Pull
I
our
feel
scuff.
like it's reasonable for like Shinji, a person in Shinji's situation feeling like that doesn't feel like out of the ordinary to me.
Yeah.
That seems to be the response you would usually get, you know, from someone who's like deeply traumatized and hates themselves.
Yeah, so again, it's like, yeah, people will abandon you, but you still want to see them again. Again, this is the uplifting part of the movie that they're kind of ignoring here. Like Shinji, at that point in the movie, yeah, believes that he is beyond saving, and then he's redeemed in like the final part of the movie.
Yeah, yeah. If you depends how you, how you would read that section, I suppose.
If
For them.
EOTV is about unpacking what it means for Shinji to actively choose to be human, then it's safe to say that EOE is doing the opposite of that. Or, rather, doing the
not sure if that's
inverse
safe to say.
of that.
No, I wouldn't, yeah.
The End of Evangelion, the film, is about humanity losing. Literally and metaphorically. It's all about what
I don't know, yeah.
happens when the exact wrong person gives up on humanity at large. All because he thought he was worthless.
I guess it depends on how you interpret the finale here. Are they interpreting the finale as literally like this is the end, this is the apocalypse? Like Shinji didn't actually end Instrumentality. Everything's just fucked forever.
Yeah, which is not how I interpret the ending, really.
Yeah, I feel like Instrumentality did not complete because what it does, it's supposed to like turn everyone to liquid and they're supposed to be gone forever or something like that.
Well, I think I think the interpretation generally kind of comes from this idea that like all of infrastructure and like all this shit was like destroyed with Third Impact.
Yeah, like
so
this with
like
the
even
second
if they do
impact.
come back, they're just gonna live like cavemen or some shit.
Well, I assume like with second impact, they'll just have to learn to rebuild.
Yeah.
Would be my
You
gathering.
see,
Like,
as
they
a,
did
So I guess with like Second Impact, the difference was like Second Impact only affected like half the planet, I guess, as far as like infrastructure. And,
Yeah.
like, government.
See, as an
how-
anarcho-primitivist, I actually think this ending is good.
Well, if Nerve as a base still exists, you think that advanced technology might be able to do something like it does in the rebuilds, where they create that whole idyllic farm place, even in the chaos of the world where it's been, you know, affected by third and a half impact or whatever it's called.
But yeah, I don't really interpret that ending as like the literal ending of the world, really. It's
Yeah, I mean, if this was Devilman, right, you would
Yeah.
assume, I mean, if it was like Devilman Crybaby, but well, okay, you could assume that like that ending is literally like the world's about to end like 10
Right.
seconds
Well,
after
there's
the
like a lot
end
of
of
like
the
literal
credits.
things that happen there, whereas
Yeah.
everything for the second half of the movie has been very like abstract and experimental,
Yeah.
and I don't know why that would then like stop.
And in
We're
fact,
still
like
in-
people are like actively fucking saved. Like
Yeah.
Yeah, they're coming
if you-
back.
if you take it that Asuka was killed, she's able to come back. So it's like like all the people that were killed
Yeah.
didn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to, I mean, I don't know if we ever see Asuka die. I mean, she's in a pretty mutilated state, but it's hard to really tell.
Presumably, well, that's just through implication.
Yeah, the implication. I
Um,
mean, the implication seems to be that her hand was split in two and she lost an eye, and that her
Right.
guts are probably pretty messed
Yeah.
up. But I guess it depends if she disconnected with her unit or not, because
Well, I
I
think-
think, right?
I think like the whole thing with the ray, like quantum rays, is like she's supposed to kind of almost save them before they are killed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
She does
Masada's
show
coming
up.
back.
Yeah, she does show up like even though we see like Masato blow up in half, like I guess she could have been like turned into LCL or whatever right before the explosion happened or whatever. I don't-
Maybe, or maybe she's just good for. Maybe she's just gone. Like maybe Gendo and her are just like dead for good, but like everyone else
that
who didn't die.
leaves in his wake. Let's unpack what is actually happening during Instrumentality. After all, I think it's safe to say that perhaps no other section of this film is more critical to understanding
Let's
its
unpack
message
what's
than
happening in
this.
Instrumentality. He's like he's thinking
Yet,
the titties right there.
none of it is easy to parse. The basics
Yeah,
for
but
the
that's why this is up
uninitiated.
to the interpretation thing.
The
So
Human Instrumentality Project is essentially a plan to put an end to human sovereignty.
yeah, so the thing with this as well is like, where's this
We
information?
see play out.
I don't know.
When you talk about the Instrumentality Project and you just quote it, like where are you quoting this?
I have no idea where this is from.
Is this from
Maybe
the
the wiki,
show? Or
ironically.
is this from Evangelion 2, or is it from?
The culmination
I don't know.
of this plan
Booklet?
is Instrumentality as we see it play out in the end of it.
Regardless,
Endo
this
gets to
isn't
meet his
even
wife again.
Shinji's choice. Like he
Let's
doesn't know
now
this.
Well,
Yeah, and again, Shinji did not
one's
choose to do instrumentality. He was forced
version
against
of
his will into a crucified position,
Well, it's the
like
difference between
Jesus,
the
maybe, you know.
Okay, so here's here's a weird take as well.
versions of Instrumentality we see play out. Well, that one's fucking easy. The version of Instrumentality we see in EOTV is emotionally intense, even harrowing at times, but is ultimately inviting, reassuring, and, most of all, concerned with bringing every single member of the cast to the emotional revelations they've been in desperate need of since the beginning. EOTV shows an Instrumentality defined by growth and healing. EOE, though, is,
What is wrong with you? Did you even try to?
Again, this is not instrumentality. This is instrumentality.
Yeah, that's before instrumentality.
Not with you. Not even if I'm dead.
But again, the take that like instrumentality is warm and inviting, and the end of TV feels weird because instrumentality is supposed to be like the manifestation of escapism, essentially.
I don't know if the TV series is really that warm and inviting for the 2 episodes. I mean, towards
Again,
the end,
yeah,
there, but
it's
I
like-
don't think it's actually. It's it's an ominous
Well,
black
then like
space.
instrumentality is also like warm and inviting at the end because again we get like scenes of like Kaoru comes
Yeah.
back and like Rei and stuff. Again,
I mean, yeah, I don't know. When I looked at Animatic, it had really creepy music in it for the for episode 25. I was like, oh, this is spooky. So it doesn't even invite at all.
Yeah.
again, like
I mean, I don't know if there's anything inviting about seeing like your sort of guardian figure getting shot on the floor.
yeah, but so it's like this basically. I don't want to play more than I have to, but it's like
Yeah, but in the end of Eva, this is the point where Shinji comes back. And you
Yeah,
see a
again,
little
it's
flash
the-
of
yeah.
of the original television show.
Shinji is a mirror / metaphor for Jesus. Shinji is a reflection of Hideaki Anno. Hideaki Anno is Jesus. So this is confirmed.
I see.
I mean, when I say
Hideaki Anno-
Jesus, I just kind of mean that he's like the sacrificial lamb in the situation. I don't think it's
Right.
literal. Just that
Um,
he's being crucified. It's kind of just the fitting. You know,
so yeah.
Jesus didn't exactly choose
So,
to be crucified. I suppose.
Instrumentality in End of
It's
Eva
kind of
is
something
not a
he just-
healing
Just
process.
crossed the bear, you know.
I think
Quite to the
I think he does
contrary.
kind of choose.
It's
to be
him learning that
crucified.
Well, I mean, in
basically
the
every
situation that, like,
anxiety
if it wasn't for the Roman army, I don't think he would have done it willingly. You know, he wouldn't have just done it on a day. He
is
wouldn't have just done it
true.
himself. You know.
Everyone does secretly.
Again, this is not. I don't read this as
rightfully so.
instrumentality.
Again, let us remember.
Yeah, I think it's
This is
beforehand.
the timeline.
Yeah, this is
not
like
the
him
rest of
breaking
it.
down prior to
By the
instrumentality.
time this happens, he
Yeah.
has failed, if not outright assaulted or been complicit in the murder of literally every person in his life who still even
complicit in the
vaguely-
murder
What do you mean
of what?
complicit? How is
Yeah,
he
I don't-
complicit in any
how's
of
he
these
They are
murders?
How's he complicit in Rei's death or Misato's
I don't
death?
think he
Or,
had much
About
choice on
what
that
he
one,
knows.
if I'm honest.
They hand Shinji
What was he supposed to
hard
do with
truth
Misato
after
either?
hard truth after hard truth about not just how he's so
What, should he have
fucked up,
died in
Yeah,
her
but
place?
why.
This is like
Here-
interestingly like a weird
He's so
kind of
fucked
argument for like
Misato calls him out for
almost like
refusing to
traditional
acknowledge her
toxic
as a full
masculine
human being
like
with
role.
all
Yeah.
the needs and
I feel
Where it's
like-
like he has a responsibility to protect a 28-year-old woman who is his
as a
guardian.
man, yeah.
Is this not just
Asuka calls
some
him out
sort of
for the wit.
byproduct of like this individualism, like neoliberal individualism?
Right.
Because this argument that Shinji should be far more active in his life when he can't be seems to be what this is
Right.
that byproduct, right? Where it's just like, well, he's a 14-year-old
He
child
reduces
slave,
women to being
like
nothing
child
but
soldier,
tools of
muscly
comfort for his
slave in
own
this context.
selfish wants. Ray, of all people, calls him out for giving into hopelessness and nihilism.
Again,
Ray
but
does
that's
not
not
do that
Ray.
before granting
Ray,
his
the Ray that
center.
knew
Yeah, these
Shinji
are
is
not-
dead.
He tries
Yeah.
to talk
Ray
him
Free does not know Shinji.
Like
Shinji's
even in the
goal
context of like we
was to
take the
find-
reading as like how they're presenting it. The Ray that would have known Shinji who could have like actually made an argument against him is not alive. She doesn't
it's gone.
exist.
Right.
So the Rei 3 that is apparently making these arguments against Shinji cannot do that because she doesn't know him.
Yeah, and allegedly she's kind of like a little spiteful thing. So I don't know if she's just doing it out of malice.
In others,
Yeah.
after that meaning and purpose had been stripped away from him. But he hates himself so thoroughly.
I think he's just looking for
even when
someone to
others give
turn to
everything they
because
have to try and reach out
you
to
know,
help him,
Misato kind of
it
like
just
gave him the
ricochets
cold
off
shoulder, and
because you
Rei's
are not
dead, and
me.
Asuka's
cannot
the only
possibly
one left.
understand how
Yeah.
I feel.
Yeah, to
And make
Shinji,
no mistake,
he's
people
like Misato
do
doesn't
help
get
him
it.
quite
Yeah,
a bit.
Misato's
like,
just
oh.
like
But it
she's
doesn't
drinking the
matter.
Kool-Aid.
Yeah.
He assumes no one can know how he feels because if they did, then they'd hate
I
him
mean,
just
Misato
as
could have been.
much.
She could have like gave him a part. She could have said something like, you know, well, my
As
father
he
died
is.
for me, and I don't know
And that
why, and I
is,
don't know if I ever
in
liked him. She
fact,
could have kind of gave him that story
Because his
as like a point of
self-loathing has
reference,
made him into something
but she
kind.
doesn't.
Reality and to offer it,
This
and God
analysis seemed to be
help
falling
not.
apart account of this misunderstanding.
I could have made this
That's kind of the linchpin of this entire response
Yeah, it's
and
like
critique. Is
It's like they assume that this movie was made to spite the fans, and everything else kind of follows that point.
like when you misread the fucking scene of Shinji like berating himself and like going through self-hatred as this is literally the characters calling out Shinji.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
The ultimate spite of the fans are really just not making this. That's how I
Right.
feel, because it's like the context of which if you work within the industry, right? The idea that you have to then spend another year of your life like suffering to make more Evangelion if you really hate it that much, like why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, you wouldn't.
It would
Yeah.
be more spiteful to make nothing for them and be like, you get nothing.
Yeah, no more, no End of Evangelion,
You get
no
nothing. You get
rebuilds,
no more. This is all you get.
Literally the Willy Wonka scene.
Yeah, you
it's
get
literally that would be the
nothing.
more spiteful. Yeah, that would be the more spiteful thing to do. Be like, no, I'm never doing this again.
Yep.
Around them in this movie directly.
But you know,
who
but
is
you know, I must, but you know, Hideaki Anno and Gainat, and they must not run away.
who is
Yeah.
Shinji enacting violence on other than Asuka?
This is
Literally the
again,
only one.
problem- This is the problem with this sort of like you need to explain what you're talking
Yeah.
about here, because like
All the
what
violence both Shinji and his
are we
father
implying here that Shinji is responsible for Misato's death? That she actively chose to take that position? She could have left.
Yeah.
She knew the invasion was happening. She was in packing, right? She could have left that moment before the crew came in and killed her. She could have gone in a car and fucked off. But she didn't.
Again, if we're acting like the Sega logo jump scare, if we're acting like
I think Sonic the Hedgehog should have been involved.
Oh. If we're taking this scene, the argument between Shinji and Asuka as something that literally actually happened, again, Asuka pushes Shinji first.
She gives him third degree burns would be the case there. But I mean, yeah, when it comes to this sort of domestic violence, then yeah, it gets muddy with like what is what then at that point.
Right.
'Cause it's
Again,
like,
we
yeah,
kind of just like we kind of just ignore that aspect deliberately so, and it does feel dishonest to do so. When again, yeah, what does Shinji do to Misato? What does Shinji do to Rei 3?
I
Or
don't
Rei 2
really
for that matter?
No. I mean, Shinji's not the one that kissed Misato, is all I'm saying, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Directly and
didn't do that.
indirectly. Because make no
Indirectly.
mistake,
What? How is what?
this movie does
I mean, again,
specifically
this is the thing that
hone in
if
on
it's
the violence
indirectly, the
against
violence is because what? Is this where I'm getting into
Should
this
he
new
have
level
just
of
manned up and
individualism?
protected Misato? Should he have taken the bullet from Misato? This 14-year-old
Should-
boy?
I just because this gets back to that neo-level individual. It's like if
Yeah.
if Shinji wasn't on the floor, not being active, and he'd gotten the robot earlier, maybe Misato would have lived. Is that the kind of argument we're making here?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
How
don't
that,
really know.
I don't know how that translates to you enacting violence on somebody because you didn't
Right.
get into a
But
fucking
again,
war.
Misato made the decision to put her life at risk, and she knew
Yeah.
the consequences of that. Like Kaji knew the consequences that he would likely die.
absolutely the most visually famous. If you know anything about this movie, it's this shot. And everyone gets this scene wrong. A lot of people have asked.
I
about-
really
is no
don't like here that they're
interpretation,
acting
though.
as if like they are the only one who understands the true meaning of this
I
final
just
scene.
don't think there is a true meaning here. I feel
Yeah.
like the reason is that you can look at it in a lot of different ways.
Right.
Is he
And-
trying
but
to
that's
not be
fine.
depressed?
Yeah, that is a. Oh god. I'm like-
What Shinji needs is lithium.
See, Sonic the Hedgehog just needs to come out and be like, Shinji, have you tried not being depressed?
I feel like Sonic would have given better advice. He'd be
That's
like, if
no
Sonic says,
good.
he'd be like, "That's no good, Shinji. You should take a mental health day."
Sometimes people try to touch themselves over you. And that's no good, Shinji.
Yeah, yeah. Don't let the older women touch you, Shinji. Don't let your maybe Sonic would be like, you shouldn't let your father define the life you want to live.
So what do they say here?
Over the years, why Shinji chokes Asuka on the beach. And hand to God, I think I've heard every possible explanation for this except the correct one. People will insist that he was just panicked. He was just making sure she's real because he thought they were still in Instrumentality, as though that makes it better. This is all a dream, actually, or a metaphor. They were just now birthed anew on the beach, like Adam and Eve, and are confused. This person wrote an entire Hegelian analysis of why it happened. Kinda base, to be honest.
Again, we're arguing with Reddit.
The entire beach is a goddamn
Yeah, I don't know
hologram
if
created
Reddit
by
is really. Reddit is canonically, if we're talking about our anime, it's like canonically 13-year-olds is the demographic of
Shinji
our anime.
immediately instigates upon encountering the first human he finds after committing to being better. It feels like people will throw out any theory for some type of
Again, the point is that he stopped. It's a continuation of the preceding scene that wasn't real, that it's now bleeding into reality, and then Shinji really learns to differentiate between fantasy and reality and stops choking Asuka.
Yeah. I mean, you can interpret that in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Shinji thinks that he should kill Asuka because, I don't know, he's like, oh god, you know my crimes, and now you.
Okay, so for context, when the final scene of the End of Evangelion was the first scene I had ever seen of the show, of anything. And I was like, what the fuck happened? Well, I guess I got to watch the show to figure out what the context of this scene is. when I first watched it, I thought Asuka was the one who was responsible for the end of the world and killed everyone.
Oh,
so that's why.
So then you think maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what's going through Shinji's mind. Maybe Shinji's mind's all messed up and he believes that kind of thing. I don't know. That could be an interpretation.
See, I have a problem with this like the way that they're approaching this kind of like thematic or like analysis kind of thing is very kind of problematic because it's very like there is one correct answer to this and you are not giving me the correct answer. It's like that's not how media analysis works.
Right.
Maybe, I mean, there are a lot of ways you go. Say, for example, maybe Shinji is terrified of what Asuka is going to say to him to the point that like the idea of her not living is better than seeing how she'd react if she knew the terrible
again,
things
like I said, like if this scene, if you switch the roles where Shinji had been abusive to Asuka throughout the entire series, both physically and verbally, and then presented this scene in which Asuka just unprovoked just starts choking Shinji, you would
and then
make
Shinji
a lot
does
more...
something, and then Shinji like shows some degree of affection.
Problem.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you'd be like, oh well, obviously she's like, you'd be like, obviously she's like defending herself because he's been abusive.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why can't that apply to the reverse?
Yeah.
Because Shinji's a man.
Patriarchy, I guess. Yeah.
Right.
Because of toxic masculinity ideals. Like the problem with that kind of reading though is Shinji is 14.
Yeah.
Like he is a child. Like he is at the tail end of being a child. Like he's growing up and becoming an adult. But like we don't look at like two children like fighting and you're not just like men. You don't tell like a fucking 8-year-old that like they're somehow like or some fucking woman abuser because they got into a fight with their 8-year-old girl. They don't view the world that way.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna get messy either way because this is they're in the apocalypse, right? And they're like the last two beings currently that we can see alive.
Yeah, they're good. As Hayden says, there are good and bad faith arguments, but not necessarily correct and incorrect interpretations. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
you could
my problem with
many
this.
different ways. You could go full biblical, right? You could go full. If this is like a rebirthing, you could go like if these are the two children of the new world, they're Cain and Abel, and this is a reinterpretation of the Cain and Abel thing, where like one of them is going to kill the other.
This is actually about rebuilding Japan after World War II.
This is actually Adam and Eve, but Asuka is Lilith, so Adam has to take Lilith out so Eve can come out.
You could. I mean, it's kind of a crazy reading, but you could try. You could probably make that argument. You could definitely. There's so many ways you could make the argument for the scene about what it is. Maybe Shinji is a piece of shit.
The thing, like, that's the thing with media is like this is supposed to be reflective of you. So it's like, yeah, there wasn't a correct answer for you, but like this scene is literally constructed in such a way that it's supposed to elicit like all different kinds of emotions. It's not just supposed to be a strict, stringent reading, and like the fact that we are now having to argue that all these people and their readings and their interpretations are now quote unquote factually incorrect or wrong is totally just being lost in the sauce of this argument. Like,
Yeah.
again, it speaks to like the problem I have with the video, where it's like if you were just saying this is your interpretation and like supporting it through reasonable evidence and like interviews, stuff like that, that's totally fine. But the fact that we are now asserting that your interpretation is the correct one because reasons, and like we've now retrofitted arguments and all this shit, like that's not what you should be doing with a video like this.
Rather than looking the cold hard fact in the eye that the reason Shinji tries to kill Asuka here is the same reason he rejects instrumentality, and the same reason he rejected the world to begin with.
No. What?
What is that reason?
Shinji rejected the world because of escapism, and then he rejects instrumentality to he rejects escapism.
So, you could break this down, I guess, as like it's the same reason in that he's afraid of being hurt.
But that's not why he rejected instrumentality. It's because he's like learning to accept that.
But is he so afraid of being hurt?
Did she say rejecting reality or instrumentality?
Yeah, roll back.
It says instrumentality up there.
Fact in the eye that the reason Shinji tries to kill Asuka here is the same reason he rejects instrumentality, and the same reason he rejected the world to begin with.
I mean, that makes sense, but like instrumentality, I don't understand.
Right.
Shinji has alienated himself from humanity.
Again, Shinji rejected instrumentality because he's afraid of other people? Because that's not...
okay, no, it makes sense. Sorry.
Okay.
Because her interpretation is instrumentality in End of Eva is something that is like hateful and spiteful, and like they're calling him out and like rejecting him. And because like we kind of skipped over a bit where she's like summarizing it, where like Ray's like, oh, if you weren't such a dick, this would be great. Like that kind of, that's why they brought up the no exit thing, because that's what their interpretation is. So yeah, that's what she is saying, that he rejected instrumentality because he thought it was going to be a way for him to escape, but it wasn't, because everyone was just now confronting him with like
again, that's not how I read him rejecting instrument. Yeah.
In that like they're just like, this place sucks.
And then he's like, oh, I don't want to be here because like people are mean.
Yeah, but it's like,
I thought this was supposed to be nice.
Well, no, but it's not good or bad. That's kind of like the thing. That's kind of like the whole point.
Well, that's what he says after he leaves instrumentality. But that's the line from that's the line from the scene where they're arguing. Is he's like, oh, I thought this place was supposed to be nice. So that's what she's taking as instrumentality. Is like, oh, instrumentality is actually this cruel place in End of Eva.
But
again, but you would need to like ignore this whole like scene towards the end.
He's got like a wish to build any world he wants.
Supposed to be.
I mean, if we take the TV series into consideration, when they create the fake version of their life, he basically can create any reality he wants.
Yeah. And he chooses to recreate the reality he lived in because he doesn't want to escape from reality. Yeah,
so like, then I mean, instrumentality can be anything you want then at that point.
But yeah, that is the disconnect, because we're thinking of instrumentality as like this one specific thing, and she's got this completely different reading of instrumentality.
Right.
So yeah, that is what she is saying, is that he is afraid of being rejected or hurt or whatever.
I mean, if that was the case, then you should turn into goo.
Again, well, then what does she think of like this whole thing, where it's like affirming that like if you leave instrumentality, you will be hurt again because individuals will be allowed to exist.
If we also look at this image, right, this is a parallel to the end. This imagery is specifically supposed to, well, yeah, because you can, like, look, someone is over the top of Shinji's body, forcing it down on a beach in reflection in the water. Like, I feel like that these images are supposed to be parallels.
Yeah.
Like, Shinji is unactive in this role, and then the first thing he does as soon as he's active again is he basically mirrors the same pose, but from the other side.
It's a very visceral movie. It's very much evoking different kinds of emotions through imagery, where you're supposed to ask yourself, what does this make me feel like? That's why the interpretations are great. If you want to share like different interpretations, because that's this kind of movie, right? You are going to take away different things. and that's completely valid. But like, we're now in this weird realm of arguing fucking canonical intention, and it's just like
so thoroughly
Yeah, I
that
don't know.
he can't stand the thought of needing to be near another human ever again, lest they
He's just
I'm gonna
gonna
get the rest of my
murder all
Again,
of
they're putting that
humanity?
in there, but it's like, again, let's
back in
see
the-
what's being said in the scene where Shinji says goodbye to his mother.
Yeah, I guess the idea is Shinji's just gonna murder all of humanity as they come out of the ocean.
Yeah.
Like, just commit like what? Why? I don't. This just doesn't even make any sense. If he doesn't want to be by another human again, why make it where they could come back?
Yeah. Like, are you okay now? Still don't know where happy. It's like, yeah. So hearing, yeah. This is not him like being like, oh, cool. I'm just gonna go to the empty world now. That's not how I read this. It's like him rejecting, like, his non-collective. I don't know how to phrase the opposite of individuality. But him embracing his individuality and the good and bad that comes with that, essentially. Let me pull OBS back up and then pull this video.
Another human ever again, lest they hurt him. He has reached the final toxic stage of the hedgehog's dilemma, becoming nothing but a ball knows what he did, why he stopped to his second act of violence, and what we know he wanted, be someone to offer comfort and affection. He realizes that this can still be someone to offer comfort and affection. He realizes that people can, in fact, still give him something he desperately.
Again, they read Shinji as stopping choking Asuka as basically being because Asuka finally gives him what he wanted. When I feel like it makes more sense that like Asuka has basically dispelled Shinji's fear that she was going to hurt him again. Because again, the reason that Shinji chokes Asuka, the instigating moment that is left out of this video is that Asuka pushes Shinji first.
Yeah, this reading is just kind of gross to me.
Yeah, like
it's almost
Asuka
like
pushes Shinji first, and that's what leads Shinji to choking her. We get to the end of this ending scene, and why does Shinji stop choking her? It's because Asuka doesn't push him.
it's such like a it's just such like
He's
a
afraid.
cynical
He's
fucking-
afraid that Asuka. He's not like afraid that like Asuka isn't going to show him affection. He's afraid that Asuka is going to actually hurt him and kill him, because that's something that he says in the breakdown scene where he's pleading for his life. He says, "Please don't kill me." Yeah, don't kill me. Like that's where this scene is coming from, at least for me. So it feels like a very. Because what does Asuka do? She doesn't like push him or assault him, or she doesn't like punch him off. It's just like a gentle caress, and then Shinji's like, "Oh."
Like this.
So yeah.
This is just him realizing like people are not going like he was incorrect or whatever. People aren't.
Yeah,
going to
this
fucking
person
hurt
that he
you.
was like so terrified of hurting him in this scene isn't actually going to hurt him, because this wasn't real. This was a fiction, essentially. This was his greatest fear, and his greatest fear has more or less been like dispelled, assuaged, whatever you want to say.
Am I the only one that just assumed Shinji was insane on the beach after everything he saw and was reminded of him? And she reminded him of a reality when
So he breaks down.
she touched his face. I mean, that could be an
Evangelion
interpretation.
trivia
Yeah.
Sure.
time.
I think
Asuka's
that's just as
original
valid
voice
as.
actor, Yuko Miyamura,
This is just
was
talking about how the
Rejection
Kimochi
line.
Waroi
This line. Well, I'm
line
shocked
came
that other
about.
YouTubers were comfy reading this shit aloud. No offense to them, but suffice to say, trust me when I say it's a clear analog for the
You can go
exercise
to
of
just
voice
29
recognition.
minutes, 40 seconds, my next
First, that
timestamp.
letter, you Shinji Famas hit her being a violent mole in one your part. There does remain the possibility. That's frankly 101. An act of affection coerced by violence on
Here we
the
go.
brink of being murdered. The boy who assaulted her. First step. Why the fuck would you ever think he'd suddenly be good at that just because he simply promised to try? Why would anyone think it's a
No one did.
good ending for a girl to end up on a beach with the boy who assaulted her thrice? Why the
Why
fuck
would you think it's a
would
good
anyone
ending?
look at the caress Asuka offers while being strangled and see it as anything other than a girl on the brink of being murdered, finally caving into a violent monster's demands in an effort to not be killed?
Because of everything preceding that final scene in the movie.
I don't know why we're now characterizing.
Oh, I'm
Shinji
sorry.
as a
I didn't have the
violent
video up.
monster.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I had the thing playing, but I didn't have the video up. Whoopsies.
I don't know why we're characterizing Shinji as a violent monster with this.
Again, because
Because
again,
of him standing up for himself, or like feeling like he's going to be attacked or whatever.
right. So again, on the bridge of being murdered, yada yada yada. Again, Shinji pushes Asuka pushes Shinji first. This is kind of important to note because it's yes, Shinji is abusing Asuka here. No one is denying that. But this is like a more complicated relationship than like man is abusing woman.
Shinji seems kind of like a little too pathetic to be considered a monster in the broad terms.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess it depends on how intensely you think he's.
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely an argument to be
intensely evil he
made
is in.
that he could have potentially became a violent monster because he's
I mean, if we
learning
are
all these
looking at
practices.
Gendo as a monster, right?
Well, yeah,
I
and
think
he's also
Shinji very
learning
well
all
was
these
at the point where he
practices-
could have just killed Asuka had she not done anything.
Yeah, like he's also learning all these practices because of the toxic relationships that he has, not just with Asuka and
Everyone,
his
yeah.
father, but everybody.
Yeah.
All his relationships are pretty bad. Yeah.
So again,
Like, you want to talk
maybe
about
friends- I guess his
transactional.
friends are okay.
Like you want to talk about transactional,
Finally
like
caving
how are all of his relationships not transactional? Like fucking
Violent monsters
if you're
demand
Shinji,
an effort to not be
you just think
killed.
Masato just wants you to be in a good
You
place
cannot
because
call
they
an
need
act of
you to
affection
save them.
coerced by
And he
violence
kind of isn't wrong.
Sincere. This is consent 101. And if you do insist on calling it sincere, that's frankly fucking weird on your part.
Didn't we remember back where it's like, oh, if we're gonna be like chill towards other people's interpretations and stuff, and if you got something out of it, that's great. And now you're fucking weird if you disagree.
I guess.
This scene being like a coerced act of affection, and if you have any other reading, yeah. Again, this does not pair well with the like insistence of like this is the objectively correct reading. It really doesn't.
I just does Shinji really does he really want affection in this moment?
Right.
Is that something he wants? Because again, like when he is offered some kind of thing, he rejects it prior. So does he want that now? Because it feels like because of the hedgehog tail limit, it's very hard for him to even let people get to that point where they could give him affection.
Right. Well, again, this is like Shinji like learning basically. It's like rejecting instrumentality didn't solve his problems. There's like still learning. Yeah. Okay, now we're going to talk about the Flowers of Algernon, I think.
Okay, I've finished reading this short.
All right, where are we at? Let me see here. Yep,
we're
we're
at
at
very
the
particular quotes that are like quite salient to like.
Well, before
Ava,
that, we have like a
actually?
little bit here at the end, which again, I think we've already kind of talked about
They've
this.
been through, both to get better in their own ways,
Yeah, I think before we got
to
through most
heal
of
and
this
work past everything they've been through, maybe even forgive each other. However, that does not mean their failings are equal. When and if Shinji becomes better, will be at the tail end of an impossible amount of hard work, which will involve rebuilding the whole of civilization from apocalyptic
This whole
scratch.
video just seems like it's
in
a weird.
Again, I
bias
don't really.
against Shinji.
I don't view this as like, oh, and Shinji, in order to redeem himself, must rebuild all of civilization from scratch.
What, by hand?
Seemingly, we got to play Minecraft now. We're playing Rust.
Like we're trying to weigh up like
Does he still
how
have his
evil
unit?
their fucking sins are. Like
Yeah.
this is such a weird fucking like prospect.
By this fucking guy.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a
Evangelion
healthy
is
way of
not the
looking at
worst
it. I mean, I
possible
guess
fate that could fall
Shinji's
upon
probably in this current
That
moment
particular degree
the
of
one
being
who's got the
fucked up
worst
is
rap
reserved for Gendo.
of bad
However,
things he's
the
done
only
to
real difference
Asuka.
between EOE Shinji and Gendo is time and scale. It's great that Shinji took the first step. It's also absurd to believe that he would simply move past all of the trauma and guilt that comes with ending the world.
I don't think that's the trauma and guilt part. Honestly, I don't know if that's like.
I mean,
maybe it
like
is.
The reaction of the rest of the world is something that Shinji will have to take in consideration because I don't know if all of them are going to be as nice to Shinji.
Yeah.
Even if they kind of see that, oh, he saved the world, but they could also easily turn him into a scapegoat and kill him.
Finish the video, bro. We're only halfway through.
We're trying.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, keep going.
All right, so now we're
There
at the
is still
Flowers of
so much
Algernon.
material
Yeah, then
growth
I'll
left
talk
for
about it in a
Shinji
sec.
to do at this moment that they could make an entire 2 more out of that premise. They should make time. I am very mad. Not because of any of the stuff we just talked about, but because while editing this, I found out that the Japanese title for this final episode, Magokoro o Kimi ni, translated as Sincerely Yours, is in fact a reference. Sincerely Yours is actually the Japanese title of Flowers for Algernon.
No, it's not. That's
story by
yeah,
Daniel Keyes
no,
about a mentally disabled man being given an experimental surgery that
it's the name of the
temporarily
live
makes him
action
at peace
adaptation
before
of
the
the
surgery's
book.
effects wear off, and he regresses back to his
This
original state.
is a very
I think
limited
Anno might not have much
version
faith in our ability
of
to
the
retain the
reading.
lesson from Instrumentality. For real, Flowers for goddamn Algernon.
Let's can we talk about what actually
Also, while we're
Flowers
talking
of
titles,
Algernon is about,
take
because
care of
it's
yourself.
incredibly blunt about what it's
A
about.
statement of determination driving towards self-care and self-acceptance versus a statement of the exact kind of dependency and emotional reliance on
Okay,
others that the
I'll
entirety of End of TV.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had to piss really bad again.
No worries.
Yeah, so one, the title is not Flowers of Algernon. It's the Japanese title for the film adaptation of the book, Charlie.
2001, yeah.
No, it's like from 1970s.
Oh, is it the American or is it the Japanese?
I believe it's the American.
The movie from the 70s or 60s.
1968.
Yeah, so it's that one. They're talking about the American one. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Is there like confirmation that that's because like that seems like a very,
no.
I mean,
no, there is there's nothing that actually points to this being a reference to the Flowers of Algernon.
As far as I know, the original reference I saw this is from the 2005 book, The Exploding Child by Murakami, the artist Murakami, and he mentions it in passing that it's likely a reference to the book. He doesn't really go any further than that. It's just reference there. I feel like that's 2005, so that's the earliest time I've seen anyone make that reference. Usually there are times when Arno does this in other works where he will reference other sci-fi title names.
Well, that's the name of the final episode of the TV series, The Beast That Shouted Love at the End of the World or whatever, is a title of a short story. It's a collection of like short stories, like vignettes.
Yeah, and again, Algernon is also a short story, Hugo Award-winning short story, very popular in Japan. But like the literal reading of it is not just that like some guy gets that. It's a disabled man who is then basically it's very, very blunt that like this is a story of exploitation of a disabled person.
Yeah.
Like, and also one which basically says everything that they do in these institutions is bullshit. Their psychological tests are bullshit. IQ tests are bullshit. Rorschach tests are bullshit. And it paints the man Charlie as no different than Algernon the lab rat. It also paints that like he's exploited by his landlord, by his co-workers, by the scientist. He's basically not safe. He's exploited. There's a whole section where he gets beaten up by the police because he was drunk and disabled. And he's like, no, that can't possibly be true because my tutor at the thing said that the police are good guys. Not when you're disabled, they aren't.
Right.
Yeah. From what I understand, the story was kind of almost like a critique and like criticism of like practices like lobotomization and stuff.
Yeah. It's very blunt. Some of the interesting things that relate to Eva in the story, right? So this character, Charlie, has hopes and dreams of being something more than what he is. There's something he really aspires for. So if you take Shinji into consideration, the hopes and dreams of Shinji at that time were probably to make connections, but also for his father. He wants, at the core of the relationship of why he went to Tokyo is to see his father.
Yeah.
His father has requested him. And he wants something from his father. Anything.
Yeah.
And it's used as an exploitation point to turn Shinji into a lab rat for human instrumentality.
Yes.
He's nothing but a cog in that machine. So they're exploiting Shinji's like need for a father figure or just any kind of connection and using it for him to end the world into this project they have. And that's exactly what happened to Charlie.
Yeah, again, it seems to be more about like the scientific exploitation of like the mentally unwell in some capacity, like, Yes,
and there's a quote in here as well, which again, it's kind of, it says, all right, there's a couple.
This reading of the theme of the book being like regression and being unable to improve yourself just kind of feels gross.
Yeah, well, all right. So here's the quote of how other people interpret Charlie's change. It was evil when Eve listened to the snake and ate from the tree of knowledge. It was evil when she saw that she was naked, it was not for none of us who would ever be able to grow old and sick and die. You know, if they didn't do that. This is how they interpret the increase in intelligence, because no one actually knows why that happened at this current point. So they see it all as weird and uncomfortable that there's been this rapid change. Because as the story goes by, like, you know, he goes from like a disabled man to possibly one of the smartest people in the world.
Yeah.
But then loses it all. And that was the intent of the story, is it was always supposed to be temporary. But the problem is it's not just that. Like, the process actually debilitates his body further. And the rat who had the process do to him, he dies. The rat dies from the process. You never see Charlie die, but there's a possibility that this surgery was actually deteriorating his body. Because he's losing memories, he's losing thoughts, he's losing like the ability to like walk properly at times. And then it sort of like evens out, but you just don't know. And one of the other ones is that, like, at one point, Charlie realizes that he is in a bar. He's in a restaurant, and he sees that there is a mentally disabled boy who is the dishwasher who smashed a bunch of dishes, and everyone is laughing at him. And he starts laughing, and then he realizes, no, that's me. That's how I realized everyone treats me this way. And he goes, shut up, leave him alone. It's not his fault. He can't understand. He can't help who he is. For God's sake, he's still a human being.
Yeah.
This is what they're trying to say. If they're trying to say anything, it's that.
So Joe's pointing out that the title for Flowers of Algernon is literally just Flowers for Algernon in Japanese, which it is.
It's the
you can see it written here in katakana.
Yeah. Yes.
What it's referencing, what it's ostensibly referencing, is the name of the 1968 film adaptation, Charlie.
Yeah, which at least in the version of the short I read, at the end said it was kind of schmaltzy. It's a schmaltzy adaptation was how they described it.
So that's the connection there, basically. But yeah, the reading of this
Flowers for Algernon, a sci-fi story by Daniel Keyes.
You should not be using the parody.
No, there's a movie. You're referencing a movie. Just use the movie.
If your only interpretation of it is a parody that has very little to do with the original, outside of just the basic premise, then that's not what this book is.
It's not even the basic premise. The joke of this episode is that was a placebo they gave Charlie.
Yeah, they didn't do anything. Yeah,
they didn't do anything.
But like,
I'm not even really against like them using this footage if they were like presenting it correctly, right?
Right.
Like, if you want to use the footage as like a joke, like, okay, yeah,
sure, I guess, but like, you've got to know the actual premise of the book.
But like, yeah, but then they represent the themes of the book in a very unpleasant way.
Makes him a genius.
Well, yeah, because the scientist, there's also a scene of ego death in the book where like Charlie gets intelligent enough to realize that his scientist, who at one point he looked up to and aspired, and they were so beyond him, are actually very flawed individuals. Who are both like, one is incredibly ego driven and is crumpled by his own self insecurity, and the other one is just too limited in his field to really understand the implications of what he's doing. And he realizes it's like that point when a child understands that their parents are not perfect. Like, it's that kind of like reflection that like you could say with Shinji, right, where he realizes the people who seem so beyond him are also fucked up individuals.
His effects wear off, and he regresses back to his original state.
I don't like.
Again,
I don't like
the book also kind of implies it's possible that he's dying. So I don't think that's a
might not have much faith.
It's actually really sad because he's losing his memories and things. It's literally like Alzheimer's a little bit at a time.
Yes, so it's like if you're taking this as like, oh, Shinji's like, I don't like this reading that like, oh, Shinji's gonna go back to his old ways or whatever, because that kind of, again, that doesn't
even
feel...
seem to be what the implication of the book is, because basically, if you take the Garden of Eden thing here, Charlie has to leave.
Yeah,
he says he's leaving New York because he knows too much now. He knows that because beforehand he was blissfully ignorant that people were making fun of him and he was exploited, and like people didn't necessarily like him the way he thought they did, or that people didn't treat him. He has to leave now because that knowledge has not left him. I think in some ways he feels it's too strange to be here. He goes back to his night school, because he goes to a night school, and the teacher there is there's a woman that I think he learns to be more attracted to, or when he becomes smarter he becomes more affectionate with them, and they have one that seems to have sympathy for him. But when he comes back to the night school and he's back to kind of where he was before, they burst into tears and leave, and he realizes he's causing them pain and that he can't do that anymore, and then he has to leave because he realizes his existence here is just suffering for that individual he loves, and he must go. That is not the same.
It's just like, that is not kind of gross, like reductive interpretation.
Yeah.
Like, Ano is putting this reference here because he doesn't think you're going to be able to retain the message. It's like, what?
I mean, again, you could interpret how he's using that. If this is the message, right? You can interpret how they're using it in multiple different ways.
Right.
You could interpret it as like Shinji is the exploited.
Scared.
You could interpret it as Shinji's type move to instrumentality and godhood was not all it was cracked up to be.
I mean, you could even take the interpretation that they're talking about of like, you know, becoming more aware.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
outside of your perspective, and then coming back to like another state. You could take that interpretation for instrumentality.
Yeah.
But like that I don't know where the reading comes from. Like it seems like so cynical. Like I think that could be there, like an element that could be there because like he's able to utilize, you know, the experience of having had that kind of like higher state or whatever.
Yeah.
Into like his real life kind of thing. I mean, that could be an element of it, sure, but it just seems like such a fucking cynical, like.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, it's also true that like Charlie doesn't remember some of it. Like he doesn't remember large portions of it, so it's really difficult for him to like understand in some ways. Like there's some knowledge there, but some of it is just gone. And I don't know if that's going to be the case for Shinji, in that like he forgets everything that just happens. But again, that's like an up to interpretation. We'll never know, kind of thing.
Let's see here.
Being better. I wish you luck.
Yeah.
Follow through.
Yeah. Blah blah blah.
Worth pointing out.
There's like this is just like pretentious nonsense. I don't like this kind of video essay vibe mood stuff.
Sure, you can skip through it if you want, because I feel like
so the next thing comes about 35 minutes in or so.
Off topic, but Roger said that Miyazaki won the Oscar.
Oh,
what, for animation?
Oh, at the
That's
Academy.
Nice. And 2? He's not there though. I bet, is he? He didn't show up, did he?
I guess Oscar will Roger, let us know.
I mean, not probably because he's 82 years old. He's not.
Yeah, I can see Suzuki maybe going up.
He seems very like old now, and I don't think he could make the trip.
Consequence that I think might go unnoticed by modern eyes. After Asuka tells Shinji he's
Modern
disgusting, with no credits to show, it simply.
Oh, they're just talking about like how like the ending just cuts to just ends. It just
They're
says
giving
goodbye.
a hypothetical role play of how it would have been in a Japanese theater back in 1997.
Right.
Yeah. They're doing this, but they're doing it from like their lens. They're not actually like.
You know, we could we could get Ihoba's tweet up with the actual responses to End of Eva if we want.
Okay. Do we have?
It's in the document. It should be in the End of Eva section of the document.
All right.
Probably towards the end.
Yeah.
It'll be an Ihoba tweet, so it'll be a Twitter link.
Yeah. I don't know why I did that. I'll just scroll up. Where's the? That's Mamoru Oshii. EOE responses. Here we go.
Yep. So we could just look at them right now, and we'll see like what kind of responses.
All right, let's see. Let's look on. I think it's a good ending. I'm glad Asuka is alive. I'm glad Shinji chose to be himself. I didn't understand it. What's the final scene? I think Asuka fans are crying. I'm satisfied, but what's with that ending? I wanted to stop the falling curtain.
Yeah, there might be a couple more there, is there?
There's more. There's quite a few more.
Yeah, some of them might be for the original television
show.
Said
the reaction to the final episode of the End of Evangelion original TV series mixed, not totally negative. Reactions on Fanroad magazine, most likely I'm confused. I suppose online reactions include more negative and honest ones, though. I don't know. Like, is that the final episode?
It's in the underground play thing. This is the time, for the TV show.
What are you congratulating?
What's the deal?
I have the same thoughts as other fans did. I hope there can OVA sequel. Surprise, ending in a good sense. Thank you for the great final episode. It's not ending. So yeah, then this is the response to EOE.
I thought it was a couple more, but maybe they haven't got them here. But yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of different reactions.
As we've established, we're talking about a movie whose entire conceptualization was objectively crafted in response to fans.
Again, they keep using that word objectively, and it's like you've not really done much to support that. Again, you have to note that like production committees are integral to determining like what does and does not get made.
Yeah, because the production committee is the money. So like you could want to make a movie, but if you don't have the money to make it, then you're not making it.
Right.
Yeah, we're just kind of like projecting our experience onto the audience. Like she thinks like, oh,
Yeah.
this is how the audience would have reacted to this, but she's not really doing any kind of research to like substantiate this.
Yeah.
She's just kind of asserting this is how they would feel.
Yeah.
Becomes this.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Most of all, though, the meta-narrative serves to explain pretty concretely why the inept but resilient Shinji of the original series suddenly becomes this.
Yeah, again, they seem to
I think
read
that was
this as like
Kaoru.
as like there being like a sudden like the difference between Shinji and EOE and Shinji in the TV series is like really drastic. When I feel like, again, this is all stuff that was there. It was just like bubbling underneath the surface.
I mean, again, like he lost everyone. I think that's the key here, right? He's
Yeah.
lost all his connection points, and he had to just kill Kaoru.
Yeah, I think if you want to go with the reading of this being a breakup movie or whatever, like it is a different feeling when somebody actually has like feelings for you, like a Kaoru, and you feel like some sense of like acceptance, and then like you have to like for whatever reasons like they have to go or whatever, you like that relationship has to end. This is like the whole thing of like the aftermath of that in the Veva is him just trying to fill that void. Like he has now experienced like someone actually caring about him, and he's like desperately like it's the stages of grief, right? Like where you're just desperately trying to fill that void and be like, well, I can have this again. Like I need this now because I've experienced it.
Yeah, he's looking for some kind of emotional comfort or intimacy, maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. To me, it's almost like Shinji is a lot like Laura Palmer.
Okay.
She's dead?
Again, don't get me wrong. TV Shinji is far from perfect, but I wouldn't
Right.
put him in jail. Something that changes.
I wouldn't put End of Evangelion Shinji in jail because I don't believe in prisons. I think prisons are bad.
What do we say exactly by prison here? Like,
we should put this 14-year-old child in prison.
I mean, I guess
that's
definitely
definitely
gonna get complicated in terms of how does one respond to such a thing?
That's how we rehabilitate Shinji. Jail time.
Jail probably is not going to help this boy.
No, it doesn't seem to help many people really.
I guess the question is,
his ass.
I think the problem for some people is like the reason. I feel like for some people, the quiet part out loud for them for prison is not necessarily that they think they can rehabilitate people, but they just don't want them around people because they feel safer if they were not there.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
less than
think that's how if they're looking at Shinji as a monster, I think that's how they would interpret it.
In the End of Evangelion has everything to do with where Hideaki Anno and Gainax at large were at the time.
They were all at Production IG.
Yes.
Because this movie was mostly made by Production IG.
It's their studio, but yeah, they might be at their own studio drawing up some things and then sending it to Production IG.
Do you know how
every
close
couple
to
weeks.
Production IG and Gainax offices were?
Probably not very close, because Gainax is by Ghibli, which is out of the way. So they probably had to go once a couple weeks by the train and go into the main city or whatever. You probably find
it's not like Ghibli really probably could have helped making this movie, given the other movie that was. They did?
No, they did.
Oh.
They did help. They were in betweens, and there's a whole section.
In betweens. Okay.
There's a note in the production committee production report where it says like, yeah, they came over to do help with certain elements. It might have, I forget exactly what element they've done in betweens on it, but there's also, I think they may have done some other stuff in the video department. They were calling it, so like so there might be some compositing stuff they did because there are some digital shots in the film.
Interesting. Well, that would make sense in working in conjunction with
because
it's Mononoke. But then again, I feel like with Ghost in the Shell and the digital stuff in there, that you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a department in IG for it, but like
right.
Mononoke was doing things differently because Mononoke was basically, I mean, maybe some would say revolutionizing in some degree about like how you do the color matching, but also that you don't, because I think with the way they did it in Ghost in the Shell, they were doing it slightly differently because what they were doing in Mononoke is they were saying like, all right, instead of trying to match the colors of a shot which has traditional hand painting and then CG put on top, what you do for those shots is you make it entirely digital, so you only have to color match that part to then the rest of the footage, opposed to trying to match these two different elements in the film.
So I think we're going to be speeding up a little bit here because they're going to be making us like a lot of like points that
Let's see.
So yeah, again, the reason that this movie was made is basically no different from like any other like franchise film that was made.
Yes, we already know it was in production. Like at least the
Right.
first recap movie was in production during the film, the TV show. So
next
the
is
OVA became a movie because it probably was like, oh, well, it's more advantageous to make it part of the movie.
39 minutes is my next note.
Yeah.
You want to put the broken kid who's been killing alien giant monsters in jail?
I thought about it till making this video, but it does make a whole lot of sense for the meta-narrative. The legend of the backlash to the end of TV and its impact on the end of Evangelion can largely be traced back to here. I think that not just because it was an
Wait, what? What is this?
This is the Red Cross book.
Oh, is it? No. Well, guess again, it would go back further than that, wouldn't it? It would go back to 96. But
made by series staff and released directly.
you know what it is though? It's good branding, is it not?
It is.
It's good narrative building because that's what you do when you sell a film is you build a narrative.
Right. Yeah.
This is the ending the fans really deserve. You know, you get it's a public like point that people have been talking about this, and then you go, this is the real ending. This is the ending that everyone should see.
Yeah.
Because everyone was talking about it before. It's like, oh, what is that?
Official, like, what do they say?
It's made by series staff and released.
This is an official Gainax source made by series staff and released. Yeah, but Gainax was not the distributor for the End of Evangelion. Toei was.
Yeah, I don't know who the hell actually worked on the booklet in terms of like who credited writing what and what else.
Maybe there are credits here somewhere. Let me see.
Maybe
towards the end.
For, like, who put it together.
Yeah, because we have this theatrical program.
Talked to a bunch of people.
Nothing there.
Anything in there? Is this the people, or is this just the credits for the movie?
It's just these looks like just the credits for the movie, but it does say distributor Toei right there. So
yes. So they're the people like printing them and giving them, put them in that because it's Toei cinemas. These are Toei theaters. So they have to be the person putting them in the fucking rooms.
Yeah. So it's like, let me see.
Toei has a lot of cinemas. They're one of the biggest distributors of film in the country.
Animation, filming, color. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that credits like anyone specifically for making
they're
this.
Probably completely uncredited.
Yeah,
this is not the kind of thing that gets credited, you know.
Right, but again, assume this is just distribution material.
Mm-hmm.
There are interviews, but again, this material itself, these interviews were not published by Gainax.
Gainax is probably not interviewing themselves. So whoever's interviewing them is probably whoever it would be, someone who's like taken some, like work for Toei. They might just be a press member.
But also because the story it tells about this movie is still the one we take for granted to this day. It's beyond uncanny. It's exact. Regardless of its historical veracity, though, the fact that Gainax as a company would author and then sign off on this as an official...
We don't know if they authored or signed off on it. This could have been done at like with by Toei without their like really any sort of say-so from them.
I don't know if they really care. Did they? Yeah. Would they care? It's like a fucking pamphlet.
Yeah, well, the movie would have been done probably by the time that like this pamphlet would have been made. They were probably like, yeah, fuck, I don't care. I'm tired.
Yeah, I mean, like they might have seen it before it was released, just in case they had to check it. But I don't know if they had like any qualms.
And again, this isn't the focus of the pamphlet. The focus of the pamphlet is answering questions about the lore. That's like
it's pretty
90% of the book.
It's pretty whatever, you know. It's just like press statements.
They sold people a booklet detailing why they didn't want to make this movie. But
that's not what the booklet is detailing. It's one offhand. It's like one thing that Suramaki says.
We're effectively pressured into it by you.
No, we have no reason.
Pressured into it by the production committee ultimately.
Yeah, again.
Person in the audience.
But like, yeah, obviously fan input is going to be important.
Now I'm saying
it means
seriously.
Money.
Imagine you paid money to read all of this in a theater while waiting to watch the movie.
Well, no, you paid money to watch the film, not read the pamphlet. The pamphlet just came. I'm pretty sure there should be a slot of them on the. I don't think you pay for the pamphlet.
Despite this, I
You
don't
think so? I thought they would just leave them around.
I mean, I don't know about that time period, but like, I know when I went to watch like Shin Godzilla, like you could buy like clear folders and like medals and stuff. They have like little gift shops.
Yeah, but when I went to see Shin Eva, they gave me a free poster. So this is how I'm taking it. I was like, well, they gave me free things.
Yeah,
I assume it's the price of admission. Like you get it with.
I would have assumed that too. Honestly, I can't see this being made. It's not that many pages. It's probably just made of like shitty paper stapled together.
Yeah, it's probably newspaper or something. Newspaper.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Maybe you have to pay for it. I don't know, but maybe if you pay for the right ticket, you get it.
Trust me, I speak from experience when I say that if you genuinely hate an audience, you simply stop creating for that audience anymore.
Right, what?
Yeah, so that's the point I was making earlier.
Yeah.
While I think the artistic anger in End of Eva is important to note and acknowledge,
Again,
I think they like say no, they actually oopsie,
sincere
whoopsie
hatred of the
backsies.
audience nor the fans is not what I see happening here. No.
Huh?
You've since described it as a fuck you, a go to therapy, a middle finger.
Because I want to figure out what they're actually trying to say here. Like, where's this going?
What this is your best friend who has had enough of your fucking bullshit for the past year. So you are going to sit down, shut up, and let them explain all the ways your failures are fucking up the lives of all those around you. It's tough love from an artist who just watched Delicate Love.
He's not your friend.
Yeah, what?
Oh no, it's not your friend, dude. It's this Auteur like
face
thing.
by someone who looks just
fucking
like them. This film
Parasocial.
is a fuck you to fans. It is also a desperate plea for you to please be better.
Better at what, really? Like, you keep saying that, but you're not really like specifying it that well. Again, the theme of the movie is very like straightforward and clear. Do not forsake reality for like the comfort of fiction and fantasy.
I feel like Arno was actually kind of saying it when he was saying years later, like, I kind of realized that like you aren't going to change people's minds, and that like, well, I kind of agree with that message. Like, ultimately, people are going to do what they're going to do, and like, I can't really change if someone's made up their mind. I'm not going to be able to change it by making a movie about it.
Yeah.
Because like a movie is only one thing. Like a movie is not going to change your reality. Unless you're like, reality isn't that hard to malleable. Like, you know, for people who are like really hikikomori for a fact, right? If we're talking about hikikomori, right? If your life is at that point, there's probably a lot of reasons for that like change. Like there's going to be a lot of factors involved, and they aren't ones that you can necessarily be like, oh, okay, today I'm just going to not be a hikikomori anymore.
Why does it feel like she is projecting? Because she totally kind of is.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna say like she's like, 'cause she does like make a point that she's not projecting onto her audience or something, but she totally is projecting at least like what she would react to in certain situations onto somebody else.
Again, and this kind of also contradicts the movie being like, you know, like about like self-improvement isn't possible with like their misinterpreted connection to the flowers of Algernon, because again, she literally says, I think Anna might be 141:23.
Also, while we're talking title, for real, Flowers for Goddamn Algernon not have much faith progresses back to his original state. I think Anno might not have much faith in our ability to retain the lesson from Instrumentality.
That's just a very bad reading of like what that actual book is.
Yeah,
about,
but then it's
again,
also
Charlie
like
leaves. He does not stay in the same place. He has, again, if you take the metaphor of like the Garden of Eden, he now knows in some part like the sins of what he is. He's not like ignorant to the facts anymore in the same way.
Nobody. Okay, so I guess neither Suzuki nor Miyazaki accepted the award. No one arrived to accept it.
Yeah, I knew they wouldn't.
That's kind of.
They're like 8-year-old men. Of course they're not.
Yeah.
Fucking America. They made a little video earlier, right? They made their little video. I'm actually quite surprised they won. I'm actually quite surprised they actually did win it.
Yeah,
I assume that like, I mean, it's like, yeah, sure, they made another one, but it's like, yeah, really, are they going to actually give it to them? They give it to one of the other fucking films, aren't they?
Right. Yeah.
Like Spider-Verse or whatever.
But it's cool they did. Back to this video though. So it does kind of like, so again, if the Flowers from Algernon thing is about Anno being skeptical about the lessons we can take from Instrumentality staying with us,
then
then
again,
again,
they're going to keep Boy in the Heron in the theater long enough that it's going to get to the number 2 slot in America.
Let's go.
That's the plan, right? So it's going to become like the second biggest film animated film in American history.
Oscar winner there on the poster. It'd be perfect.
Yeah, you just put that on. You keep it released for a while longer. They have another. I imagine that's what they're going to do.
Yeah.
At that same 1996.
Okay, now this is going to be weird. This is going to be a weird bit right here.
He was also asked if he had any advice for people looking to get into the anime industry.
To you as a creator,
say just don't.
Please.
So on getting into the anime industry, if you want to get into anime, my best advice to you as a creator is to please have diverse interests in things besides the animation. Look outward, first of all. Most anime makers are basically autistic. They have to try to reach out and truly communicate with others. I would guess that the greatest thing thing anime has ever achieved is the fact that we're holding a dialogue right here and now. Now, there's a problem with this. One, this is from Anime Expo 1996. We don't have this interview in Japanese. This is a translation.
I have a source here. I'm going to give, which relates to something that Tomino said once upon a time, which I think is really relevant here about like how the word autistic is even used in Japan.
Right, because obviously he wouldn't be using like the English word autistic, and he could also just mean like, you know, people who are awkward or maybe like more introverted, stuff like that. And then, you know, back in the 90s when this is more acceptable, you just translate that as autistic.
Yeah, that might be an inappropriate translation, or it could be he might literally be saying autistic, but he's talking about it the Tomino way, which he says, when I use the Japanese word for autism to describe Camille, it doesn't actually mean he was autistic. It means that he identified with social movements in Japan, teens at the time who considered themselves autistic due to having symptoms of autism or being like antisocial, basically.
Right.
The fact that people say every time, the fact that,
So yeah, and then they say some weird stuff here after this.
Look outward. First of all, most anime makers, I would guess that the
Such a beautiful. Forget that true Zen lies in eclecticism, made of chalk. And also, he's right about diverse taste, for the record. Never forget that true Zen lies in eclecticism. You should love more things in more forms. Anyways, questionable language aside, this is Anno discussing in 1996, the year the End of Evangelion was in production, what he sees as a great detachment from anime creators and things that are not anime. A divide that he is...
Which again is very funny, given that this movie, again...
eager to bridge.
A divide that he's eager to bridge by referencing Ideon Be Invoked and Devilman and Ultraman and a whole lot of other otaku media.
Yeah, he's got a variety there.
Because he knew that people who are intensely passionate about anime...
To be fair, like, Arno was also reading romance novels when he was writing the female characters of the cast, and he was reading the psychology books, and he was reading the books about sort of religious symbology.
But they say something very strange here about otaku that I want to address, because it's a common misconception, I guess.
Because he knew that people who are intensely passionate about anime, otaku, famously tend to not have many passions other than that. And
this is just not true. This is just not true. One, otaku are not people who are just interested in anime. And two, again, I'd be very, I think I've said this earlier, I would be very hard pressed to find an otaku that like is only into anime, basically. Because again, they're into a lot of stuff. They're into video games, manga, just media in general, trains,
military,
guns. Again, watch Otaku no Video and see the bizarre, diverse interests that otaku have. They make stuff with their hands. They build shit.
Yeah, Gunpla.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. This notion that like otaku are only interested in anime is one that I don't even think Anno agrees with, because I think Anno is mostly just thinking like otaku are only interested in like otaku media, which again I don't really agree with. That's like his perception.
He's talking to gaijins though. He is talking to gaijins at an anime convention.
That is fair.
Can we take that context in? That he's like literally talking to a bunch of young teenage gaijins in basically going like, yeah, if you want to get into this industry, as an American or someone outside, you probably will need a more diverse interest.
Right, yeah. That's a good point, yeah.
Like he's not talking to Japanese people.
That's true, yeah. Because again,
the context of where he's talking to is actually very important.
Yeah, otaku have weird, niche, bizarre interests. Yeah, people tend to like anime because they like other things. Again, the history of anime is just inextricably linked with the history of sci-fi media in Japan in general.
Yeah.
And he wanted to change that by any means possible. This is inverted fan service.
I mean, it's kind of ironic then if you made the most one of the most otaku coded like films of all time.
A good example of this is we watch like Daikon 3 and 4 and look at all the copyright violations of all the characters that are not from anime and manga in there.
And some of them were kind of put in there for more like I guess what would be the word, cynical reasons, because it's like, well, they know they're popular with certain audiences, not
That's
necessarily
kind of funny.
all like fans of everything.
But still, that still means they're like, it's popular with otaku.
Yeah, because it's for a convention for otaku.
Yeah.
Or for like these Japanese fans of science fiction and anime.
This is an artist giving you not what you want, but what you need.
What's next? 4 minutes in. 44.
I mean, I need a lot of things in my life, but probably not End of Eva, and probably not the one I'd be bringing up, honestly.
Is hard.
I need
money.
Connect with people is hard.
Money,
Making things
Sustainability.
that emotionally connect with people, but in a way which makes them fucking livid at you, is a nightmare.
Again, I think it's a good ending. I'm glad Asuka's alive. I'm glad Shinji chose to be himself. I didn't understand. What was the final scene? I think Asuka fans are crying. Maybe the Asuka
And
fans were
if you take the Oshi quote, the "I'm just happy that Ray's alive" kind of quote, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. Let me pull that up because
that's in the document too. It'd be nice.
Yeah.
And these are otaku, you know, they think whatever they want. You know, they see whatever they want to see. They're not.
Yeah. When Mamoru Oshii watched the film and went to a bathroom, a high school boy next to him said to his friend, "I don't get it, but I'm glad Ayanami is not dead." Oshii wrote, "Otaku get what they want no matter what the directors intend." It's very funny that he's saying this in the context of a high school boy saying that. Like, what were you expecting from like a teenager, Oshii?
I don't know. I think he just wanted a shit talk.
Yeah, for real. But his point here is like otaku get what they want no matter what the directors intend.
Yeah, but he's basically saying that the intentionality is kind of bunk because it's like, ultimately these kids will be like, yeah, I don't really get where that was all going, but you know, I like this thing about it.
No, the reaction to this movie was not anger, really.
I mean, if it was really anger, you'd hear them fucking burning down the cinemas or something, surely.
Yeah.
You want
to know a movie that made people angry? Passion of the Christ.
Yeah.
Any positive
what about Life of Brian?
From the whole experience. Hell, the positive feelings mixed with the negative can serve to just paralyze you with an action.
Otaku,
Too overwhelmed to.
What the fuck? Otaku are defined by their like going out and like doing things themselves, right?
Yeah.
So like a whole thing that characterizes the reaction to Evangelion is like we've talked about before, like the doujinshi movement and like people writing their own doujins of like their own endings. Like you have fucking retake.
We saw some footage a second ago, and what we saw is a bunch of otaku hanging out together in a line for the film that was probably going to come out later that day or the next day. They're going to camp out with their friends playing cards. They're all talking. They're not like all sitting in fucking silence. They're all like hanging out. It's like a communal event.
Yeah.
In the street.
Oh man, am I
like,
having fun? But yeah.
Does this not like kind of contradict the actual
idea
that like otaku are like complete isolationists?
I didn't know those were mannequins in the movie. I thought they were just people cosplaying.
Yeah, they are mannequins, yeah.
I don't know who the guy on the left is, but positive.
Here are some otaku just hanging out, drinking and smoking.
Yeah, they're writing location.
Again, everyone in this, all the creative like main staff on this movie were otaku.
Yeah, they're also all married. Besides, I don't know at this point, but like all of them had wives.
Yeah, all of them got
divorced at that point.
What's my next bullet point here? 144.46.
Just of the people like hanging out on the street.
Of it all, which I guess I'm contributing to. As mentioned a few times now, Anno was so burnt out during this movie's production that Miyazaki told him that he needed to take a break.
Okay, well, not movies production. What movies production? That's the end of a TV show.
Yeah, we won.
Where are they getting this idea of the movie? Not this movie.
Contributing to.
This was about the TV show. This was after the TV
Anno was
show.
So burnt out during this movie's
Unless we're talking about. We're talking about 3.0. Is she conflating the 3.0 break with the after the TV break?
I don't know, honestly. It's hard to tell because, my note here is Anno was not burnt out during the production of EOA. He took a 6-month break after the TV series ended to recuperate before working on End of Evangelion.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it was probably a arduous process to go through both of those movie productions. But he took the break after the TV show. Unless they are confusing this with like after 3.0, Anno took a break and then he ended up working on a couple of different things.
What's next? Well, here they also say something weird after this.
Told him that he needed to take a break. Advice.
Well, he can't. The thing is, he can't take a break during a production. I don't know what they even do. Like the production committee was not going to let him do that.
Yeah.
Every source I can find makes it clear that the biggest parts of this movie he contributed to are the general script and the instrumentality stuff in 26', which he came on to handle personally a year into production.
What?
I mean, he's the general director. I don't think he was at the point where he wasn't there. I'm not really sure what you mean by this. I don't think he was absent at any time.
Yeah,
he's the general director.
Do you think they were just like soldiering on without like a captain at the helm?
I don't remember hearing that personally, but I
And
mean,
the
yeah,
Instrumentality
maybe that happened. I don't know, but like,
stuff in
what
26
what source are we
apostrophe,
talking
which
about?
he came on to handle personally a year into production.
Again, no, 26
For
is handled by Masayuki, but he probably was definitely involved in that section. I'm
most,
not saying he
though,
wouldn't be.
there was
but...
no pause. The studio went
Again, this is
straight
footage
from the
from
train wreck that
Kara,
was
so-
the series production directly into making one of the most ambitious.
So here they say that
and it was IG.
End of Evangelion went into production right after the end of the TV series, but that makes no sense if the End of Evangelion was a response to the fan reaction to the end of TV, because the movie would have had been in the planning stages during the TV series.
Yeah, again, I think they're conflating different sources here in terms of like, yes,
Yeah.
we know the movie recap was already in production.
Right,
and we know that the idea of the OVAs is definitely something that was in the back of the minds.
That was
Maybe
like that
even
they
it was
were
in the back of
toying
their minds
with, and
before
then
the controversy.
Yeah, Death would have been being worked on, and maybe even parts of Rebirth as well.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Animated films ever. We saw Suramaki's feelings on that particular piece of trivia earlier in a book approved by Gainax.
We don't know if they
You don't know
approved
that,
it.
but okay.
Those are the words of someone who is transparently burnt out. Of someone who
I mean, he's
proudly
probably burnt
crossed
out,
the
yeah.
All right, now here's what they're going to say. Yeah.
finish line before being told there was one more lap because some felt that that last lap just wasn't good enough. And if the director feels that way,
I mean, I
then
think
how
he was
hell
the
do you think
problem.
the concept artist feels?
Or Sadamoto?
I know how he feels about.
Are you gonna give me a quote from
I know how he feels
Sadamoto?
about Japanese war crimes in Korea.
No, again, this, like as I said, this is just them projecting. Like,
So yeah.
Oh, I thought they had a quote from Sadamoto, because Sadamoto obviously he could say anything.
No. This is them. So they have this quote from Surumaki.
Sadamoto feels, or think about how this in between animator feels.
But I'm gonna say, what does Sadamoto need to do? He's not a key animator. What's he gonna design?
Right. So
Sadamoto doesn't design the mecha. They know that, right? That Sadamoto didn't design the mechs. He designed the characters.
Yeah.
He didn't design any of them. They had a mechanical designer who was
Yeah.
separate from Sadamoto. And then also Maida. Maida also designed a lot of the angels. So that wasn't that was also not Sadamoto. So like the white units they might not even, I don't think they were designed by Sadamoto. Maybe they were. I think it was someone else.
But yeah, so their point here is that if this is how one of the directors, this is how Surumaki feels, then imagine how everyone else on the staff must feel.
I think Sadamoto is a weird choice for that, if I'm honest. It's a weird description to be
And
used.
if
You
the
could have said
director
anyone.
feels that way, then how the hell do you think the concept artist feels?
You could have just said the
How
whole
do you
staff,
think the
but
voice
okay.
actors feel? How do you think the sound department feels? How do you think?
I mean, they got more work. I don't know. I don't know if they really.
That's what I was
There
saying.
were a
Like,
lot of-
what are they gonna? They're just gonna not be drawing Evangelion characters.
Sorry,
They're just gonna be drawing the next characters.
Maybe this is the worst thing to do, but can you go back to animation checks? Because wouldn't that be IG animation checks? So that would be a completely different person who didn't work on the show.
How do you
wouldn't it
think the?
Like, okay, who we got?
Yasuhito Murata.
Do these people, I'm assuming these people work at IG if it's, if we're talking animation check person supervisor there, Murata.
Let me see.
Yoshihito Murata. I mean, they could be Gainax just because they might need someone who's more familiar with the style, but.
Murata.
I'm not familiar with the name off the top of my head.
I think it's what have they worked on? Was it?
You're probably in a tough IG.
Okay, they were a Gainax person.
Okay. Did they work on the television show?
Yeah, they did in between animation checks.
So they're just a checker. Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, still, but it's also like, again, why are we taking Suramaki's quotes and then just applying them carte blanche to everyone else?
I mean,
many of them
animation
were not.
You see production IG just right there.
Yeah.
Like, none of those people would have been on the
And
show.
then IG Nigata.
I mean, we're talking about like how do you imagine like the key animators feel? What if they wanted to draw fucking Asuka more?
Yeah,
like, what if
how
they
did
really
they-
like these characters?
I don't know how
I
did
mean, they might be burnt out, but this is kind of the reality of the industry is that like they don't get to stop working. I don't know what they think happens, but like you don't, as a key animator, you're not going to be able to take 6 months off. You have to just keep working. That's how this industry works. You don't.
Well, again, I
really
think
stop.
this is like projecting on their part because, like,
Yeah.
you look at it from like a content creator perspective. If we were to make a big long video essay about Evangelion, and then we had to come back to it after we thought we made all of our points really clear, we might be like kind of annoyed.
Yeah.
But it's not. This is different. This is not like a key animator is just drawing, frames like characters and shit. Like they're gonna be drawing something different next week if they're not drawing
Yeah, they kind of
Evangelion.
have to, right? Because they can't just like disappear for 6 months like Arno could.
Right.
They have to keep working. So like, they might have a break in between, depending if they're salary. They might get a break after the production, but
Yeah.
they're gonna have to come back and do something else eventually. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so
like,
it's like
you-
again, for all we fucking know, maybe the fucking key animator just really liked the fucking Evangelion designs, and they really worked
Yeah,
on
was
Evangelion
Mitsuo
1.
Iso
I mean-
upset about having to do that Asuka fight scene, even though that was his idea and it wasn't included in the show?
I mean, I'm sure he's probably happy that he got to make it.
Yeah,
eventually, so I'd imagine.
I think he's probably. I'd imagine he'd probably be happy, but we don't know. I haven't seen any quotes from him about that.
Yeah, that's
No, I
the
don't. I couldn't
point.
find any interviews with him where he's talking about End of Eva. I had a look.
That's
a while ago.
weird, given that he
Maybe it's in
saved all of
Japanese.
these fucking memos.
And
I
that's kind
guess,
of the
yeah.
point. Like, this is just them projecting because like they're
Yeah.
forming this narrative, but like they're totally dismissing the potential like countless fucking perspectives of the people on staff.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're a freelancer, right, you wouldn't have to do it.
Right.
Like, the only people who would probably have to do that is you'd have to be a salary worker. So if you're
Yeah.
a salary worker for IG, you work on what IG says. And if you were
Yeah.
a salary, again, Garnett's barely hired any, but they basically had no salary at this point. So I don't know if anyone was actually even on salary during the original TV broadcast, or if it's like a very small select few.
Mhm.
Maybe more of the like senior staff, but I don't know if the animators were, because a lot of them worked at Tatsunoko too.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many of those recurred. It's really hard to say. I mean, I imagine the core staff, like the writers and the directors and the animation directors and people like that, they seem to be pretty fucking exhausted. Yeah.
In-betweener feels. There were a lot of people who
But
worked
again,
on
like
all parts of
the
Evangelion,
problem is always going to be
most of
that
them
the industry is
just
inherently
as hard as Arno.
exploitative.
And all of this because of fans.
Yeah, that's what their job's
This I have to brace chat. This is gonna sound really cringe, but you need to hear it.
Needy, demanding, ever voracious fans who are never, ever content with what creators give them, forever demanding more and better and smarter and more ambitious, and if they don't like it, they will let you know en masse. Why would anyone ever give a shit what they think? Okay, I can already tell people are going to think I'm vague posting about my own channel.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't know what the
I
fuck that was
don't
supposed
care.
to be really.
I don't know what that was supposed to be
It's
either.
not really. I don't really.
Yeah, that was tough to watch. I'm sorry, but that was something that needed.
I mean, it's kind of their job. Like, I think at the end of the day, like if you work in the anime industry, or so, it's kind of your job to get fans to buy your thing or
Yeah.
support it or like watch it. Like that's kind of what you have to do. Like you have to understand. I mean, people in these industries have to understand. Like, yeah, like you may get into art for like creative endeavors, but like realistically, the more you do that stuff, you have to understand that it is the way it works in a capitalist system as a business, especially a neoliberal capitalist system. You have to kind of realize that there's a level of like give and pull to that, in that you have to think of something that would be marketable, but also something that may creatively fulfill you, perhaps.
All right, now I'm
very
gonna hurt you,
difficult.
Steve.
Oh, God, what's going on?
Not this.
Oh,
Not.
was that
I mean,
fucking
Bo Burnham
Bo
hurts,
Burnham
but
again?
I mean that's not like.
Fucking guy sucks.
Is that
I
like a
hate that
Bob
guy so
Burnham
much.
again?
I fucking hate that guy so much. Oh my God.
But listen to what she says here.
No,
For context, we skipped the part where she was
Don't
kinda,
talk
like,
over
thanking
her.
her
Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying,
Yeah,
we skipped the part that
Yeah,
she
we
was like
probably
thanking her audience for.
Right. Yeah, because that's
supporting
not
her.
relevant.
It
Fair
just
enough,
wasn't
that's
relevant to the
her
video.
But
A quit TV animation in the middle of Karakano. No wonder Anno quit TV animation in the middle of Karakano.
Why do I do these things? Why do I
It's
do
like
them?
a lich. It won't die.
I had that moment at the end of making that Arno video when I was like, I don't think people actually understood what I was saying at the end of this video. I was like, wow, I actually relate with Arno really hard right in this moment. But I mean, I
People
made it a
don't
little.
change.
I mean, it was pretty vague at times, but like I was like, I assumed people would kind of get the gist. And I'm looking at these comments like, no, they don't get it, do they?
Yeah.
They really don't get it. And I'm like, oh my God, is this what it's like?
Yeah. Again, offhanded remarks. Sure, not really important to their point, but I think kind of speaks to like when they say that they spent months of research on this. It kind of seems like they didn't when they still say things that are obviously untrue, when you
I mean,
can
maybe they're
just
supposed to be offhand things, but I mean, as someone who did months of research, I mean, it would probably look a little more substantial than 18 sources.
right, yeah, and it's like again, would you just say something that's untrue offhand though, when you can just easily fact
I guess if you
check
didn't
that?
research it, if you were just saying it like as a quip, like yeah. They said halfway through the series, which actually makes me even wonder more because like the American conception used to be that he left after episode 19. The halfway thing actually comes from a real source. So have they like half read the idea where like Arno says he fake left after episode 13 because they didn't like the recap structure he was making?
Maybe they're just saying halfway in like a vague, like
I don't know.
Glass is half full.
Maybe.
But
Yeah, it's just
if
kind
you
of
look at
ironic
the
'cause
staff
it
listings
was
here.
literally sorry, it was literally halfway through that he technically left. It was after 13.
So if we take a look here,
Fake left.
we can see direction credit.
Yeah.
The parts that
And-
talk about the people who worked on Eva sound very romanticized, for the lack of a better word. Never mind the projection. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so
he
you can
left.
see.
I mean, this is wrong, but a little bit wrong. But he left after the recap episode.
Okay.
That's when he was like.
But still, what's important?
He did his fake leaving, which I guess the recap episode 13. So he wasn't there, or quote wasn't there at 14, where he took his more hands-off approach, still in the office. But
the reason that
technically
people say that he quit is because he changed how his name was spelled from just using how it's actually like spelled with kanji.
And the reality of the situation in the
spelling out
interview is,
katakana.
the reality of it is that like, he realized that the way he's been making the show with the elaborate way it's been designed is actually ruining the show, and that like it's losing its schedule and it cannot continue this way much longer. That's what he's realizing at this moment. He's like, fuck, like this, because he's doing like loose lip syncing, and they're like doing 8-hour voice actor sessions, and they've got all this like it's a very like experimental show and messing around with lots of different things. And they realized they barely had any pre-production, so he's realizing very quickly, I'm going to run this show into the ground if I don't like take a backseat and let them just kind of take it from here, because what I'm doing is too demanding for the schedule we have.
So again, just a minor thing I wanted. There's going to be like one or two other minor things that we'll touch on still.
Sure.
What's the next thing? 155.50.
Oh, they're still going. I'm sorry. I'm just thinking like, what else is there to say
Mark
now?
some kind words before abruptly slamming us back to reality. You are yourself. There's no cure for that.
Again, there's no cure for being. So is this movie about like, can you be rehabilitated or not? They keep like going back and forth between these things.
I guess maybe they say the audience can, but I'm assuming they think Shinji in this movie can't.
But they're not speaking like about Shinji here. They're speaking about the like just in general. Because again, Shinji here is the audience surrogate. So what Shinji experiences is
I
like
guess Shinji is also a character and who's done things which the audience might not have.
But they're framing him as like the audience surrogate. So what applies to Shinji therefore applies to the audience.
Well, I don't know. Are they taking the scene where Shinji does things literally or metaphorically? And like, it is the reprimancing to the audience, not literally the comatized real child, but the idea that they've been physically attracted to a fictional woman or a toy or something like that. Is that what their film is? If you're looking for a meta commentary, is that what they're trying to say, or is it supposed to be a reference to like ego? In like direction, the sort of like quotes Arno has about.
They don't really elaborate.
Like how are we taking that? Like, is it just like you shouldn't be attracted to fictional women instead of real ones?
I would hope that's not the point. That's cringe.
Yeah, but I'm just like, it's how are we reading it? Like, because I mean, I assume the audience hasn't done that. I hope they haven't. I hope most of the people watching the film haven't done something that horrible.
Yeah. I would doubt they would have.
But they might have, I don't know, masturbated to a fictional character.
Right. And if that's what they're being shamed for, and that's what this video both says that the movie is shaming the audience for, and also likes it for that reason, that's also kind of
no idea. Like, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but like, I'm just trying to think like how we interpreting this is what I'm asking you.
I don't know. What do I have next in my notes though? 156.07. So
maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe all of this didn't affect Arno that much, and he's just lying in the documentary for fun. Wouldn't be completely out of character. I mean, it's not like all of this filled him with so much anxiety over creating an ending for Evangelion that the next time he tried it took over 8 years.
Again,
Okay, but there's a couple factors to that, but
there are quite a few factors. But again, it's unlikely, I would say, that Anno was just lying. It's usually a matter
I think
of
these
like
things did happen.
Right, but
Because
you
there
know,
seems to be more references than just that this was happening.
But as we've seen, like Anno changes his mind a lot. People can misremember things. Again, this is why we have Death of the Author, because the author is still a person that is fallible, and you know taking them at their word is not necessarily as concrete of a thing as people may think.
Yeah, and Evangelion 3 was so. I mean, it seems like 2 and 3 were like massive burnout projects, and that like some of the staff members, like there isn't even a complete report on 3.0 yet, which is really weird. I don't know if they've made it since, but when I was making my video, they just didn't release it. So they did one for 1, 2, and then they eventually released something for Shin, and then the other movies after. So they just didn't do 3, and it sounds like because maybe they were in such a rough state that a lot of them don't remember what happened back then very well. I'm not sure if it's been released since.
But again, they also seem to ignore that Anno was working on other things between 3.0 and 4.0.
Yeah, it's not like they didn't do anything.
And then also
they went off and
Anno could have taken as long as he wanted, really, because there wasn't really a production committee on these movies. There was no.
Yeah, and they obviously closed the production down. That was the whole situation. Like they shut down that production, and Kara was doing other things during that period. But yeah, they had the luxury to do that because the production committee would probably be like, no, you're finishing this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Even with
they
all
made
of this
a couple movies.
I don't want to go overboard bemoaning the tragedy of a multi-millionaire who I do not know being sad that people
Oh, here you go. That's the point I was making.
Art cartoon about white girls thought he was weird. Like,
okay, can we pause a second? Because
wait, what does that mean? What does that mean? Hold on.
People didn't get
how do we put this? Arno fucked. Arno had a girlfriend in Osaka back when he was younger.
Yeah.
And he, in his comic books during the 80s, said he would go out, wear suits, and go dancing to meet girls.
Abstract art cartoon about why girls thought he was weird.
I mean, maybe some girls thought he was weird.
Maybe, but also, is that what Evangelion is about?
The animator on Nausicaa, so.
Is that what Evangelion is about?
I don't know.
What?
It could be about a lot of things.
Right, but it's like, is this what their argument? This seems to have nothing to do with their argument.
What about the other staff members on the thing? Do they all agree with that? Like the people like
was everyone at Gainax poor with women, even though many of them were married?
Yeah, I mean a lot of them were married by this point as well. Like what about like Sadamoto, like one of the other writers? But he's like the one who wrote the most scripts. Was he also having the same relationship? Or what about Shinji Higuchi? He wrote an episode, and Yamaga, he wrote an episode, and Tsurumaki.
All right, so
people.
We've got about an hour left. We're in the home stretch.
Oh fuck! Okay, that's true. That's getting late.
All right, so we're in the home stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, just 6
like,
hours.
There's more serious problems out in the world from the start.
So we're entering the misogyny section, where the next part of this video is going to be an argument about the misogyny of the End of Evangelion.
Okay.
What would you do?
Where we're going with this.
How would all of this affect you? How would you have handled it? I probably would have been pettier. We've talked at length about the ways in which the End of Evangelion is just as artistically rich as, and in many ways, is better than, the last 2 episodes.
All maidenless.
Now, let's talk about the ways in which the End of Eva comes up short in comparison to the End of TV.
Okay.
And in its own ambitions.
So what do I see here? 1:59, 20 seconds.
Are they using the prostitute thing?
So this is just a full. They just included the full thing of Anno talking to women on a phone sex line.
Is that it's for a promotional for a movie? Yeah.
Yeah, for Love and Pop. Yeah.
What of it?
I don't know. It's just here for some reason.
What is this supposed to say?
I have no idea. It's just here.
Oh.
I think it's there to like show that like.
Are they trying to say he's a misogynist?
Yeah.
I think it's some.
I will admit, I do have a bit of a tendency to be, shall we say, charitable when it comes to Evangelion.
I don't know.
Maybe they're talking about the TV show. I don't know.
Next timestamp is at 2 hours and 58 seconds.
Okay.
Fan bias. My way of saying, I am a fan, and I am not immune to fan bias. I know there's a lot of shit I've overlooked both here and elsewhere that I maybe shouldn't.
What can you say about it?
Yeah. Again, this kind. I kind of like timestamp these. I think because they're just kind of like self-evident and being like, yeah, you did. Maybe do more research next time. This next point is actually going. We said there were 2 offhanded comments. This is one of them.
Oh yeah, you wanted to talk about that, didn't you?
So
boy.
Let's just talk about this context. All right.
Completely separate from it.
All right.
Also a fully formed person, by the way, because while I am a fan of Eva, I am also a fully formed person with an identity and sense of self completely separate from it. Consequently, I can and do think
I think most people are.
Gainax, Kara, and hell, even Trigger can make some blatantly incorrect choices sometimes.
I mean,
Blatantly
that's
incorrect
A1
choices.
Pictures plus Trigger situation, so I don't.
But we need to talk about C3 Boo.
Yeah, you wanted to talk about that.
Because this kind of comes off in incredibly poor taste given the entire rest of the video. Now, for those of you, for the uninitiated who maybe are unfamiliar with Stella C3 Boo, Momi, would you like to explain?
So Stella C3 Boo was like a Kirara slice of life kind of, almost like a gag comedy, where it's about these girls in an airsoft club, and it was very. The manga is very lighthearted, very silly, very fun. So it was adapted by Gainax in 2013 by, I'm terrible with fucking names.
The person who made the short movie, right? The boy.
Yeah,
Who draws.
I'm pulling it up, but it was adapted into an anime by Gainax in 2013. And the director wanted to do something a little bit different with it. He felt very passionate about wanting to get a message out there. Masanao Kawajiri.
Masanao Kawajiri.
He probably was a Nano fan, huh?
He probably was. So he took the adaptation of C3 Boo in a different direction, right? So if you've watched C3 Boo, it basically, the memes are it's C3 Boo Airsoft the Line or something, like Spec Ops the Line's anime adaptation, because it's like the story of this girl who's like,
I mean, I should watch this.
Yeah, she's kind of like a Shinji. She just kind of going along, doesn't really have any kind of aspirations or anything, and she just gets roped into joining this airsoft club, and she just has this slow descent into this weird it turns out she's really good and has an aptitude for airsoft, and so she starts taking it super seriously to the point that she starts pushing people away and alienating her friends, and even alienating the people who take it super seriously. And it's this very they have a very clear vision in mind of what they want to do with it. But obviously, given the manga was just a Kirara kind of slice of life comedy kind of thing, it's a huge departure from the original source material.
Yeah, they turned it into I, Tonya.
Yeah, so Kawajiri actually received a lot of harassment about this from people who were fans of the manga, who thought he was ruining the series. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing to you?" What's her name, Yuna? What the fuck are you doing to this, to these characters that we love? And we're just lambasting his fucking anime online, and he received so much public harassment about this that he got to the point that he would this is well documented in interviews. He would be driving into work and have to stop on the side of the road to vomit because he was getting so apprehensive about just even working on the anime.
I mean, this is the true tragedy of the situation, if anything, because that person is not Arno. He's not a super successful millionaire. He just got the abuse of any of the fucking benefits.
Which is why this is going to comes across in poor taste.
Exactly.
He's
Like,
making short films for like the fucking indie scene, where like Arno is making multi-million-dollar biggest mecha films of all time.
Now Masanao Kawajiri, he disappeared from the anime industry for a while. He basically just stepped away from it all, and then he came back in like 2019 to release one of Moomy and I's favorite anime of all time, a 20-minute short film.
Yeah,
20-minute short film called A Japanese Boy Who Draws. It's very good. It's up on YouTube officially for free. Highly recommend it.
It's a great film, especially about the creative endeavor and how the creative endeavor is not necessarily one where one victory can win you anything in the world we live in.
And it basically tells the story of a character who is growing up, wants to be a mangaka, is really into drawing, and then he graduates college, becomes a mangaka, and it's not really what he expected or what he wanted. So he ends up falling out and dropping out, and it basically then his arc is then him basically picking himself back up. But there's this very pointed moment in it. So this is him reading comments about this manga adaptation that he was making.
He deserves to die. It's very close, isn't it?
Yeah.
I never expected much from this author.
God, see, that's the fucking worst bit. You get all the shit, and it's like, oh, it didn't even sell well.
Yeah, so it's like this really comes across in very poor taste.
I'm gonna have to
in the context of all of this
pieces of knowledge.
And then how you juxtapose that to how they're talking about the harassment Anno received for at the end of the TV series while still being complicit in shitting on this show that was made by a guy who was harassed out of the anime industry.
Yeah, with very similar comments that Anno also got.
Yeah.
If not
so
the same.
It's like,
Except the difference is Anno isn't really like. There's a lot of like positive reactions that they talk about with like Gainax and stuff, and Anno's not really forthright in saying like how much it like really affected him in
At the
like
end
a
of the
direct
day,
way. Whereas like
Evangelion is considered a classic within the industry, and
whereas
it's one of the most successful mecha anime movie of all time currently with the Shin Neva.
Whereas this is acceptable to shit on in a single image that's on frame for a few seconds, and it's kind of like
I don't think most people even know what it is, right? I feel like it's that kind of like obscure where like I don't know.
Well, that's I guess that's kind of the thing, though. It's again, if we're touting like how much research you did, and then maybe it's like, again, it just comes across in poor taste because you're just doing the thing that you were criticizing other people for doing to Evangelion, Gainax, and Hideaki Anno.
Yeah, maybe I watched that.
The thing is, like,
whatever it's called.
It's interesting because I watched C3 Boo like when it aired initially.
Yeah.
And at the time, I remember, I mean, it was interesting, but like I wasn't like a fan of it or anything, right? Because it's just, this is literally his first directorial project. I didn't have any of the context as to like it was an adaptation of Akira, all that. I didn't really give a shit about that. But like I just wasn't like a huge fan of it. I was like, oh, I see what it's kind of doing, but it's just kind of like whatever. And when I learned later on, because we watched A Japanese Boy Who Draws just like on a whim, because we always just group watch stuff. And when I learned that was directed by the same guy, I was just like, what the fuck? And like doing the research for that, because I wanted to do a video on it, I just never got around to it.
It's kind of interesting because I just assumed he was actually a mangaka when I watched it. I didn't actually think he was. I didn't look into anything further.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he's like an actual mangaka, right?
Yeah. He's not a mangaka. He's an anime director, but it's still very reflective of his experiences. As an animator.
Sort of changed it. He's obscured it a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like learning that that's the same director, and like just put like everything in, like into reading interviews about how he's like so forthright and how it basically ruined his like perspective on the industry. He just does not want to do TV anime. Yeah, it's like, especially because like I had that side of like where I just was like, oh, this was kind of like a whatever show, but like having that context totally like changes your perspective on it. We're like, shit.
Yeah. So
I mean, that's the problem also when you're given a franchise already, because if it was the benefit Arno had is that he had a original franchise he could meld into what he wanted. This is something that already has a pre-built fan base, and when you change things too much from what a pre-built fan base wants, you're always going to get some backlash.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like inevitable.
Yeah, I don't know. This is like a very brief and like small thing, but it just like it kind of just hits really hard.
Contrast, I guess you could say.
Yeah, it doesn't really paint the creator of this video, Ruby, here in a very good light.
I'm gonna have to just take the credit of saying that they just don't know this. Because I don't think they would have made this point maybe if they did.
Well, that's kind of the thing then.
Yeah.
It's like your ignorance has led you to becoming the same person that you're.
No, I suppose they're not sending pipe bombs.
I suppose, but
it's an off joke in a video that the creator will never see.
So here we go. This is the next part.
What do Asuka, Masato, and Rei do in the End of Evangelion?
Well, Asuka does a lot. She gets one of the best action fight scenes in mecha history.
Absolutely.
Misato.
She also comes to terms with her mother problems in a little way.
Yeah.
When she realizes the mother is around her, protecting her. It's kind of like how she gets some sort of solace from where we were in the TV show.
Yeah, because she's like thought her mother abandoned her and like was trying to
Yeah.
murder her and shit, and then she realizes, no, my mom's been here the whole time protecting me.
Yeah.
She's the AT field, you know. She's the yeah.
We get Masato again. Basically, we already talked about Masato earlier in the stream and all the stuff that is
she
going
comes
on
to
with
her own
her.
conclusions on that.
Yeah,
and
Rei is dead.
Yeah,
One, the
Rei
joke
gets
with
to
Rei
just
is
fuck
that her
around and,
development ended in like episode 6.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that's episode 6. I think that's what Arna's puts it. I would say her development ends when she blows up. But,
Yeah, so-
it's actually a point that Tsurumaki would make because Tsurumaki was a big Rei fan, and he thought that Rei 3 had like lacked the potential, which is why they made Rei Q, because Rei Q
Right.
was like the full actualization of what they could do with that premise. Of, like,
Right.
someone who kind of figures out they're not who they are, and then like what that means to like find their own identity beyond there, knowing that they're like the
So-
second of a Rei lineage.
And so what does Rei do in this? Well, Rei died
Fuck,
before
I
the
find
movie
out.
started. Now we're on Rei 3, which is a different character.
Yeah, they're just like they fuck over Gendo, which is pretty fun, right? They like rip his hand out,
Right.
And they
So
like,
to a certain
watch him
extent, you could read
die.
that as like Rei becoming like Rei finally like rejecting Gendo, but
Yeah, this
Ripping
new
her
version. Of Rei.
role.
What's interesting about the production notes we saw from ESO is that like it specifies that Rei is the child Rei. It says that version of Rei was not a clone, but was actually found in the Institute post Yui disappearing. So the idea that because I've always wondered this about the soul idea, because I was like, well, if they're a clone, are they supposed to have a soul? But like, if the idea is that they found this, because it's also a child, and all the other clones are like teenagers.
Yeah.
So there's that distinction too. So it's aging, which
Well,
the
I
other
think
ones
they're all
can't.
growing up because like they do talk
Well-
about Rei. Rei was first transferred to their school in like 7th grade, I think.
Yeah, it's hard to say because they got they need to keep them in the chambers though. But like I think with Rei 1, that's never really specified if they need to do the chamber thing, because the other ones like degrade if they don't.
It'd be interesting to see like, I guess where Rei, because like there's the whole thing where like Unit 1 ripped itself from Lilith, right? They didn't actually make Unit 1. Like Unit 1 just kind of tore itself away from Lilith. That's why Lilith is missing its legs in Central Dogma.
Yeah, and 00 or Unit 0 is implied that like Rei 1 soul is in it or something along those lines, or that's the
Right.
implication.
So it'd be
that's
interesting if
true,
it was
then it needs
like
to have a soul. It needs to be a Lilith.
It's interesting that like it'd be interesting the idea that like maybe Rei 1 like somehow formed itself out
Yeah,
of
from-
something, because she does
from,
have like Yui's genes still.
Yeah, so if it's the aftermath of Yui joining with the Eva 1, if this like some sort of byproduct of that. Again, they're interesting ideas, but are never really explored in the series in a way that like you'll ever know truly. But I think there are, they do.
I think
kind
that's
of
for the
add some
best,
interesting
right?
questions.
Now it's worth pointing
Yeah, you
out.
don't
It's
really
worth
need
pointing out.
that.
This is not a real question.
What is the arc for these characters?
I
Go
think
on,
Rei 3 doesn't
take a
have an
moment
arc
to think it over. Feel free to
outside
pause
of
the
like
video and
maybe
meditate on
just
it for a second.
fucking over Gendo.
Yeah,
which is
we
fun.
just gave you several minutes of deliberation on what these characters do.
What does
Yeah,
the
like
End
they
of
all seem to
Evangelion
have some
look like
ultimately.
through the eyes of its women?
Okay.
Got your answer?
Yeah.
Cool.
Are we talking about
I'm
God
glad.
Rei though? Because God Rei is kind of different as well.
Here's
Yeah.
Masato is killed as a direct result of Shinji's failure.
No,
That's
no,
a very
that's not what
strange
happens. That's
characterization
absolutely
of what happens there.
Rei, as
That's
a
also like a
singular
very
individual, was nearly
disingenuous
destroyed by
way
Gendo
of.
for his own
Yeah.
benefit, in a scene that certainly feels like SA
Yeah,
in
and
its
then,
own right,
and then,
before she rejects him to give that
Rei
power to
rejects,
Shinji,
yeah.
who uses it to unmake human civilization after she tries and fails to talk him out of it. Asuka is violated.
No.
That's also not what happens in that scene. Again, unmaking human civilization feels a little bit too grand.
This is I feel like we're getting into very repetitive. That we've already said all we could.
Yeah, we
possibly
already
say
said
about it,
these
surely.
things, but it's just kind of
by
like
Shinji.
on its
repeating
face.
stuff
Given
is
the most
fine.
brutal death in the entire franchise before being left on a beach, straddled by the boy who assaulted her, and is still demanding comfort. On a
I
narrative.
don't think he's actually demanding comfort though. I'm pretty sure he
No.
just wants to possibly stop her or kill her. I don't know. Like interpret it however
Yeah.
you want, right?
Let's see here. 209.25.
Now, what the extreme of their only characters who are allowed to have
Logic's
and
based.
perspectives. You may have noticed by
Big
now that
ups.
the only characters who are allowed to have any form of
Was
emotional arc in
Pathologic
this film
2 a
for
response
good
to
or
the fan that hated Pathologic 1?
Yes.
But so listen here.
noticed by now
Made
that
out of
the
spite.
only characters who are allowed to have any form of emotional arc in this film for good or ill are the men. One boy and one man.
Huh?
Gendo doesn't really have much of an arc in the movie. If anything, that's like a
Gendo's arc is like fuck around and find out, isn't it?
yeah.
Gendo's arc is less than Misato's arc. I don't know what they're talking about here.
Again, they say that
Gendo's,
they say that the
dies and
only characters that receive arcs in the movie are men, which again, honestly, just feels like a misogynist thing to say, because then we're just ignoring everything that the women
I
do.
don't know.
It's very
I guess
strange
it depends
that
if you define that. I don't know if they define. I guess they just don't define.
Yeah,
the
'cause it's like-
transformations of Asuka and Masato to mean. I guess maybe it comes from their reading, because their reading kind of involves negating some of those things.
Right.
But I guess Asuka with the mother thing, that seems to be.
You know who had it the worst in End of Eva? Shigeo. Shigeo got fucked. Everyone's seeing like what's his name? Was it Higuchi or something? Like the guy with the glasses. He's seeing like Masato because he loves Masato. Maya
does,
gets to see Ritsuko. Shigeo doesn't get anybody.
He
He's
just
just
gets
like, what the fuck?
a bunch of rays
Yeah,
and
it's,
is terrified beyond like rational thought.
Doesn't even get to be in this band anymore. That sucks.
Sucks, man.
Yeah, I don't really know what Gendo's arc is really.
I guess he admits
he
that
gets rejected by
failures,
Ray. Yeah, and
I guess
then
he finally admits that he
acknowledges
was.
his failures with Shinji.
He
If we're gonna get
acknowledges
into,
that he was like afraid
characters
of
that have
Shinji.
problems, surely it'd be
Yeah.
Akagi. Akagi gets the short end of the stick in both versions.
But yeah, so we've already detailed the arcs that the women get, but it just feels weird to say, because it's like in our argument to say that the movie is misogynist, we're now just kind of engaging in misogyny by ignoring the actual character arcs of the women.
Some misogyny within the series for sure. Like it definitely exists, and in the movies too, I'm sure. It's all over here and there, just as byproducts. But
they say something weird here as well.
Not if it's in the way we're talking here, though.
Instantly the most brutalized, all in service of making the presumed male audience feel like
Presumed male audience.
Well, the thing about I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but you know, some of the most prolific translators in the community for Evangelion, who pretty much defined smashing some of the this information. They're like women. Like the majority of the three biggest ones I know are all women. And if you look at the behind the scenes TV special, which I know they have because they're using clips from it, and this video, which is from YouTube, because it has the hard subs that are really awkward. They show a lot of women fans in that too. I don't know what the percentage is on it, like how if it's 50-50 or wherever it is, but there is definitely fans on both sides of that.
Yeah, I don't think the audience was just presumed to be men.
There's a lot of female characters in Evangelion, more than the male characters, right? That really matter.
So that just struck me as weird to be like, again, this kind of feels like we're ignoring how many, like the role of women in otaku spaces again, because they were integral for like throughout the history of Comiket.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to be fair, like, Arno kind of says something similar about the anime industry in one of those quotes when he said it's like predominantly men. Or at least they're selling to predominantly men.
Right.
The women, I guess, are a bonus in the way they think about it, which is probably part of the patriarchal systems we talk about.
Shit. While
But they don't cite anything like that.
Yeah, I guess it's just a passing thought.
Simultaneously not being allowed to have their own arcs.
There are a lot of bad passing
looking.
thoughts here. Let's see here.
Maybe they're just looking at the audience in the picture, like in the video.
I
and
tried
it's mostly
doing that.
men.
It's actually hard to tell, even in HD.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty blurry, isn't it?
You can really only see like people in the front row before it's like I don't know. I don't want to assume anyone's like
assumption of what people's genders are and grainy footage from 1997.
I feel like part of the issue here is their arcs are like told more through like the conventional storytelling methods. It's not just introspection like
Yeah,
Shinji is.
yeah.
So there's like this
Shinji-
erasure where it's like it just doesn't happen because they didn't have like a whole moment like Shinji does.
They didn't have
Well,
like
yeah,
an
I mean,
introspective breakdown.
A lot of the film is kind of like avant-garde introspection in Shinji's mind, so it's hard for them to really have an arc during that period.
Sure, but they still have moments in arcs.
Yeah,
It's just
they do. They
it's not.
absolutely do
It's just
in
not.
the
It's
first
actually
half of the
presented
movie.
in a more direct and abstract, than a more direct and straightforward way, rather than like the abstract mindscape that is what happens with Shinji.
Yeah, it's just they don't have the screen time that Shinji has ultimately, right? So they have that arcs within the time
they had-
period they have.
They had pretty good. I mean, like again, Misato's whole arc, like kind of reconciling with her father in a way
I think that's
through
good.
her
I think
interactions
that's-
with Shinji. Like that's all done through the
Certainly better than
narrative.
the TV show,
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah,
she
and
just
it's
kinda dies off
similar
screen.
to that. Like that's the thing is like her reading has like divorced End of Eva from the TV show ending, even though they're like as Sai kind of put it, like they're kind of two sides of the same coin. So like you're supposed to kind of get the same thing out of it. It's just like if you want a more expanded on detailed thing, you have the TV series, and if you want like what literally happens and like how it happened, you have End of Eva. So it's
Yeah.
literally showing you the events that kind of
Yeah.
like led to them doing it.
I mean, it's nice that. Well, I don't know if I said it's nice, but I guess it's nice that at least Asuka gets that moment with her mother because that's not in the television show. She just
So
has
the
recollection
Zoomer-
of her, murdering herself.
It's actually a literalist Zoomer view of viewing art. Well, it's, and I said this, and I will stand by it, is that this kind of feels like the kind of reading that gives like feminist analysis a bad name.
I mean, it's. I don't know. I'm not. I'm not going to make any assumptions on the side of what they're doing here. I mean,
Yeah.
it could be kind of like a pop feminism kind of take, I suppose. But I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I'd have to see how it goes.
Let's see.
Of the final episode of Evangelion as a series, who's allowed to come of age in any meaningful capacity here?
Well,
Who is allowed to be the child that takes a
well, it's the answer is
Both of
Asuka and Shinji, because Misato is an adult. Rei 2 is dead, and that just leaves these two.
That's
Ray's
the
also
little
not
dash.
human.
Yeah. What the fuck is she? Is she not?
She's
I
Lilith.
guess maybe. I guess yeah. Towards the end, if we're talking about that Ray, yeah.
Yeah.
She becomes
No, I mean
Lilith.
she's just Lilith. Period. Like she's like Kaoru. Like Kaoru is the soul of Adam. Ray is the soul of Lilith. Ray is the inverse of Unit 1 because Unit 1 has the body of Lilith but the soul of Yui, where Ray has the DNA, the body of Yui, but the soul of Lilith.
She's a clone of her, right?
Yeah.
This one is at least.
Yeah,
Does she
that's what I'm saying. She
retain
has
her soul, or does it in a mecha?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm just trying to like pass this. Is the soul of Lilith then technically in her mecha, or is it in her body?
They have so in the world of Eva, they have parts of souls, right? Because that's what happened with Asuka's
I don't think
mother.
we need to really get into this, to be honest. We're
Yeah,
so far.
I feel like we're gonna get into a fucking lore. Fucking
Yeah, I don't want to. I
conversation.
don't want
Well,
to
okay,
dive into.
to simplify it,
God damn it.
Unit 0 has a part of Lilith's soul, and so does Ray, and they kind of move them
Okay.
around. So like that's when Unit 1 gets destroyed.
So
that's
why
why
she's got
it's
the red
now
eyes,
Ray
eh?
3.
So the red eyes are supposed to signify that she's kind of an angel, and I guess they always signify that in the rebuilds when she's got a little cross.
Potentially.
I assume that's what they're trying
Let's
to
see
do.
here. So what else?
Yeah, for anybody that was curious, I used to fucking post in like Evangelion threads where they'd be like, "What the fuck happened?" And I would just.
Yeah.
Did I skip something? I think I skipped something. Yeah.
Because they
So
say
they say
have
that the
same eyes, don't
only
they?
so around this timestamp 208:15, they basically say that the only reason that this is the presumed male audience thing.
After she tries and fails, as well as given the most brutal death in the entire, is still demanding comfort. Meta-narrative level, it's because Gainax wanted you to feel like shit and use these women as puppies to kick in order to do that.
Which again
Oh.
just feels very. We have no sources for this, and it just feels disingenuous.
I mean, yeah, I have no idea why Garnix did all the things they did.
Right? Yeah.
Again, this
I
is them
mean,
projecting their interpretation onto it and
Yeah.
like
I mean,
trying
isn't
to
Gendo
retrofit.
like decapitated by the Ava? Isn't it?
Yes.
No, he's bitten in
like,
half.
He's like
He's
bitten in
bitten
half.
full,
That's pretty-
cleanly in
that's
half.
pretty
Well,
Yeah,
not
you can see
cleanly.
his spinal cord sticking out.
Isn't
It's
that,
kind of metal.
isn't that more brutal than Asuka? Because Asuka's
I would say
alive.
so. It's out of focus, but Asuka's like implication basically.
Yeah, I mean, Asuka's hand seems to be split and her eye was removed, but I think everything else seems alright.
No, I think the implication is she's dead because her hand being split is showing like she's in sync with the Eva to where
Yeah, so all the damage that
to
happened.
the Ava.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
like
if
if
she
you remember,
thinks, then she wouldn't die.
well, if you're okay, so if you remember, like her hand gets split, and then like
toxic behavior that
10 other
leads men to
fucking
this
like
exact-
spears
also
fly into
doing
her.
that for the
So
specific purpose
Yeah,
of
she
calling
can
out the
feel
kind
that.
of
I
Or
gotta
she
like put the
thinks she's not
kibosh on this.
100%
This does
thinking
not
about
matter.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we're in the weeds. We're in the fucking weed of the interpretation again. We're in the
Right.
puzzle box.
Well, this is Ava.
Let's see here.
Sure.
This my next timestamp here basically says
she got to live somehow, I guess.
brutality for its feminine cast. It's also doing that for the specific purpose of calling out the kind of toxic behavior that leads men to this exact kind of cruelty towards women. And the two men who commit it very much do not get away free of consequence. And there are
again, what does
a lot lighter than Gendo's.
What violence does Shinji inflict on like Misato? Like Shinji is not responsible for the deaths of Misato or Asuka.
No, Misato has agency, and she decided to do that. Like Misato made a decision that would involve what she did. I don't think Shinji forced that on her. What if Shinji walked a bit faster? Would she have survived? Like, what are we talking about?
The audience to see them as the flawed, fragile, fleshy humans they are, rather than just a fucking body pillow.
Again, if we read Beautiful Fighting Girl, then like these anime characters can exist as sex objects and then also deep, complicated characters simultaneously.
Yes.
They're not
Like-
mutually exclusive in the mind of otaku. That's not how this
Yeah, I mean,
works.
Gendo can be Faust, right? Gendo can be a Faustian sort of failure of a human being, but he can, and also like some sort of parable of the father scientists in anime we've seen since Astro Boy. But he can also be like the shaving instrumentality funny man.
Yeah, exactly.
Still, though, part of the reason they're viewed as body pillows is precisely because of their treatment in the story and real life. And it's hard to deny that this is undoubtedly, on some level, being done by Anno and crew first and foremost to make the audience feel like shit while seeing their waifus get brutalized, because this ending is supposed to feel like shit. The whole
Again, source. Again,
I mean, the thing
thing
about,
is meant to be a
you know what
dark
makes
parody
me
of
feel
the original
bad
ending,
in
complete with all
Evangelion
the
is
most
you get all that connection with Ray 2, and then she just dies, and then the Ray 3 is just like this hollow clone, and you're like, oh,
yeah,
that feels wrong now. That feels weird.
Possible. Those acts of
It's like,
extreme
what happens to
misogyny
them
does
doesn't feel like
itself
anything
feel
to
like
me.
Anno trying to personally shame the audience for their hypersexualization of the characters in the first place.
Okay, so stop. That's a wrong reading. That is a wrong reading of. I think this is I don't know if this is like I don't know where this reading even came from. The American reading that me is some sort of like. It's supposed to be a degradation of this stuff. But like that's not what it is at all. Like if you see the behind the scenes making of it, that was definitely not on their mind, or at least what they were talking about when they were making it. Absolutely not.
So again, I highly doubt Anno or anyone at Gainax really wants to like shame the audience for sexualizing the characters of Evangelion, given in general just all the horny anime they've made, including Evangelion, as well as the horny as shit like the merchandise, like the horny Evangelion merchandise that continues to be made since like Kara / Anno basically got full ownership of the franchise.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not as extreme as the nude calendars anymore, but you know, it's not.
But it's like, yeah, I don't think that's the intended takeaway from the film.
Yeah, I feel like Mimimi is supposed to be kind of like a fun thing. I don't know if it's necessarily supposed to be like escapism is evil 100%. I think it's kind of more like a goofy thing, I believe.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. It's a music video in the end of the
Right,
day.
yeah. So let's see here. There's a whole bit about the cut Thanatos song. We don't need to get into that. 22/18/07 is my next
songs, I guess.
Let's see. What do they say here?
I'll just give that a second to sink in. The section was originally going to be 11 minutes longer. Did you know?
Okay, here we go.
One final Evangelion trivia time. Did you know that the live action section was originally going to be 11 minutes longer and feature a scene focusing exclusively on the main women of the series? Yeah.
I mean, it's a nice little sequence, but it also like I don't know if are they going to mention that there's like a really long like camera shot with the cycling bit.
And the opening pages of the Red Cross book. From what we know, it seems like it was going to serve as a dark parallel to the Happy Universe scene in episode 26. Rather than starring a happy Shinji, however,
So here they're kind of like speculate that the reason this live action scene was cut was because of like misogyny reasons or some shit. Like the reasons that they speculate on these reasons for why this scene was cut when but they leave out several reasons that like also are just as likely, such as runtime concerns. Because again, we're already running at like over 2.5 hours. Adding on another
runtime concern.
Yeah, another 10 minutes or more onto that is probably going to be like, again, and we do want to include it for this.
Maybe it seems too out
yeah,
there.
Anno himself
like
could have just not been satisfied with this scene or how it was included. He could have just been wanting to, again, Love and Pop came out after this, and this is very reminiscent of Love and Pop, so maybe he just wanted to develop that into a full-length movie, and then so he took this part out. Yeah, there's like there are many reasons that are not really like that.
I mean, they keep it on the DVD and the Blu-ray and such. It's not like it's like gone. It's like
right. Oh yeah. They are surprised. Well, I guess I'll let you see.
However, we follow a very real Asuka as she lives a terrifyingly normal life. She wakes up in bed with her boyfriend, Toji, takes the train to work, vents about her love life to her coworker, and goes home. It's the only scene that was ever written for the End of Eva that was both cut and also wasn't specifically about Shinji.
That's also not true. We do have other cut scenes that were not about Shinji.
That is a really weird. Like I don't know why you say this.
So we have a car monologue scene with Misato. And then we have the scene with Asuka getting up. There's a lot of cut content in general, much of which also does not like center around Shinji. There's like much longer stuff going in for like the Asuka fight.
It's probably cut for like resource reasons, I'm sure.
I don't.
Not much is known beyond that because it's never been released in the West and was only ever released on Japanese Laserdisc back in the early 2000s.
Wait, no, I'm pretty sure there's a Blu-ray cut of it now. I'm pretty sure there is now.
But it's weird that they just assume that this no longer exists. You can't find it because it was released on Laserdisc.
Yeah, no,
it is on the official Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's on the official new Blu-ray, right? The UK, like the American one.
Mm-hmm. But it's also available online. Like
it's online, yeah.
They I think they say like they tried looking for it or something around the time 3.0 came out.
I mean,
it was
I got
out.
it.
Yeah,
I got it for my video.
Men and women,
so
as well as the ways both social and
it's a
personal
480p
pressures
version or
lead to
240p
unhealthy
version.
relationships based
Blu-ray
purely
version
on
that's
finding
1080p.
comfort in each other. Honestly, it's a shame I can't show you any footage. It feels like it would prove my point perfect. Oh my god, this exists?
I don't know why this would be a surprise.
It's not that hard to find. It's been on the
I think you're
website, especially the
misreading what she's
wikis.
saying here out of defensiveness. And mind you, I agree with some of the issues you take with the video, but I think you're missing a lot of the broader points.
What is the broader point?
Well, we're kind of like skipping over a lot of stuff now and not really going into it because we've spent the past however many hours.
7 hours. What point specifically do you think we're misreading?
Because she does repeat herself a lot
when we're talking.
So, what do they say here?
Just a quick 1-hour Eva video to get back in the swing of things, I told myself. We'll barely even need to do research because I know everything about it.
So is
There's
this
no
the
way this will fan out into a
initial
3-hour-long main
thing
video with
where
months of research? Thought the world's most peanut
get months of research? What?
brain girl. Hi, full
I don't know. So okay, now we're gonna skip ahead like 5-some minutes. So
what happens in that 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
So she's now saying that like she didn't know this existed online. She found it online somewhere.
It was on the wiki.
And watched it. Well, so
like a video of it.
I guess she said that she looked last time she looked for it was back around the time that 3.0 released.
It was definitely out back then too.
It definitely was. I know that namely because the concurrency of Evangelion was out that same year. It came out October 2013.
Yeah,
and it has it in it, so it had to have been out somewhere. Like that's not where it was introduced to everybody.
Yeah,
on the YAR as well.
But yeah, she was saying that, and so she then went and watched it, and it confirms a lot of what she thought about the End of Evangelion.
So a lot of this is just like synopsizing what's in the thing. So, but they get to the end here, and they bring up something that's very important.
The other male voice in the scene says. In perspectives. The only other male voice in the scene says.
So, what's important to note here is that is Hideaki Anno saying, "I'm not there."
Well, she characterized it as Hideaki Anno voices the voice of God.
No.
And it's like, I would read that as that's Shinji.
So we need to go back to the movie because what he says here is, "I'm not there." After we see this like fantasy reality, this fake reality of all these other characters. All right, now you can actually kind of see where this fits in, I think, because if we go to the end of the live action section, how does the live action section end? It ends with, "Do you feel good?" Followed by I don't know, and we still see like this live action stuff. I don't understand what's happening in the world. You understand the difference between the real world and your dream. The VLC is doing VLC activities. I don't know what happiness is.
Corruption it does when you pause it too many times.
And this.
Yeah, this is kind of where it was meant to be. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
It was like it ends off with "I'm not there," and it's like, well, does that feel good? Do you like not being there? And he's like, I don't know. I'm just not there. I don't exist.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent. Yeah, so I'm not here. Yeah. The reason why this is not the real world where nobody exists. That's right. It's a dream. You're not in. Yeah, you're not in this world.
So it would make sense. It's around here, right? That this is where they would do that sequence.
Yeah, because
I'm pretty sure it's before like Sai put like where it's like, does it feel good? Like,
yeah, I think
it shows the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like.
Here.
Yeah, so then it's like, then it hits you with, do you feel good? Does this feel good?
Yeah, to be not there. Is that the idea?
Yeah, it's like, is this what you wanted? This world where you don't exist? It's very, again, Wonderful Life-esque. Which they're going to characterize this then as basically this scene of these of all the girls in the like the live action setting as sort of being like giving them their own arcs. But really, you could then also still tie this back to Shinji's development because this is like showing the world for Shinji of what it would be like if he didn't exist.
I don't know arcs in there. I thought they just go to work.
They don't really.
Yeah, like I don't know if they're necessarily saying that they have arc. It's just the confusing thing is that they're criticizing the End of Eva for these characters not being able to have their own arcs, but then they're like saying that this solves the problem they had. And it's like, how, if your problem is that they don't have an arc?
Yeah.
Which I think they're just basically happy that they got more screen time and more like a presence.
I mean, I like the scene. I've seen it a couple of times. It's good. I think
also,
like I would have been happy if it was in the movie.
Like in terms of this being like arcs for those characters, these characters are completely disconnected from those.
Yeah, and it's also it also comically fails the Bechdel test.
Yeah, it does.
The Bechdel test is lame, but it is kind of funny to be like touting this up, and then all they seem to talk about is like, you know, the men in their lives.
Well, we brought it up is because like I think they bring up the Bechdel test at one point where they say
do they know the
Maya?
origin of that?
I don't know. I mean, they just kind of brought it up in passing. I don't think that it was like a major point for them. It's just like, it's just like it doesn't. There's only 3 scenes that pass the Bechdel test, and it's like. The scene where Ritsuko, Asuka, and Masato are talking about sex being hollow or something, which kind of seems very
in the TV show or in the movie?
In the movie.
Oh, I mean that's more than you'd think most of these anime movies, I'm sure. In the technical sense.
But the reason why it was funny to us because like we were watching this is like this whole 11-minute segment just completely fails the Bechdel test because all these women are only talking about men.
I remember one sequence when they talk about awkwardness of meeting a neighbor who wouldn't leave them alone, but I don't know who they were talking to. Was that talking to themselves when they did that? I don't know if they were actually talking to another woman. Or just been a monologue when they were like, someone kept talking to me and they wouldn't leave me alone before I had to go to work or something.
Men and women are undeniably one of the big ones.
There is one scene where they could have passed the Bechdel test. Where like Masato's talking to Asuka, like they run into each other, and they just silently walk next to each other.
So again, they're interpreting this scene as like of like the women basically like rejecting people, being like, "Nah, I can't do that. Oh, I'm busy. Don't talk to me. Go away." Stuff like that. As they're calling you a loser because they're all disgusted by you, and it's like, no, it's not what I usually read.
You have such a low opinion of me, jeez.
Yeah.
My mom thinks I'm all right.
No.
I mean, she would say that.
This is why I think it was cut.
Oh, do you know
It
my
could
mom?
easily be viewed as either
What
a
did you
refreshing
know?
change of pace to finally give the girls who Shinji is at odds with a chance to speak on their own terms, or as a whiplash pivot to a willfully hostile perspective that brings the narrative inertia to a complete halt in order to force you to listen to Anno's take on romantic drama. As someone who fancies herself an editor, I might have cut it too. As a fan of Henrik Ibsen, I would have kept it. If you laughed at that joke, hit me up. We'll bond over our useless theater degrees. Either way, though, this is what I mean.
Again, there are many reasons why this could have been cut. It's almost pointless to speculate why, because we don't really have any like evidence for why it was cut.
Maybe there's an interview about it, but I can't remember.
Maybe, yeah.
Because it's there could be 1,000 reasons. I mean, maybe it is maybe it's misogyny, but like at that point, like why would you even shoot it?
So 23401.
But maybe, I don't know. Like, it's possible. Maybe, I mean, this, like I said, it's not exactly Anna's decision on its own, is it? The production committee might have something to say about it.
To present things the way
it could just be like time, just because
And in the
if
process,
you make a movie,
he
you
let-
can't usually be over the slots you're given. So if it's a dual feature, then how much time are they already taking up? I guess. Was the
Yeah.
question?
So
usually you put it over 2 hours for an anime film.
Very
So if this will
important
push it
and
over 2
meaningful
hours, or
exploration.
if you put the double in there and then they put them together and they go over 2 hours each or something. it could be a
Right.
problem.
So they say this here.
But when that person took the editor's chair for the film itself, still opted to present things the way they appear here. And in the process, he left the door open for people to engage in the exact same kind of pity-filled deflection that is our protagonist's bread and butter. It's a legitimate and
I mean, he doesn't
unforced
like
error.
pity, apparently, for that interview quote we have.
So
but yeah, he's not
they
actually
describe
the designated editor of the film.
Yeah, they describe Anno deciding to cut the scene, which we don't know if that was the case, as a unforced error. We can't really say that because we don't know why the scene was cut.
I mean, the editor was a woman in the actual film, so I don't know if it was her decision in the end or if it was something that she talked
It
about.
was a decision from like Toei, the distributor, being like, you cannot
Could it
put
be
this
it's
scene
too
in.
long?
It's way too long. We need to have
Also,
so many
there's
showings per
there's
day.
a scene where a lady is peeing in it.
Maybe
live
that
action.
would.
I don't know if that would affect its G rating.
Maybe, yeah, because they see live action stuff as being more heinous than like drawings.
Because they're obviously pushing the envelope. Again, this is all it's all speculation.
It's all we have nothing to go on here.
It's not useful.
I can't really summarize the entire 3-hour. This is a response to us asking what we were like misreading. I can't really summarize the entire 3-hour video's point in one comment, but part of her contention is that the end of Ava's confrontation with the audience is a confrontation with the audience, but not purely contemptuous by any means, which I feel that you are somewhat flattening here. So most of we kind of said this at the beginning, which if people are kind of coming in now, if you're not watching it like from the beginning, obviously you kind of miss this. But like most of our problem with this is not that her reading of like the events of like her interpretation. The problem is more so that she's like asserting it as factual, and that she is correct.
She repeatedly says like this is like objectively true.
Yeah, like so she's like taking her. It comes off as if like she has been in a lot of argument because she says like this is her like Kimba the White Lion moment. All this like she's been in a lot of arguments about what End of Eva means.
Yeah,
and
my
so this is her.
Personally, is I'm not her interpretation and using the word objective. I don't really give a shit about. I'm more concerned about when she actually tries to use actual production credit like things and be like, see, so Anno says this and Anno says that, and just kind of conjecturing it that like the small piece of whatever she's collected, and then using that to try and prove that Anno thinks this or that in a weird way. That's where I'm more like, no. I mean, I don't really care about her reading. Like personally, like she can think what she wants. It doesn't affect me.
Yeah, I would still disagree with her reading.
Yeah, like
partly because of like her interpretation of like that scene that I kind of pointed out as being like kind of the linchpin of like her reading in
I
the
mean,
movie
I
itself.
don't think it has a strong foundation, but it doesn't really affect me too much.
Right, yeah.
Like if
many
this was just
terrible Eva takes my time.
Yeah, if this was just a video of her just saying like, "Oh, this is my interpretation. This is what I got out of it," that'd be fine. But like, it's the fact that she's kind of spreading misinformation through kind of formed research and like presenting it. This is like these are narratives that have been around
for a long
20 years at least, if not
especially
more
in the
so.
American community.
Yeah, this is just from my experience. It's been around for 20 years. I remember kind of hearing about this shit back in like 2004, 2005.
Yeah, I probably did too back then as well.
Like this is something that I relatively thought we had kind of squashed since like more information kind of came out, but I guess it's kind of felt a little bit of a resurgence with the Netflix release.
Yeah.
So it's like, and then we've come across like part of the reason like we wanted to address it because like it's a video that's like talking about, which we don't talk about Ava a lot, but it's something that we're fans of.
Yes.
And we've also seen like people kind of, which is not a fault of the video or her, but like people that like it's more of like symptomatic of like how people will just misconstrue things. Like as she's kind of misconstrued interviews and like
maybe we need to bring up that quote I brought up like 6 hours ago, which is the Arno saying, no, this movie was not spiteful. I did not intend this movie to be spiteful. The summer film was supposed to be not that. It had been far removed from the spitefulness I had had during the Evangelion TV show.
Yeah. So again,
I think you can totally read End of Eva to have some sort of antagonism in it, and I think you can totally make an argument with that without having to relate back to what do you think the supposed author thinks, because I don't think there is a.
You can just argue that the movie feels angry. You don't need to argue that the people making it were like seething with anger.
I would argue that the movie is somewhat abrasive intentionally.
Of course, I think it's intentionally abrasive, and like there are certain things about it which almost feel better in terms of like who is the face of like every instrumentality. It's the face of Rei, the most popular character in the show, and it's her 1,000 white unmodeled versions of her going everywhere. Like you could totally read that into some sort of reflection of the popularity of Rei and her figurines and all that.
Yeah, and like if you go with that reading with like Asuka representing reality or whatever,
like the
live action the live action sequence goes perfectly in line with that.
Yeah, that's definitely a reading. Yeah, because you can Asuka being the more real of the two, where Rei is a fantasy, based on Lilith.
Our contention of this video is almost solely that it's asserting all of this like misinformation in an attempt to like quote unquote objectively prove their point.
Yeah, sometimes they'll say things where I don't think they have enough evidence to back up the claim about if this is if this is from this time period or not. Or sometimes it's like, well, we don't know how much abuse he has. Well, we don't know if he got any letters of abuse, to be honest. We just know they were on the forums. So like, it's like we shouldn't be speculating too much on these things, because I don't.
Right, exactly. Yeah, there's a prolonged, like, again, I described it as fan fiction for how the movie was made, and this goes on from 10 minutes to about 40 minutes. That's 30 minutes that could have probably been cut.
The production behind the scenes for End of Eva, like it's mainly just shots of them making the live action stuff, and there isn't a ton of like lots of in-depth detail of. There's like a book on like the production of End of Eva and how other staff members felt about it. That just stuff doesn't exist. There's just like offhand interview bits and pieces here and there. It doesn't have the same like complete record collections that the rebuild films have.
So what do I have next to my notes? Where are we at?
Yeah, if anything, this can act as like an exercise in kind of reminding like content creators to be like careful, I guess, with what they say, because like people will just misconstrue what you are saying as if it's from a position of authority and that you are somehow an expert, when in reality, like we're all just like people. We're all fans.
We are not experts.
The same, like we might talk about this and think about this a lot more than like other people, but that doesn't mean that we're like in the industry or we have some kind of like greater insight.
I feel you're inherently limited if you don't speak Japanese already. So like you have to rely then on what is actually translated or who's translated stuff. So there's probably a whole outside world, outside that small bubble of like translated materials that exist already. In that's just press though. Like of course there's the other side of being in the industry or knowing these people. And
if you want to pull up that tweet that we responded to, that seemed like it was just summarizing this video out of context.
Oh yeah. Where the fuck did I put it?
I mean,
I'm not calling this individual out.
Yeah, like I don't disagree, but like there's definitely going to be misogyny in the Evangelion series, even in like the rebuilds, where I don't know if it's necessarily considered misogyny, but it just seems unfortunate to me that like you get Asuka in that one, and she's like fighting, and she gets like a power up, but then like she's just like completely flattened by Gendo instantly. It's like, oh, that's disappointing. I kind of hoped Asuka could have got at least one win. Feels like she could deserve at least one mecha win, and she gets bodied again.
when he gets scared of Masato, and like this is how this video summarizes this, right? When he gets scared of Masato and Rei and becomes aware of their agency, he turns to comatose Asuka, which, as an aside, she is not comatose. I'm tired of hearing that she's comatose. She is catatonic, but she is not comatose.
I think people just use the word that she's kind of in bed, not moving. I think that's what they're trying to use it as, right?
And assaults her, and she knows. And when he demands she be nice to him, she rightfully calls him out for the piece of shit that he is and fucking dares him to do it again in front of her one more time. Of course, he's too pussy to and just asks for her to be nicer. After all he's done, after all the time she's already tried to be nice and understand him from before. But you know what he does, and when he is faced with that reality of what he has done, he kills her. This is not what this video has said, but this is obviously misconstruing what this video, because this is exactly what this video presented.
Yeah.
Outside of like details like he kills her and stuff, because it shows that he choked her.
Well, because Ruby here still argues that Shinji is responsible for Asuka's death.
Right. Because that's again him this person misconstruing what Ruby is saying, because she says Shinji is responsible for her death and shows Shinji choking her and saying that she is directly this is violence against Asuka. So this person has clearly taken that as Shinji killed Asuka.
I mean, if you read it in the neoliberal individualist argument, you'd probably be arguing that, like, well, if Shinji had gotten the mech faster, he would have saved her before she got brutalized. That would be which again is a kind of like a toxic masculinity in like arguing about like the sort of individualism, like Shinji should have just done this. He should have just done this faster. It's like it feels a bit redundant of an argument to be making. Like, if only Shinji had gotten the mech like 5 minutes faster. If only he hadn't dragged his feet.
Yeah,
everything would have changed.
So the point of this, I guess, is like squashing like these misconceptions, because like these have been around for fucking ages.
Yeah.
And they've kind of subsided for a while because like new information, but I guess now they're coming back up or creeping back up.
I guess it's hard to break down the line.
Yeah, it's like whack-a-mole. Yeah. Again, I guess Anna was right. People don't change.
War never changes.
How brief.
So here's what she says next.
Has been in no small part responsible for decades of people walking away from this film thinking that Shinji is the one deserving of sympathy. That he is the one who has been hurt and wronged here.
I mean, he was hurt. He was shoved by. But again,
I mean, I don't want to get too into the details of the hypothetical deal. I mean, if we're going in the broad sense of the series, then I think it's pretty obvious that overall, I mean, you could argue that maybe you don't have much sympathy after Shinji does terrible things, but overall, before that point, right, he's been pretty abused. Like he's a traumatized child soldier with a very bad relationship with his parents that's caused abandonment.
Again, all these characters are deserving. It's not like if you think Shinji is deserving of sympathy, you don't think Asuka's deserving of sympathy. All these characters are, even Gendo to an extent, really.
Yeah, Gendo is empathetic in a way. I don't know if I'd say sympathetic, but he definitely.
I don't know what the difference is between those words, honestly.
Empathetic is like you can put yourself in that position and be like, I can understand kind of where their perspective is from. Sympathy is like feeling bad for them in a way. I don't necessarily feel bad for Gendo doing the bad things he did, but I understand.
Right.
I can understand where he's coming from. Not that I would do those actions.
He's coming from a very like Frankenstein Faust position where he's got like the massive ego of someone who thinks of himself as a genius, but also he's completely lost the one person in his life he thought understood him.
And that the women are the mean ones.
No, who was watching this movie and coming away with the impression that women are mean?
Was that always going to happen to some extent?
I guess if you just don't like Asuka, you might.
I guess, if you really fucking hate Asuka.
If you just think, gosh, she's always so loud and angry and kicking Shinji, like
Evangelion is nothing if not the story of people missing.
2835 isn't it?
The glaringly obvious point. They're still.
God damn it. 2835.
What's the glaringly obvious point then?
People out there who think Gendo and Walter White are the good guys. But Gynax did not.
I don't know where this comes from.
Whoa.
I don't know.
I've heard the Walter White thing, right? But like I've never heard. Literally in 20 years, I've never heard
anyone say personally.
I've heard shit like Gendo's just like me for real. He wants to be with his robot waifu, like that kind of shit.
He wants to be with his real wife. I don't think he wants to be her unless he's going to become a robot too. I'm pretty sure he wants to be with Yui in her like normal form, because that's the ending you get in
Right.
in Evangelion 2. If you get the good ending, he meets her on the beach. That's what he wants from his instrumentality.
Yeah.
He wants to he wants to use the genie wish to get her back on the beach and be normal, you know.
Yeah, it feels like it's very like just tongue in cheek, like just like me for real, guys.
Yeah, I mean,
I
I
don't
think
think
that's
I've
probably
ever
joking.
heard someone say Gendo is the good guy. Like what?
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Walter White is he's kind of written as the protagonist, and he's supposed to be a quote sympathetic protagonist at first, and like again, you know, Bryan Cranston is just a very empathetic and likable actor.
Yeah.
Like if someone else was playing him, people would probably be like, "Wow, this guy's a fucking asshole." But I think it's because of Bryan's performance that people kind of like got there, because you know, you see him
Well,
in some
it's a similar
clips
thing
in
with Better Call Saul.
and he's fucking insufferable.
Yeah.
He's absolutely insufferable. You're like, Jesus Christ, this guy's such a fucking loser. God, he sucks so bad. Like when he's actually trying to play him as like dislikable from the perspective of someone else, when it's not actually him in the protagonist position.
Let's see here. What are we at? 22:35.
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of an innate that like when you make a story about like
Though I guess they
these sort of
do have the excuse of being
villains
burnt the
as
fuck out and
protagonists who are
working on a movie they didn't
multifaceted, you're
wanna
going to
be
get people
making.
who are kind of like think they're interesting and compelling
After all,
characters, and
making
might end up siding with them if their worldview is particularly distorted.
Hard. Someone could probably spend an hour just unpacking Evangelion's deal with women and come out the other side with something very valuable, especially when folding in the ungodly discussion about merchandising into it. But that's not what
That's just the reality of the industry, I'm afraid. That's the
we are here to
neoliberal
do,
reality of
at least not today.
the industry of all these
Rather,
sort of
the
things.
point here is fourfold. A, that there is, in fact, depictions of some really intense misogyny and the brutal violence it inspires, from literally the first scene of the End of Evangelion to literally its last. B,
Again, characterizing those points as misogyny, as being like, I think they are like misogynist actions just on their own, but I don't think that's like the motivation behind it, really. It's more complex.
Yeah, but, I mean,
than
I
that.
don't think we'll ever really know the intent. They are definitely
Right.
misogynist actions that are in the film. I guess it depending on how you want to label them, depends on
Right, yeah.
how you're going to feel about them, obviously. Because if you're like, this is just too much for me from the beginning, like, so I could totally understand someone be like,
its desperate
I'm not
scramble
watching
to
this.
put the audience in its place, however justifiable, the End of Evangelion winds up trampling over its feminine cast in a way that, itself, could be reasonably described as a Gendo-type beat.
Again, I don't think it's trying to put the audience in its place, really.
See,
the closest of being
I
is
the
like
audience
as
likes the women, so is that going to make them upset?
Yeah,
I would
yeah. Why
assume.
would that?
They wouldn't really be for them.
Yeah, I don't know.
To try and reframe this film as a positive
I
and
don't know.
healthy coming-of-age story inherently dismisses all
I
the
don't think
nuance and
anyone is.
ambiguity.
I mean, maybe someone is thinking that. I feel like a healthy coming of age story is not how anyone would describe End of Eva, is it? Like a
No,
reasonable
it's
person.
It's a brutal coming of age story, really. It's like
it's like dying of age. I don't know, like it's dying of a new era.
You could almost see you could almost compare it to something like Come and See. Come and See is also like a coming of age movie that is actually a not happy ending, I'd say.
Yeah. Is it like, I mean, it's a kind of a war movie, I guess, in a way.
It is, yeah. But again, that's a brutal coming of age story. It's not happy. Again, I would describe Evangelion as a happy movie overall, or a healthy movie, but I do think it has a happy ending. It's an uplifting ending.
Yeah, I guess it's better than the alternative, which is
it's like bittersweet in a way. I guess like the most bleak ending would just be if the world was just like left completely desolate and quiet, and then that's it.
I guess it depends on how much you read it, right? Because some people might come up with the conclusion that like that is what happened at the end.
I guess, yeah, that's not how I really interpret it, though.
Yeah, but I could totally see why someone could come out with that if they didn't interpret like the ending as like people coming back, and they just didn't really get the visuals and what they were supposed to. They were just kind of like, oh, it looks fucked to me. Only two of them left.
Intrinsic
Guess it's
to
like
that
Adam and Eve
discussion,
or something.
in a way which could be described as a Shinji type beat. And D, if you disagree with any of what I'm saying right now, then you need to watch Love and Pop.
I think we've all seen Love and Pop. Yeah.
The situation.
We disagree with everything you're saying, and we've still seen Love and Pop.
The critique of Love and Pop, though, is that like it's kind of a patriarchal version of telling women what they can and can't do with their bodies. This is generally a critique you see, because the thing about the things that Love and Pop is talking about is that these aren't new things, but it was that they were affecting the middle class girls. This is why people were outraged, because lower class women who are young ending up in those works because they have no other option. It was common, but that was expected. When it was the middle class woman who suddenly ended up in that things, that's when it was like, wait, no, that can't happen.
And then becomes a big moral panic. And again, well, there's also elements of just like, you know, again, like I guess like the endless everyday, the sort of like just mundanity of life. And you kind of fill that in with like pointless consumerism, which is why like the impetus of the movie is this girl basically who seems to be just very checked out. It's basically just trying to get money to buy like this bracelet, like this jewelry or something, like some
it's
vapid
very,
material thing. And then
capitalism, neoliberal reflection. Though, like, there are definitely people who would critique the material as like the men's version of these events is like we need to tell, like, because there was a lot of media at the time that kind of represent this. Even in Initial D, right? There's like scenes of this stuff, and it's like these all seem to be like men cautionally wagging their fingers at women who apparently don't know any better.
Yeah,
it is kind of like quite conceited, quite like. I don't know.
Again,
I feel like if you were actually in that role, you'd feel like you're being talked down to by these.
They're going to make this argument that basically that Love and Pop is evidence that Anno is like aware of like women's issues, at least in some capacity. Which,
well, it's an adaptation of a book, so he read it. So I don't know. Like, I mean, he's probably aware of some of them, but I just don't know where his perspective on it. He seems quite neutral. He doesn't consider himself a feminist when he talked in the interviews about it. I think he said that the writer of this considered himself a feminist.
Okay.
If I remember, there's some interview about it somewhere in my document, I'm sure.
But yeah, then there's a fairly long.
Love and Pop was Hideaki Anno's first creative project as a writer and director after Evangelion.
Look at that panty shot.
It's fascinating.
See, the thing with Love and Pop is it reinvents the panty shot. Rather than being a shot of the panties, it's a shot from the perspective of the panties.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, I mean, are the actresses in this film actually underage?
I don't think so. No, I think I looked and checked because they get put through a lot.
Yeah, because I was going to say, like, I was a bit
that I wouldn't
some questionable positions if they were underage.
Yeah, no, I think they were all over 20 years old.
A lot. Good. If you do actually,
because otherwise, there's some stuff in this you really should not put someone who's under the age of 20 or 18 through.
They would put someone through that. Please know that there's every kind of misogyny, from sexist beauty standards to some really, really graphic essay scenes.
By the way, for anyone who's seen this movie and also Ichi the Killer, that's the gangster guy from Ichi the Killer. He does a really good job of just playing horrific psychopaths.
And everything, and I do mean everything.
It can be fun for times, but it's definitely a very harsh movie to watch.
There's even another shot of a hand covered in, well, you know, in a context that's somehow even worse. And it's debatable that that's not even the most upsetting thing in this movie. This shit, somehow, against all odds, makes the End of Eva's treatment of women look tame. However, it's all there.
This is what I'm saying, where like this is where you get into the whole like wagging finger thing, where like it feels a bit like in some ways you could definitely read it a little bit like, oh, look at the scary things that could happen to you if you possibly made this decision.
This movie pulls no punches in its
well, like I feel like most women would understand the implications of what it means to be a woman in society.
Girls, teenage ones especially. It also takes great care to emphasize just how fucking weird people can be to women.
Yeah, I mean it's technically illegal. Well, I think it's technically an illegal process in Japan, right? Like to be effectively an escort.
Girls to chew grapes, but not so much.
Yeah, I mean, at least at the time, I think it may have been like a legal exchange, which is fucked up.
But prostitution inherently in Japan is illegal outside of the very specific.
So that he can add them to his collection. They are paid 120,000 yen for this. A theme is a central topic, subject, or message within a narrative. While I have my own critiques of this movie, its ending in particular, it's also impossible to ignore.
Oh, I forgot. I kind of skipped over this, but they did also describe that scene of the cut live action scene from the End of Evangelion with the girls walking around as deeply heteronormative, which I think that's also just how you describe most of Evangelion in general. Evangelion is not a particularly queer work. I mean, you could certainly read it as such.
I definitely read some elements of it in there, yeah, for sure. That's how far you want to go. I mean, obviously Kaoru comes in and it sort of confusing things a bit, and I don't know. You could, I mean, there's technically, well, I guess End of Eva brings in the more queer reading from some of the characters actually being
much the same way the End of Evangelion's deleted scene does. Frankly, some piece of me
doesn't really surprise me.
Think that part of the reason the live action scene was cut from the End of Eva was precisely to expand on its ideas in this movie. At least
Right, because it's certainly possible. We have no idea.
feels that way. Because
Yeah, I mean,
Love
that's
and
a year
Pop is
later
2
though.
straight
They shot that
hours
in the
of
summer, so
everything
they
the
shot it
End
a
of
year
Evangelion
afterwards.
lacked. All this to emphasize, what I'm asking
I don't know if I'd want just jamming Love and Pop into
for the End of
Evangelion.
Evangelion to do is not only reasonable.
No, I mean, if they want to do it, fuck it, I'll watch it. Why not?
The End of Evangelion is a movie which is
Okay, but after he made a TV series, are they
Yeah.
going to ignore that?
What?
Well, it was his next movie, but he made a TV series. So he went End of Eva.
Yeah.
Then was it like 6 months later or whatever? They start making Karikano. Karikano finishes in what, like 99? And then he makes Love and Pop.
Yeah.
So 2 years after, at least a year before he would have shot it, and then 2 years after End of Eva came out.
Okay, well, Love and Pop was 98, so I think it went End of Eva, Love and Pop, Karikano.
Is it? Maybe I'm forgetting the direction of this.
Yeah, because Love and Pop came out in January 1998, so like 6 months after End of Eva, and then Karikano came out.
I see. Okay, I'm fucking forgetting which way it goes.
It's late for Steve. We're almost done.
Really late.
We're almost done.
I mean, he shot it in the summer, I'm pretty sure. So did he literally shoot it just after they released the film, End of Eva? Like, that's fucking fast. He releases End of Ava, he does his press run, and he's like, oh, no, I'm going to shoot this film in the next couple of weeks.
I've seen some make movies really goddamn fast.
Yeah, well, he has to for the money reasons. Yeah, but they shot it in the summer, I'm pretty sure.
And relentless in expressing its disgust at how the audience treats the people around them, which makes it all the more frustrating to see it leave this kind of hypocrisy largely unchecked. Made all the worse by the knowledge that, at one point...
what time is it? 2:39. Okay, I think I'm at... Okay, no.
Made even worse by the fact that the director
I don't know
and
if
writer
really...
provably recognizes and feels passionately about the misogyny these girls have to deal with, but seemingly decided to save that
conversation. Feels about these things. Again, he's not the only writer, but...
frankly, a deep failure on the End of Eva's part, considering what we know.
Again, Shinji's not a good guy. He is a flawed character that is also 14 years old.
I mean, you can still be a good guy and be flawed.
Yeah,
right.
I just don't know if
depends on how you define it, I guess.
If you add the 11-minute scene back into End of Eva, and I'm not even against doing it, does it make the strangle scene any different?
No,
not really. No. Again, I think the large point of that cut live action scene is to show Shinji a world where he doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It's still in service of Shinji's development by and large.
Because this is a film about Shinji.
Yeah.
Ultimately. Which you could say is the limits of a lot of Evangelion work, is that like they really are more interested in Shinji's perspective, when I feel like sometimes people might be more interested in like seeing some of the other characters for a change.
Sure.
But that's not what it is, I guess.
Happy story. The possible way you can construe the... I'd be remiss if I failed to say this. The only possible way you can construe the End of Evangelion is an even vaguely happy story, is if you look at it exclusively through the eyes of Shinji.
No, I think also with Asuka as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to be bitter either way, but like, I guess it's better than human instrumentality.
Yeah.
Hopeful may be the best way of putting it. But
hopeful is a good way to put it. Yeah.
There's definitely a possibility for something better. If it, again, I guess that would be the implication, though, if that universe exists afterwards and doesn't collapse and fall into like whatever
41, 42.
Rather than the people he hurts. Feel free to keep that answer to yourself. That Shinji does. Why do so many people find it so much easier to sympathize with Shinji rather than the people he hurts?
Who are these? Are these people in the room with us right now?
Maybe some. I don't know. I feel like people do sympathize.
I feel like people.
I sympathize most with Rei too in the series, maybe. So maybe that's me, I guess.
I mean, Evangelion's been one that you like kind of more closely identify with the different characters in different points of your life in a way.
Right, yeah. Well, she even says that much as well.
Yeah, well, I was like 12 and I watched it. I identified more with Shinji because Shinji's a young kid, boy.
Protagonist as well, I guess.
Yeah.
Right in front of you.
As I grew older, I identified more with Misato because she's an adult and dealing with adult issues that I also have to deal with as an adult in an adult world.
I think that's an intention to that, though, because I'm pretty sure they've mentioned it before, because there's 3 generations of people in the show. You've got people who are like particularly middle-aged and older. You have these sort of people like Kaji and Misato, and then you've got the younger cast. So there's like 3 different cast of people's perspective there.
I don't really get this point very
People
well.
find it so much easier to sympathize with Shinji rather than the people.
I mean, maybe some people do, but I guess this is the problem when you kind of bring out like this vague idea of people. Like,
Again, it's a question:
could
who does he
totally
hurt
be a group
here?
of misogynists who totally will like vibe with Shinji and not anyone else. I don't disagree with that.
How does he
exists,
hurt
but-
Rei? How does he hurt Masato? We know how he hurts Asuka, but again, that goes both ways. It's a mutually abusive
I don't think the
relationship.
jerking off does.
Yeah. Let's see here. Next, I think I have 2 hours and 47.
I mean, the only way you could assume he hurts them is if you believe in like a sort of active individuality that Shinji can change things.
See,
Just by, like,
we
doing
didn't really talk about it since we didn't talk about the live action all that much.
Mm.
But I'm glad it's not in the movie, to be honest.
Oh yeah.
I don't think it's a very great representation of like. I mean,
I like
it's
the
literally
scene,
just.
but I don't know if it needs to be in the film. I think the film is fine without it. I wouldn't.
I mean,
mind
They
I don't
also
think
bring
it's
up
terrible,
evidence
but-
that as evidence of how late that scene was cut, both in terms that it's included in the
They made-
Red Cross booklet, and it's also
Yeah.
the first trailer for it.
Yes, I think there's more than one trailer that uses that footage. Which
Again,
maybe you
that
kind
could
of
also
assume
it
that
could have
they
been
might have
cut
just
for
shot it
those reasons, but then they
trailer.
still wanted to use that. It could have been cut, and then they still wanted to use it in some capacity, so they put it here. Or you make it at the trailer because the promotional material for Evangelion in general is fucking weird.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that maybe in some ways they just shot it as a PV trailer kind of thing, where they were trying to like fuck around with the audience.
I don't know, for me, that live action segment is just like too transparent and
Think it's too
like,
blunt.
a little too like. I mean, it's like, oh, guys just want a mother to baby them, and women want to like nurture them, and so they fall for their bullshit kind of thing. It's just
Oh,
like this is a
yeah,
very
this is of all my things with Evangelion, they maybe fall too hard on the Freud stuff. And then like
which
again, it might be the romance mags that Anna was reading, which are like again, like I said, quite antiquated.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't have a huge problem with it out in like what we got for the most part, but I feel like that scene, because like especially because it's like all women
Yeah,
talking
I feel-
about men.
I do feel like the one thing you can say about the rebuilds, I think they might handle this a bit better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I definitely think that it's. I feel like the rebuild. I feel like people don't give the rebuilds enough credit.
I think they'll have that day. I think they have that day in the sun, especially the last
They
one.
will.
Seems to.
They will, but I think it's just like people are too attached to like the TV series and End of Eva.
Yeah, I think they've
Yeah.
not got that medium expelled mind.
Yeah.
Which
Whereas, like, it doesn't really
we'll get
matter,
into that
you can watch them all.
in a minute, Steve. You read my mind.
Yeah.
Here they kind of just reduce Suramaki's career to Evangelion.
The best and worst
Yeah, I mean,
career.
it's kind of unfortunate. And when I was making that video on him, you can kind of feel like there is a sort of sadness, maybe not in himself, but just like that Tsurumaki feels responsible for Eva. He spent so much of his life on it. You know, he spent that entire pre-production and being an episode director. He's on these movies, and then he's like on 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Shit, that's like 10 plus years of his life he dedicates to it instead of his own projects. And it's kind of just like, man, I really wish he could just do his own thing, which apparently he's doing now at least. But it's just like, it's a bit like, man, it would have been interesting to see you do more. I don't know if you need to be here, but I guess you feel responsible to be here. So fair enough, it's your decision in the end. And
Next
you
we
get that sweet
have.
salary.
So now we're going to be talking about
Angelic Days.
Angelic Days, just because to close us out.
I've read Angelic Days, so let's see what are they saying.
All right, so
Silliness is fun for its short. Sucks. Do not. And the main focus is on who will get to marry Shinji. It
What did I say?
sucks.
Sucks.
Do not read it. Don't get me wrong. It's decent, lighthearted
whole thing?
silliness is fun for its short run,
You don't read
and there
any of
are
it?
brief glimpses into the queer disaster polycule romance that could have been. But otherwise, it is super shallow and inherently revolves around every major character being twisted into such an unrecognizable shape that it's a stretch to even call them the same people.
that's how the media mix works.
Yeah, I mean, they're different. They're supposed to be part of the summer timeline for one thing. So
My
they're not actually the
my
same
note here
people.
is that's how the media mix works. You fool! Read a book. Mark Steinberg,
Yeah.
preferably.
But like these characters
Hiroki
are not
Asuma, even.
the same inherently, right? Because like Rei is fundamentally a different character. Asuka has
Yeah.
a completely different backstory. He's now a childhood friend, and
Yeah.
that's why they end up together ultimately. But like, there's a lot of story in there outside of that. Like, stuff, there's interesting stuff. What's interesting to me is there are bits in there where like Rei has to come to terms that like Shinji doesn't like her, and I think that's kind of an interesting. Like they focus on the unrequited love side of it, and how like she has to accept that fact that like Shinji will never like me. But like, I really like him, and I think that's kind of an interesting sort of dichotomy there.
It also kind of comes across like they don't really like Yashike, like healing media, because they.
However, if
what I
all you're
thought-
looking for is to see
this is
drawings
kind of the
which
thing I
looks
didn't really like about Girlfriend of Still the game, is that like
Yeah.
it's only one of the endings, but like the ultimate conclusion of it was like, you got to fight all 12 angels at once right now and kill them all. I'm like, oh, but I don't think you should have any of this stuff in this. If this game is about the endless summer stuff, I don't really want the Evangelion stuff to be here. I feel like it's going to make it more like the original series, which makes it more derivative. I want it to
Stretched
kind of
it
just
even-
be about them living their lives, and maybe you can.
Yeah, I want to see it like a nice. I've seen these characters be put through the ringer. Now I want to see them
I
be
want to see them live a
rewarded.
different life. Yeah, I don't want to see them go into the fucking nerve shit. I just feel like if you could do that stuff, you got to do it differently. And then they had to fight all 12 of them at once, and they win instantly. It's like, oh, that feels
We
really.
kind of talked about
lame.
this. We kind of talked about this. We were watching this last night. Like, this kind of reminds me of watching Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works season 2 alongside Prism Ilia season 3, because Prism Ilia season 3 is like very, very like slice of life oriented, where it's just like them going to the amusement park, them having fun, going to school, playing water balloon, whatever the fuck, and it's like juxtaposed to Unlimited Blade Works season 2, where spoilers, terrible shit happens to Ilia, and so like it acts as like this like healing thing, where it's like, since they were airing alongside each other, like it was almost like coincidental in a way. I don't know if it was like actually intended for them to do that, but you almost get like this healing element where it's like you just watch this horrendous thing with fucking Ilia, and then you get to like see like an alternative universe where like shit didn't go fucking terribly.
Yeah.
It's just them having fun and living a normal life, and it's like, oh,
It's
this
nice,
is kind of nice.
Well, yeah, it's not supposed to be what Angelic Days means, like the good days. And for context, this is a shoujo manga, by the way. This is a shoujo manga written for that kind of publication. So like it was written probably with the romance to be in mind, is like the context of what it is.
However, if all you're looking for is to see drawings which look similar to some characters from a different story having a good time instead of a bad one, this is fantastic.
Yeah, that's the media
Go for
mix.
it. A+ comfort fic.
Yeah,
Also,
that's the
unironic
media.
recommendation
there
for
you
people
go.
who are weird about Kaoru. You will get a lot out of this, in parentheses, if you are weird about Kaoru. However, if you, like me, go into this hoping for something that will maybe tackle the same emotional struggles as the original Evangelion from a more realistic or maybe even an intimately romantic perspective, then, well, it's possible that reading this will make you even more
You chose
depressed.
the wrong use of the media mix. I'm sorry, but like, it's called Angelic Days. It's supposed to be about the
That's
summer
not what this
timeline.
is
That's not
trying to do. Why would you go in with that?
There is some
This is not what
drama
people
in
want
there.
out of
It's not
this.
that there isn't. Like, there's a bit where they all get like sent to different countries, and they have to kind of deal with like being like separated, and there's some stuff like that. And there's definitely some pieces of drama in it, but it's just not the right. It's not the right choice. Like, you could have read an anime or any of the other. Like, there's so many other different pieces that you could have looked through that kind of follow more the drama, even the manga itself, like the actual original manga.
I think it's kind of, I don't know if it's telling or kind of weirdly ironic, or I don't know how we would classify it, but that they don't really seem to like understand the media mix. And
They
like,
really don't.
To be fair,
they don't understand it, and then they are also like pointing to like fans who then basically almost like created the media mix as a result of like like not really, but like it's kind of seen as the kind of inciting thing that created the media mix is Evangelion's ending, and like Evangelion's like,
I mean, yeah, popularized it in TV anime. I think the media mix already existed, obviously,
Yeah.
beforehand, since the long time, because it's part of Katakawa's
Romantic
media
perspective.
strategy,
Then,
going back to
well,
the 70s, I think.
It's possible that reading this will make you even more depressed than the end of Evangelion does. I mean, every time I look over this manga, it honestly leaves me feeling hollow. Like, is this what people
Okay.
wanted for these characters? Really? To just have easy
shoujo
fixes
audience
swoop
probably
into
did, I
their
guess.
lives with no emotional growth or development of their
Some
own.
people did.
All the things that made them
I'm
relatable.
sure.
I mean,
to find them just swiped away in the name of absurd shipping
like
shenanigans.
imagine you like Asuka, you just want her to be happy.
Yeah,
Like,
imagine
Again-
you want
are
Oscar
you
and Shinji
obsessed?
to live together without like that scene.
Again, this is how
the
the
horrible
this is
sexual
how
assault.
like again, this is being able to have multiple versions of the same character coexist in your
Yeah.
head. It's not one or the other.
And these
This gives me
fundamentally are
nothing.
different characters because, like, they aren't from that timeline where all those horrible things happen to them.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
this
you
is
could
the-
also
yeah.
read Pico Pico, right? You know, where it's just them being gamers. Is that good?
Teeth
Or
in
is
the
that
worst
not
possible
drama?
way. The only thing I can take away from this nightmare is the vague, lingering sense that I fucked up my own life somewhere along the way. If not by failing to be happy at old times the way these fake people managed to, then by having read this cursed relic in the first place.
Yeah,
It's a bit harsh, but alright.
Do you not like? Do I get the impression they don't really like Yasuke that much?
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some drama in there. It's not exactly it's all perfect, exactly. But it's just high school drama. Like the whole.
Yeah.
I mean, there's kind of an interesting dichotomy with Eva. Like it does have those kind of like soft, like light drama high school stuff. But then what you realize is, oh wait, no, this is about like horrible things happening, and then like you know,
Oh
some
my god!
angel will come
Of
in and
course!
almost kill
I should
somebody.
have just been born
Or-
into a world where everyone is neurotypical and has never experienced any trauma of
I
any kind.
don't think
Why
that's
didn't I
true in
think
the
of
series
that?
either.
I
If
have
I'm
been
gonna be
a
honest.
fool. Angelic Days is my new Bible. I'm overselling how bad this is a pair of these kids grew up with
Yes, you are
like I said,
overselling this
dirt kin
for
wants
no
something of
reason. But
substance.
okay.
This is a world
I don't
which
see
is
why
meant
you
to
bring
be
it up
used
at
as a
all.
shallow escape into a hollow, empty pleasure. Which, to be clear,
No.
is
It's a
totally
shoujo
fine in
romance manga.
moderation. However,
Please do not like the way you frame it though is like incredibly like you say it's not wrong, but then it's like shameful still with how you're describing it. It's like like
this is a
hollow
world
and
which is meant
like
to be used as a shallow escape
What are
into
people
a hollow,
supposed to
empty
Shallow,
do
hollow?
with their time? Like, are people? Is there? I mean, I guess there's. It would be absurd to say someone should never consume any media ever, right? Is it just? It's supposed to be
Right.
like in a moderation. Like you know, you get home at 6:30 after work and you read like an hour of something, and then you, I don't know, talk to your family or something. You're supposed to. Oh, only 1 hour. You get 1 hour of the media mix, no more.
to be clear, is totally fine in moderation. However, it must be noted that it's also, you know, the thing Ray dunked on Shinji for.
Ray
No,
didn't
it's
dunk on
not.
Shinji for anything.
Shinji's not an otaku really. Like Ray
Also,
was talking
again,
about like just forsaking the real world and just completely escaping into pure
It's a
fantasy.
shoujo manga. I don't think.
Yeah.
If you think the audience is predominantly male, technically this is made for girls.
Yeah, I don't.
For shoujo publication, there are shonen mangas
What
for
makes
Eva
something a happy
that are published in there, but there are also shoujo ones.
What makes something a happy ending? We're finally gonna probably should have defined this up
Clearly,
front.
it's not as simple as the characters we see on screen
Like
getting put
Rebuild?
into mating pairs and shoved off to the
Shineva?
purgatory of comforting fan dojins. That type of saccharine candy makes me feel sick to my stomach.
Fandotion's happy?
Okay, so I guess they really do just seem to not like nice things. It's like, oh, these characters aren't suffering constantly.
I mean, I feel like
nah.
that's kind of what the media
Clearly,
mix
it's
is.
not as
That,
simple
like,
as the
there's
character.
so much suffering in Evangelion that sometimes you're like, well, man, wouldn't it be nice if the characters in some universe had like
Yeah.
a good time for just a bit, so I could just like, you know, enjoy
some
these
people
characters
like-
having a good time.
Well, some people like these characters where they're like, I would like to see them how they react in different situations than just the one presented in the TV series.
Yeah,
right?
like me. I'm that person. That's me. That's me.
Yeah. Like if you really are into fucking Asuka and Rei and you want to see what they'd be like as fucking love rivals, then you'd like Angelic
Yeah,
Days.
if they made a Ray fishing manga, you bet I'd buy it all.
Hell yeah.
Getting put into mating pairs and shoved off to the purgatory of comforting fan dojins. That type of saccharine candy makes me feel sick to my stomach.
Yeah, that's just an L take, honestly. That's just
I mean,
an
it's a
L.
romance manga. I don't know what you want.
Yeah, I don't-
It's just what Angelic Days is.
But also, man, the gristle on that meat can be hard to swallow.
Oh yeah, there's like a weird, like I don't know, there's like a Homestuck thing somewhere in this like last section that I skipped for our own. Yeah. Here we go. This is the
Positive
next one.
opinion of that medicine. Might even learn to sincere better in the long run and come away from the whole thing this at an impressionable point happy. Which, frankly, is understandable. We watch this at an impressionable point in our lives, learn a whole lot of lessons from it,
I don't
and
know. Is
come
this
away from the
unrelated? What was their perspective on Shin Evangelion then? Do they think that's saccharine too, or
Maybe, yeah. They allude to it. They never really talk about it that much, though.
Well, they
They're
just said
gonna
they
be like-
plan on doing a rebuild video, so.
Get ready for the sequel stream, baby.
Oh my god.
positive experience. If medicine makes you feel better in the long run, then you're likely going to have a pretty positive opinion of that medicine. Might even learn to sincerely appreciate the bitter taste, just as I have. That doesn't change, however, that it was made to poison you into better health. It doesn't change that the meat would probably rather you choke on it.
Poison isn't medicine.
What?
Yeah.
I take pills every day. They don't taste like anything.
poison you into health, and the meat would rather you choke on it. What the fuck?
Again, yeah,
I guess these
I
are
don't
supposed to be
think
metaphors.
anyone.
I'm going to take it they're trying to be like.
Again, I do not
metaphorical.
think
They're
that like the
trying a
intent.
little too hard here. This is not good.
Right.
I don't know
Because
what the
again,
fuck to say here anymore.
at the end of Evangelion was not made to spite fans, and the fan reaction was generally not angry.
There's a mixture of reactions. There were definitely some angry reactions, but you know,
Probably, but
just
it's
how it
again,
goes,
if
right?
it's like if we're framing the end of the reaction to the end of the TV series as being horrifically negative, in what universe would the reaction to this movie not even be more like brutally negative,
Yeah, I mean,
given
there's
how
probably
much money
some
it made?
negative reactions to this one too, but I
Oh, yeah,
guess
probably.
the history is not really lived there because it didn't have the same kind of. It didn't come at that point where it got that national attention.
Yeah.
I feel like that the people who actually probably went to the cinemas to see End of Eva are probably people who are already dedicated fans.
Into better health.
I don't know if people who are like that casual were going to be, because those theaters were full and there were people with huge lines. So I don't know if the average person's thinking like,
Does not mean that the story is suddenly, because EOE taught us to pan just how much this movie can mean to
maybe I'll watch it on TV.
However, just because EOE taught us to be better than the versions of us who first saw it, does not mean that its story is suddenly upbeat. No.
Well, no one is saying the movie is an upbeat movie. An ending does not need to be upbeat in order to be happy. There are many such cases of this.
More without flaw. And
it's like bittersweet.
Is vital to remember. After all, what made Evangelion so remarkable in the first place was that it wasn't upbeat.
Evangelion is pretty upbeat for a lot of its runtime.
Than that, if I'm going to be honest. I don't want to, just because like.
Also, what do you mean remarkable? This is not the first mega series. This is not the first TV series in general to be like this.
No. I feel like there's a nuance of emotions in Evangelion, which is why I think
there is. Yeah, it's not
it's
not a complete downer. It's not all sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, because
Zambot 3 is.
There's definitely
I was gonna say Zambot 3 is came out before this. What, by almost 20 years?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, about that.
It's like fucking not upbeat by any fucking means.
No, that's a brutal.
Yeah,
I mean, like Ultraman and Kamen Rider also have these sort of elements, and I'm sure that all kinds of Sentai have this kind of like melodrama all over them.
Yeah, it wasn't like anime was like sunshine and like TV anime even was like sunshine and rainbows, and then Evangelion came along.
Especially in the 90s, I think we're a bit beyond that.
Not even in Mecha.
Yeah, not even Mecha.
Always been kind of like a bit dour at times.
It was, however, emotionally honest about and accepting wasn't Umber. After all, what made Evangelion so remarkable in the first place was that it wasn't upbeat. It was, however, emotionally honest about and accepting of flaws.
Again, Evangelion has again, if we're gonna watch like Dance Like You Want to Win and be like, this show is such a downer, this is depressing.
Like accepting of incompleteness, be it creative or personal.
So
as was the
yeah, I guess it's like at what limit are we not acceptant of terrible things that we have done as a person? I suppose it's like the limit of which this video needs to be asking. Like
so again,
Asuka willing to, what about Misato? Because like, you know, if you're like horribly against Misato, you know, grooming Shinji in this way, like, does she deserve retribution or did she deserve to die? You saying that the violence was posted on Shinji like that, but you're kind of going over the whole the grooming thing and the manipulating Shinji thing. And
again, they're very much treating it like a one-way street, and I can't help but think that they're deliberately omitting things to fit their point.
I guess maybe just because it's so long as well. Maybe they don't want to get into this whole kettle of fish that come with that.
The End of Eva. And as Eva itself makes clear, honesty and acceptance are nothing if not thorny. But we should have the capability and respect to recognize when someone is telling us something that no one would ever want to hear for our own benefit.
Huh?
Not only is it
I
possible
don't know.
to love art,
I mean, is this the kind of thing your parents are going to tell you, is it not? Have you ever had your parent be like, you know, you shouldn't be watching cartoons, you should be getting a job or something?
I'm gonna skip they use the Fooly Cooly dub. I don't want to jump scare anyone with
Well,
that.
I guess that's what we'll have to talk about the next time I make the regrettable decision to discuss Eva, when I finally reveal which side of the endless rebuild debate I'll be taking up arms for. Spoilers,
no,
Thrice
please
Upon a
no.
Time basically confirms I'm right about everything, and always have been. In a good or a bad way?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Wait, what?
totally. For now, it's time
yeah.
to at last discuss the narrative parallels. Once Upon a Time basically confirms I'm right about
So-
everything, and always have been.
You're right about everything? How does it?
And
what-
always have been.
In a
What-
good or a bad way?
I'm really confused about what they think they're right about. What, in
Yeah,
comparison to this medium,
again,
or is it just?
It very much comes like they're just driven up fully up their own ass.
I mean, are they saying that like what is that movie to them at this point? Is it like this is the one where they like pat the fans on the head, or like, or is this again another one where they're spiking them?
Yeah, we'll see, I guess.
You'll just have to find out on the next exciting
Yeah, totally.
adventure.
For now, it's time to spend diagram. We've hung in the Guggenheim. God damn it.
What we're looking?
What's wrong with me?
Is that the end?
I think okay, we're done.
Oh,
all right. No, we're done. It only took 8 hours. Oh,
I need to leave my job at reacting to Evangelion and go home to my kids and family.
they haven't seen you in weeks.
They've been like, Steve, where are you? Where are you gone? It's like, sorry, I had to watch a 3-hour-long Evangelion video I didn't agree with.
So I guess if your takeaway from the stream is anything, one, Evangelion, the End of Evangelion was not made to spite fans. It wasn't made to tell you to like not like sexualize its characters, or anything
to do the
like
opposite
that.
of that. I guess I think it kind of goes both ways. I think they kind of have a very neutral position on.
Please just
what
play.
fans do.
Please just play the congratulations scene on repeat, and while we were talking about this in the background.
Please watch A Japanese Boy Who Draws. It's a very good movie.
And figure out what the media mix is. I feel like media mix.
Yes,
please do not listen to Arno being spiteful narratives. Like there's obviously a bit more nuance than that, and Arno's perspective on otaku is a little bit more nuanced than he thinks they're all gross or something because he considers
watch Steven's videos on Evangelion, both the Hideaki Anno 3-hour marathon as well as we got a new video.
Oh, yeah, I did another one, and I got one on Shin Ultraman too, where I make the joke that it's going to be the rebuild video because I spell out the whole thing about auteurism is bad and that it's bullshit in that one. I guess I was like, I'm not going to fucking lie. I'm not going to be vague anymore. I'm going to just say it very bluntly to people.
Yeah.
Give Steve that Weeb Crew bump. Small.
That Weeb Crew bump.
Yeah. I'm obviously needing.
Thanks
a bump,
to
apparently.
everyone who stuck around for the entire 8 hours. I've seen some of you in chat.
Yeah,
goddamn. If you're exhausted as we are, yeah, this was the longest stream we've ever done. Probably be the longest one we'll ever do. Hopefully, if not the longest for a while.
I mean, we were talking about Evangelion, so it was inevitable.
To be fair, we were responding to a video that was 3 hours long, and we're only we're about like 2.5 times longer than that. So
yeah, I guess probably half of that is us getting distracted.
Yeah, we didn't take 8 hours to respond to like a 30-minute video.
Thank God. Yeah, but I think we were pretty concise in the takeaways. We'll probably have to do timestamps because we ended up. The things we could have said at the end of this to tie everything together were just said in the middle at random points. Namely, shit like how be careful with what you're fucking saying because
narratizing can be not. You have to kind of be aware that you're doing it, I suppose, because you are talking about real people and real situations, and when you kind of like start bringing things out and kind of making your own version of the story, you're kind of influencing that. And sometimes, at least for me personally, I don't really think it's our place to be armchair psychologically ripping up on an author, especially
it feels very weird and parasocial. I guess how would you feel to be on like the receiving end of something like that? That'd be weird, right?
Weird. I think it would be very weird because it's just like, bro, you could have like emailed me and asked me, I guess, even because I'm not even like on it, right? You could have just like asked me, and you didn't, and you just kind of assumed, and that's like weird.
So Steve, how do you feel about women?
Oh God,
they're all queens.
I guess we want to tie it into the beginning of this video where they're referencing Studio Ursat's video about it being a happy ending. They talked about this briefly in
I've never seen that video, but I'm sure it's whatever.
They talked about it briefly in their server, and they did at some point say that they should just read the article, the intentional fallacy, which seems like a pretty the intentional fallacy from Wismet Beardsley. Seems like a pretty good read for someone that wants to argue.
So what's it called? The intentionality fallacy?
The intentional fallacy.
I guess it's about like what is intentional in a piece of art. I'm assuming
it's an article. Here is the PDF of it.
Wimsat.
I linked it to you in Discord if you want to click on it.
Oh, here it is. The whole goddamn thing. It's 20-some pages.
Okay, I guess. Okay, so yeah, it's about the author's intention, right?
Yeah. Right. This would be a good article to read.
Because they did not need to go into like any of the production to make their argument, really.
Right.
No, you could have had a probably more streamlined version without it, and it gets a bit muddy when, like, of course, like all English fans are going to be inherently limited by what is translated, and there's definitely more translated in that one interview where Arno defends the crew. Basically, that's what he did. You know, he's like,
"Oh, cool! Godzilla won the Academy Award for special effects."
Oh, that's crazy! Damn, Japan's really winning today in the Oscars. The fucking, I'm sure they think it's just a niche little thing.
Yeah, I can link this in chat.
That's
is this something
nice.
I can link in chat?
I'm glad.
Oh, it is an EDU.
I would assume.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Japan's really winning at the Oscars today, huh?
So yeah, there's the intentional fallacy article. Recommend everyone read it. Gives a better perspective on what we've been talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, that's
better than us.
That basically does it for us. Please go watch
explaining Evangelion.
Oh, it's on the screen. I didn't know. It's in for a penny, in for a pound. We got 2-minute reaction. How do we compare this reading of the text?
Check out check out Steve's videos. Check out Studio Airsat's videos. Check out A Japanese Boy Who Draws.
Yeah, that one's great. You should actually just watch that instead of the stream.
It's 20 minutes long. It's on YouTube. It's subtitled into English. It's fucking fantastic.
You could watch it like 8 times in the time it would take you to watch this one or 16 times. Sorry,
you'd be far more fulfilled.
It's a much more rewarding experience than this entire stream, honestly.
If you really want to talk about intentionality and the artistic endeavors, I feel like this is a much more realistic portrait of it than Arno's super successful millionaire franchise kind of situation. He's ended himself in it.
And check out Codex Entry's video for yourself. Watch
you're in conclusion, I'm sure.
It's linked down there in the description. And new podcast should be out sometime this week. It's gonna be longer than usual because we talked with our guest for 4 hours.
We just cannot shut the fuck up lately for some fucking reason. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's
too much yapping now.
A glutton of content for people who care, I guess.
We're the Yap crew all of a sudden.
And I guess I'll give a minor apology to Codex Entry channel entirely if they had to listen to us 8 hours because they thought they were going to get anything out of this. Because I don't know. Maybe they could have skipped around. Maybe we need a little cliff notes too long. Don't read for them if they ever end up watching this.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll make it too long. Didn't watch comment and pin that.
Yeah, they can just read that bit.
Anyway, this stream has been entirely too long. Thank you everyone for sticking around. Have a nice evening.
I'm gonna go.
Have a nice Sunday evening.
I haven't eaten all day.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night.